Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Description: I became the first son of the demonic Heaven clan, one of the 6 great clans of the heavenly demonic cult, Jin Yeomyung. I was ready to enjoy a sweet life with a silver spoon in my mouth, but thanks to that damn Murim Alliance, the heavenly demonic cult was destroyed. But in my final moments, cult leader Cheon Yura turned to me and said, "Would you mind seducing me?" Chapter 1. Inner Administrator Jin Yeomyung. 1. The first life wasn't all that bad. A hero who saved humanity, a guardian of Earth. He received blessings from the gods along with all kinds of praise, and in return was promised 2 more lives. Though he died young due to injuries from the war, he had no regrets since he gained 2 more lives. A life that continues 3 times. Isn't that just the best? Though he was called a hero, he lived a miserable life full of hardship in his first life. So in the next life, no matter what happened, he swore to live it up and enjoy a glamorous life. Ah, I'm screwed. Staring at the many burning pavilions, I thought to myself, block them. The Murim Alliance bastards have reached near the primordial demon pavilion. Don't let them inside. The countless voices ringing around me tickled my ears. Those sounds could be categorized into roughly 3 types. Shouts, the sound of blades, and screams. If I had to sum up all 3 in one word, sounds of battle. The second life is really screwed. After confirming the devastation outside, I let out deep sighs while quickly moving my limbs. Of course, the direction I was heading wasn't outside. Tens of thousands of orthodox martial artists from the Murim Alliance were swarming in all directions like ants. If I, already gasping for air, went out there with a sword, it'd be headed straight to the afterlife the moment I swung it. This was the result of me living it up like I swore to do in my past life. As I ran frantically, a middle-aged man with a heavy presence suddenly jumped out in front of me. "No, Inner Administrator, you haven't escaped yet." Huff, huff. Ah, it's Lord Sandojian. He was Sandojian, Lord of the Wind Demon Unit, one of the 4 demon squads stationed on the outer perimeter of the cult, known as Bloodless Thunderstorm. Though people often called him Mountain Bandit due to his rugged appearance, regardless of his grand title. "How could you be here without a single guard?" Catching my breath, I replied bluntly, "I sent all my guards to reinforce the outer defenses. It's not like the title of Inner Administrator means much anyway, right? I dress down quite a bit, so to anyone who doesn't know me, it'd just look like a regular cult foot soldier. All the same, this place is too dangerous. Please come with me." Sandojian urged me anxiously to evacuate. Of course, I knew I was in a dangerous place right now. Just 100 yards from here, hundreds of our cultists were locked in a desperate defense against thousands of Murim Alliance members. But I calmly declined the offer. "You should be the one to evacuate. Have you forgotten the cult leader's order to retreat to Shingang and prepare for the future? Your Wind Demon unit should be preparing to fall back too. What will you do, Inner Administrator?" What else would I do? I must go to escort the cult leader. The cult leader, after ordering all followers to abandon the 10,000 mountain, for some reason, she hasn't moved since. Before Sandojian blocked my way, I had been heading to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion to find out why. I lightly tapped Sandojian on the shoulder. "Don't worry about me. I intend to understand her intentions and retreat together with her. The situation isn't good. Ever since those damn traitors left, morale among the followers has hit rock bottom." Sandojian's expression darkened. The reason the gates of the heavenly demon cult, with its 1,000-year legacy, had been breached was none other than betrayal by the high-ranking insiders. It was a shocking event that shook the very foundation of the cult, so it was understandable that morale had collapsed. More importantly, the cult leader, who should have been rallying the troops and boosting morale, hadn't moved since her last order. At this rate, the defense line will collapse in less than an hour. I'll take care of myself. You should gather your men when the time is right. Understood. Please be careful, Inner Administrator. Perhaps realizing how dire the situation truly was, Sandojian abruptly took off after that final warning. I watched his retreating figure and sighed. This life is a total bust too, damn it. My name is Jin Yeomyung. Age, 37. 5 years ago, I was appointed as the youngest Inner Administrator in the Heavenly Demon Cult. I am also the first heir of the demonic Heaven's Jin clan, one of the cult's undying noble households. Well, technically not the heir anymore since my younger brother inherited the family. Anyway, my brother took over the clan. And I, who had been enjoying the life of a carefree idler, was forced into the vacant inner administrator post thanks to my father's recommendation, which was really more of a threat. As expected, no one's here. I passed through the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion without hesitation. Damn those guardians. Normally, if someone tried to enter like this, top experts from the Guardian Court should show up and block them. Unfortunately, the Grand Guardian who led them had been one of the leaders of the traitors that caused this mess. At the end of the long corridor, a massive door adorned with an Asura carving appeared. The Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Even here, guards were supposed to show up, take my name, and announce me inside they're all dead. The iron smell of blood lingering in the air made it unnecessary to even guess what had happened here. Facing the firmly closed doors of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, I raised my voice quietly. Cult leader, its inner administrator Jin Yeomyung. Are you inside? No answer came from within. Out of courtesy, I called once more. Cult leader. This is inner administrator Jin Yeomyung. Still, there was no response. Then, when I finally raised my voice rudely, hey, cult lead, a woman's low voice came from within. Come in, inner administrator. Flinch, damn it. That scared the crap out of me. If she was going to answer, she could have just done it the first time. No way did she hear me talking back. Wait, it got cut off midway, so maybe it's fine. Nervously, I pushed open the door to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Kriok, the heavy resistance, was felt at my fingertips right away. Damn it, those bastard guardians. Couldn't one of them have stayed behind to open the door? Honestly, this door is ridiculously heavy, so much so that it's impossible to open without internal energy. Huff, huff. After a struggle that lasted about a minute, I finally managed to open the door. The sweat dripping down my neck felt incredibly unpleasant. But just then, whoosh. A cool breeze blew from within and cooled the sweat on my skin. An artificial wind that shouldn't exist in such a sealed indoor space. The being who created that breeze was inside. I kept walking further inward. At the highest seat of honor in the Great Hall at the heart of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, there sat Chinura, the 29th cult leader of the Heavenly Demon cult and the demonic faction grandmaster, in perfect composure. See, cult leader, I pay my respects. A faint smile hung on Chinura's face as she looked at me. Your martial skills are still worse than those of third-rate demonic minions. She had clearly watched me struggling at the entrance from her throne. Catching my breath, I replied. Thank goodness the other elders or lords didn't see that mess. It wasn't like I was completely hopeless. My internal energy was still around first-rate level. The cult leader looked down at me with an amused expression. True, if the first elder had seen you rudely speaking to me like that, he wouldn't have let it slide. I cursed inwardly. Damn, so she heard it all. Considering her usual temper, it wouldn't have been strange if a blade had flown at me. And yet, she had even cooled me off with a breeze. She didn't seem intent on rebuking my insolence today. Don't you have any thoughts of training? I grumbled in reply. What's the point of training now? It's already too late. That's a shame. I remember you had quite a bit of talent. I guess so. If Id actually put in the effort, all the top seats in the cult hierarchy would have been pushed back one by one. Coo. The cult leader chuckled like Shed just heard an entertaining joke. Well, she might not believe it, but it was sort of true. The real problem was that I never followed through. In this life, Id leached off the prestige of my clan and lived the sweet life. Neglecting martial arts, I ended up being parachuted into the inner administrator position and became infamous as the weakest in the cult's leadership. So, our weakest inner administra, or what brings you before your cult leader? With her sarcastic question, I grumbled back. What else? I came to drag our heavy-bottomed cult leader to Xinjiang. Phew, it's truly a pity the first elder can't hear this. That's exactly why I am saying it. If I had said something that cheeky in a proper council meeting, the furious first elder's sword would have already sliced my throat. And even if not the first elder, other loyal elders would have pounced on me. But right now, there's no one else here. The first elder had perished at the hands of the cult's traitors. The other elders either helped kill him, died with him, or were out there leading the remaining cultists. I dropped my playful tone and confronted the cult leader directly. Why haven't you moved? The answer came right away. But it wasn't the one I wanted. Heaven-destroying poison. What? Massacre blood poison, formless poison, bone-melting elixir of emotion, spirit-breaking immortal disabler, and no. There are a few more, but that about sums it up. I wasn't dumb enough to not recognize the names she was listing. Yura poisoned. On the surface, she looked perfectly fine, but I doubted she was joking at a time like this. The cult leader silently nodded. I asked again, who did it? One name kept circling my mind. Don't tell me the demonic faction lord. That bastard did this? There weren't many who had the guts to try poisoning the cult leader like this. She wouldn't be an easy target to begin with, and unless the person was an extremely close aide, it would have been impossible. But if I had to name one highly likely candidate among those close aides, it could only be one man. The demonic faction lord, Han Mubik, son-in-law to the previous cult leader and the demon lord Chen Tijang, who stood above the heavenly demon. In other words, the man chosen as husband to the current cult leader, Chinura. And now, the leader of the traitors who had flung open the gates of the 10,000 mountains to the orthodox Murim Alliance. The cult leader's voice dropped slightly. Before he left me, he said that this had been planned long ago. That it was so hard to get close to me and earn both mine and the previous cult leader's favor. The poisons in my body said they were his way of asking me to acknowledge the hardship he went through. That crazy son of a damn, I blurted out a curse without thinking, right in front of the cult leader. Realizing my slip, I immediately covered my mouth, but the cult leader laughed with amusement. Phew, you really are amusing. How can you laugh at a time like this? Just one of those poisons was enough to melt even a peak-level expert. She had taken at least 5 or 6 of them. No matter how powerful she was, even she couldn't withstand that. At first, I thought Han Mubik had sent you to finish the job, to confirm my condition and tie up loose ends. My face twisted in disbelief. Who in their right mind would send someone like me as an assassin? That's why I quickly dropped the suspicion. Watching you groan just to open a door was so pathetic it made me laugh. Come on. Sweat ran down my face under the cult leader's barrage of jabs. Even so, my expression twisted further with frustration. The cult leader normally never joked like this. As a woman who had risen to the seat of cult leader, she had always disciplined herself strictly to uphold her authority. Always solemn, always dignified, always stern. That was the image shown by the current cult leader of the heavenly demon cult and great master of the demonic path, the heartless demonic empress, Chinura. For her to appear this relaxed now, is it too late? At my sullen question, Chinura smiled faintly. Probably. Once the heaven-destroying poison seized my dantian, it was already too late. I could manage the rest, but not that one. If only I'd noticed it 3 years earlier. Her hollow laughter echoed throughout the hall. I bowed my forehead to the floor. I'm sorry, cult leader. If only I'd done better. No need, I don't blame you. When Han Mubik held all key positions within the cult, what could you have done with the now empty post of inner administrator? Still, if I had realized that Han Mubik was a spy planted by an external force, things wouldn't have gone this far. Well, that couldn't be helped. Everyone was fooled by him. You, me, even father. The cult leader muttered bitterly, then looked toward me. Escape. It's not too late even now. I won't leave without you, cult leader. Even though I spoke from a place of loyalty, the cult leader tilted her head slightly. I didn't know you were such a loyal man. I do value my life, but I still have at least a shred of loyalty. Loyalty, huh? Her expression darkened slightly. Loyalty, not devotion. To her, the man before her was nothing more than a noble son once considered as a potential political marriage partner when she was a young cult heir. That was the extent of their connection. Or so she probably thought. The truth was different. Honestly, it is too late. If I were anywhere near the master level, I'd have just bolted already. With my barely first-rate level movement techniques, there was no escaping the clutches of flying master-level experts. If that's the case, then next time, I'll make sure I steeled my resolve and looked up to meet the cult leader's gaze. Cult leader, speak, if hypothetically yes. If really, hypothetically speaking yes. If I mean really, really hypothetically, if you say hypothetically one more time, I'll rip out your tongue. Get to the point. Yes, Mom. Cowardly, I nodded repeatedly under the thick killing intent pressing against my skin. At last, the big question left my mouth. If you had one more chance to reincarnate, what would you do? Reincarnate? Yes, that's right. The cult leader didn't seem to understand what I was saying, but from my perspective, I was making a heartfelt confession. Didn't we talk about this in the past? It's hard to believe that you, of all people, saved the world in a past life. Her cynical gaze was downright disrespectful. So, what you're saying that because you saved the world in a past life, you're granted one more chance. You catch on quickly. Chinura's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Is this punk mocking me right now? Just because I eased up a little, he dares to play games at a time like this. Her face clearly said as much. Reading her inner thoughts, I slowly bowed deeply before her. Even if I get one more chance to reincarnate, you probably wouldn't remember what's happening now. But if there's something you wish for, I, Jin Yeomyung, who remembers this moment, will do everything in my power to make it happen. Right here, right now, I made a decision. The traitors who betrayed the cult. The orthodox Murim Alliance scum who invaded the 10,000 mountains. And the third party that orchestrated this whole catastrophe. Even if I have to stake my soul, I will slaughter them all. The cult leader remained silent for a long time. I assumed she was about to strike me down. It wouldn't have been surprising if she exploded in rage after thinking she'd been made a fool of. Setting aside whether what you said is true, she finally opened her mouth, with difficulty. Why would you go so far for me? She now understood that the man before her was offering everything purely for her sake. Well, nothing too deep. I raised my head and shrugged. First off, I am not the kind of guy who lets things slide when I've been wronged. I may have lived quietly in this life, but I am the type who always pays back kindness and revenge alike. And also, I owe you a debt. I figured I'd repay it while I am at it. A debt? Don't think too much about that part. I just mean I need to take out the trash ahead of time so I can live in peace in my next life. I spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Thanks to that, she quickly lost interest in the so-called debt I mentioned. HMPH, the cult leader let out a small laugh. Reincarnation, huh? A claim so outrageous it could easily be dismissed as nonsense. Though still perplexed, she didn't get angry. Was it because she believed this really was the end? Was she indulging my nonsense out of amusement? Or did she really believe me? Her lips slowly parted. If what you said is true, could I ask one favor of you? Whatever it is, say the word. If you truly do reincarnate if I do. For some reason, she trailed off. And then she said something that, had I been drinking tea, I would spat it right out. Could you try courting me? Excuse me? Dumbfounded, I repeated her words like an idiot. Chapter 2. Inner Administrator Jin Yeomyung 2, could you seduce me a little? Silence settled in the grand pavilion, and it kept lingering in the air. As I stood dumbfounded, mouth slightly agape, the cult leader frowned and shouted at me. Hey, when someone talks to you, shouldn't you at least give a reply? Why, yes, still trying to process what I had just heard, I slowly rubbed the area below my ear. When did my ears get hit with a sound-based technique? Shall I rip your ears off? At your level as inner administrator, you could probably survive even in this state. A terrifying killing intent burst from her body. Goosebumps prickled across my skin. I apologize, cult leader. That was a slip of the tongue. The cult leader let out a soft sigh and spoke. That was a joke just now. Even if it's our final meeting, I suppose I spoke too lightly. I chuckled quietly. I don't mind if you speak lightly. No, I actually prefer it this way. It's been a long time since I've seen this human side of you, cult leader. Flinch, really? Yes, it's true, the last of the last. Maybe her heart had softened with death so close at hand. She seemed to have decided to cast off some of the rigid decorum between ruler and vassal. Fine. From now on, there's no need to call me cult leader. Speak casually. Did she think the weight of formal ranks didn't suit the moment? Well, the atmosphere had turned strange anyway. Then what should I call her? Then Miss Jin Yura. Once again, silence fell over the hall. With just that one sentence, the cult leader's face and even her entire body froze like a statue. At that moment, I had no doubt she'd swing her hand to take off my head. But surprisingly, her reaction was completely different from what I expected. She slowly brought both hands to cover her mouth. That's a bit embarrassing. For a brief moment, I stared blankly at her. Gone was the dignity and charisma I'd always seen before me. Now was simply a girl. She's beautiful. It had been 20 years since I first saw her, and yet she hadn't changed much, only grown slightly more mature. No, that's not right. As I shook my head, her voice continued. I've long since passed the age of 30. The title Miss doesn't suit me. To be honest, she was closer to 40 than 30. But pointing that out might literally get me killed, so I quickly swallowed the thought and changed the subject. I suppose I am a little embarrassed too. I'll just go back to calling you cult leader. Do as you like. That awkward, slightly strange air between us faded. I let out a sigh. If I didn't mishear just now, that means you want me to go after the title of demonic faction lord, correct? Interpretations can say more than the original words, but sure, let's say that's what I meant. For some reason, her tone sounded slightly displeased, but I ignored that and asked her sincerely. Why go out of your way? She gave no answer to that question. I am confident I can stop Han Mubik from becoming the demonic faction lord. but becoming your partner, that's a different matter. With wounded eyes, she spoke. Are you saying you don't like me? Even as she looked at me with a gaze full of pleading, I remained firm. To be honest, you know as well as I do that it's near impossible. The moment those words cut deep, her face twisted in pain. Love requires both people to want it. And honestly, thinking back to your days as the young cult leader, how was anyone supposed to win your heart when you not only rejected men, but smashed them into pieces? You were a tyrant no one could stop back then. Shed actually toned down after becoming cult leader and closing off her heart. But back then, seriously, Hugh. To be blunt, one of the biggest reasons Han Mubik made it to demonic faction Lord was because he was the only one who could endure your temper, wasn't it? Her lips immediately jutted out. Sure, the real turning point was the massive achievements Han Mubik brought from outside, but what I said wasn't wrong either. I, who had the backing of a prestigious family, lost to Han Mubik for a simple reason. It'd been leeching off my family and had little interest in romance. More importantly, I had no reason to cater to the temper of the ill-tempered cult leader. She whipped her head away. HMPH. Forget it if you don't want to. My pride as cult leader isn't so low that it'd beg someone like you. Her pouty face practically shouted, I am sulking, and I let out an involuntary chuckle. For some reason, she looked rather cute. Who said it was impossible? As I softly laughed and shook my head, her eyes subtly turned toward me. Romance often starts when someone interested in love sparks those feelings in someone who isn't. If both sides are interested, the relationship progresses quickly. If not, then time and effort are needed to move the other's heart. And yes, that process is likely to be described as desperate and pathetic 9 times out of 10. For you, cult leader, that much effort is no trouble at all. Really? Her expression lightened just a bit. Even if a proper romance was impossible, at the very least, politically winning the title of demonic faction lord was within reach. But it didn't seem like what she meant now was a political proposal for me to approach her. Honestly, it's not like I never had feelings for her. I spoke to her. If you promise me one thing, I'll give it a shot. What is it? Swear that you'll forgive me even if I speak harshly about your past. And if possible, tell me some of your weaknesses. She looked incredulous. You want me to expose the shameful parts of my past to someone like you? If you don't, I can't guarantee I'll succeed in courting you. And really, what does it matter? Is there even a reason to be proud at this point? Even so, then forget it. I am not the one who's desperate here. Despite the absurd premise of talking about reincarnation, the cult leader earnestly listened to what I had to say. Or maybe it was just because she believed this would be our last conversation. Perhaps because of that context, she narrowed her eyes and said, if even a word of this leaks out, I'll stake everything I have to kill you, Jin Yeomyung. Are you talking to your past self with that threat? Shut up. I'll say it once, so listen carefully. Despite us being the only 2 alive in this vast grand pavilion, she deliberately used sound transmission to deliver her message. Hem. After about half a quarter of an hour of silent sound transmission, her face had turned red with embarrassment. With a reluctant expression, I said, you really were something back in the day. Shut up. Even with the experience of reincarnation, the grand saga of the cult leader's youth left me speechless. It was that outrageous. Of course, the issue was that it wasn't in a positive direction. In any case, hearing about your stormy youth has been quite the revelation. I think it'll help me later on. Wait. Just when I thought she might finally be ready to kill me, her cold, stiff voice instantly turned the loosened atmosphere back to tension. It seems our conversation ends here. Uninvited guests have arrived at the entrance of the heavenly demon pavilion. In other words, all of our defenses had been broken by the righteous Murim Alliance's assault. The cult leader slowly rose from her seat, and with a strange smile she asked, so, should I at least make your final moment a comfortable one? I'll pass. I'd rather die with every detail burned into my eyes. Phew, is that so? With those words, the 2 of us waited quietly for our enemies to make their grand entrance. Not long after, the thick entrance of the heavenly demon pavilion shattered, and hundreds of martial artists flooded in. To think I would live to witness the fall of the demonic cult in my lifetime. What a glorious day this is. At the lead stood an old man with sharp features and a lean build, his eyes glaring our way. Is that the Sword Supreme Sage? Yes, cult leader. The leader of the righteous Murim Alliance Sword Supreme Sage Guan Hyan. But he wasn't the only one to catch our eye. With a fierce smile, the cult leader glared at the person standing beside him. So my loathsome husband returns. My eyes followed hers, and at the end of that gaze stood the demonic faction lord, Han Mubik. Grin, even I had to admit it, Han Mubik was devilishly handsome, and he simply flashed his brilliant white teeth in response. I couldn't take it and snapped at the sword supreme saint. Alliance leader, do you even know who you're standing next to right now? Of course. The sword supreme saint answered with confidence and stepped forward, shouting. The heavenly divine dragon has endured disgrace for the glory of the Central Plains. The world shall never forget his achievements and sacrifices. Ha, heavenly divine dragon? Both the cult leader and I scoffed at the same time. To think that, even while operating as the demonic faction lord, he'd been making connections with the righteous side and even picked up such a grandiose title. Your talent for manipulation is astounding. I am honestly impressed. To that, Han Mubik turned toward the cult leader and shouted righteously, Demonic Grandmaster, heartless demonic empress, it's time you paid for all the sins you've committed. She cocked her head to the side. Funny. Isn't it rich for someone who once fed me a poison so deadly even the Tang clan recoiled in fear, to talk about justice? Everything I did was for the Central Plains. You mean for the heaven-defying society. Flinch. Though he had been standing tall under her mocking tone, Han Mubik's shoulders twitched slightly. The martial artists behind him tilted their heads in confusion. Heaven-defying society? What's that? Even I had never heard the name before. But Han Mubik, with a visibly guilty face, shouted in a panic. Alliance leader, everyone, don't be fooled by the witch's lies. She's trying to sow discord among us one last time with her wicked schemes. The sword supreme saint stepped in to cover for him. HRMM, that must be it. The words of the demonic cult are not even worth considering. All right? Yes, if even the alliance leader says so, only then did the murmuring from the rear settle down. Unfortunately, the key the cult leader had thrown to reveal his true identity had been brushed aside without a second thought, and Han Mubik continued to wag his snake-like tongue. The cult leader's life is already hanging by a thread. There's no need for a one-on-one duel. Just strike with your full force and finish it. The sword supreme saint hesitated slightly at those words. Capturing the cult leader of the demonic cult, who was already as good as incapacitate be himself, would bring him unimaginable fame across the Central Plains. Greed tempted him for a brief moment, but as a well-trained Taoist from Mount Wudang, the sword supreme saint overcame it. As the enemies formed a wide encirclement, I clicked my tongue inwardly. If they'd insisted on a one-on-one duel, we might have had a chance. A shame. The man beside her is the inner administrator of the demonic cult. Taking him down would be another great achievement. Damn it. Han Mubik now turned his attention toward me. I drew my sword as I stood by the cult leader's side. It was a treasured blade my father had tossed to Mesting to use it in place of my younger brother, who had become the family head. The cult leader also drew her sword, Heavenly Demon Sacred Sword, a holy relic of the cult, and pointed it at the enemies. I may be poisoned and weakened, but someone like you isn't beyond me. I can handle this on my own. You boast too much, cult leader. Do I? Whether it's boasting or not, y'all see for yourselves soon enough. Hwaruk, the heavenly demon's sacred sword left her hand, radiating a dark flame-like demonic energy. The expressions of the sword supreme saint and others hardened instantly. She still had that much strength left, and that wasn't the end. The sword split into 12 blade shadows and began circling around her. Heaven-slaying demonic sword art. If the heavenly demon art was the greatest martial art of the demonic world, then the greatest sword technique was the heaven-slaying demonic sword art. The sword supreme saint, now flustered, drew his sword and gave the order to attack. Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad, attack the minions of the demonic cult. Yuwoo. From behind the sword supreme saint, the elite force of the Murim Alliance, over 200 members of the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad, charged toward us. And thus, our final, life-or-death battle began. Drip, drip. The sound of blood dripping from the wounds all over my body stirred my fading consciousness. Ah, damn it. I knew exactly what was happening. The return of consciousness before death. My body, having reached the brink of death, was burning its final ember. The cult leader, is she? Though she had been poisoned by all manner of deadly toxins and couldn't even exert a fraction of her original power, it became clear why the Central Plains had once called her the Grandmaster of the demonic path. Unleashing the heaven-slaying demonic sword art, she tore through 200 of the Murim Alliance's elite forces all by herself. But I couldn't witness it to the end. Pathetically, I was taken down in mere seconds by Han Mubik's sword. Crackle, Snap! Something's burning. The sound of splitting timbers and the acrid scent of smoke filled my nostrils. My strength was gone, my vision blurred. And through it all, a tired woman's voice reached my ears. "You still breathing, Jin Yeomyung, cult leader?" Instinctively, I turned toward the voice, and I swallowed hard. I'm glad. At least I get to say goodbye before the end. The cult leader, Chinura, smiled faintly, but I couldn't return the smile. See, cult leader, her entire body was pierced with dozens of blades, including through her dantian. Her once neatly tied hair was matted with blood, undone and wild. Her once sharp yet graceful face was now slashed and mangled beyond recognition. I gasped. Is this what people meant when they said not even an immortal sage could save someone? Thave retreated. I activated the self-destruction formation in the heavenly demon pavilion, and they fled in a panic. That's not the point, is it? I used the last of my strength to push myself up and crawl toward her. Watching me crawl to her, she spoke weakly but with a smile. "Jin Yeomyung, you meant what you said earlier, didn't you?" Yes, I did. It wasn't a lie. I wasn't lying. I reached her side, sobbing as I cried out with everything I had. "Then why are you crying like that?" Chinura slowly raised a hand and wiped under my eyes. The tears disappeared for a momentarily for the smear of her dark blood to take their place. I clenched my teeth. Still, I can't help it. I'm sad. "Is that so?" "Yes, I swear it. I'll avenge you. No matter what." And I meant it. The reincarnation I earned as a special reward for saving the previous world, I had originally intended to use it to explore a different world. But now I would use it for revenge. Maybe she sensed my determination through the venom in my voice. Chinura looked relieved as she raised her head. "Then I am glad." "Even in this state," she asked playfully, "y'all seduce me, right?" I stared blankly at her face. It sounded like a joke, but no. In this moment, I knew she meant it from the bottom of her heart. "Yes." "Good." Satisfied with my answer, she slowly closed her eyes, as if the strength had left her completely. "I am glad," and with that she moved no more. And I too felt the final ember of life within me quietly flicker and fade. Above our heads, the charred roof beams collapsed inward. Boom, this was the end of my life in this world. Chapter 3. First young master Jin Yeomyung. To be honest, she wasn't a good superior. Perhaps it was because the prestige of the previous cult leader, who had earned the title of Heavenly Demon, was simply too overwhelming. In order to escape the shadow of the previous cult leader, that woman had always reigned as an arrogant and violent tyrant. Don't get me wrong. I didn't just misspeak by calling her that woman. You know how people curse out their king when no one's around? It's like that. Damn it. Frankly speaking, she had already shown signs of being rotten to the core ever since I first met her during her days as the young cult leader. She was the kind of person who would use anything at her disposal to maintain her position. The reason I was appointed as the inner administrator had a lot to do with the cult leader's direct intervention. She had aimed to keep the heavenly demon pavilion and those bastards from the Chin clan, who had almost taken over the cult, in check. Before Chin clan could claim the seat of inner administrator, she probably thought it was the right move to insert someone like Muho, had no real martial arts skill, but came from a powerful family into the role. Young master, in the end her reform failed. All because of that damn husband of hers, the only one she had ever trusted. Well, I didn't exactly feel sorry for her. After all, this was the heavenly demon cult. A place of deadly struggle where the weak couldn't survive. She had merely struggled to survive in her own way. She had simply failed because she lacked the luck and the ability. Young master, grand, young master. And yet, I couldn't get that face of her smiling foolishly at the very endo out of my mind. How deep must her resentment have been for her to take my words so seriously? Words that sounded like utter fantasy about reincarnation. So seriously? Gurgle, glub, no, I'm trying to have a serious flashback. Here we the hell is it so hard to breathe? Did I just get water up my nose? The moment that thought crossed my mind, a familiar voice stabbed through my ears. Young Master Yeo-myung, Puah, and with another splash of water, I came to my senses. Damn it. I was sure the last scene of my life had been a burning beam about to smash my skull in. Did I get doused with water to put out that fire? Young Master, Yura awake. GHH? Sniff, sniff, I was still dazed. I coughed harshly to get the water out of my nose. After a moment, as I fully regained my senses, a much younger version of a familiar servant came into view. What the? Gu Chil? Yes, I am your loyal servant, Gu Chil, young master. Whether in the past or the future, that smooth-looking face hadn't changed a bit. Gu Chil was a servant my father had assigned to me. He had a lot more wrinkles on that forehead last time I saw him. It seemed the regression had worked properly. Judging by that face, I've really gone back quite a bit, haven't I? Wait, what the hell is that in his hand? Gu Chil. Yes, sir. What's with that wash basin? Ah, that is. Me, drenched like a drowned rat. And Gu Chil holding a wash basin. The situation was clear as day. I mean, you could've just shaken my shoulder to wake me up. You little he could've just pressed my acupoint or something. Gu Chil should be capable of that, right? That's not it. That's, what? Why are you so flustered? Gu Chil looked genuinely shaken by something. This was the same guy who used to boast that, since he had no hair, he had nothing to fear in life, so it took a lot to rattle him. I was the one who ordered it. Gasp. A heavy, middle-aged voice came from behind me. A voice that, no matter how many times I heard it, whether in the past or the present, was familiar, and yet never grew comfortable. The moment I realized who it belonged to, my shoulders went stiff. Shit, don't tell me. The joy of regression would have to wait. I hastily fixed my posture and turned my gaze. At the end of my gaze stood a massive man in an elaborate red robe, staring quietly in my direction. Ah, Fathno, patriarch, foolish brat. With eyes like a demon from the depths of hell, the long-haired giant glared at me. Just making eye contact made my knees weak and my groin tighten in fear. One of the 6 great demonic clans that ruled alongside the Chen clan over the heavenly demon cult Thighs man was the current patriarch of the demonic heavens Jin clan and a grand elder of the heavenly demon cult. He was the Asura king, Jin Gunak. Behind him stood the elite warriors of the clan, the 10 stones of demonic heaven. Jin Gunak picked up a bottle scattered nearby and said, "A brat who hasn't even undergone his coming-of-age ceremony snuck into a brothel and drank." Ah, the moment I heard those words, I knew exactly at which point I had regressed. I quickly crawled forward and knelt before my father, Jin Gunak. Patriarch. The thing is... Silence. Yes, sir, I shut my mouth. Saying the wrong thing here could literally cost me my head. Well, be that as it may. But from past experience, I knew this rage wasn't just about a minor drinking offense. The firstborn of the Jin clan passed out from half a bottle of liquor. Yes, that was what Jin Gunak was truly angry about. I apologize, and at a drinking party with members of the other 6 great clans, no less. I have no excuse. You fool, this must have happened when I was 17. Born with a golden spoon in my mouth, I had dreams of becoming the Casanova of the demonic cult, and I spent my days playing around without restraint. As usual, during that time, I had been exploring the pleasure districts with friends and boldly stormed into the most prestigious brothel under the heavenly demon cult. And the result? Looks like the others all got caught. Whether orthodox or unorthodox, all prestigious clans had absurdly strict rules. Especially since we had brazenly entered Ma Cholu, the top brothel in Miyok Castle, it wouldn't have taken long for word of it to reach our main house. Right, we were all caught by warriors dispatched from the main clan not even half an hour after we started drinking. And in my case, I was so honored to have none other than the patriarch of my clan personally show up to drag me out. Of course, someone like the Asura king wouldn't normally come out over something this trivial. He wasn't even the type to care much about his children to begin with, you pathetic brat. And you call yourself my son, with such a weak constitution? Tusk. Honestly, I felt wronged. In my previous life before, I ended up in this medieval Murim world I could drink like a fish. Sure, I got cocky trusting in that, but who would have thought that it'd get knocked out after just half a bottle of liquor, even if it was distilled? How was I supposed to know my body was this weak to alcohol? If you're weak in constitution, at least your brain should be sharp. I stayed quiet with my head bowed, despite Jin Gunak's continued scolding, because I knew the real reason he had come here would soon come out. Do you have any idea why I came to apprehend you myself? Oh, of course, sir. Of course I did. Humans are creatures of forgetfulness, but some events leave a deep enough impression to be remembered. It's time for me to fulfill my duty as the firstborn of the clan, isn't it? Oh, Jin Gunak's eyes curved with interest. Interesting. Speak it clearly from your own mouth. What is the reason? I cleared my throat a bit. Last time, I couldn't say it properly and ended up getting dragged home like a beaten dog. But this time would be different. The exchange with the young cult leader must have been finalized. HMPH. So you're not completely brainless after all. Exchange with the young cult leader. This referred to a meeting between Chinura, who had been appointed the young cult leader at the age of 17 the previous year, and the heirs of the 6 great demonic clans, the most prestigious lineages of the cult. In truth, it was more like a selection event for her future consort. Representatives from the 6 clans were selected to meet the young cult leader in turn and interact with her over a set period. The timing is perfect. Needless to say, I already knew the outcome of this event. All the heirs of the 6 clans failed to handle Chinura's vicious temperament and ended up dropping Autor, like me, had no interest and let the meetings fizzle out. Because she couldn't find a match during this time, the cult later expanded the candidate pool to the entire organization. Eventually, this led to the demonic faction Lord Selection Tournament, where the winner would be the man who would doom the cult to destruction. The traitor Han Mubik. I won't let things play out that way this time. With my resolve firm, Jin Yeomyung spoke. The only reason you, a brat with neither talent nor drive, have been allowed to live this long is for this moment. Jin Yeomyung was never a kind father. He was a ruthless man who would use even his own child as a tool if it served the glory of the clan. Of course, sir. Well, how rare to see you so full of enthusiasm. Of course I was. If I didn't act now, the cult would fall. And so would my third life. The other clans won't hold back either. Their direct heirs are no pushovers. Can you win over the young cult leader's heart ahead of them? The other heirs will never be able to win her heart. Jin Yeomyung gave a satisfied laugh at my bold declaration. Very well. If you're that eager, I'll overlook today's disgrace. He stood up from his seat. I'll coordinate the schedule with the Heavenly Demon Pavilion and inform you. Until then, behave yourself for some reason. The corner of Jin Yeomyung's mouth lifted ever so slightly. If you don't want to bring shame to our family name, you'd best polish your self-defense skills. Damn it. Of course Jin Yeomyung, a high-ranking elder of the cult, would know what kind of personality Chinura had. He might be a cold-hearted father, but this was probably his idea of a mischievous warning. I hope this father won't be disappointed. I silently lowered my head in response. In my previous life, disappointing my father had earned me a bitter punishment. Well, this time, I won't be letting you down. After all the playing around I did in my past life, I plan to act for real this time. And with that, Jin Yeomyung left Ma Cholu with his subordinates. As befitted the ceremonial presence of a patriarch of one of the 6 great clans, the crowd on the street parted like the miracle of Moses. I sat on the 3rd-floor balcony, watching his retreating figure. I didn't expect to meet father the moment I opened my eyes. Jin Yeomyung was, to me, an incredibly uncomfortable person. I mean, when you live as a carefree playboy, you'd have to be shameless not to feel pressured by your parents' gaze. But aside from that, Jin Yeomyung was someone who had done his utmost to use me as a tool to strengthen his own power. It's a bit unsettling having no choice but to play the dutiful son. Still, to pull off whatever schemes I had in mind going forward, I'd need Jin Yeomyung's cooperation at multiple turns. I slowly calmed my thoughts. It's unusually quiet. This would normally be the time when a place like this was packed with guests, but because I had rented out the entire 3rd floor in advance, only Gu Chil and I were here now. The timing of this regression is perfect. Not 10, but 20 years agaplenty of opportunities ahead. The heaven-defying society, was it? Looking at the faces of the ones who betrayed the cult alongside Han Mubik, it was obvious many of them were already active during this period. I'll uproot every last one of them. Just as I was thinking that young master, what on earth were you thinking, saying something like that to the patriarch? Gu Chil suddenly burst out, practically scolding me. What now? What do you mean what? Didn't you boldly declare you'd become the young cult leader's consort? When did I say that? What? No, just earlier I never said I'd be the young cult leader's husband. I merely said the other heirs from the 6 clans would all be rejected by her. How is that not the same thing? It's very different. At this point in time, Chinura was utterly impossible to win over no matter what you did. She was currently obsessed with perfecting her martial arts. To her, the participants in this exchange were nothing more than discarded pawns from the 6 clans, or vermin sent in hopes of clinging to power. And since she wouldn't even glance at someone weaker than her, she'd be even more impossible for the current me to handle. I let out a sigh and shook my head. That's not something that can be decided by my will alone. What do you mean? Gu Chil was just about to argue back when from the entrance to the 3rd floor, which had been quiet until now, someone's voice rang out. Well, this is unexpected. I didn't think you'd still be here. Both Gu Chil and I turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a tall young man, looking a year or 2 older than me, with a handsome and refined expression. That guy, even if this was the past, that face wasn't one I could ever forget. Ma Cholu, what? Did I grow another head or something? That's not what I meant. The heavenly demon cult had countless clans, but only members of the blood dragon demonic clan wore robes emblazoned with such a flashy red dragon. Why is he suddenly showing up? Wait, now that I think about it, yeah, he had been one of the participants in this gathering, hadn't he? I raised my hand in a mock greeting, throwing the usual jab his way. Where's Young-hee? You came out alone. Again with that crap? I told you, I don't have a little sister named Young-hee. Honestly, I was the only one on the entire Central Plains who got that joke, but I still tossed that line every time I saw Ma Cholu. So what do you want with me? I thought you got dragged off by your clan too. Looks like you slipped away, huh? HMPH, I'm just here to finish my business and go. SHRRing. The guy who said he'd just finish his business suddenly drew the sword at his waist, then pointed its tip directly at me. I challenge you to a duel. Seriously, just like that? Chapter 4. First young master Jin Yeomyung, 2. There was no doubt that Ma Cholu and I were entangled in quite a persistent and nasty fate. Not only during our youth. Even when I held the position of inner administrator, that guy was one of the rising elders of the cult's progressive faction and constantly opposed me as a political rival. However, he had never shown up so suddenly and without any sense of decorum like this. This kind of situation never happened in the past, though. I was a bit dumbfounded by the future veering off course right from the beginning. But after a bit of thought, the answer came to me immediately. Ah, it must be because of father. In my previous life, I hadn't properly informed Jin Gunak about the exchange ceremony with the young cult leader, which led to me getting beaten to a pulp and dragged back to the main family. But in this life, I'd already overcome that crisis, so this unexpected fork in the road was one I'd never encountered before. No, fork or whatever is that guy suddenly pointing a sword at me? Shall I kill him, young master? In an instant, Gu Chil stepped in front of me and exuded murderous intent. But I grabbed Gu Chil's shoulder and shoved him aside. Put away your killing intent and stand down. But don't you realize things will only get more complicated if you step in? Gu Chil, who usually came across as a bit of a fool, was my servant. But in truth, his identity was that of a former top-class assassin, once known by the epithets white-faced human slayer and doom-wielding ghost commander. In other words, he served as both my servant and bodyguard. There are probably guards from the Ma clan nearby as well. If you make a move, they'll act too. Then this won't just be between me and him, it'll turn into a full-on conflict between our two clans. If you understand, then stay still. I'll handle this. Only after I said that did Gu Chil quietly step back, but his eyes were still burning with the will to intervene at any moment. I stepped forward toward Ma Cholu. Every second should be spent carefully planning the future. Wasting time on a guy like this was far too inefficient. Hey, friend, I was just teasing a bit. Did that really make you mad enough to draw a sword? Since when were you my friend? Although 6 great families existed at the peak of the heavenly demon cult under the name of the 6 great demonic clans, that didn't mean they were all on friendly terms. For example, the Jin clan of demonic heaven, to which I belonged, had a close relationship with the hidden Shadow Bright clan. Whereas Ma Cholu's blood dragon demonic clan was one we were constantly at each other's throats, with just about ready to devour one another. And I didn't challenge you to a martial duel because of something so petty. I am not that narrow-minded. Yeah, right. The ones who say that kind of thing are usually the most petty. You haven't forgotten that personal duels between members of the 6 clans are forbidden, have you? Of course not. But every rule has exceptions. Exceptions, huh? There were 3 exceptions that allowed duels between members of the 6 clans. 1, when the fate of the family was on the line. 2, when an official martial arts tournament was held by the cult. And the last one, this is because of the young cult leader, isn't it? That's right, when it came to matters related to the Chen clan. Only then did I fully understand why Ma Cholu was acting like this. There's only one thing I want. If you lose in our duel, I want you to give up on the exchange ceremony with the young cult leader. Instead of replying, I paused to think. So that's why this bastard came to the banquet in the first place. In fact, things had gone wrong in my previous life. That's right, wasn't that guy's younger brother one of the candidates for this exchange ceremony? I was pretty sure his name was Ma Jin Yeomyung. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Tusk, things don't seem so great in the Ma clan either. Maybe even worse than us. Despite his clan's internal situation, this guy was surprisingly affectionate. Unlike me, who already knew I'd be rejected by everyone, This guy who didn't know must have been doing everything he could to match his brother with Chinura. Still, his personal reasons had nothing to do with me. And why should I go along with your selfish demands? As if he had been waiting for that, Ma Cholu put on a deliberately fake smile. HMPH, so Yura backing down? How dare that bastard? Gu Chill again emitted killing intent from behind, but I raised a hand to stop him. I wasn't some amateur who'd get provoked by something so trivial. I too smirked at Ma Cholu and threw back my own provocation. If you've got nothing to be afraid of, why not compete fairly? Why pull underhanded stunts like this? Or is that all your precious brother's skills and character amount to? You son of a bitch. Sure enough, with just a little provocation, the young Ma Cholu flew into a rage. Well, he was still in his adolescence, after a leave-in if he was a direct descendant of one of the 6 clans. With a powerful backing like his stormy, rebellious phase would probably last longer. There was no way he could endure this kind of provocation. I can guess why he's acting like this. Unlike Ma Cholu, who would become the head of the Ma clan in the future, his younger brother Ma Jin Yeomyung never really stood out. In fact, it heard that Ma Jin Yeomyung's talent was so poor that he could barely be considered a direct descendant of the Ma clan. Most critically, under the tacit approval of the clan head, the Ma clan was one of the worst when it came to brutal power struggles between siblings. This entire conflict was just Ma Cholu's youthful desperation to create a future for his cherished younger brother. But that didn't mean I had any obligation to comply. Stop wasting your time and go, unless you want a childish scuffle to blow up into a war between adults. GRRR, don't you dare look down on me, Jin Yeomyung. Perhaps genuinely enraged, Ma Cholu forgot his original purpose and began to charge at me. Ah, for crying out loud. If even one of us got injured here, things wouldn't just end quietly. Since we were both direct descendants of the 6 clans, it could seriously lead to all-out war between families. Damn it. Why do I have to fight a pointless battle that gains me nothing? I waved my hand at Gu Chill, signaling for him to back off. Don't you dare step in, young master, but you don't even know martial arts. What are you going to do? What else? I'm going to subdue him, subdue him. And the rest of you hiding back there, stay put as well. I shouted toward Ma Cholu's hidden escorts, then leapt into his offensive assault. Well then, time to shake off some rust. My emotions settled and my senses awakened. Even though I had reincarnated into the world of Murim, I had deliberately refrained from awakening my body's potential. As the saying goes, a needle cannot be hidden in a sack. If word got out that I had talent, it would only get in the way of living the carefree life I wanted. But now, things were different. You bastard! A faint red glow emanated from Ma Cholu's sword. That's the well-honed blood flow demonic spirit sword art. It was the Ma clan's Prydia top-class sword art consisting of 7 primary forms and 42 variations. In terms of depth, it could even be compared to the sword arts of Wudang or Mount Hua in the Central Plains without falling short. If it were the sword of Ma Cholu, the future head of the Ma clan, I wouldn't stand a chance about this is the sword of the teenage Ma Cholu. That's a whole different story. We were roughly 20 years before the final moment of my past life, so the sword techniques of this current Ma Cholu posed no real threat to me now that I had awakened my senses. Shashashak. Brilliant red arcs blurred my vision. However, I can see it. As if time had slowed, I immediately read the path of Ma Cholu's slashing sword. Tup! I reached out and caught the blade, which had been tracing a menacing arc with just 2 fingers. Gah, why you insane bastard? Ma Cholu was appalled. When I boldly reached out to his strike, he had assumed my wrist would be sliced off. He never imagined it'd actually catch the blade, catching a sword with bare hands. A shocked voice echoed from behind, likely one of Ma Cholu's hidden bodyguards. Before they could step in, I rushed straight into Ma Cholu's chest and struck his demonic vein. With just one blow, Ma Cholu's pressure point was subdued, and he dropped his sword in agony. Gook! Ka! His face contorted in humiliation. Forget the pain being subdued barehanded by a boy his own age, and from a rival clan's successor, no less, was an extreme disgrace. But I had no intention of sparing Ma Cholu's pride. What a damn nuisance. With that, my right foot delivered a finishing blow aimed directly at Ma Cholu's lower region. Thunk! KKGH. For a brief instant, I saw the blood vessels burst in Ma Cholu's eyes. Thud! Just as that pain was about to reach his brain, one of his bodyguards finally intervened. Thanks to that, Ma Cholu was able to pass out before he could even process the agony. What in the world was that? Gu Chil genuinely debated whether what he had just witnessed was real or some kind of hallucination. Just yesterday, this first young master who avoided martial arts like the plague had suddenly displayed such overwhelming prowess. HMPH. Whether Gu Chil was stunned or not, I waved a hand at the guard supporting Ma Cholu. Take him. Thank goodness there were no witnesses. Just then, two masked figures clad in blood-red martial robes dropped down from the ceiling. They looked at me with newfound eyes as they tended to the unconscious Ma Cholu. One of them cupped his fist toward me. Thank you for resolving this matter peacefully, young master. No need for thanks. Once he wakes up, he's going to go berserk. You'd better be ready for that. Understood. You really better be ready. You wouldn't want to see what happens if I start talking. Oh, one last thing. I don't think anything's broken. I did hold back a bit. I couldn't see his face behind the mask, but for some reason, I could just feel that his expression was horribly twisted. After all, if the Jin clan ended up blocking the Ma clan's heir from producing an heir of his own, that'd be a big problem, wouldn't it? It'd definitely have to prevent that, right? South of Gansu province, nestled in the 10,000 Great Mountains, was the headquarters of the heavenly demon cult, most powerful singular force in all of the Central Plains, composed of 5 great divisions, 9 sectors, 17 halls, and 34 martial units. Just within the main stronghold alone, the cult housed a total population of 200. Of these, 70 were combat-capable warriors. When you included followers stationed in branch outposts and secret strongholds, Biji, throughout the Central Plains, the total number of adherents surpassed 500. This enormous faction was none other than the heavenly demon cult. The ruling elite of this cult was comprised of 7 families in total. There was the Qin clan, direct descendants of the first heavenly demon, revered as divine beings and the object of worship for all cult followers, and the 6 great demonic clans, founded by the 6 disciples of that first heavenly demon collectively known as the 6 great demonic clans. In particular, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the influence of the Qin clan was absolute. Unless something was truly extraordinary, nothing that happened within the mountain escaped their notice. In other words, even a minor incident like the one that had just taken place within the cult's main fortress would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Qin clan in no time. Huff, huff. Within one of the domains of the Qin clan Lesser Demon Hall, the residence of the young cult leader. In this vast place resembling an inner fortress, a young girl was violently swinging her sword. She was at that delicate age, just barely shedding the innocence of childhood and beginning to reveal signs of maturity. Had anyone witnessed the black sword aura rippling from the blade in her hands, they would have surely been struck dumb with disbelief. Young cult leader. The girl, called the young cult leader, was Chinura. When a subordinate suddenly appeared from thin air, she calmly withdrew her sword. What is it? Well, the subordinate cautiously relayed a piece of freshly acquired intelligence to her young mistress. Jin Yeomyung of the Jin clan defeated Ma Cholu of the Ma clan in a single blow, with his bare hands? Yes, according to the report from the Divine Ghost Unit. Chinura wiped the sweat from her brow with a silk cloth, her expression darkening. And why are you reporting this to me? Her subordinate began to sweat nervously, sensing her superior's displeasure. Jin Yeomyung of the Jin clan is one of the candidates for the upcoming exchange ceremony. There was an order to keep the young cult leader informed of any recent developments regarding the candidates. A scoff curled at the corner of Chinura's lips. The cult leader is being overly cautious. All the candidates this time are just hollow, showy shells, aren't they? The unexpectedly cynical response left the subordinate momentarily at a loss for words, head lowered in embarrassment. They are all young masters befitting the name of the 6 great clans, of course. She knew better than anyone that those words were nothing more than empty flattery. Fine, whatever. So, this one's name is Jin Yeomyung. Yes, the eldest son of the Asura king. HMPH, I heard he was a discarded child. Guess that wasn't quite true, huh? Ma Cholu gained recognition early on at Thousand Day Pass and made a name for himself among the 6 demonic dragons as a rising prodigy. Even if it's somewhat exaggerated, the fact that such rumors exist at all means enough. I've heard all I need. Chinura waved her hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. Whoever shows up, I have no intention of taking a husband. Young cult leader, that goes against the wishes of the cult leader. I have no desire to be a puppet of the 6 great clans. Chwaak. With a horizontal swing of her sword, black energy surged once again. At the very least, until I complete my martial arts, I won't allow anyone at my side. Assuming a stance, the young girl launched into a technique. It was a sword art that, within the entire heavenly demon cult, was the only one allowed to bear the name of the heaven-slaying demonic sword. Chwajajajak? 6 precise sword traces tore through the walls of the training hall, an attack so refined it was hard to believe it came from someone not yet of age. The subordinate's eyes widened in astonishment. The young cult leader's sword technique has already reached the realm of 6th-form mastery. At this level, she could be considered a master-level martial artist in the Murim world. If gauged purely by her potential, she could very well carry the title of the best under heaven in due time. Heth, who knows? Staring at the wall she had just split apart, Chinura murmured, if someone turns up who can withstand that technique properly, then maybe I wouldn't mind at least having a conversation. But was that even possible? The subordinate could say with confidence, not just among the exchange ceremony candidates, but among all the youths of the heavenly demon cult, no one under the age of 20 could possibly withstand that strike. The subordinate silently offered condolences to the 6 young masters of the 6 great clans, who were clearly headed for an all-too-predictable future. Chapter 5. First young master Jin Yeomyung, 3. Among the 10,000 mountains, 8 peaks boasted the largest territories. These were the 8 demon peaks. Nested within one of those peaks was the main residence of the demonic heavens Jin clan. But to call it a mere residence would be an understatement. It was so vast and majestic that it was more fitting to call it a fortress. Welcome, first young master. Welcome, first young master. As Gu Chil and I reached the entrance of the main residence, a massive gate, towering over 5 jang tall, opened wide, and hundreds of martial artists and servants greeted us. I waved them off casually and passed through the entrance of the fortress. Then a middle-aged man with an impressive goatee rushed toward me. Welcome back, first young master. I hope your outing with your friends went well. Chief Administrator Byok Jisang. He was the one to whom Father, Jin Gunak, had entrusted full authority, a central figure who managed the clan's internal affairs. I purposely gave him a half-hearted smile. Went well, you jest, Chief Byok. As if anything could have gone well when Father came all the way to Mashinru in Mio Fortress and Leo Wado catch me himself. I was only worried for you, first young master. Forget it. I cut him off. Just get me a training chamber. Pardon, a training chamber? His eyes widened like saucers. What was he pretending not to hear me? Did I say something I shouldn't have? But Chief Byok blinked in genuine confusion, as if I truly had said something outrageous. The master's private training chamber is currently being used by the second young master for closed-door training. Even a regular one is fine. Oh, and bring me a few martial arts scrolls from the clan's martial arts repository. I'll tell you which ones. What? You intend to train in martial arts? It wasn't just Chief Byok who reacted in shock. Many around us who had been watching were equally startled. What the hell? Do I look like I'd ask for a training chamber for fun? Quit provoking me before I really lose my temper. My apologies, first young master. Chief Byok quickly bowed his head. No matter how much power he wielded in the clan, I was still the first young master. Especially since the heir to the clan hadn't been officially chosen yet, he couldn't afford to antagonize me carelessly. Sure, I had lived a lazy life, but I wasn't a total delinquent, so my relationships within the clan were still manageable. I relayed a list of martial arts I wanted to learn to Chief Byok through a sound transmission technique. These are what? Is it not possible? Of course not. Unless they are ones the clan leader has marked as forbidden, there is nothing in the demonic heavens Jin clan that the first young master isn't allowed to learn. It's just, Chief Byok tilted his head with an uncertain expression. They might be too weak, perhaps. Even if mastered, those stored in the Jin martial repository won't emit a destructive demonic aura. Weak. Is that what he really thought? I barely managed to hold back the urge to lash out. No, this level is just right. If that's the case, I'll have them delivered immediately. Good. With that, Chief Byok hurried away with quick steps. Gu Chil, who had been looking uneasy this whole time, finally spoke up. Why, young master? What are you planning to do? What do you mean, what am I planning to do? Weren't you listening? You're a 17 years old young master. Starting martial arts training now won't really change you little. I smacked the back of Gu Chil's head, channeling my irritation into the blow. Smack! I glared at him as he bent forward from the impact. Me training in martial arts doesn't mean I am going to toss you off to the ghost-slaying unit, so shut your mouth. Loyalty. Even though the strike must hurt, Gu Chil's eyes sparkled as he stood at attention with a salute. The fact that you're saying crap like that even after watching me deal with Ma Cholu proves you really are Chief Byok's son. Like father, like Santwo-faced through and through. Gu Chil gave a sheepish laugh. Hehe, I only ever think of serving you with utmost devotion, young master, I scoffed. Whatever, just stand guard outside the training chamber. With that, I turned to head toward the chamber. Young master, what now? Why? Are you really trying to train in martial arts again? Unlike before, Gu Chil now looked quite serious. We'd known each other since I was 10. Honestly, he was more like an older brother than a servant. So when possible, I tried to tell him the truth, whether it was about the future or the present. With my hands clasped behind my back, I looked up at the sky and spoke. If I want to pretend I am barely holding on, I figure I need to put in some effort. Excuse me? And to be honest, I am not too confident in seduction, so I want to do everything else I can instead. What did I even know about dating? Gu Chil tilted his head slightly. That expression clearly said, "What the hell are you talking about? Hess." Well, that's all he needed to know. It's not like I expected him to understand anyway. I said no more and turned fully toward the training chamber. The martial arts of the demonic heavens Jin clan focused on fist and palm techniques and the body techniques derived from them. They were destructive and domineering. The clan's martial arts perfectly represented the classic traits of demonic martial arts: overwhelming output to crush opponents with sheer force. The problem is, none of it really suits me. Even in my previous life, when I barely reached first-rate level, I chose to wield a sword rather than follow the clan's martial arts. That hadn't changed now. Flying Heaven Infinite Divine Art, 10 heavenly record demonic swords. The rest of the martial arts included a few supplementary techniques for light movement and support, but the two main ones I had to master were right in front of me. I stared at the secret manuals laid before me, sinking into thought. Will these really be enough? These two martial arts were none other than the ones I had trained in during my past life. Master swore that if I could master these properly, I'd become invincible under the heavens. The master who had taught me these arts had once said so. The 10 heavenly record demonic swords was one of the greatest sword techniques of the cult, rivaling even the heaven-slaying demonic sword of the Chen clan. And the Flying Heaven Infinite Divine Art allowed me to accumulate chi faster than most demonic arts. Yet its stability was comparable to the internal cultivation techniques of orthodox sects. The reason these arts never saw the light of day was, according to my master, because they fell into the hands of the ignorant and backwards Jin clan of the demonic heaven. Well, I had to admit, the ignorant part was kind of true. That was roughly the way the other clans of the 6 great demonic clans viewed the Jin clan anyway. The reason I specifically sought out the secret manuals of the martial arts I had already learned in my past life was simple. Master said the originals were lost, and he could only pass on fragments to me. In other words, the versions I had learned in my past life were incomplete. And now, right before my eyes, were the original, unabridged versions of those techniques. Was it about 4 years from now? The time when the clan's archives burned down? If I remembered correctly, that incident happened not long after I came of age. There had been a massive fire at the main estate. Caused, supposedly, by the negligence of a servant, the fire wasn't extinguished in time and ended up consuming nearly a third of the estate. Eventually, it even reached the martial arts repository, where these manuals had been kept, burning everything to ashes. In the end, Father Jin Gunak, enraged, had the servant and his entire family executed, and replaced everyone involved in the incident. There was no concrete evidence, but many suspected it was no accident. Still, that wasn't relevant right now. The incident hadn't happened yet. What mattered now was that the original manuals, those same ones my master had grieved over, were now in my hands. With these, I can grow far stronger than I ever was in my past life. Thanks to being born into a great clan, I had excellent talent, perception, and ample internal energy. But the clan's martial arts didn't suit me, and my utter lack of motivation meant I missed the critical window to achieve true mastery. That was what always pained Master the most. I hadn't thought much of it in my past life, but now, in hindsight, I felt a twinge of guilt. I looked up at the ceiling of the training chamber. Master, I don't know whether we'll meet again in this life, but I'll become the grandmaster you always dreamed of. 5 years. I was planning to bury myself in this place and train in martial arts for at least 5 years. Sure, you might wonder how I intended to do that when the exchange ceremony with Chinura was still on the horizon. But it was doable. because I was planning to sabotage the exchange ceremony from the start. The day I failed the exchange ceremony, Father locked me up for a year. When that confinement ended, I was stripped of my position as first young master, and the title of young clan leader passed to my younger brother, Jin Yeomyung. It wasn't exactly a pleasant memory, but I planned to make the most of that future. This time, I'll make sure they lock me up for 5 years instead. Even if I were confined, it wasn't like I'd lose access to food, shelter, or freedom within the premises. So I was thinking of dragging out the sentence on purpose. The title of first young master or young clan leader, my little brother could have them for all I cared. The heaven-defying society. Even if they were currently clinging to the main sect like parasites, if I lacked personal strength, it'd hit a wall no matter how many tricks I pulled. Even if it cost me a little now, the right answer was to increase my strength. Apologies, cult leader, but I don't think I'll be able to keep that promise to seduce you. As a fellow human being, I couldn't deny that I had been drawn to Chinura in the past, but love was another matter entirely. I simply didn't have the confidence to pierce through her temperament and the current situation to win her over. It's far easier to train and fulfill the purpose of my reincarnation. My goal in this second life was simple. I would dedicate myself to martial arts for 5 years until I reached a superhuman realm. Then, I would head to the Central Plains and seize all the achievements Han Mubika demonic faction Lord had brought back to the main sect. Along the way, I'd uncover and annihilate the true identity of the heaven-defying society, the very force that had driven the cult to ruin. If I wipe out all the hidden threats to the heavenly demon cult, then even if she becomes the cult leader, her rule won't be shaken. That was when it happened. I am glad. Flinch. For some reason, her final words and expression from that day resurfaced in my mind. But I shook my head forcefully. I can't do anything about that. Unless she turns her back on the cult entirely, she'll never escape the fate of being the young cult leader. In the end, this was the best I could do. Comforting myself with that thought, I slowly opened the first page of the martial arts manual. For some reason, my chest felt a little tight. Half a month passed. Gra-ag, a young man holding a small sword, rolled disgracefully across the floor. Watching him, a woman with sharp features coldly rebuked him. The sword technique from the Pa clan in the last round was better than this. At least that one had some bite to it. The young man, who had been overwhelmed in less than 10 seconds, cried out in disbelief. How can this be? How did you break through the Bihian stealth technique of the main clan so easily? Isn't it obvious? Your skill was just that pathetic. Whack! A lightning-fast kick flew toward him. The last thing So Jeongbang, a direct descendant of the hidden shadow So clan, saw that day was that woman's foot coming at him. Thud! With a single blow, she knocked So Jeongbang unconscious. Then, turning to her attendant standing nearby, she asked, Bion, who's next? The attendant respectfully bowed and replied, Next is Master Ma Cholu of the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan. Looks like we're almost done. Is he the last one? No, there's still Master Jin Yeomyung of the Demonic Heavens Jin Clan. Oh, the one who supposedly defeated the second son of the Ma clan? The woman Chinura clicked her tongue slightly, just as I expected. These guys all have big family names but no substance. I wonder if this Jin Yeomyung will be any different? Hard to say. The expression on the attendant Bion's face subtly changed. That was because among the nobodies Chinura had just insulted, one of them happened to be her cousin. Well, I'll be meeting him soon anyway, so whatever. Let the next one in. I want to finish this quickly and get back to training. Yes, young cult leader. Bion bowed deeply. Chapter 6. Young cult leader exchange ceremony, 1/2 a month. It was a short period of time to achieve something, but it was enough to reflect on myself and examine what I lacked. After that 15-day period of cultivation came to an end, I believe Yao'll do well. Please have faith in me, clan head. Dressed impeccably, I departed from the demonic heavens Jin clan, receiving the honor of a personal send-off from the clan head, Jin Gunak. It was because the young cult leader exchange ceremony was scheduled for today, right at the beginning of the noon hour. I am saying this just in case, but if you disgrace the name of the clan, I will absolutely not let it slide. Of course. The mindset I had full of plans to completely wreck the exchange ceremony was already half dissolved. Leaving behind such a chilling threat, I made my way toward Heavenly Demon Peak, the highest peak of 10,000 mountains, where the Heavenly Demon Hall was located. Perhaps it was because I was taking my time too leisurely, but Gu Chil grew anxious and tried to hurry me along. Why, young master, aren't your steps a bit too slow? Why are you nervous? I am the one meeting the young cult leader. It's because I'm worried. It wasn't just Gu Child. Dozens of the Jin clan's household guards, mobilized to uphold the clan's dignity, all wore similarly uneasy expressions. The clan head said I am the last one in the schedule, so I won't be late even if I take it slow. Even so, you can't take a Chin clan event so lightly. It's fine. I'll deal with the consequences. With that stern reply, I continued at my own pace, admiring the scenery along the way. There was, in fact, a reason for my delay. There's no way shed look favorably on a man who shows up early. I was heading there just to get rejected. Was there any need to be punctual about it? Time passed, and I eventually crossed the entrance to Chin Mabong and arrived at Lesser Demon Hall, where the young cult leader was staying. Go in. Naturally, the eyes of the guardians standing watch at Lesser Demon Hall weren't kind to a latecomer. The moment I stepped into Lesser Demon Hall, crash. The intact entrance of Lesser Demon Hall suddenly exploded before my eyes, splinters of the door flying past me as something was flung out. As far as welcome greetings go, that's pretty aggressive. Gu Chil responded grimly to my remark. That's not a welcome greeting. Yeo-myung just got thrown out. I know, I was joking. My eyes didn't miss the boy who had been flung out with the shattered door. Blood Dragon Demonic Clan. Unless that blood-stained uniform was purely decorative, the boy's crimson martial outfit clearly belonged to the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan, which meant Ma Jin-yoon. It's been a long time. His appearance was more that of a boy than a youth. He looked exactly as I remembered him. Honestly, this would be the last time I ever saw Ma Jin-yoon, so of course he hadn't changed in my memory. Huff huff, still baby-faced, Ma Jin-yoon was drenched in sweat, gripping the blood dragon sword, the symbol of his clan. His eyes were fixed solely on one placing inside the doorway. Well, at least this one's kind of decent. A cheerful female voice rang out from within. At the sound of that voice, my steps faltered. It hadn't even been a month, but already the longing was crushing my chest. Her voice sounded far more lively than it had back then. He's 100 times better than the trash I've seen until now. Can you keep going? Of course, young cult leader. Ma Jin-yoon, eyes blazing, hurled himself back into the doorway. And not long after, the sound of clashing swords rang out violently. I made sure to grumble and put on a deliberately sour expression. Damn, looks like I didn't manage to be late. You can say that in this situation. Ignoring Gu Chil's reproach, I smirked. Whatever. Let's just enjoy the show. As I stepped slowly toward the entrance, I couldn't help but think something's off. Setting aside the longing brought on by reuniting with Chinura, the scene before me felt strange. Ma Jin-yoon was attacking Chinura with everything he had. Judging by how things looked, he couldn't even brush her sleeves, but in my memory, Ma Jin-yoon never charged at her this recklessly. More importantly, what the hell? Was Ma Jin-yoon ever this good? The Ma Jin-yoon I remembered was a dropout who got knocked out by Chinura in one blow and ended up sprawled on the ground in disgrace. I never saw him again after that. But this, what the hell was I looking at? Hayap. He executed the blood flow demonic spirit sword art that Ma Cholu had once shown mate flowed smoothly toward Chinura. The level wasn't far behind that of Ma Cholu. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Chinura genuinely enjoyed herself as she received Ma Jin-yoon's onslaught. A mere 10 seconds passed in a flash. Chinura's counterattacks began to grow increasingly fierce. Huff, huff. But Ma Jin-yoon, already covered in wounds, was reaching his physical limit. What? Don't tell me this is all you've got. RRRGH. Stung by Chinura's light provocation, Ma Jin-yoon gritted his teeth and launched a desperate strike. The form was from the blood flow demonic spirit sword art flying blood bullet form, a sharp thrust hurtling forward. Whoosh! But Ma Jin-yoon, whose stamina had run dry, sliced only air. Chinura didn't miss the opening. She struck his wrist with the back of her sword. With his weapon flying from his hand, she then delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Gah! A pained scream rang in my ears. Young master, are you all right? Servants from the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan, waiting nearby, rushed over to the crumpled Ma Jin-yoon. Him fine. Ma Jin-yoon forced a smile as he tried his best to ease his expression in front of his clan's retainers. From a distance, I watched him with growing interest. He's got considerable martial talent. Known fact, considering his age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a genius. Even when his stamina was depleted, the sharpness of his sword never dulled. Though his speed had dropped, the edge of his blade remained unshaken. In other words, Ma Jin-yoon's focus surpassed the limits of ordinary men. So why didn't someone like him ever stand out? No, wait, in my past life, didn't he get humiliated without even being able to resist? That was when Jin Yeomyung, Ma Cholu, spotted me and for some reason began glaring at me with outright hostility. Huh. He sprang to his feet, his face openly twisted in enmity as he marched toward me. What is this? I hadn't even exchanged a single word with him in this life, had I? Ma Cholu shouted toward me as I stood there, bewildered. I will never lose to you. Throwing that line at me with a fiery gaze, Ma Cholu turned sharply back around and returned to Chinura. Whether I was dumbfounded or not, the guy grabbed his sword in reverse grip and bowed politely to Chinura. It was an honor to witness your skill, young cult leader. Chinura nodded in response to his respectful farewell. I hope you've progressed further the next time we cross swords. Ah, thank you very much. It seemed that Ma Cholu in this life had earned her approval. If memory served, no one had ever made it to a second encounter with her before. You don't seem to have any internal injuries, but you've got some visible ones. Go to the medicine hall for treatment. Thank you for your concern, young cult leader. With a respectful fist salute, Ma Cholu left Lesser Demon Hall alongside his retainers. Even as he exited, he didn't stop glaring daggers at me. What the hell is that about? Had I done something to incur his grudge in this life? I scratched the back of my head, deep in thought. Or at least I was about to buntle so Yurei the last one. A chilling voice struck me from behind. Jin Yeomyung of the demonic heavens Jin clan. I've been waiting so long for you. Waiting for me. In that instant, an unexplainable sense of dread swept over my entire body. Chinura's expression was filled with satisfaction. That little brat from the Ma clan earlier was quite decent. She smiled ominously as she continued. But you, the one who supposedly took down Ma Cholu in a single blow, your skills seem even more promising. Ah, shit. So that was the reason. That explained Ma Cholu's hostility toward me. Why he put up such a fight in this ceremony, so unlike the past. And why Chinura was now looking at me like that. The incident with Ma Cholu, whom I faced right after reincarnating, had triggered a butterfly effect and exploded in full force. If you fail to meet my expectations, SRRRNG, then I think I'll be very disappointed in you. Oh, come on, seriously? I scowled at the bloodlust emanating from directly ahead. God damn it. My original plan had been to pretend to put up a fight and then lose, just like Ma Cholu did moments ago. But somehow, the fact that I had taken down Ma Cholu had reached Chinura's ears. And thanks to that, her expectations of me had inflated severalfold. If I half-as a loss now, she might see right through me. But if I put on a half-decent match, it'd immediately catch her interest. Neither outcome was what I wanted. That bastard Ma Cholu's been nothing but a liability in my life. I cursed my past self from just a little while ago. Honestly, if I were still in my days as inner administrator, I would've seen this outcome coming. I'd gotten through the post-reincarnation crisis with my father too easily, and now it seemed the reins of tension in my heart had loosened just a little too much. There's no need to delay any further. Ready your stance. Wait a moment. I frantically searched for a way to get out of this situation. No matter what, I've got to do everything I can to delay losing, just like Ma Cholu did earlier. The only silver lining was that, thanks to the change in history, Chinura had shown Ma Cholu some favor. If I showed myself to be weaker than him, even if I got scolded a little, her attention might shift toward him instead of me. Toward Ma Cholu? For a moment, my thoughts hit a brief snag. Then, as something seemed to click in my head, I forced a smile and reached out toward the servant girl beside me. Lady Sa, may I borrow your sword for a moment? The expression of the servant id addressed as Lady Sa twisted ever so slightly. Though she wore the garb of a servant, she was actually from the Black Gold Sa clan, one of the 6 great demonic clans. Naturally, she carried a sword. Without replying, she turned her head toward Chinura. Chinura asked me with a curious expression, "Does the Jin clan use swords?" "Yes, I am not really suited for fistfights." "And yet you came here without bringing a sword?" I could see the spark of irritation begin to surface in her expression. Well, since it had come to this, I decided to go all in and act shamelessly. Isn't this ultimately a place for exchange? I wasn't told we'd be exchanging swords rather than words. Her eyes narrowed. Logically, I wasn't wrong. But still, shouldn't I have at least looked into the temperament of the person I'd be exchanging with? "Beon, lend that man your sword." "Yes, young cult leader." She bowed politely and unbuckled the sword from her waist, tossing it to me. "I've gone this far for you. I trust you'll show a level of skill that pleases me. I'll do my best." I slowly drew the blade from its sheath and raised it into a ready stance. Man, at times like this, I really do think it would have been better to be born into a righteous sect. This was the problem with the demonic cult. Even when you try to settle something with words, no one questions it when it turns into violence instead. What kind of exchange is this? It's basically a duel. Flash. Just then, as if to snap me out of my idle thoughts, Cheon Yura's blade came slashing toward my forehead with enough force to split it open. Are you insane? Not my shoulder, not my arm. She went straight for my head from the very start. Her sword barely grazed past my forehead. If I hadn't sharpened my senses, my skull would have been pierced in a single strike. I shouted at her with a voice full of indignation. Why are you going for a killing blow right from the start? She didn't do this to Ma Jin-yoon. Cheon Yura answered nonchalantly. You dodged well. Since I have high expectations, I have to start at this level. You insane woman. Crack, it slipped out reflexively. I gasped and tried to take it back, but a thick vein was already bulging on her forehead. Insane woman? Ah, not that is, I meant. Fine, then try taking this insane woman's sword. Cheon Yura, clearly furious, began striking at me mercilessly. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the entire hall rang with the sound of colliding blades. Her technique was on another level, far more precise than Ma Cholu's had ever been. Though she wasn't releasing sword chi, she was launching an unrelenting series of deadly attacks that left no room for mercy. Damn it. At this rate, I can't even pretend to lose at the right time. Every single strike was meant to kill. If I misjudged and let my guard down even slightly, it'd be skewered and sent to the afterlife. She slashed at me like a demon for a full 30 seconds before suddenly pulling back. Huff huff, I sucked in air desperately, catching my breath. Barely blocked all that, but why had she backed off all of a sudden? As I thought. Her words hit me with a coldness sharper than the blades of the North Sea's eternal snows. My instincts weren't wrong. And then came a blow worse than any strike from her sword. You've been hiding your skills, haven't you? Chapter 7. Young Cult Leader Exchange Ceremony. 2. You're hiding your true strength, aren't you, you bastard? The moment those words came out, my heart, which had barely managed to calm down, started pounding madly once more. I am giving it my all, though. If you're really going all out, how could you take my killing strike like that without even a scratch? And not a single counterattack? Ah, only then did I realize the mistake I had made. I had been so focused on defending against her killing strike that I inadvertently blocked it too perfectly, even deflecting her sword entirely. Cheon Yura's anger was gradually turning into killing intent. How dare you deceive me by not using your full strength? I desperately tried to explain myself. That's not it. It's just that your offense was so intense, I couldn't find the chance to mount a counterattack. Don't spew nonsense. Cheon Yura once again charged at me with her sword raised. Surprisingly, this time she didn't use a killing strike, but applied a standard sword technique, scattering a flurry of sword attacks. Her offensive is softer than before. At this level, this time, I shifted into an offensive stance and began countering her strikes. If I keep this offense-defense exchange going, I should be able to naturally lose without suspicion. Earlier, I had been too focused on defense because she was relentlessly aggressive. But now that I was unfolding offensive techniques, she would surely begin to notice the immaturity in my attacks. There's no way she would miss such an opening, and once she did, it would naturally lead to my defeat. Hayap, I honestly deployed the first form of the 10 heavenly record demonic sword, Heaven Flaming Flow. A single strike combining a feint and a true attack, mimicking the flickering flow of fire. Against a novice, this flow would confuse them and land successfully. But to an expert, it's nothing but an enticing bait. Come on, counter it. Sure enough, Cheon Yura smoothly deployed a flowing sword move and deflected my attack with ease. Then, just like she had done against Ma Jin-yoon earlier, she immediately countered toward my wrist F-whoosh. I paused for a fraction of a second. From the tip of Cheon Yura's sword surging toward my wrist, black energy was streaming out in tendrils. Wait, no way, sword chi? No, this crazy woman. At this rate, she was going to sever my wrist. She had only used the back of her blade against Ma Jin-yoon, but now she was using sword chi against me? I frantically altered my technique. This insane woman seriously intended to cut off my wrist. Clang. With a harsh metallic clang, my body was flung backward. Of course, it was taking a direct hit from sword chi, even if blocked, would naturally send me flying. Gook! A wrenching feeling twisted through my gut as bile surged up my throat. If I had made one wrong move, I might vomited everything I'd eaten that morning. Cough, cough, hack, as I clutched my chest, struggling to calm my overturned stomach as I thought. Chin Yura slowly approached me. You were hiding your strength, planning to fake a loss. What? A chilling coldness pressed down against my skin. How dare you? Wing, you think you can deceive me? Chin Yura looked down on me with a voice colder than death itself. From past experience, I could tell she had reached the peak of her fury. Damn it. My whole plan had completely unraveled. That sword chi from earlier wasn't just a casual strike, it had been her way of testing my true intentions, and id walked right into her trap. In this state, Chin Yura really might try to kill me. Young master. Outside the arena, Gu Chil tried to rush in after watching the situation unfold. Please stop. But before he could, Sibling stood in his path. Step aside. Anyone not invited to this exchange duel cannot interfere. Infuriated, Gu Chil began to emanate a wave of murderous intent toward her. No matter how prestigious her family was, if she wasn't at young cult leader level, there's no way she could survive if a top-class assassin from the Divine Ghost unit charged her. But this was the lesser demon hall. Immediately, the experts from the law enforcement court surrounded Gu Chil and suppressed his killing intent. KHKGHHK. As Gu Chil's head was about to be taken, I urgently shouted out, "Stop, Gu Chil, young master, this is something I must resolve. Don't ever interfere." Using my sword as a cane, I slowly stood back up. Oh. At that, Chin Yura let out a cold laugh. Finally decided to get serious? I replied with a blank expression, I have never not been serious. This bastard, even to the end. An overwhelming surge of aura erupted from Chin Yura's entire body. But I truly wasn't lying. I had never been anything but serious. It was just that my seriousness hadn't been directed toward winning. If you wish to deceive me so badly, then I'll grant your wish and kill you. Whoosh, sword chi gathered once more on Chin Yura's blade. I, too, adjusted my stance to respond to her formation. I focused everything on Chin Yura's sword. If I can't block that, I'll really die. SHFF, as she slowly drew her sword horizontally, a surprising thing happened. At a trail of afterimages flowed from her sword's path. This meant that she was truly enraged, and it was no different from a signal that she fully intended to kill her opponent. Heaven-slaying demonic sword. The moment I recognized the identity of that sword technique, my grip on my sword tightened instinctively. Of course, it couldn't compare to the peak of her prime when she wielded 12 different unique swords. But even so, this was still the technique hailed as the strongest sword style of the demonic faction. Chin Yura quietly called out the name of the technique. Six Spirit Demonic Path. Here it comes. Chin Yura's sword drew 6 separate trajectories through the air. It was proof that her mastery had not even reached minor completion, let alone great completion. But even so, that didn't mean I was capable of confronting it head-on in my current state. I have to either evade or redirect it no matter what. 6 strands of sword chi shot toward me, sealing off every possible direction of retreat. If I held anything back, I would die. The moment that thought flashed through my mind, I responded with my own surge of sword chi. In my past life, just reaching the verge of being a first-rate martial artist wouldn't have been enough to pull this off, but this wasn't my first life. Whoosh, young master, he, Gu Chil and Sibling, who had been watching from the sidelines, gasped in shock. But I didn't have time to listen to their reactions. My arms and legs were already moving instinctively to preserve my life. Hoo-ha, clang, 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 clang. Desperately, I blocked, evaded, and twisted my body to deflect the attacks. No matter how vicious a technique may be, if you can withstand it head-on, a path to survival will always open. Some of the sword chi I couldn't fully deflect grazed my body, drawing blood, but in the end, I managed to block Chin Yura's assault with all my limbs still intact. I blocked it. I cried out in triumph, thrilled that I had successfully fended off all 6 strands of sword chi. What do you mean, blocked? Slash. A black pillar in a completely different level from the previous sword shot straight at my throat. No way. I stared blankly at that black pillar of energy, at the chi projection. No matter how much of my former instincts I had awakened, I couldn't dodge this. Damn it. Chi projection at the age of 18. I already knew that Chin Yura at this point in time had surpassed the master level, but still thighs was just too much. I sensed the end of my 3rd life approaching and closed my eyes. And just like that, the sound of my head being sliced off never came. Ho ho ho. Was I hearing things? The voice of a middle-aged man laughing echoed in my ears. You got a bit too heated there, Yura. Were you trying to bring down the entire cult? That's not an illusion. Still with my eyes closed, I instinctively tightened the muscles in my neck. They responded, which meant me head was still attached. Realizing that, I slowly opened my eyes. That was close, junior brother. And what I saw upon opening them was the side profile of a middle-aged man who had blocked Chinura's chi projection with a single finger. Cold sweat poured down my back. I must really been on the verge of death. Am I alive? Swallowing hard, I looked at the figure before me. He wore a black long robe adorned with ornate cloud patterns, and between them, a black dragon ascending toward the heavens. That robe, akin to the dragon robe of a Central Plains emperor, was a special garment allowed to only one person in the entire heavenly demon cult. Only then did I recognize who it was. Startled, I dropped into a proper stance and knelt on one knee. Heavenly demon descends, all demons prosper. I pay respects to the true supreme one of the cult. The one who had saved me from Chinura's chi projection was a man of tremendous status. No, had to be. He was the 28th leader of the heavenly demon cult, the current grandmaster of the demonic faction. Only the third in over 1,000 years of cult history to earn the title of Supreme One. Heavenly Demon, Chin Tijang, he nodded slightly in response to my salute. Yes, junior brother of the Jin clan. This is our first time meeting face to face, isn't it? Why yes, that's correct. Across both past and present lives, I had never spoken this closely with the heavenly demon. Although I don't dare accept the title of junior brother. Please feel free to address me however you wish. Haha, such a stiff fellow. The cult leader turned his gaze toward Chinura. How long do you plan to keep that chi projection active? Ah. Only then did Chinura come to her senses and withdraw her energy. Still, to block the chi projection of the heavenly demon divine art said, to be the mightiest power under the heavens with, just one finger he truly hadn't earned the title of heavenly demon for nothing. At any rate, as the situation began to settle down, the cult leader sternly reprimanded Chinura. You nearly started a civil war within the cult today. That's. Chinura stammered, clearly flustered, but the cult leader continued without pause. If the Chin clan and Jin clan were to clash, their supporters would inevitably join in, and the cult would lose a quarter of its total strength. And then, wouldn't the Murim Alliance come storming into 10,000 Mountain, thinking this was their chance? Well, he was exaggerating a bit. It wasn't like the Asura king, Jin Gunak, would declare war just because his child lost their head. Of course, it probably didn't sound like that to Chinura, who was on the receiving end of the scolding. In the end, your actions today nearly brought the cult to ruin. Chinura's figure trembled with rage and shame. Apologize. At the very least, since this is a mess that can still be cleaned up, you should take responsibility yourself. No matter how similar their clan statuses might be, she was still the young cult leader. In this cult of strength, the heavenly demon cult, it was unthinkable for a strong one to bow to a weaker one. But the heavenly demon was the one person who held the authority to make the unthinkable happen. This. Chinura's eyes, brimming with humiliation and shame, turned toward me. I'm sorry. Not at all, young cult leader. Wow, I really just got an apology from heartless demonic Empress Chinura. Of course, it went without saying there wasn't an ounce of sincerity in that apology. Behind those humiliated eyes, a fury burned so intensely, it looked like she wanted to devour me whole. That attitude of reflection, I like it. Whether he noticed that seething rage or not, the cult leader seemed quite satisfied with her apology. But the fact remains that junior brother's life was in danger. Naturally, a simple apology isn't enough. See, cult leader? To make up for the disgrace you showed in today's exchange duel, wouldn't it make sense to continue seeing each other regularly? What kind of bullshit is that? Both I and Chinura were so dumbfounded, we could only open and close our mouths silently. Then the cult leader turned his head to look at me. The Jin clan has raised their successor well. What's your name, junior brother? I quickly knelt again and lowered my head in respect. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Jin Yeomyung, first son of the demonic heavens Jin clan, cult leader. Good. For some reason, though, I couldn't begin to guess why the cult leader seemed to be in a very good mood. He looked at me and asked, I must say, now I am curious. Why would someone with your level of talent show up in a place like this? My tongue froze mid-sentence as I reflexively tried to answer. Talent? Don't tell me this man was watching the duel between me and Chinura from the very beginning. Damn it, this old man, I am humbled by your praise, cult leader. I simply answered the call to fulfill my duty as the first son of the Jin clan. As the eldest son, wouldn't that make you the young clan head? You're not telling me you don't know the laws of the cult, are you? According to the cult's laws, The heads and junior heads of the 6 great demonic clancer, those designated as their successors, were forbidden from becoming the spouse of the cult leader or young cult leader. It was a law enacted to prevent power from concentrating too heavily in one faction. I lack the talent for that position, so the role of young clan head has already been designated to my younger brother. Lack the talent, you say? The cult leader blinked slowly. Yeah, I'd probably react the same way if I saw someone under 20 wield sword chi and then heard them say they were lacking in talent. Haha, yes, lack of talent, I see, I understand completely. Yet for some reason, the cult leader didn't pry further into that statement. Instead, with a mischievous smile, he asked me this. Surely you didn't fall for our Yura enough to give up your position as clan head, did you? Are you insane? Chapter 8, Older Brother and Younger Brother, 1. I almost blurted out something purely on instinct. Fortunately, my rationality kicked in just in time to swallow the words back down. If I had actually said them, my head would have been lopped off right then and there. I responded to that question with silence. I mean, seriously, how could I fall for someone who had just threatened to cut off my head with chi projection? Any remaining affection was pretty much obliterated on the spot. Just then, Yeon, who had been watching from a distance, stepped forward and knelt down. I greet the cult leader. Yes, Yeon. You've worked hard as always, supporting Yura. It is only my duty as a cult member. As someone close to the young cult leader, she naturally had some acquaintance with the cult leader as well. The cult leader's gaze turned back to me. So you're saying you're not the young master of the Jin clan? Yes, that's correct. I only came here to fulfill my duty. Duty. A duty, is it? For some reason, I felt uneasy watching the cult leader smile in apparent satisfaction. Wait a second, why do I feel killing intent? Suddenly, a familiar sense of killing intent pierced my skin. Its source was none other than Chinura. Why is she glaring at me like that? Could she be mad that I indirectly told her I wasn't interested in her? But she was the one who tried to sabotage this meeting too. While I was staring at her in disbelief, the cult leader stroked his short beard and spoke again. If you came to fulfill a duty, then you should carry it out to the end. Yes, of course, pardon. My mouth, which had reflexively started to reply, came to a halt. What did he just say? What do you think? Regardless of her position as the young cult leader, this exchange between members of the Qin and Jin clans is a highly important matter from the leadership's perspective. Of course, cult leader. Grit. Wait, why is she grinding her teeth while agreeing? She's even smiling while doing it. I think I finally understand what it means to smile while being furious. It's settled then. Clap. I'll inform the Jin clan once the next exchange is scheduled. I hope to see you getting along well with our Yura next time too. Why aren't you answering? Why, yes, understood. In the heavenly demon cult, the words of the heavenly demon were absolute commands. Which meant one thing, I am screwed. The plan I had to enter closed-door training for 5 years to focus on martial arts shattered right from the start. So, the heavenly demon who had simultaneously saved my life and thrown my plans into the trash left behind one last remark. Ho, it's been a while. I should go have a drink with that Jin brat. And then he vanished. Now, in the lingering awkwardness of his absence, Yura was simply glaring at me. I let out a sound, unsure how to deal with her. Honestly, my feelings were a mess. I had ignored the final request of Yura, the cult leader, and instead tried to help her in another way. But that plan had been crushed from the start, and the bond I had tried to avoid was now showing signs of continuing bait in a strange form. Hey, in the middle of this chaotic situation, Chinura, whom I thought would remain silent to the end, suddenly spoke to me. Yes, young cult leader. I responded calmly to her words. I want to apologize personally. After all, it's true that you deceived me. Typical of her prideful personality. But rather than the content of her words, I was more surprised by the fact that she said anything resembling an apology. Normally, she wouldn't have even said this much. She bit her lips slightly, then let out a quiet sigh. I get it, you don't like me. That's probably why you pulled that stunt. Still, with the cult leader's command, even if we have no choice but to continue this exchange, excuse me, I raised my hand to interrupt her. Then I said, I don't dislike you, though. What? I don't dislike you, young cult leader. Actually, I choked up, unable to finish the sentence. Rather what? After hesitating for a long while, I averted my eyes and mumbled, I rather like you. Of course, I mean in a platonic sense. Please don't misunderstand. Platonic, her expression grew more and more bizarre, and I quickly cleared my throat to get things back on track. Anyway, I regret what happened today. My actions had nothing to do with you. Young cult leader Thee were driven by personal reasons. Things have gone a bit strange now, but I see. Chinura trailed off. Something about her expression hinted at relief, and that made me feel oddly conflicted. Still, she seemed to have calmed down, so I took the chance to retreat from the scene. Well then, young cult leader, I'll see you again if the opportunity arises. Wait. What now? Just as I was about to turn away, she stopped me. Don't call me young cult leader. Don't forget the purpose of this exchange. While the exchange is in effect, you and I are to shed our original positions and stand on equal footing. Then how should I address you? Well, I don't know. At my counter-question, Chinura stammered, unable to find a proper response. Honestly, just a little her flustered look was kind of cute. Without realizing it, I ended up using the same form of address I had uttered not long ago when speaking to the cult leader. Then, I'll call you Lady Chinura. As if that term was unbearably embarrassing, Chinura's face immediately turned bright red. Sabion, who had been quietly observing from the side, let out a small gasp of admiration. Oh my. That conversation marked the end of the exchange event. I slipped out of the Lesser Demon Hall as if fleeing and made my way home. Whatever thoughts were left behind in the minds of the others no longer concerned me. You were amazing, young master. Absolutely amazing. Gu Chil fussed excitedly beside me the entire way back. Well, I guess. I responded with a hollow voice. Honestly, my grand plan had just gone up in smoke, and I was left temporarily deflated. The clan head will be delighted. That brat from the Ma clan may have survived, but you received the recognition of the heavenly demon himself. Gu Chil was genuinely overjoyed, as if this had happened to him, not me. And yet, despite everyone's congratulations, my thoughts were tangled in a mess. What do I do now? With things turned out like this, closed-door training was no longer an option. Of course, that didn't mean I planned to neglect training, but the results were bound to fall short of what I had originally hoped for. More importantly, through these continued exchanges, I would have to build a new relationship with her, something that hadn't existed in my previous life. That was the most burdensome part for me. Should I just enter the 1,000-day pass? I sighed and shook my head. Let's just rest for now and think about it later. Still, the exchange had wrapped up relatively smoothly, which meant Jin Gunak wouldn't have any reason to bother me for the time being. If I could handle my interactions with the young cult leader well, I'd have more freedom to move around without worrying about my family watching my every step. Just as I consoled myself with those thoughts and passed the gates of the Jin clan, an unexpected person stood waiting to greet my return. So you're finally back, brother. A tall, strapping figure with a body packed with muscle, a whole head taller than me. It was hard to believe he was only 16 years old. Regardless, in terms of lineage, he was my younger brother. Yeomyung, can't you tell just by looking? Jin Yeomyung, the second son of the demonic heavens Jin clan, snorted and cocked his head. I heard you were in closed-door training. It ended today. Is that so? Then what's the occasion? Why did you come out to greet me? Truthfully, the relationship between us wasn't all that good. To be honest, we looked so different that it was hard to believe we came from the same mother. What's sad is that the one who truly fits the Jin clan isn't mates him. There were even rumors that the first and second sons had been switched at birth. Once those rumors reached his ears, Jin Yeomyung developed a deep inferiority complex about being the second son. On top of that, since Eidspite being the eldest Thad never contributed much to the clan and had neglected my martial arts, his view of me probably wasn't far from how one might look at an insect. You were training in the cultivation room until you went to meet the young cult leader, right? So what? Don't tell me now you're eyeing the young clan head's seat. So that's what this was really about. I had wondered why someone who disliked me would come all the way out to greet me at the gate. You're not ignorant of the clan's laws, are you? HMPH, you're the eldest son. You could end things with the young cult leader at any time. Don't think I don't know that. For someone built like a bear, he sure had a sharp mind. No matter how lazy I acted, I was still the firstborn. He must have thought he'd never beat me to the succession unless he seized the right opportunity. I don't recognize you as the successor to this clan. He glared down at me, eyes wide. You don't belong in the demonic heavens Jin clan. I had to resist the urge to nod in agreement. If someone were to line up me and Jin Yeomyung on either side of our father, the Asura king Jin Gunak, and ask who the rightful successor was, 100 out of 100 would pointed to Jin Yeomyung. I accepted that in my past life and handed the clan over to you. And frankly, if my connection with Chinura continued, he would likely still inherit the clan in this life as well. The only issue was, should I really allow someone who holds such hostility toward me to become clan head again? In my past life, I stayed out of clan affairs until I became the inner administrator, so we had little reason to clash. But in this life, where I plan to be more active, Jin Yeomyung could be a dangerous variable. That's when young Master Yeomyung, you've gone too far. Gu Chil, still elated from the results of the exchange, scolded Jin Yeomyung. The young master just returned after making great achievements for the Jin clan, far surpassing anything the other clan scions have done. But Gu Chil's protest was immediately cut short by Jin Yeomyung's cold retort. And who are you, a stray assassin from the streets, to insert yourself into a conversation between direct blood members of the Jin clan? Flinch. The one who reacted most to that comment wasn't even Gu Chil, it was Chief Byok, the clan's chief administrator. I'd sensed this before in my past life too, but my younger brother had a real way with words. And I mean that in the worst way. Is that really something a 16-year-old should be saying? Annoying as it was, really annoying, I figured I had to step in. Looks like someone needs a little manners correction. What? And while we're at it, maybe a refresher course on etiquette. If I wanted to avoid having my ankles shackled by the clan while I operated outside, I first needed to make this guy understand what it meant to have an older brother. Upon realizing what I meant, Jin Yeomyung sneered. Are you serious right now, brother? Come to think of it, we've never actually fought, have we? I'd heard the siblings of other clans beat each other to a pulp before forming tight bonds. For us, a clan that used fists as weapons, to have never done that was truly a tragedy. In the heavenly demon cult, etiquette education wasn't done with Confucian classics. It was taught with the rod of love. Do you even realize the nonsense you're spouting right now? Muscles rippled across Jin Yeomyung's entire body as he spoke. Definitely looked the part of a direct bloodline descendant of the Jin clan. But I just chuckled and gave a thumbs up, pointing inside. Follow me, let's head to the training yard. I'll finally get to see just how tough that outer skin of yours really is. There's an old saying. God designed siblings born from the same womb to be genetically predisposed to want to kill each other. Back in the day, I thought it was nonsense, but these days it's starting to sound pretty plausible. Chapter 9. Older brother and younger brother, 2, Jin Yeomyung. He was my biological younger brother, only a year younger than me. Last year, at the age of 15, he had begun training in our family's ultimate martial art, the demonic heaven Asura divine art, and now he was already on the verge of reaching the 3rd levela prodigy in every sense. And as anyone could see, he was huge. So huge, in fact, that it was hard to believe he was only 16. If you kneel and apologize right now, I'll pretend this never happened. Jin Yeomyung, who had followed me all the way to the training hall, grinned smugly. You do know that I was recently chosen as the youngest of the 6 demonic dragons, right? You're not picking this fight blindly, are you? I know. I answered briefly. Being named one of the 6 demonic dragons at 16 is something to brag about. Ha ha ha, right? I know, right? He laughed freely, clearly pleased by the compliment. Truth be told, Yeomyung's rise to become one of the 6 demonic dragons had been a defining moment in securing his position as the future young clan head. They were the demonic counterpart to the orthodox factions, 6 divine dragons, 6 most promising young warriors in the martial world. Sure, it wasn't like our family's prestige didn't help, but it still meant that his talent was recognized not just within the Jin clan, but across the entire cult. Yeomyung tilted his chin up arrogantly. And yet, you challenged me to a martial duel. You must be pretty confident in your skills, big brother. Of course. It's not like I lack confidence. I heard from the chief administrator that you've been learning some strange martial art, not the demonic heaven Asura divine art, or any other from the main family. Had that rumor already reached his ears? I glared at Chief Byok in disbelief. Instantly, he turned his head the other way. I'll deal with you later. It was one thing for him to be chummy with my younger brother, but blabbering about my techniques was a different problem altogether. You said you were going to teach me manners, big brother. I guess it's only fair that I teach you a little etiquette too. What kind of etiquette are we talking about? That even the eldest son shouldn't act carelessly in front of the young clan head. You're already acting like Yura the young clan head, huh? Of course, if things went as they should, he would become the young clan head within a year. And I didn't particularly intend to stop that. But there are 3 reasons why I challenged you to a duel today. Go ahead, I am all ears. He crossed his arms and grinned arrogantly. His posture practically screamed, "This is your last will and testament, so get it off your chest. First, you've been mistreating the people of the Jin clan who you'll one day be leading." This wasn't just about the incident with Gu Chil. His overwhelming talent had overshadowed it, but Yeowun's true nature was violent and arrogant. He had a tendency to look down on those beneath him. The fact that I, despite being born of a side branch, had been able to rise to the position of inner administrator was partly due to the cult leader's support, but also because Yeowun's personality had begun to erode the family's potential from within. Do you even know how many people belong to the Jin clan? Nope, maybe a few thousand? As of last month's records, it was 42,650. What? The moment those words left my mouth, Chief Byok widened his eyes in shock. That was information a direct descendant should obviously know, but he clearly hadn't expected that I actually did. Yeowun muttered bitterly. That's quite a lot. Of course, the number of martial artists who can actually fight is only a few thousand, as you said. But they aren't the entirety of the Jin clan. Those who live under our influence and receive stipends from us, these span all across the Central Plains. All of them are part of the demonic heavens Jin clan. What are you trying to say? As the future young clan head, you will become their father. But if things keep going as they are, I don't think that's going to end well. Ha. And here I thought I'd heard everything. Hearing that from you, the eldest son, is just absurd. At his sharp jab, the faint smile on my lips twisted slightly. I let out a bitter sigh. You're right. I've kept myself distant from clan affairs until now, but that ends today. So, what are the other two reasons? Second, even if you've been named one of the 6 demonic dragons, there's always someone stronger. If you don't learn humility now, it's going to cost you dearly later. This was a genuine warning, born from someone who had seen the future. Honestly, even as a 6th demonic dragon, Yeowun was only on par with that Ma Cholu to me now. But Yeowun didn't know that, and his expression started to contort. Rage and killing intent began to cloud his eyes. And the last reason is, well, I am the eldest son, and since my little brother keeps testing me endlessly, I figured it's about time I broke that cocky spirit of yours. In truth, that was probably the most heartfelt reason of the 3. Oh yeah? Byung. Before the words had even finished, a massive fist came flying at my face. A direct, honest strike 1-point penetration. It was a simple motion, just a punch, but it had an official name. It was a proper technique from the Jin clan's martial arts. Conquering self through Asura King's fist, unyielding self-discipline. If that hit me squarely, my head would explode from the sheer power behind it. But I lightly twisted my body and dodged his punch. You're pretty pissed off, huh? Even if he lacked finesse, the raw power alone justified his title as one of the 6 demonic dragons. If that punch had landed properly, I wouldn't have gotten away with just a broken nose. You dodged that. Yeowun widened his eyes and glared at me as he took a few steps back. So, you're saying you had a trick or two up your sleeve, huh? The killing intent radiating from Yeowun's body was intensifying. I clicked my tongue at the sight. The demonic heaven Asura divine art has an inherently tyrannical nature. That's why it must be cultivated alongside a mental discipline technique to suppress its demonic influence. Judging from the way you look now, I am guessing you've neglected your mental training? Shut up. As the heavy killing aura surged, Yeowun charged in again. HMPH. Was it because I was too composed? Gu Chil raised his voice in a panic. Young clan head, your sword. Draw your sword. Why would I need a sword for a guy like him? Even if he had trained the main family's supreme martial art up to the 3rd level, at his core, he was still just a 16-year-old with little real experience. Swish, I slowly took a stance. Before one could learn the conquering self through Asura King's fist, they had to go through the foundational martial art, the basic starting form of the 100-linked demon camp style. Ha, the demon camp style. Are you kidding me right now? The 100-linked demon camp style was a foundational martial art encompassing fist techniques, physical movement, footwork, and body techniques. Since id just displayed its basic starting form, it was understandable that he'd react like that. But you think it's trivial? Is that how it looks to you? If he truly thought that, he was in for a rude awakening. I am going to cripple you. At Jin Yeowun's bold declaration, a vein bulged on my forehead. This brat. Did he just utter such blasphemy to his own brother? Shut up. A dark aura gathered around Jin Yeowun's fist. Triple deadly wild rush. Like a charging bull, 3 heavy strikes surged toward me, aiming to crush my whole body. His talent was undeniable. Even his aura exuded a strength beyond his years. Still, as I thought, he's leagues below her. Neither the precision of his techniques nor the sharpness of his offense could compare not to Chinura's sword. Suddenly, I found myself smirking at the realization. Is this the side effect of facing a monster from the start? This guy just seems lacking. Sure, 20 years from now, he'd be called one of the twin prodigies of the cult, alongside Ma Cholu. But for now, he was far from impressive. Yura laughing? To him, my smirk must have looked like mockery. Yura dead, you wish. Moving lightly with footwork, I dodged every punch, then used the rotational force to swing around and kick him in the back. Thwack, ooh. He dodged that ferocious attack so effortlessly, and even landed a counterattack. Cheers erupted from the spectators. Yeoun's face flushed red with shame. Why, you bastard. Even if he hadn't taken any real damage, just the fact that I kicked him in the back was enough to humiliate him. Raag, a flurry of final techniques from the conquering self through Azure King's fist burst out in his rage. He lashed out madly with his fists. But of course, not a single strike grazed me. I want any of my attacks land. After about 15 minutes had passed, looks like he's starting to come to his senses. Maybe it was the backlash of expelling too much chi in a short time. I could see the demonic energy and fury forcibly calming within him. Jin Yeomyung shouted in frustration. All you're doing is dodging like a rat. Don't you have any pride, big brother? Isn't the real problem that you can't land a single hit? Nod. The many martial artists watching the duel nodded in agreement. I opened the folding fan tucked into my waist and smiled. It's not because I am so skilled, little brother. What? The fact that I am only dodging, and yet you still can't hit me, that's your problem. More importantly, I haven't created more than 3 steps of distance between us since this duel began. Yeoun's face stiffened as he realized I was right. The conquering self through Azure King's fist is one of the most overwhelming martial arts in the entire cult. But because of that, cultivating physical flexibility is essential to master it properly. During adolescence, when bodily coordination is crucial, the demon camp style is more important than any other martial art within the Jin clan. Even I, after learning 2 martial arts, never once neglected my training in it. By contrast, Jin Yeomyung had entered the main family's advanced martial art far too early. Of course, with time, his training would eventually make up for his body's current flaws, but until then, he'd suffer a loss in efficiency. Your talent is remarkable entering the main family's supreme art at 15, but even so, you should not have neglected the 100-linked demon camp style, the very thing you look down on so much. GRRK. Even with stiff, rigid movements like that, the footwork of the demon camp style alone is more than enough to dodge them. His personality might have been explosive, but the kid's martial talent was real. Understood my point. Why, you bastard. But understanding and accepting were 2 different things for someone like him. Don't act like you know everything. A guy like you who slacked off on martial arts, what do you know to lecture me? Jin Yeomyung's voice carried a resentment that had clearly been festering for a long time. While you were being scorned as the idle firstborn of the Jin clan, I trained until I vomited blood. I did everything I could to shed the cursed label of the second son. I worked harder than anyone. I understood that pain. And because I did, I nodded. I know. That's exactly why I never coveted the young clan head seat that was handed to you. I told you already, there's always someone above you. If you don't realize what you're lacking today, this weakness will cling to your ankles for a very long time. Jin Yeomyung fell silent. This time, maybe my words had struck home. He stood with his head bowed for quite a while, clearly wrestling with inner conflict. Then whip! He ground his teeth and turned around, and in a low voice he said, "I'll take the advice. But next time, I won't let it end like this." The same little brother who'd always talked back and treated me like I was beneath him was saying something like that now. A quiet swell of pride rose in my chest. Still, that aside, hey, little brother. Back to your place. As I untied the sword hanging from my waist, I spoke again. I told you, didn't I? I challenged you today for 3 reasons. What just happened? That was only one of them. What? There are still 2 left, little brother. Sword still in its scabbard, I rested it on my shoulder and gave him a dangerous look. You still don't know how to rule those beneath you as a direct blood of the Jin clan. Be big brother. And you also haven't learned how to properly revere your elder brother, who is greater than the heavens. Goo-woo. The murderous aura that began pouring from my body made what Jin Yeomyung had shown earlier look like a gentle breeze. From this moment on, I'll teach you both of those things directly, through your body. Wait a second. He'd acted like a madman up until now, so it was only fair that now he got beaten like one. A dark aura began to flow from the scabbard hanging on my shoulder. But it didn't just take on form, it began to manifest into a distinct shape. Sword Chi? A martial artist who could manifest sword chi at just 17. Even Jin Yeomyung, at this point, could barely exude a visible aura, much less manifest fist chi. Just being at that level of chi manifestation was enough to earn him a spot among the 6 demonic dragons. But sword chi. To him, this was probably like the sky falling down. I didn't put any slicing power into it, so don't worry, little brother. Be big brother? Your little brother here is just filled with boundless respect for you and simply failed to express it properly. I never knew Jin Yeomyung could wag his tongue so extravagantly. But etiquette isn't something you show with your tongue alone, little brother. And with that, I lunged at my beloved younger brother. Gwaarg. And so, it was said that until the Usura king, Jin Gunak, returned late that night to the main house, the Jin clan's training ground echoed endlessly with the sounds of someone screaming and crying. Chapter 10. The Surefire Plan. 1. Dozens of candles burned, illuminating the surroundings. Despite the space being quite expansive, the stands on both sides were crammed to a suffocating degree with countless luxury items. Scrolls bearing the poetry and paintings of renowned calligraphers who once made waves across the Central Plains. Celadon and porcelain imported from the eastern countries. Even treasures adorned with gold and jewels. All of these were decorations inside the study of Jin Gunak, the head of the demonic heavens Jin clan. Yes, you pulled off something rather amusing. Inwardly, he had beaten up Jin Yeomyung, who was practically confirmed to be the next young clan head. When I returned to the main house, Jin Gunak's expression of dumbfounded disbelief had been quite the rare sight. And yet, rather than getting angry, Jin Gunak was surprisingly pleased with me. He hadn't asked what martial arts I had learned or how I had trained. To him, the only thing that mattered was the result. The cult leader couldn't stop praising you. Those words are far more than I deserve. And me, as well, him. Jin Gunak had been praised by the heavenly demon. Though he had already drunk quite a bit outside, Jin Gunak didn't put down his cup even at home. He was impressed by the boldness of a man like me, offering someone like you for his daughter. Was that sarcasm or praise? Hey, how should I take that? With a subtly complex expression, Jin Gunak took another drink. But the emotion I could clearly sense behind that look was none other than greed. My son. Yes, father. Do you want to become the young clan head? I didn't answer that question immediately. If I nodded right here and said I wanted to be the young clan head, then I could probably be appointed as early as tomorrow. But that wasn't the answer Jin Gunak truly desired deep down. Please give the position of young clan head to Yeomyung. Oh, unlike me, who has been wandering outside, Yeomyung has consistently proven his worth within the main household. With a solemn expression, I bowed my head. I will do my utmost to stay close to the young cult leader and contribute to enhancing the prestige of our clan. Jin Gunak didn't respond to my words and simply sipped his drink in silence. But I could tell. My answer must have filled him with considerable satisfaction. You truly have no interest in the position of young clan head. It's more efficient for the clan's development this way. This recent event may have led to a reevaluation of my martial prowess and potential. But that didn't mean the main house's warriors would immediately rally behind me. To truly make it work, consistent socializing and political maneuvering would be essential. But honestly, all that sounds like a pain and a huge waste of time. To take control of the Jin clan in the future, all I needed was to keep Jin Yeomyung under my thumb. After a while, Jin Gunak finally spoke. I never imagined you would think so deeply about the clan's prestige. Our Jin clan cannot continue being seen as second to the Ma clan or the Pa clan, can we? That remark immediately drew a displeased look on Jin Gunak's face. We are the strongest. There's no clan above us except for the Chen clan. That may be true in reality, but aren't the ignorant outsiders' evaluations different? That was Jin Gunak's reverse scale high's most sensitive spot. Among the 6 great demonic clans, the Jin clan had always been rated below the Blood Dragon demonic clan and the extreme Pa clan. In terms of actual power and influence within the cult, they fell just a bit short when compared to those 2 clans. Jin Gunak had spent his life desperately trying to change that, yet all he had achieved was narrowing the gap, not overcoming it. I intend to change that. While the other clans waste their potential on successor conflicts, if Yeomyung and I strengthen both our internal and external foundations if you do, then in the next generation, the demonic Heaven's Jin clan will be called the greatest among the 6 clans. Coincidentally, the direct heirs of the 6 great clans were mostly of similar age. That made their rivalry all the more intense. But before any external competition, they'd been busy tearing each other apart over succession. In the case of the Blood Dragon demonic clan, there were 4 direct male heirs, including Ma Cholu and Ma Jin-yeomyung. The same was true for the Black Gold Sa clan, and the other clans were all in similar situations. The Jin clan, on the other hand, had avoided internal damage thanks to my early withdrawal from the succession race, which allowed everyone to rally around Jin Yeomyung. Unfortunately, Yeomyung's inability to control his violent nature had caused him to miss the opportunity of a lifetime. Now that I think about it, the hidden powers rising within the cult may have only gained traction because the 6 clans remained embroiled in internal strife. If I really think about it, there's a chance those factions might have even meddled in the succession disputes. But that deepening train of thought was interrupted by Jin Gunak's next words. Thud. He slammed his cup down and smirked bitterly. An excellent idea. Thank you. If we could gain the support of the Chen clan, then our clan's status would be beyond compare to the other 5. The divine and inviolable bloodline Chen clan. Their power was formidable, but their symbolism alone exerted absolute influence over the cult's members. Until now, the in-laws of past cult leaders had their power restricted by the cult's laws and the leaders themselves. But the next era will be different. The current young cult leader, Chinura, was a woman, and the current cult leader was the ultimate being, known as the Heavenly Demon. Naturally, the next cult leader, Chinura, would possess relatively less authority. With my head bowed, I quietly spoke. The next cult leader's authority may depend on how much power her in-laws can support her with. Biwahaha. Exactly. And accordingly, it was obvious that her in-laws' power would grow just as much. Jin Gunak looked at me with a meaningful gaze. Can you do it? I will make it happen. Good. I like how cool-headed you've become these days. He sipped from his cup with satisfaction, then unexpectedly asked, Is there anything you want? If it's for your success, then as your father, it's only right I give you my full support. He looks like he's in a really good mood. The fact that Jin Gunak was talking about fulfilling his duties as a father made me scoff inwardly. Still, it would be a huge waste to throw away this opportunity. In that case, I humbly request something from you, clan head. I cautiously made a few requests to Jin Gunak. Though he frowned slightly at the unexpected contents, he ultimately agreed to them. The next day, I was walking through the bustling district of Myeokseong with Gu Chil. Myeokseong, often said to be a perfect replica of Hangzhou's culture from the Central Plains, was responsible for the cult's entertainment and economy. It was also a place I had a deep connection with. Own could even say I spent half my life here in my previous life. Oh my big young master, we've got some fine fruit toddy. How about a taste? Let me see. Fresh peaches just in today, not a fan of the hard ones. Got anything softer? This is silk imported from distant Jiangsu province. Nice sheen on it. It was still daytime, so the area was focused more on economic activity than entertainment. As I pushed through the crowded streets, I sank deep into thought. The matter of the Jin clan is mostly settled. Now that I had the support of Jin Gunak, the clan head, it was safe to say that most internal obstacles had been removed. There are still a few elders who see me as a thorn in their side, but as long as I don't stand out too much, they won't bother making a move. Normally, I should be cutting off outings like this and focusing on my training. But the 5 years of closed-door cultivation had already gone down the drain thanks to my engagement with Chinura. In that case, it might be better to start digging into the identities of those hidden factions. Chinura had gone to excessive lengths to isolate herself from the rest of the cult in order to assert her authority. As a result, the Protection Division and parts of the 5 main divisions, those who should have been closest to the cult leader, ended up betraying her. And the final nail in the coffin was driven in by Han Mubik, the demonic faction lord, who had been a hidden mole from the start. Timing-wise, it likely all started when Chinura became the cult leader. The current cult leader's reign is overwhelmingly solid. Even the Protection Division, which had once betrayed Chinura, was probably fully loyal to the current cult leader by now. But I still can't shake my doubts about the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Even if it was formed under the current cult leader's command and staffed with only his closest aides. In truth, in the future, the Heavenly Thunder Corps would grow powerful enough to all but dominate the cult. And yet, when the betrayers led by Han Mubik were exposed, Heavenly Thunder Corps hadn't been involved. Still, I couldn't just overlook the fact that it was members of the Heavenly Thunder Corps who recommended Han Mubik for the upcoming selection for the demonic faction lord position, set to take place a few years from now. It's highly suspicious. How could the Heavenly Thunder Corps, holding so much power, not notice betrayals from the Protection Division and some of the 6 clans? Especially when Heavenly Thunder Corps was also responsible for overseeing the cult's intelligence network. If I am going to dig, then I should start with Heavenly Thunder Corps. Right now, it's too early for them to have contacted any new traitors. Even if they did, I wouldn't find any proof yet. One of the reasons I returned to Myeongseong at this particular time was for this very purpose. Crunch, crunch. Well, all that's fine, but I gave a withering glance to the big brute behind me who was noisily munching an apple. Why are you following me, little brother? Jin Yeomyung, who had snatched an apple from some old lady earlier, answered with a sulky face. What about you, brother? What are you doing here instead of training? I asked first. At that, he gave a small scoff and replied. HMPH, I was just curious. What have you been doing to get so strong all of a sudden? Yeowon was a beast when it came to competitiveness, and his pride was just as fierce. It was hard to believe someone like him would swallow his pride just to observe me. But aside from that, should I really take this guy with me? Where I was headed now was one of the shadiest corners of Myeongseong. Even as a direct heir of the 6 clans, getting involved in the wrong way could become a serious headache. I snorted and shook my head. It should be fine. A troublesome situation and an unmanageable one are 2 different things. Take care of yourself. Of course I will. Flexing his bulging muscles, Jin Yeomyung fell silent for a moment, but his curiosity soon flared up again. So, where are we going? This isn't one of those fancy shopping districts you like. This is the black market. Black market? What kind of place is that? Having spent his life focused solely on martial arts until the age of 16, Jin Yeomyung was still rather ignorant of the outside world. It's a kind of black market. I've heard black markets are where illegal goods are bought and sold. Isn't this a place where excommunicated criminals who violated the cult's laws gather? I chuckled softly at his naivety. Little brother, remember just one thing. What is it? In this 10,000 mountain stronghold, the concept of illegal barely exists. Things were only tucked away in shady corners because it was best that regular cult members didn't stumble across them. In truth, every event or activity within the main cult was strictly controlled by the Chen clan and the 6 great demonic clans, which meant this black market, too, was under the influence of one of the 6 clans. As we walked, our path began to draw closer to the rear gates of Myeongseong. Accordingly, the surrounding atmosphere turned drastically more subdued. Looks like we're getting close. Men with grim expressions and weapons at their sides began to appear. The sinister killing intent they gave off prickled at my skin from every direction. Not exactly a cheerful place, is it? Jin Yeomyung frowned as he muttered his thoughts. Brother, is this the kind of place you've been hanging around to sharpen your skills? No. I've only been here maybe twice before. Back when I was living like a layabout, I had no ties to this place. I only discovered it much later, after becoming the inner administrator and investigating the cult's inner workings. Our steps halted in front of a fairly grand building located deep within the black market. Quite the luxurious look, considering the surroundings. Jin Yeomyung muttered his thoughts under his breath. What's this place? Amjumgak, the Hidden Gold Pavilion. It's the place that actually controls this black market. The state of the building was remarkably unchanged from my time as inner administrator to now. Kriok, without hesitation, I pushed open the entrance to the building. Step, step, Behind me, Jin Yeomyung let out a small groan as he glanced inside. Led by an elderly man, a row of warriors dressed in black robes stood in perfect formation. They knew we were coming, with your giant frame. I'd say it was only a matter of time before word spread. Welcome, honored guests of the Jin clan. I gave a small chuckle and asked the old man who greeted us, how long have you known we were coming? No event in the black market escapes our attention. So, from the beginning, the old man bowed deeply, his hands folded neatly in front of him. What brings such honored guests of the Jin clan to the underbelly of society? Obviously, to do something less than upright, no. He hadn't expected me to be so blunt. His forced smile cracked slightly. But someone like you isn't worth talking to. Bring out the highest-ranking manager here. I am the one in charge of this place. He lied boldly without batting an eye. Tilting my head to one side, I lowered my voice. Golden Crow Demon, O Gunjang. When I clearly said his name and alias, a slight tremor ran through Oh Gunjang's shoulders. To speak with the eldest son of the Jin clan, you should at least send someone from the Sa clan, don't you think? SSSSSHHH. Slowly raising his head, Oh Gunjang's expression had already turned cold. How did you know? Chapter 11, The Surefire Plan, 2, I smiled leisurely and asked back. What do you mean? Are you referring to the fact that this place is the intelligence network of the Black Gold Sa clan? At the mention of the name Black Gold Sa clan, the sleeves of the man holding his hands together tightened noticeably. I'll ask again. How did you know? A murderous aura began emanating from all directions. Oh, these punks dared to exude killing intent? How insolent. My smile deepened even more. I may not be known for respecting elders, but I certainly know how to hit them. Pardon? What do you smack? His face twisted violently to the side with a satisfying slap. How dare a mere agent of the Sa clan show killing intent to a descendant of the Jin clan? And on top of that, you reach for a hidden weapon in your sleeve? My apologies. Oh Gunjang quickly returned his head to its original position and bowed. His right cheek must have been stinging like mad, but Oh Gunjang hid his emotions skillfully. Still, maybe he couldn't completely hold back the heat in his chest, because the next words out of his mouth were rather brazen. However, even if you are descendants of the Jin clan, this location is not publicly known to the other 6 great demonic clans. It wasn't me who reacted angrily to those words, it was Jin Yeomyung. So what? Are you planning to silence us forever, as if we would go that far? Oh Gunjang's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. What if Jin Yeomyung and I really died here? There would be war, and either the Jin clan or the Sa clan would be completely wiped out. Until the main clan delivers its official stance, we'll simply detain you for a while. Think you can manage that? I alone am more than enough to subdue the 2 of you. His eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence. Even though Id slapped him across the face, Oh Gunjang was undoubtedly a master-level expert, someone whose name would be known in any city. I sneered at him, go ahead and try. Clench, he fell for the provocation. Oh Gunjang began to release his crossed arms, that's far enough. A calm, low woman's voice echoed from the 2nd floor above. What's all this commotion? Sibling, who had been elegantly writing in a book, paused mid-stroke. She started to move toward the source of the noise below, and upon recognizing a familiar male face, she slightly furrowed her brow. Jin Yeomyung. What is he doing here? Regardless of the circumstances, the atmosphere downstairs didn't seem good. She intervened hastily. That's far enough. Immediately, the gazes of both Jin Yeomyung and Jin Yeowun turned toward Sibling. Oh, we meet again, Lady Sa, Yura the young Master Jin. Sibling looked at them with her signature expressionless face. What's going on here? I was about to ask you that. What is someone close to the young cult leader doing in a place like this? It was a rather sharp question, yet Sibling responded calmly. Didn't you just state with your own mouth that this place belongs to the Black Gold Sa clan? Then it isn't particularly strange that I am here, is it? Ah, I suppose that's true. I nodded nonchalantly. What is with this man? Though her expression didn't betray anything, Sibling was inwardly flustered. There shouldn't be many in the clan who even know this place belongs to the Sa clan. Of course, if one traced the power structure in reverse, it wasn't impossible to guess that one of the 6 great demonic clans was involved. But to so openly name the Sa clan meant this man had considerable confidentier intelligence. Is the Jin clan's intelligence network better than expected? Sibling composed her face once more. I'll ask again. What is your business here? Though the manager's identity had been unexpected, now that we had crossed paths, it was time to get to the point. I cleared my throat slightly and continued. I've heard that recently, something strange has been circulating around the red light districts and back alleys of Black Market and other cities. Something strange? Jin Yeowun tilted his head in confusion, while Sibling and Oh Gunjang's expressions stiffened slightly. If I recall correctly, it was called black-spotted blood, wasn't it? How do you know about that? How wouldn't I? Do you know how much money I've thrown around in various places to gather intel? Well, Hyung from 7-Star Courtesan kept nagging me, saying some nasty drug was spreading lately. I came to check it out myself. For a brief moment, Sabyon's face showed a flicker of disgust. But being skilled at masking her emotions, she quickly reverted to her usual calm expression. Yura well informed. Yes, that's right. A strange and unidentified drug has recently been spreading in Black Market and the surrounding alleys. From what I've gathered, it's a type of dream hallucinogen. The problem is, no one seems to know where it's coming from. Dream hallucinogens were typically created for anesthetic or hallucinatory effects. They were usually used in medicine or certain formation techniques, but when misused, the consequences could be catastrophic. Yura quite knowledgeable. Truthfully, it wasn't a widespread issue just yet. It had only begun to circulate among the poor or low-tier physicians. It would take quite some time before it reached brothels or taverns I might visit. However, if we assume the enemies had been plotting against the cult since long ago, then this must have been one of the many things they tried. Initially, the records described it as a mere anesthetic or painkiller. But at some point, it spread widely among the lower ranks of the cult, causing immense corruption and damage. The previous cult leader knew the current one had to decisively eradicate it. Until then, the cult suffered from internal and external turmoil. At the very least, I can confirm it came from outside the cult. Even with the power of the main clan, we haven't been able to trace the source of the raw ingredients. You, the one managing black market, don't even know the source? That must have hit a sore spot. She bit her lip slightly. I only suspect that one of the sub-organizations under another of the 6 great demonic clans is behind this. Even though it's called black market, that doesn't mean we control all of black market in Deepens. That's true. But since the amount being distributed among the general public isn't large yet, we haven't dug too deeply. Honestly, this isn't the only headache in the back alleys. Naturally, that substance wouldn't become a major issue until a few years later. By the way, why would the Jin clan's eldest son be interested in something like that? Didn't I tell you? Well, Hyung kept whining, so I came to resolve it. A flicker of doubt appeared in Byun's eyes. Is that really the only reason? Do I look like someone who would wander around dark alleys for fun? Her eyes narrowed. She seemed deeply suspicious, but for now, suspicion was likely the only thing she could rely on. Tisk, I thought I might learn something useful by coming here, but what a shame. I grumbled deliberately and shook my head. Let's go, little brother. What, we're leaving already? There doesn't seem to be any useful information here, so there's no reason to stay. I had high hopes for the Sa clan's intel, but I guess it's nothing special. Just as I turned away, wait. Byun's urgent voice stopped my steps. Smirk. What is it? Her face crumpled bitterly as she saw my expression that clearly said, just as planned. She didn't particularly lose anything, but for some reason, she couldn't help feeling a strange sense of defeat. Byun let out a small sigh. I don't know the exact source, but I can at least share the information I've gathered so far. Great, you should have said so from the start. But even for someone like you, young Master Jin, I can't hand it over for free. Well, coming from a member of the Sa clan, that's only natural. Let's make a deal. A deal on of Byun's favorite catchphrases. What's your price? Complete resolution of the issue, even if it means using the full power of the Jin clan. I won't tolerate half-hearted poking around. If the Jin clan carelessly interfered in the back alley matters, the consequences would fall not on the Jin clan, but on Byun herself, who managed black market under the Sa clan. Fine, if the wound won't heal, I'll cut it out entirely. Byun was actually startled by my cheerful and immediate agreement. The power of the clan was like a sword in its sheath. Less you wield it, the more powerful it becomes. And ironically, the moment you try to wield it, the harder it is to use. I'll send the person in charge of this case to the Jin clan. Hell be of help. I nodded with satisfaction. That alone meant I wouldn't have to start from scratch, scouring the ground for leads. Thank you, leave this matter to me. My tone immediately shifted into formal speech. It's only a deal. However, another one of the 6 clans may be involved. Will you be all right with that? I spread my arms theatrically and shook my head. No problem. Even if another clan is involved, it can't be more than a sub-branch. Would they really dare go up against the eldest son of the Jin clan? Well, you do have a point. Indeed, my argument was quite persuasive. Bringing out a butcher's blade to deal with a chicken, as they say. Then take care. Let's meet again before the next exchange gathering. I hope so. With that, I left the hidden gold pavilion with Jin Yeomyung, and then there I gone. Watching the 2 brothers from the Jin clan disappear into the distance, Byun tilted her head toward the 2nd floor of the building. Young cult leader. Where her gaze landed, Chinura, who had been quietly concealing her presence this whole time, sat silently. HMPH. She scoffed and turned her head, clearly in a bad mood. Why are you in such a foul mood again? Byun, wouldn't you feel upset? Chinura's voice turned icy. The man who holds the position of this young cult leader's husband still sneaks around brothels and entertains courtesans, doesn't he? Ah, well, her words were painfully accurate. leaving Sa-byun with no response. It's not enough to just call him trash. I thought a bit more of him after what the cult leader said. In truth, after the exchange duel, Chinura had heard the following from the cult leader. Perhaps, it seems the child from the Jin clan changed his mind midway through. What do you mean by that? I believe he intended to lose at first, but he changed his mind halfway and fought you seriously. Is that true? Strange as it sounds, the boy didn't even seem to realize he was giving it his all. His eyes weren't on victory, only on you, which makes it even stranger. Unless he holds some special feelings for you, such a thing should be impossible. That conversation had been swirling in Chinura's head, tying her thoughts in knots. There's nothing more to see. I'm heading back. Clearly furious, Chinura stormed out, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Why young cult leader? Had she already forgotten that she came here just earlier, asking, what could that guy possibly be thinking? But the ever-prudent Sa-byun couldn't bring herself to say it aloud. And so, Chinura disappeared, escorted by guards from the Guardian Hall. Left behind with unfinished work, Sa-byun tapped her finger lightly against the desk as she recalled the earlier conversation. Did young Master Jin really get that information from a brothel? As the one who ruled over black market, Sa-byun naturally had access to detailed data on various illicit trades. The drug hasn't even spread that far yet, not to the point of reaching a mere brothel. Investigations and tracking were still ongoing, but the back alley problems in the cult didn't end with just that single issue. There are things out there that are far more lethal and spreading more aggressively. So why did young Master Jin specifically single that one out and come to see me? I instinctively knew. Mentioning the courtesan was nothing but an excuse. He has some other objective. No matter how he was known as a wastrel to the outside world, he was still the first heir of the Jin clan, one of the 6 great demonic clans. Especially during the exchange duel, he had taken the young cult leader's sword strike to the end. That level of skill wasn't something someone could maintain if they had been negligent in their martial arts. He's someone with a tremendous mental fortitude. I have no way of predicting what his actual goal is. What kind of information was so important that the first heir of the Jin clan had to move personally to uncover it? Talk, talk, talk. I lightly tapped the edge of the desk with my fingers, then rose from my seat. Oh Gunjung. Yes, Lady Sa. Oh Gunjung, who had been waiting outside, quickly approached me. Call for Chilho. I have something urgent to discuss with him. If you mean Chilho I'll contact him immediately, but are you sure? It's fine. This is exactly the kind of situation he's meant for. Understood. I'll prepare it right away. Oh Gunjung nodded, clearly understanding my intentions. Brother, why did you lie? What are you talking about? After leaving the black market, Jin Yeomyung spoke to me. I mean all that stuff about the courtesan saying this and that in front of that woman. It was all just an excuse. What, you noticed? As I thought, he's more perceptive than expected. I am not an idiot. If you had really been frequenting the courtesan house recently, I would have gotten reports about it immediately. I looked at him, a bit annoyed. You even get reports on things like that? When it comes to you, even if I do nothing, people bring me information without me asking. It made sense. Since the issue of succession had come to the forefront, there were plenty who'd try to curry favor with Jin Yeomyung, a leading candidate. So, why did you lie? I replied nonchalantly. Because it's dangerous. Dangerous? Despite how it might seem, the Black Gold Sa clan's intelligence network within the cult is second only to the Chen clan. Yet they still haven't been able to uncover the identity of the one they're after. To be exact, they might have caught a trace, but they hadn't reached the core. Aren't those people not direct subordinates of the clan? They're not direct subordinates, but the operations are run by the main family's direct line. At the very least, their capabilities should be close to the main family's level. So what, you lied on purpose because that Sa clan woman is dangerous? To be precise, it was for the young cult leader. I let out a soft sigh. Sa-byun is the young cult leader's only true confidant and source of information. If anything were to happen to her, the young cult leader would be left with no one she can trust. Jin Yeomyung scoffed. You're saying the young cult leader, the heiress of the Chen clan, has no one to trust. The Chen clan must be swarming with people even more eager than me to devote themselves to her. That's exactly why this situation is dangerous, because it involves the Chen clan. What? Chapter 12. The Surefire Plan 3, the Chen clan is involved. It's not confirmed yet, but that's what I believe. Brother, are you messing with me right now? Jin Yeomyung's expression twisted with a frightening intensity. Do you really think anyone in the Chen clan would dare harbor other thoughts when the current cult leader's authority is that formidable? That's exactly why they have to operate beneath the surface. If they get caught, it's all over. I locked eyes with Jin Yeomyung. It hadn't surfaced yet, but I already knew what was going to unfold within the Chen clan from here on. The current young cult leader has several critical weaknesses. What do you think they are? He was still young, but Jin Yeomyung knew a fair amount about the power dynamics within the cult. First and foremost, her gender. It's not like there's never been a female cult leader in history, but I've heard their authority was always weaker. You know your stuff. What else? The existence of the current cult leader. Female leaders traditionally hold weak authority, and to make matters worse, the current cult leader holds absolute power under the title of Heavenly Demon. Jin Yeomyung's voice brimmed with deep respect for the current cult leader. That's right. Unless she achieves something exceptional, the young cult leader will begin her reign with a major disadvantage. To overcome that weakness, she enforced a reign of iron so brutal that she earned the epithet Heartless. Is there anything else you know? Well, I guess not. That's about all I know, I nodded. Well, even knowing that much is quite impressive at this point. Are you teasing me? Then why don't you keep going? What other weaknesses does she have? It's simple. The young cult leader has very little support from within the Chen clan. More precisely, the elders and collateral branches of the Chen clan who should be supporting her are all fractured. The current cult leader, Chen Tijung, had only one child, Chinura. But that didn't mean she was the only young person of the Chen surname in her generation. There are quite a few youths from the collateral branches of the Chen clan in her generation. Among them, many have been recognized for their talent. Oh, those guys? Jin Yeomyung tilted his head slightly, as if recalling who they were. I wouldn't exactly say they're a proven talents. They all seemed pretty questionable to me, and that's the point. Questionable means there's still a chance. I held back my words slightly. It was true that their evaluations were ambiguous, but I, knowing what was to come, understood that those assessments were deceiving. And if they were truly just mediocre, things wouldn't have escalated like this. Is that so? In the end, the elders of the Chinclanthos, who should have united to support the young cult leader instead, scheming to raise one of those guys to the position of cult leader and seize power for the next generation. Looking back now, there were many suspicious signs at the time. No matter how complicated things were inside the Chen clan, this wasn't something that should have dragged on this long. The Chen clan's internal conflict. It was the greatest crisis Chinura had faced before ascending to the position of cult leader. It was also the event that sparked the first major rupture within the Heavenly Demon cult, which had been teetering due to various internal disturbances. So, you're saying the current situation is related to those collateral branches of the Chen clan? Exactly. They're probably planning to use this as one of the cards to slowly pressure the young cult leader. It's not entirely implausible, fine, let's say that's true. Jin Yeomyung stroked his smooth chin, still looking like something didn't quite add up. But that's not what I'm really curious about. I don't care that much about the Chen clan or whatever. Then what is it? I am wondering why you're moving so actively over something this petty. Flinch. Honestly, the only reason I knew things would escalate was because I'd seen the future. To Jin Yeomyung, this was just some petty back-alley matter. Not truthfully, even if it did grow bigger later, Jin Yeomyung wouldn't care in the slightest. It was far too trivial a matter for the great heir of the Jin clan to bother with, just as he said. I cleared my throat and made an excuse. I mean, I am acting on behalf of the clan to form a good relationship with the young cult leader, so of course I can't just stand by if something happens to her, right? I guess that makes sense, but honestly, isn't this going a bit too far? As he tilted his head again, Jin Yeomyung casually dropped a line. Brother, what? Did you fall for the young cult leader or something? For a moment, I was speechless. I should have immediately denied it, but for some reason, the words wouldn't come out. Only after nearly 10 seconds of silence was I able to open my mouth, feigning a sneer. Nonsense. I'm just putting in a bit of effort, that's all. Don't read too much into it. Really? I've got a few more places to check out, so go on ahead. You're not interested anymore anyway, right? Well, yeah. As he said, Jin Yeomyung's face now showed no trace of interest. The only reason he tagged along was to figure out how I'd gotten stronger. Jin Yeomyung nodded. Yeah, I mean who'd fall for a woman obsessed with martial arts and lacking even a shred of grace? Twitch. I clenched my fist without realizing it. And as always, sharp-eyed Jin Yeomyung flinched and looked over at me warily. What's wrong? Huh, what are you talking about? You looked like you were about to hit me. Would a brother ever hit his younger sibling for no reason? Just get going already. Well, fine. Grumbling, Jin Yeomyung headed back to the Jin clan. With that annoying leech gone, I shook my head, feeling a bit relieved. Well, shall we really start digging now? I'm curious what's hiding in this pit. The next day, an agent sent by Sibling came to see me. It's an honor to meet the young master of the Jin clan. Please call me Black Dagger number 7. Clad entirely in black cloth, save for the eyes, with the character for 7 marked on her back. A thin voice. The heavy cloak and slightly altered voice were meant to conceal their identity, but they couldn't fool my eyes. All right, number 7. Nice to meet you. I heard you wanted detailed information on black-spotted blood. This is everything I've gathered so far. Here. Number 7 took a thick bundle of documents out from inside their robes and handed it to me. As I accepted them, I said, "Did the investigation hit a wall at Yunru Valley?" Gasp. How did you know that? What do you mean how? It's obvious if you just think about it. The heavenly demon cult had the Chen clan and the 6 great demonic clans at its peak, with hundredsno, thousands soft medium and small families and sects under them. The back alleys were no different. Unusual places like Black Market were managed directly by one of the 6 clans, but generally, areas were controlled by affiliated families or the victors of local power struggles. But even among those, there was a lawless zone abandoned by all such families. Its name was Yunru Valley, the hidden, filthy valley. If Lady Sa shook her head, then of course it means you've already combed through every back alley and all cult strongholds. Why yes, that's correct. Eventually, you had no choice but to turn your eyes toward Yunru Valley. But that place is especially difficult to investigate because of its nature. Yunru Valley wasn't just a pit full of people abandoned even by the back alleys. Sure, most of the inhabitants were trash waiting for their second go at life, but mixed among them were more than a few formidable individuals who couldn't be ignored. Those who lost in competition and now lived without a future. Demonic cultivators who had committed crimes and been exiled from their clans or sects. Even spies sent from the orthodox or unorthodox factions. Let's go. Pardon, to catch a tiger, you've got to enter the tiger's den, don't you think? Even if we go in, we'll only be eaten by the tiger, though. To the guy clearly reluctant to go, I stared her down and calmly said just one thing. Shall I relay your words to Lady Sa? I apologize. I'll lead the way. Black Secret number 7, who had only come to deliver intel, now wore a miserable face as she was roped into acting as a guide. She probably knew that protesting would be pointless, given the massive difference in status between us. If you were an ordinary person, sure, you'd probably get eaten by a tiger. But we're martial artists. If you've learned martial arts as a warrior of the heavenly demon cult, taking down a tiger should be nothing. But I am not a combatant quiet. I dragged number 7 along. But what's this feeling? Something made my skin crawl. Not some skin decease me hyperattuned senses were sending a signal. Someone's watching me. We were a bit away from the Jin clan's main estate. At this moment, the most likely suspect would be someone from the family. It made sense if the family head had assigned someone to secretly watch me. However, why does this presence feel familiar? Even though I was only at the level of a second-rate martial artist, I had brought over the senses of my past life, so I was confident that my perception could rival even top-level experts, which meant I wasn't wrong. Well, there's no hostility, so it doesn't matter. I dismissed the thought and moved on. Let's go. Yes, sir. Number 7 and I headed to Yunru Valley. And not long after the two of us disappeared, a woman with sharp features appeared where we had just been. Her already sharp face twisted into a scowl, giving off a chilling, murderous aura. The young cult leader, Chinura, looked at the spot where we had vanished and sighed. Why am I even at her side? The escort nearby sent her a sound transmission. Young cult leader, what shall we do? We follow them. The escort hesitated, surprised by her decisive response. But this is not something the young cult leader should personally concern herself with. Bion advised me that if we leave this alone, it may snowball into something huge later on. At first, I was a bit annoyed, but the more I think about it, I feel like that man already knew. Jin Yeomyung was known not long ago as a complete wastrel. Do you think a man drowned in drink and pleasure could block my sword? The escort fell silent. Indeed, even among those nearing the age of 30, there were few martial artists capable of blocking the young cult leader's sword. This is just a passing curiosity. Father said I've been training too much and should take a break, so let's take this opportunity to see how that man handles the situation. But Yunru Valley is too dangerous. Please wait, I'll request reinforcements. At those words, Chinura's expression turned icy. Reinforcements? Do you really think trash like them could do anything to me? Even so, silence. Just shut up and follow me. The escort panicked. Chinura had combined overwhelming talent with unmatched effort, had never met a true rival until now. But that only applied within the narrow sphere of the cult's elites. Having trained solely within the confines of the lesser demon hall, she was still knave to the ways of the world. If he insisted on calling for reinforcements now, her prideful and headstrong nature might cause her to draw her sword on him instead. Damn it, I just have to hope nothing happens. Yunru Valley. Located on the far southern edge of the heavenly demon cult, this place was dozens of li away from the main stronghold, yet still boasted a dense population of over 2,000. The problem was that most of these people didn't live normal lives. Damn, the stench is already overwhelming. I scowled at the pungent odor emanating from Yunru Valley's entrance. People were sprawled all over filthy mats spread across the ground. Most of them were missing limbs due to one misfortune or another. Literal castaways just waiting for death. Black Secret Number 7 glanced at them before asking me, "Can you really obtain information from a place like this?" I clicked my tongue. Hearing you say that, I can tell you're not a field agent. Hit right on the mark, Number 7 fell silent. Watch closely. It's places like this, no, exactly places like this where it's easiest to find information. Chapter 13. Yunru Valley, 1. I walked into the inner part of Yunru Valley without hesitation. My confident stride made Number 7, who was following behind, look curious, wondering if I had some kind of plan. There's one immortal truth I've learned in life. An immortal truth? What is it? If you gather a bunch of people together, no matter the situation, a hierarchy always forms. Just like how society is divided into nobles, commoners, and outcasts. Even within that hierarchy, further divisions of nobles, commoners, and outcasts emerge. At first glance, it might look like everyone here is equally ruined, but this place is still a part of the heavenly demon cult, which strictly follows the law of the strong. As we headed farther in, clusters of houses began to appear, and the ones living there were clearly different from those near the entrance in the slum-like shack, starting with their appearance. Those people, they're the ones who've managed to survive in this hellish competition, but they're not nobles either. They farmed or hunted and gathered in the mountains. Some had even learned a bit of martial arts. They had some skills that allowed them to survive, but they weren't the ones I was looking for. Let's keep going. Yunru Valley didn't end here. Several such housing clusters were scattered around, and deeper inside was where the informants I sought would be. Number 7's eyes twitched. "Oh, are you sure this is okay, young master? If we go any farther, getting back out won't be easy," I scoffed at her. "You're more timid than I thought. And you call yourself an informant of the Sa clan? Ahem. For people like us, the deeper we go, the better our chances of survival. Wandering around the outskirts is more dangerous." Her eyes widened. "Why is that? Most of the people out here have nothing to lose. But the ones inside have a lot to lose." Ah, Black Dagger Number 7 let out a gasp as she realized what I meant. "So let's go. No time to waste." I walked further into the valley at a relaxed pace. Truthfully, I had another reason for picking up the pace. Who the hell is it? The feeling of someone watching me hadn't gone away for a while now. I could feel Number 7's gaze from behind, but that wasn't what had me on edge. There was no malice in the gaze, but the sticky curiosity it radiated made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. Damn it, whoever this voyeur is, if they keep it up even after we go deeper, I won't let them off easy. I twisted my lips and cursed the unknown watcher inwardly. As we moved deeper into Yunru Valley, the presence of people around us diminished drastically. In contrast, I began to clearly feel the gazes of martial artists radiating unmistakable chi. There are a lot of plants around here. Is someone cultivating them? Though people were rarely seen in the inner valley, there were many fields and paddies that clearly showed human care. Looks like it. Heh, this place has its own rustic charm. Number 7 let out a soft laugh, seemingly enjoying the tranquil atmosphere of the area. Even if they've been cast out of the main sect, maybe they find spiritual comfort in growing plants like this. I frowned at her comment. Just as Number 7 reached out to touch the plants in a nearby paddy that's an illusion-killing herb. I stopped her with a single sentence. Flinch. Illusion-killing herb was a type of spirit herb, but it was a toxic one infused with lethal poison, not something to be touched barehanded. Looking closely, there's some poison transfer flower too. Number 7 immediately backed away from the field. What she had just tried to do was no different than grabbing a red antler mushroom with bare hands. What the heck is this place? A secret cultivation field, probably. Not the base ingredient for black-spotted blood, though. Number 7 seemed too shocked to say anything. She was clearly not a field agent, despite her appearance. She might be younger than she looks. Why did Sa Byeon send someone like her? No, wait. Come to think of it, Sa Byeon's role was only to pass on information. The one who dragged this girl all the way here was me. Damn it, that was a mistake. If that's her level, her martial arts are probably trash too. Just as I was about to say something to her, "Hey, you brats over there." A rough voice came from deeper inside. When I turned my head, 5 thugs appeared wielding blades and clubs. One of them, with a long scar on his face, growled as he looked our way. I heard a well-dressed little punk showed up, and I see you've made it all the way here. No way that was just coincidence. That's right. I'll keep it simple. If you don't want to get hurt, get lost. I silently stared at them. Aside from the guy in the middle, the rest are just small-time thugs. They were most likely laborers hired by whoever ruled this part of Yunru Valley. Can't do that. I am here to meet your boss. Ha! The thug let out a mocking laugh. Thought I'd send you back quietly since you looked like some noble brat from the main sect, but you're asking for a beating. He then glared at his 4 lackeys. Break an arm, don't go overboard. Yes, boss. The goons began to approach, swinging smooth clubs in their hands. At that, number 7 immediately took a step back. I specialize in movement techniques, just so you know. Didn't expect anything from you in the first place. I sighed and stepped forward. At the same time, the approaching thugs picked up speed. Get him, die. If I really die, you guys'll be in trouble, though. I snapped back at them as they hurled crude threats, then dashed forward to meet them head-on. Honestly, in terms of martial arts, these guys were garbage, not even third-rate. They were just used as laborers because they had all their limbs intact and a sturdy build. In terms of pure martial arts, you could easily find someone stronger than those guys among the drug addicts sprawled out near the entrance. Hua, the first one to charge, swung a club with both hands, aiming roughly at my shoulder. Since he was a grown man putting his weight into it, a direct hit could have cracked my arm or shoulder bone. This is sigh-worthy. I lightly stepped aside, dodging the attack with a basic footwork technique, then immediately kicked his shin. Thud, arg, you pathetic bastard. 3 of them cursed and charged at me all at once when their comrade was taken down in an instant. You think y'all be any different? I didn't even need to use my internal energy. The insight that awakened alongside my senses clearly laid out their movements like some kind of future vision. Dodging attacks from 3 directions was as easy as shifting my upper body slightly. Then I lightly tapped each of their shinsons per person. That was all it took. Whoa, arg, guh. All 4 of them went tumbling to the ground, and the thug in the middle frowned as he watched. So you're an expert, so? Feel like guiding me now? Who? Realizing he was facing someone far above his level, the thug gave up quickly and raised his hands. Follow me, I'll take you to the Old Lords. Smirk. Old Lords, huh? What a grand title. So number 7, and I followed the thug's lead as he guided us deeper into the innermost part of Yunru Valley. The innermost part of Yunru Valley, cold, shaded, where sunlight barely reached. There stood a rather well-built manor, surprisingly refined for a place like this. I looked around the estate and let out a soft laugh. Not bad at all. In a place like this level of luxury is basically imperial. Well, if they were pushing that many high-priced contraband items, then even in Yunru Valley, they wouldn't have any financial difficulties. An old man with only one arm walked out from inside the manor. This is a surprise, Magang. You brought a guest. It was a subtle reprimand for not chasing me away. The thug called Magang lowered his head. I apologize, third old lord. Forget it, you must brought him because you couldn't handle him. Their exchange made me chuckle inwardly. What a dramatic act. They reprimand, then comfort themselves by saving face. What a show. Still, he's decent. Almost qualifies as first-rate. If he hadn't lost an arm, he would have probably received decent treatment in the main sect and enjoyed a proper retirement. The old man, referred to as the third old lord, slowly nodded toward me. I pay my respects to a noble guest of the 6 great demonic clans. Gasp, Magang gasped audibly. I lifted the corner of my lips into a faint smile. Did you say the 6 clans? Yes. And what makes you think that? No young man, not even of age, would willingly walk into a death trap like this unless he belonged to one. You sound confident. Are you even strong enough to back that up? My remark was slightly sarcastic, but his expression immediately stiffened with anger. Though I may have lost an arm and ended up here, I haven't fallen so low that I'd take insults from a mere late-stage beginner. Not fallen. Someone who trained in palm techniques and lost an arm is completely ruined. His internal energy might be borderline first-rate, but without his dominant arm, he couldn't confidently take on even an average second-rate martial artist. Unless he had trained in weaponry, maybe. How did you know that? It's obvious. No need to act so shocked. I shot him a crooked glare. You said I was from the 6 clans, right? Then try guessing which one. If you get it right, I'll acknowledge you and reward you in the name of my clan. Ahem. The third Old Lord's expression shifted at the mention of a reward. If I truly belonged to one of the 6 clans, I wouldn't lie about something like this. And if he guessed correctly, the reward wouldn't be light knew that well. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth. Are you from the Hidden Shadow So clan? Why do you think that? Well, if we trace our supply chain far enough, it ultimately leads to the Illusion clan. And the Illusion and So clans have been at odds for generations, so I assumed you might be from the So clan. So the Illusion clan is behind these guys? That was news to me even back when I was the inner administrator. I felt oddly pleased by this discovery. The shocking Illusion clan. One of the 6 great demonic clans, specializing in illusion arts and formation techniques. Given their nature, it wouldn't be surprising for them to use all sorts of contraband. Of course, they wouldn't acquire it openly. Instead, they'd gather it slowly and discreetly like this. Not a bad deduction. Then, unfortunately, you're wrong. Double you're wrong? He had decent insight, judging by how he guessed the So clan. Direct descendants of the Ma clan always wear fixed clothing. The Pa clan carries giant swords. The Jin clan, as evident from Jin Yeomyung, has members who are all massive to rule out. That left the Sa clan, So clan, and Illusion clan. Since the Illusion clan was their supplier, that ruled them out. Between the Sa and So clans, he chose Sa probably because the Sa clan's scions wear flashier clothes. My name is Jin Yeomyung. Apparently, he had heard of me because the third Old Lord widened his eyes and pointed at me. Demonic Heaven's Jin clan, and you're the eldest son. To them, it was like royalty had come slumming in the ghettos. The thugs who had raised their clubs against me went pale and immediately dropped to their knees. In that moment, Number 7 urgently sent a whispering voice transmission. W8, are you really okay revealing your identity like this? Why not? I plan to use them anyway, so what's the harm? What if they're the suppliers of black-spotted blood? Doesn't matter. I'll just suppress them with the power of the clan. Unless black-spotted blood had already spread beyond control several years down the line, I could easily crush it at this stage. Besides, I didn't think they were the true culprits to begin with. To think the esteemed young master of the Jin clan would come to a place like this, the third Old Lord's tone and expression instantly shifted into one of politeness. Black-spotted blood. Flinch. That Drujit's source seems to be this place. You know something, don't you? That is you seem tight-lipped. Want me to loosen that mouth a little? W8. The third Old Lord took a step back. Even if I wanted to torture him right here, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. That's how absolute the status of a direct descendant of the 6 great demonic clans was within the heavenly demon cult. But instead of torture, I reached into my robe and pulled out a pouch, then tossed it to him. Take it. This is. The moment the third Old Lord caught the pouch, he felt its heavy weight settle into his palm. When he slowly opened it, inside was a pile of gleaming gold ingots. Gulp. The third Old Lord swallowed hard. No matter how skilled a first-rate martial artist he may be, buried in a place like this, chances to handle that kind of fortune didn't come often. Just as he was about to speak this is bad, third Old Lord. We've got an intruder. From outside, a one-legged old man suddenly burst into the manor. The second Old Lord, the one-legged elder, referred to as the second Old Lord, shouted urgently at the third Old Lord holding the pouch of gold. He's no ordinary martial artist. You need to come join us right now. Judging by how he ignored everyone else in the manor and went straight to the third Old Lord, it seemed the situation really was dire. But then, an intruder, not just me and Number 7, even the third Old Lord tilted his head in confusion. Number 7 blinked and said, "Aren't we the intruders?" Chapter 14. Yunru Valley, 2. Hey, did you bring in any people separately before coming here? At my question, number 7 shook her head. There are other black guards, but they wouldn't move unless I gave them orders. Then what the hell? Not even my escorts moved. We decided to find out who that intruder was first. We needed to clear up any possible misunderstandings. Chinura was secretly tailing Jin Yeomyung. In truth, following someone like this was a rather novel and refreshing experience for her. At this pace, hell be leaving the cult's territory. Just as she was unable to suppress her curiosity and increased her light footwork speed, young cult leader, if you get too close, you might get spotted. I know, the escort's heart was pounding with anxiety. He couldn't bring himself to tell her to turn back, especially when she so rarely looked this excited. But still, these occasional nerve-wracking situations weren't exactly welcome. Just then, something happened that slightly eased the burden on the escort. Chinura pointed forward and spoke. Those are the Sa clan's black guards. Masked individuals in black cloaks advanced stealthily ahead using concealment techniques. Roughly 10 could be seen for no likely, there were more further ahead. The escort let out a sigh of relief inwardly. If it came down to it, those black guards could at least buy some time in a worst-case scenario. It seems Lady Sa Bion sent them to support Jin Yeomyung. Really? A slight hint of suspicion rose in her eyes. Well, let's keep going for now. She ignored the escort's response and continued forward. The escort sighed. Their path was gradually steering toward the outskirts of the heavenly demon cult's territory. At this point, he and the other 2 top experts of the law enforcement hall could barely protect Chinura. But if they went any further out, there was no telling what might happen. Thus, the pursuit ended only after they discovered a village nestled between massive valleys. Yeo-myung, what's that place? The escort, Yeo-myung, responded. That is Yunru Valley. Yunru Valley? Never heard of it. What kind of place is it? Young cult leader, that place is dangerous. Please, let us turn back. I asked what kind of place it is. At her cold tone, sweat beaded on Yeo-myung's forehead. That place is a brief explanation about Yunru Valley reached her ears. Her expression immediately twisted. This is ridiculous. Why does the cult leave a place like that alone? There are several reasons, but the main one is for demonstration purposes. Being sharp-witted, she immediately understood what Yeo-myung meant. A demonstration, huh? I get the gist of it. Also, within Yunru Valley, the Illusion clan secretly cultivates forbidden medicinal herbs for use in their formations. Lastly, it serves as a trap to weed out spies from the Central Plains. Spies. Our cult's defenses and security are tight, but there's no such thing as absolute in this world. So rather than be caught off guard, the idea is to intentionally show a weakness and root them out. In short, Yunru Valley is technically part of our domain, yet it's a true lawless zone where multiple factions are entangled. I see. So that's how they justified it. Why young cult leader? We pursue him. Young cult leader. Jin Yeomyung would have known exactly what kind of place Yunru Valley is before entering. That's true, but if he didn't know, that's one thing. But if he did, I can't just leave him to face danger alone. Still, there's no need for you to go personally. Yeo-myung, father once said this to me. Chinura continued in a calm voice. Because I was born with many enemies, I must never abandon those who move for my sake. Yeo-myung was moved by her words. A master who cared for her people this deeply. In a place like the heavenly demon cult, full of selfish and egotistical individuals, someone like her was truly rare. And also, but Yeo-myung's emotion didn't last long. More than anything, doesn't it sound fun? Sorry. If reclusive masters exist, a place like that is probably where they'd be. I'd like to meet one. And no, but wouldn't it be easier to find such reclusive masters by visiting the previous generation's elders of the Chen clan or the 6 clans? Let's go, Yeo-myung. Why young cult leader? Before he could even finish that thought, Chinura began moving toward Yunru Valley. The excitement that had welled up in Yeo-myung's heart quickly sank back down in less than 10 seconds. I rubbed my forehead and closed my eyes. So, you're telling me you caused all that mess outside? Over 10 people had died, and at least twice as many were injured. Even in Yunru Valley, where death was an everyday occurrence, this was a rare incident. Chinura tilted her chin up as if to say, so what? I don't avoid the trouble that walks up to me. I am sure you don't. Why the hell is this girl even here? I desperately resisted the urge to sigh. So the one who had been watching me was this girl. I didn't know what her reason for following me was, but her appearance had thrown my plans into chaos. Chinura folded her arms and showed her displeasure. But something's off. Jin Yeomyung, you walked in without any trouble, but why do people keep showing up to stop me? I blinked and responded. Isn't it obvious? What part of it is obvious? That's because I almost answered directly, but then I stopped myself, sensing something off. Chinura, though her eyes were slightly sharp, was objectively a stunning beauty. In a place like this, teeming with men starved for women, it was inevitable for trouble to arise if she walked around without even properly wearing her face veil. If I said that out loud, the response I'd get would be obvious. I tried to redirect the conversation as much as possible to suit her mood. Yura attracting more trouble because Yura not avoiding it. Everyone here, in one way or another, knows each other. Chinura nodded, seemingly convinced by my words. I see, understood. One of her strengths was that she could be persuaded with clear reasoning. I was somewhat hopeful, but I didn't see any reclusive martial masters. A recluse. I didn't know why she was suddenly looking for reclusive masters, but I responded sincerely. Well, that makes sense. If they were truly masters, they wouldn't expose themselves in a place like this. Is that so? It is. I was racking my brain, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. After causing this kind of mess, the spies already planted within the valley must have noticed her presence. Should I have her wear a face veil? No, that might cause other problems. Even if she wore a veil, it'd be hard to hide the innate nobility in her features. From the moment she set foot here, it was inevitable that problems would arise. Unable to find a good answer, I turned to number 7 for advice. Hey, got any ideas? I not really. Number 7 also seemed flustered and couldn't take her eyes off Chinura. Strangely enough, it looked like she was more shaken than I was, which meant no more investigating around here. I'd have to get the information I needed from them quickly and get out. My eyes shifted backward. Yura called First Old Lord, right? Why yes, that's correct. There, an aged but sly-looking old man was lying prostrate. Beside him, the ones I had seen earlier, Second Old Lord and Third Old Lord, were also lying face down. Since the one who caused the commotion turned out to be the young cult leader of the main cult, this reaction was only natural. There's only one piece of information I want. Everything about black-spotted blood. Be black-spotted blood, you say? Yes, are you cultivating its raw ingredients here by any chance? Though I hadn't seen the raw materials for black-spotted blood in the fields, it wasn't impossible. I pressed with a cold expression. Don't tell me you don't know. And no, that's not it. It's just that your question was so unexpected my status wasn't exactly minor, and First Old Lord looked at me with a puzzled expression. Black-spotted blood? After some contemplation, he spoke. To my knowledge, black-spotted blood is brought in from outside. It's true that its distribution starts here in Yunu Valley, but we don't handle it directly. You don't deal with it yourselves? No. Our 3 elders only hold authority here thanks to the Illusion Clan. All the medicine we make goes to the Illusion Clan. It doesn't go to the red light districts or back alleys. That makes sense. Despite being called First Old Lord, his martial skills weren't much different from the other 2. There's no way someone barely at the level of a first-rate martial artist could act as a boss in Yunu Valley, where thousands lived, without strong backing. Do you know where the black-spotted blood is brought in from? First Old Lord bowed his head in a humble posture. My apologies. So many goods pass through here. If you give me some time, I'll find out immediately. Thinking I had fallen silent out of anger, First Old Lord quickly spoke up in a panic. But that wasn't what I was thinking about. Brought in from outside. And they don't even know the source of a substance strictly banned by the cult. My suspicions solidified into certainty. This couldn't happen unless someone high up in the cult was involved. A smile crept onto my lips. If I could trace this trail backward, I might be able to catch the tail of that so-called heaven-defying society. You took an advance payment from Third Old Lord, didn't you? I was referring to the pouch of gold coins Third Old Lord was still cherishing. If you find out the source within a month, I'll give you 5 more pouches of gold coins. Gasp, not 1, but 5, and all in gold. Even for these 3 who were in the medicine-making business? That kind of money wasn't easy to come by. Even if they quit their work right now, it would be more than enough for a comfortable retirement. I will mobilize every available resource to find it out, no matter what. Their eyes now brimmed with loyalty. Good. Now then, even if you don't know where the black-spotted blood is coming from, you must at least know where it's gathered and where it flows from there, right? Only an idiot would think that drugs would naturally spread just by dumping them somewhere. There's definitely a primary distribution network and a point of contact. We do know that much. We can tell you right away. Oh, where is it? It's a minor sect called Azure Wolf Sect, based in Nine Streams City. All the black-spotted blood that flows into here is distributed underground through them first. You know quite a lot, don't you? Well, the supply price for black-spotted blood was so cheap that when we were exploring distribution channels to expand our business, we, did some digging. Hee hee, they knew far too much. It wasn't just curiosity, clearly had direct contact with this so-called Azure Wolf sect. Don't tell me these guys. My gaze toward First Old Lord grew increasingly skeptical. If left alone, they would eventually start handling black-spotted blood themselves. And once that happened, the speed at which it would spread through the cult's underworld would skyrocket. In other words, they were likely one of the reasons the cult was plagued with drugs in my past life. How dare you? Chinura, having realized this as well, began to emit killing intent. Eek, young cult leader, please calm down. I hurriedly tried to restrain Chinura, who now glared at me with eyes radiating intense chi. You want me to calm down when these trash are spreading drugs within the cult? They haven't acted yet. And if we rashly cut their heads off, it could create problems with the Illusion clan. Killing off this garbage wouldn't cause any objections from the Illusion clan. I poured all my energy into restraining her as she seethed with desire to execute them on the spot. What they supply only goes to the Illusion clan. They're just subordinates. The real trash we need to behead lies elsewhere. And we still need them to uncover the source of the black-spotted blood and the whereabouts of the others involved. Only after hearing this did Chinura's killing intent gradually recede. I don't like this at all. Please endure it for a little longer. I quickly finished issuing instructions to the 3 old lords and urged them to return to the main base. But we weren't able to head there right away. What the hell are these? The moment we stepped out of the old lord's residence, dozens of masked men appeared. From the hostility in their eyes, they were clearly not allies. Chapter 15. Yunru Valley, 3. The Murim Alliance's Special Operations Unit was one of the counterintelligence teams active along the front lines against the heavenly demon cult. Among them, the 17th Subdivision, which Guan Sang belonged to, was the most forward-positioned group of the hidden spy unit spread across all of Gansu province, situated closest to the territory of the heavenly demon cult. I have to report this immediately. Although murders occurred almost daily in Yunru Valley, it was exceedingly rare for over 10 people to be beheaded in one go, especially if the perpetrator was a beautiful woman, the likes of whom one wouldn't expect to see in a place like Yunru Valley. Seeing the elegant woman standing proudly among the corpses he had just cut down, Guan Sang was convinced. No doubt about it. It's the young cult leader, Chinura. The heavenly demon cult certainly had skilled female swordsmen, but there was only one who looked this young-almost childlike. She's not some witch who's reversed her aging. The portrait mostly matches too. So what about her guards? The only visible escort nearby was a masked man in black standing beside her, seemingly trying to stop her. Of course, with Guan Sang's insight, he couldn't be sure whether there were other hidden escorts, but he didn't care. Even if they used stealth techniques in broad daylight, they couldn't hide many people. Confident in this assessment, Guan Sang didn't hesitate and went straight to his superior. Yeo-myung, what is it, Guan Sang? In the middle of the day? A fat man lying lazily on a mat under the shade of a tree greeted Guan Sang. His filthy, tattered clothes were ripped in multiple places, and he scratched his belly in slothful delight. Guan Sang's superior looked like a beggar. With a solemn expression, Guan Sang made his report. The young cult leader has appeared. Did you start drinking in the middle of the day? At his superior's sour reaction, Guan Sang exploded in frustration. No, squad leader, you think I am that kind of person. Now that I think about it, you've never caused any trouble while drunk. Yeo-myung, one of the 4 beggars of the beggars' sect and captain of the 17th subdivision, adjusted his reclining posture and looked at Guan Sang. So, why would the young cult leader show up in a place like this, that I wouldn't know? As Yeo-myung slowly reached for his club, Guan Sang flailed his hands in panic. No, there's no way I'd know that, right? It's not like I am stationed at the main cult. You should be praising me just for identifying her, shouldn't you? Yeo-myung had no counter to Guan Sang's words and slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. Ahem. Ha ha, seriously, Guan Sang exhaled heavily, looking like he had just come back from the dead. His damn superior, being from the beggars' sect, had monstrous martial prowess. Guan Sang had seen many captains during his time in the hidden spy unit, but none were as powerful as Yeo-myung. Yeo-myung asked seriously, "Tell me everything in detail." All right, so Guan Sang explained everything he had seen in detail. First, he described the events without exaggeration, then followed with his own reasoning behind his conclusions. She cut down 10 men who picked a fight with her in an instant, and they were from the Poison Frog sect? Yes. Doesn't that mean she must be at least a first-rate master? Well, yes, Yeon-myung trailed off. As trashy as the Poison Frog sect bastards are, each of them is still far stronger than the average adult man. In truth, someone experienced with the sword could possibly cut down 10 opponents, but only if they had sufficient strength to back it Yupend that didn't apply to a girl who hadn't even reached adulthood. To take them out in a single strike, that wouldn't be possible unless she was at least second-rate. No, not even then. Only someone who had circulated qi throughout their entire body to strengthen themselves could achieve that. That love alone that inspired fear in the wider world was the hallmark of a first-rate martial artist. If what you say is true, even if she's not the young cult leader, she must be an important figure within the 6 great demonic clans. Exactly right? You did good work, brat. Well done. What will you do now? I feel like this intel could fetch a high price. Although the hidden spy unit was under the Righteous Alliance, selling information to raise funds in this way wasn't unheard of. I'll handle the rest. You take the others and fall back. What? I'm not planning to take all the credit, so wipe that look off your face, brat. Yao'll get a hefty reward. Understood, squad leader. Gwansang retreated, somewhat sulky. Still, Yeon-myung wasn't the type to break a promise, so Gwansang didn't look too disappointed. Once Gwansang had completely vanished, what do you mean? What to Dao had a fool? Yeon-myung's gaze turned icy. Obviously, I'll capture her. An intimidating aura far more chilling than before poured from his eyes. Let's see. Aside from the young cult leader, which other members of the 6 great demonic clans possess that level of martial prowess? Though he appeared casual on the outside, he was still the captain of a counterintelligence unit that had infiltrated the heavenly demon cult. In an instant, several candidates flashed through his mind. So Soryu of the So clan, Sa Bion of the Sa clan, maybe one of the twins from the Pa clan. Surely it's not her the one we've been targeting, right? Since it was a single person, it wasn't the twins from the Pa clan. That left 3 possibilities, including the young cult leader. KK, whoever it is, doesn't matter. The more cracks that form in their ranks, the bigger our cut will be. Having made his decision, Yeon-myung summoned others who had been waiting nearby. These were not members of the 17th subdivision under his command. They were executioners directly dispatched from the higher-ups to deal with any anomalies in the black spot blood supply. An elite unit known as the Death Command, squad composed entirely of top-class assassins. Deep within the heart of Yunru Valley, a place devoid of all human presence masked figures appeared near the quarters of the 3 old lords. This is a jackpot. To think that Brat's words were actually true. Heh. With a twisted smile, Yeon-myung stepped forward. Sorry, but Yao'll have to become our prisoner, young cult leader. Who are you bastards? No need to know. All you have to do is surrender quietly. The power gap between the 2 sides was obvious, or at least, Yeon-myung thought so. When the young cult leader saw Yeon-myung had no interest in conversation, she turned and looked at their side. Jin Yeomyung, what do you think? I looked over the masked men with sunken eyes and said, never thought I'd catch your tail this early. Tail, you say? Surely you don't think they're some kind of righteous sex special task force, do you? HMPH, Chinura let out a small chuckle, perhaps taking my comment as a joke. Indeed, with the murderous aura those bastards were emitting, no one in their right mind would mistake them for righteous warriors. That one over there definitely looks like a beggar's sect dog. That's why we should keep him alive. He looks like he has a lot to spill. Yeo-myung. The 3 old lords began to sweat coldly and slowly retreated. Each of the enemies they faced were at least equal in strength, if not greater than them. I casually shrugged my shoulders. At this rate, it's not about capturing anyone. We should be worrying about staying alive. The young cult leader surely had escorts, and a few of the black guards were present too, so she probably wouldn't die. But if we engaged them head-on, the casualties would be severe. Especially the axe-wielding one standing beside that beggar. He's a true master-level expert. That one's dangerous. It hadn't even been 2 shichen since they arrived at Yunrugok. If someone could mobilize this level of force in that short time, the hidden power within the cult must be truly terrifying. Don't worry about that. SHRRRNG? Chinura finally drew her sword in earnest. Then she turned slightly to her side and spoke, Bion, assist me. Yes, young cult leader. The 7th Black Guard responded politely and stepped forward. Wait, what? What did you just say? I blinked as I stared at the 7th Guard, who threw off her mask. Gone was the goofy air she had shown until now, replaced by Sabion, who radiated the same cold aura as her mistress. She bowed her head slightly toward me. "I am sorry, young master." "And no way, what the?" I had realized she was a woman, but to think she was actually Sabion? Before I could even react, Sabion turned and shouted toward the back. "Black guards, protect young Master Jin." "Yes, my lady." Swish, swish. Over 10 black guards from the Sa clan encircled me. Seeing this, Chinura turned and shouted, "Amyong, Hoyong, Gwenyang. Assist me." Yes, young cult leader. 3 figures appeared at her side. They were likely the elite protectors of the cult leader guardians assigned to her at all times. In an instant, the numbers had shifted, 20 against 5. Even with 4 more added to our side, Yeon-myung showed no signs of backing down. What a cute little act of defiance. He sneered at Chinura. So what if they're from the Guardians? Without the cult leader, the best they can do is slightly below master level. But on our side, we have someone who's reached master level. Chinura replied calmly, "You seem to know quite a bit about our cult's inner workings." Haha, I couldn't help but know, especially when it comes to the affairs of the Chin clan. Flinch. At the words "affairs of the Chin clan," her expression shifted ever so slightly. Seems like cockroaches have been crawling under the foundation of the main family. Looks like we'll need a thorough extermination. Yura still clinging to false hope, young cult leader. Ha ha ha, false hope, you say? Chinura began to laugh. There was a flicker of madness in her expression, and I instinctively shuddered. That was not a look someone her age should be capable of. "Listen well, you vermin." Whoosh, and then her blade was enveloped in a brilliant aura of pitch-black light. What is that? Too radiant to be mere sword chi. Far too intense to be just internal energy. At that moment, the leader standing beside Yeon-myung shouted urgently. "Attack!" At the leader's command, the assassins charged at Chinura without hesitation. Chinura looked at them with a cold smile. "Not a single one of you will leave 10,000 Mountain alive." Roughly 1/4 hour later, damn, that was brutal. I gulped as I looked around at the corpses of the enemies lying in heaps. 20 against 5. The outcome of that clash was, shockingly, a complete victory for Chinura's side. This can't be. The leader of the enemy forces knelt down, clutching his severed arm. Then he screamed in disbelief. "I've never heard of the young cult leader possessing such martial prowess." "Of course not." She looked down at him as if he were a bug. "I've never revealed my true strength to anyone in the Chin clan. Except for father, Beon, and that guy over there." She briefly cast a sidelong glance at me when she said "that guy." Gulp. So when she fought me before, she was holding back that much. I thought she had gotten annoyed and started fighting seriously toward the end, but honestly, if the cult leader hadn't stepped in back then, it'd be dead for sure. Well, leaving that aside, she's incredible. I couldn't help but marvel at the aftermath of the battle before me. Even among first-rate martial artists, not all are created equal. Those who served as Chinura's escorts were specially selected young talents, future elites, chosen to match the next cult leader in spirit and skill. Not only had they mastered powerful demonic martial arts and inner cultivation methods, but they'd also trained rigorously under senior guardians and proven themselves thoroughly. Even within the same tier, the difference between them and other first-rates was enormous. But what was even more remarkable was Chinura herself. Her performance didn't pale in comparison to those elite guardians at all. She had taken down 5 first-rate warriors and 1 master-level leader without so much as a scratch on her body. A true genius of battle. This isn't over Twitch. For some reason, that enemy leader was staring at me now. I won't let it end like this. Whoosh. The bastard sprang forward, charging straight at me. A faint crimson glow flared on his axe. "If I can't take you all down, I'll at least kill you, Jin Yeomyung." I let out a sigh and muttered, "So you did hear my name earlier?" It was obvious. Chinura had openly mentioned my name when asking for my opinion. Foolish guy. Do you even know how many guards are around me right now? I had no doubt the black guards would intercept him before he could even touch me. But then, even as he rushed in close, not a single one of the nearby black guards moved to stop him. What the? Jin Yeomyung. The arc of his axe swung in a powerful curve straight toward my crown. Chapter 16, Clue in the Flower Garden 1. Why aren't you guys stopping him? The moment the leader bastard passed by the black guards, I blinked a couple of times. 1 seconds. My gaze turned to the black guards in protest. "I brought you guys here for this exact situation, didn't I? You're not statuesque, are you just standing there?" 5 seconds. I figured out the reason soon enough. You sons of bitches, every one of the black guards avoided my gaze. Given Sa Byun's usual personality, she wouldn't act this way on her own. This was definitely the doing of the young cult leader. That damned woman. What the hell did I do to deserve this kind of treatment? 1 second. Regardless, my rationality screamed that my life was in danger. Damn it, it's too late to dodge. The opponent was a master level, even if he was past his prime. You can't just avoid a self-sacrificing strike like that. So I only had one choice. Cheng, Kwang, the blade I quickly drew clashed with the bastard's axe aura. Gah, I even pressed my palm against the flat of the blade to block the impact, but it was hopelessly overpowered. My body couldn't withstand the recoil of the axe and was hurled backward. Thunk, thud. While I was rolling pathetically backward, I sighed inwardly. At a time when I should be looking cool, I end up in a dismount like this. Setting aside how shitty the situation was, this was clearly some kind of test from the young cult leader. After showing a disgraceful sight like that, how hard would the young cult leader and the others laugh at me? I can't believe it. He actually blocked it. But surprisingly, not a single person here laughed at me. Instead, the leader bastard who had swung the axe looked stunned, his shoulders slumping as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Why didn't you die? Twitch. Unable to control the rage surging within me, I sprang up and pointed my finger at him. Hey, you crazy bastard. How dare you say something like that to a person? Even as I shouted, the leader bastard yelled back, almost as if wailing. You should have had your head split open and died right there. From his point of view, that made perfect sense. Even if it wasn't the full-strength axe might he could only use at peak condition, that strike had gathered every last ounce of his remaining chi. Leaving aside freaks like that young cult leader, there was no way a mere late-stage first-rate martial artist, especially one so young, could block it without so much as a scratch. Was there really a monster like that growing up in the demonic heavens Jin clan? If we let him live, he never finished his sentence. Slash. Before I knew it, Chinura had cleanly severed his neck, then nodded slightly. As expected. Our eyes met. I figured as much, but it seems your skill is enough to withstand this level of attack. Sa Byun, who had followed behind her, looked at me with a somewhat surprised expression. What's even more amazing is that he blocked a master-level sword chi with only a basic sword form. Chinura shook her head. It wasn't just blocked. He redirected the trajectory properly at the last moment. If he hadn't, his head really would have been split open. As she said, I hadn't been able to unleash any sword chi. With my still fledgling level, I wasn't yet capable of drawing out sword chi in the blink of an eye. Listening to their conversation, I sighed deeply inside. So then, are you satisfied, now that you've seen my skills? Very. A slight smile tugged at her lips as she answered. Damn heavenly demon cult, supremacy of the strong, survival of the fittest. In the heavenly demon cult, where those two concepts were paramount, these kinds of tests from higher-ups weren't uncommon. It wasn't even unusual for such tests to lead to actual assassination attempts. Maybe I should feel relieved that this test wasn't on Hellfire difficulty. Next time, I'd appreciate at least a bit of warning beforehand. Foo-foo, I'll be generous. With that, she turned and walked away from me. After all, she was an unexpected guest in this affair. I was the one who took the lead. And as if passing a baton, Sa Byun, who had followed while hiding her identity, now approached me. Ahem, young Master Jin. I responded with a sullen tone. What do you want, number 7 of the Black Guards? My voice was full of annoyance. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sa Byun's forehead as she tried to force a smile. In the end, she bowed her head. I am sorry. I was simply too curious about how you would handle things, so I had no choice but to hide my identity. If Sa Byun had proposed to come along from the start, I wouldn't have come here personally. I would found another way, not wanting to expose her to danger. It's fine. Curiosity is only natural. I'm not particularly angry or upset. I waved my hand and smiled back at her. Oh, I am relieved. Then, however, I do have a bit of a complaint about the Black Guard's handling of the situation. Sa Byun's expression stiffened. Even if the Black Guards had held back under the young cult leader's orders, strictly speaking, they had abandoned their duty to protect me. If I were to make an issue of this with the family, the heads of every Black Guard involved in this operation would roll. And at the peak of that responsibility stood Sa Byun. That is her expression, which had just been frozen like ice, instantly crumbled. Did she really think I would take this that far? Seeing her flustered reaction, I spoke with satisfaction. Especially that when you called the number 7 of the Black Guards, That girl's got some serious issues. What? Beon stood frozen, her expression completely collapsed. Despite being sent on your orders, she seemed to have no actual field experience. Watching her snoop around fulfilling her curiosity instead of following orders made her look completely unreliable. I enunciated each word clearly to the flustered woman. At the very least, I request that she be thoroughly retrained. Especially what kind of flower-filled head touches a poppy like it's no big deal. Yes, okay. Before I knew it, Beon's cheeks were trembling faintly. Embarrassment and anger. The two conflicting emotions created quite the spectacle on her face. It was a rather enjoyable sight. Compared to her usual cold demeanor, always wearing a forced smile at best, this expression was a refreshing change. And why are you clenching your fists like that? It's nothing. She abruptly turned her body away, her face now stiff and icy cold. Seeing that chill, I awkwardly scratched my cheek. Did I tease her too much? No, definitely not. I nearly got killed, after all. Compared to an attempted political assassination by the Black Guards, this level of teasing didn't even count as payback. Beon probably realized that too, which is why she didn't argue back and was just swallowing her anger. And so, the situation more or less settled. I didn't expect to be attacked by master-level warriors out of nowhere, but I did get quite a lot out of it. Dusting myself off, I walked toward the only surviving attacker, the beggar's sect man who had failed even to bite his tongue. Yeon-myung. Whether this guy is really a beggar or not, I'll find out now. Dragging him into a more secluded corner, I crouched down in front of him. No matter how I look at it, you seem to know way more than that so-called leader did. Damn it. Jay, just kill me. Why would I kill you? You're about to give some very valuable testimony. I raised a finger with a bright smile. The guys you brought with you, they were way too bloodthirsty to be part of any orthodox sect. Not the beggar's sect, not even the Murim Alliance. The moment our eyes met, a word slipped out of my mouth. Black-spotted blood. Flinch. For the briefest instant, Yeon-myung's pupils trembled. I didn't miss it. As I thought, you people are connected to them. What are you talking about? Black-spotted blood, what's that? He was a terrible actor for someone from the beggar's sect. Or maybe he wasn't a real spy to begin with. I gave a slight smile and patted his shoulder. Come on now. Regardless of your true identity, you must worked here for a few years, right? And someone like that doesn't know what black-spotted blood is. Despite the smile on my lips, my eyes were cold as ice. GHK. Only then did he realize his mistake and shut his mouth again, but I continued speaking while channeling my internal energy into my fingertips. Even though I've neglected martial arts a bit, I've picked up a few side skills out of interest. One of them is torture. I learned tendon splitting and bone shattering quite diligently and thoroughly. The moment his eyes widened, if you really are from the Murim Alliance's Special Operations Unit, then you should be able to endure a little torture. So no need to talk just yet. I want to have a little fun with this. It'll be my first time trying it in practice. One way or another, I guess I really am from the demonic cult. W8. Yeon-myung tried to say something in a hurry, but my finger had already pressed against one of his pressure points. MMPH, with a cheerful mood, I tapped a few more of his acupoints. Well then, shall we start lightly? We can talk about where you're from and what your goals are afterward. MMPH, Kuwag. And thus, in the innermost part of Yunru Valley, the muffled screams of one beggar quietly began to echo. The young cult leader, Chinura, spoke with rare hesitation, as if gauging the other person's mood. Are you all right, Beon? Beon's face was filled with anger. I know, I am fine, young cult leader. You don't need to worry about me. She forced herself to shake off the emotion and maintain a composed expression. To Chinura, that side of her felt rather unfamiliar. In truth, it was the first time she'd ever seen Beon this shaken. Due to her various duties and position, she almost never showed her emotions outwardly. And yet now, just a few encounters with Jin Yeomyung had been enough to stir her feelings like this. Fufu. Chinura found her current expression rather amusing. Of course, she didn't show it outright. My apologies. I ended up troubling you. It's really all right. Young Master Jin didn't seem to have any intention of escalating things. In truth, what she meant by troubling wasn't just about the earlier command. There was more. While she was briefly debating whether or not to say it, Beon posed a question. I do wonder, Thoe, did you give such an order? Jin Yeomyung's abilities had already been confirmed during the exchange match at the Lesser Demon Hall. Among the 6 demonic dragons, top talents of the demonic faction had already proven himself to be among the upper ranks. Chinura answered her question calmly. I wanted to see his reaction. His reaction. To see whether he really has feelings for me, or whether he's simply using me as a pawn of the Jin clan. Even if it looked a little unsightly, it was something I needed to do. Previously, Jin Yeomyung had even used the word dear when referring to Chinura, showing clear signs of affection. And she, who wasn't used to receiving that kind of attention from others, felt a need to confirm the sincerity of that expression. But even aside from that, good heavens, Sabion barely resisted the urge to facepalm. Wasn't this an extreme method of confirmation that would make anyone lose their feelings on the spot? She desperately kept her expression in check, but couldn't quite stop her voice from trembling. So, what's the verdict? Whether or not she noticed Sabion's inner turmoil, Chinura tilted her head and replied, well, I guess I am convinced that he didn't act like that just because of a courtesan's request. It was predictable that Jin Yeomyung would block an ambush from a wounded master level. The real test was what came afterward. If he had approached her purely for the sake of the clan, then at that point, he would have completely masked his emotions and put on a perfectly positive act. One of Chinura's innate talents was the ability to discern subtle emotional shifts in people. That perceptiveness was sharp enough to rival the sense Jin Yeomyung had awakened using his power from a previous life. What he showed me back then were traces of resentment and dissatisfaction. But beyond that, there were no particular changes. And if he had approached me only for my background, he should have hidden even that resentment. At least, that's what everyone else who had approached her until now had done. No matter what she did, they would smile, nod, and flatter her. Then, the moment they fell into a trap, they'd reveal their true colors and disappear one by one. Does he really have feelings for me, or was there some other motive? If so, what reason could he possibly have to go this far? As Chinura wavered in confusion, Sabion opened her mouth. Young cult leader, what is it? Sabion understood Chinura's inner turmoil. She had watched over Chinura for years and had witnessed firsthand everything she had gone through. But even so, what will you do if he ends up hating you? What if Jin Yeomyung truly did have genuine feelings for Chinura? Then the method she used earlier might have been a serious misstep. Then there's nothing I can do. Chinura let out a quiet laugh. I am in a position where I have no other choice. A reply filled with countless layers of meaning. A position where she had to constantly test and doubt everyone who approached her. If a potential relationship broke because of that, then so be it. That was simply the kind of position she held. That was what it meant to be someone who stood above all others. Sabion, almost unconsciously, opened her mouth. If Chapter 17, Clue in the Flower Garden 2, if swallowing slightly, she finally voiced the question she had long held back. If young Master Jin were to pass the young cult leader's test, what would you do? Truthfully, this was a question that crossed the line for someone in her position. But when she saw that faintly bitter smile, she couldn't hold herself back. And more than anything, she had a gut feeling this might be the only moment she'd ever have the chance to ask this question. Who knows? Chinura let out a soft scoff with an ambiguous expression. If that happens, it would mean that a small dream from my childhood, one I've long since given up on, has come true. A dream? Yes, a dream. Clap. After answering that far, Chinura suddenly extended her palm toward Sabion. That's enough, Bion. Before she knew it, her expression had returned to its usual cold and composed self. My debt to you ends here. Don't try to understand me any further. I apologize, young cult leader. Only then did Sabion compose her expression and bow her head. Let's focus on what lies ahead. I am fully aware that this incident concerns me as well. Yes, there was no doubt that this was one of the reasons she had secretly followed Jin Yeomyung. Chinura, who had now tucked away her inner emotions, continued speaking. This matter revolves around that black-spotted blood. Are you certain it's connected to someone in the Chen clan? We haven't secured any definitive evidence yet. However, based on a few clues, that seems likely. What kind of clues? The first appearance of black-spotted blood in circulation was 2 years ago. At that time, it was very cautiously distributed among the lower classes. Coincidentally, there's evidence that the Black Ant unit was active around that period. Chinura tilted her head. Black Ants? I've never heard of them before. It's one of the Chen clan's subordinate groups that isn't part of the 34 squads. They're usually tasked with handling the dirty work of the branch family members. I see. The Heavenly Demon cult's main combat force was divided into 34 squads. But beyond that, there were countless miscellaneous groups not officially listed. From the sound of it, these were mere errand runners, nothing more, nothing less. Even as the young cult leader, she didn't know all these trivial inner workings. And you're saying that the ones who brought in that monstrous drug are tied to none other than the beggar sect. To be precise, it's highly likely a third party disguised as members of the beggar sect. Same difference. Whether righteous or demonic, the point is, there's a traitor in the Chen clan who's joined hands with an outsider. Cheon Yura's expression twisted in fury. Even if the drug had been distributed within the cult, as long as it remained internal, it could be forgiven with just a warning. Such was the privilege of the Chen clan's current position. But if the source came from an outsider, that wasn't just a momentary lapsate could be seen as an act of rebellion against the entire cult, even against the cult leader herself. Whoever it is, I hope we can catch at least a trace. For someone who should be protecting the cultists above all else to be the one poisoning them, I won't let them go. No matter who it is. Seo-myung thought to herself. If such a person existed, this wouldn't remain a problem confined to the Chen clan. Blood would reign across all 6 great demonic clans, but there was something that continued to bother her. It seems like young Master Jin is more concerned about forces from the outside than the traitor within the Chen clan. Is that just my imagination? Logically, the Chen clan should be the higher priority, yet watching his behavior, she felt an odd sense of inconsistency, especially going so far as to pay a huge sum to get them investigated. At that moment, the noise is dying down. It is. Has the interrogation ended? It had been about half an incense stick's time since Jin Yeomyung dragged Yeon-myung to a secluded corner for interrogation. Chinura frowned slightly, seeming a little doubtful. I left it to him since he was leading this incident, but can that guy really extract proper information? While he may have had potential in martial arts, interrogation was an entirely different skill set. Though the cries of anguish from Yeon-myung had been audible to the experts since earlier, that didn't necessarily mean the interrogation was going well. Young Master Jin may act frivolously, but he's not one to boast pointlessly. Please try trusting him. HMPH, Chinura scoffed. She didn't know why, but it bothered her that Seo-myung was defending Jin Yeomyung. So, what's the result? To Chinura's curt question, I gave a shrug. A bust. I expected more since he's a four-knot beggar, but turns out he's a complete knob-at-the-bottom of the barrel. That's disappointing. There was a hint of contempt in Chinura's expression, but it wasn't without reason. No matter how remote this place may be, it's still within the cult's territory. There's no way someone that low-ranked could have brought in multiple experts. Yes, of course. And yet, you still say there's nothing to gain? Did I overestimate you? Why was she suddenly acting all cold again? I blinked a few times. I said it was a bust, not that we got nothing at all. Isn't that the same thing? Are you mocking me? Chinura was just about to explode. What I meant by a bust was that I couldn't identify exactly who was behind him. Behind him? Well, it turns out Yeon-myung really is a genuine member of the beggars sect. The staff he carried wasn't just for show. The oral chants of the beggars sect's secret staff technique, which he spilled under torture, matched almost perfectly with the ones I had read for fun from the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts repository back when I was the inner administrator. Specifically, someone higher up in the beggars sect has made a deal with someone in the Chen clan, but Yeon-myung has no idea who that person is. In the end, the real mastermind behind this case could only be found by going after that superior in the beggars sect. Seo-myung let out a soft sigh, so it's virtually impossible to identify the culprit. Well, this might just serve as a useful card to pressure the beggars sect later on. Then, does that mean all leads have been cut off? No, not at all. The mastermind is one thing, this incident is another. Separate from the mastermind, I had actually learned quite a bit from Yeon-myung. The ones Yeon-myung brought weren't from outside the cult. What? Is that true? Chinura's eyes widened along with everyone else's. Indeed, if high-level experts had entered en masse from outside, there's no way the 4 demon squads who managed the cult's outer region would have missed it. Where are they from? He said they came from a place called Red Root Village in Nine Streams City. Red Root Village? Chinura turned her gaze toward Seo-myung. After a brief moment of thought, she answered mechanically. Approximately 150 household members, a mid-sized family with a 50-year history. It was established by Yeo-myung, a retired assassin from the former Ghost Slayer unit. According to reports from the Lord of Nine Streams City, there's nothing particularly notable about them. At that moment, Chinura's expression stiffened slightly. Ghost Slayer unit, you said. Yes, the now-defunct direct assassination squad under the Chin clan, the Demon Emperor Ghost Slayer unit. Was it just coincidence or fate that a group with ties to the Chin clan had appeared in this situation? Then could the ones who came after me be? She hesitated for a moment, but soon her expression turned even more vicious. If we break them, we might find out the true mastermind behind all this. There's a problem, though. A problem. What now? Despite appearances, they're capable of dispatching 21st-rate martial artists, some of them even master level. It's clear the ones who came here weren't all of them. No matter how powerful Chinura and her guards were, there was no guarantee what might be awaiting them there. We can summon the guardian lions from the lesser demon hall. If needed, we can even mobilize Grand Protector. That should be enough to crush most enemies. Certainly, if Grand Protector, one of the top experts of the main cult, stepped in, they could flatten almost anything. But there was one issue. That would be too late. This time, I interrupted instead of saw Beon. They move beneath the surface in tightly compartmentalized cells. Red Root Village is likely just a temporary base. If those dispatched don't return by nightfall, the rest will vanish without a trace. This wasn't the cult's heartland. It was the outer zone. Just gathering the experts from the Lesser Demon Hall, including Grand Protector, would take at least half a day. In other words, by the time the full force was ready to attack, it'd be too late. Young cult leader, unfortunately, what Master Jin says is correct. With even Saw Beon agreeing, Chinura's shoulders sagged slightly. Then what do you suggest we do? What else? It was already too late. Young cult leader, you should return now. We've passed the point where we can handle this ourselves. Besides, if someone of your standing keeps moving around, it'll draw attention from other cult members. The only reason she had some leeway was because this was the outer region. If she kept going like this, every eye from the main cult would turn on her. Chinura didn't respond. She simply bit her lip and lowered her gaze. In her stead, Saw Beon asked, "That's understandable, but Master Jin, what will you do from here? I never needed brute force to resolve this in the first place. Originally, I planned to work my way up through the lower layers of the organization. It was only because those bastards interrupted by trying to kidnap Chinura that several steps had to be skipped. Things have gone a little messy, but I doubt they've managed to erase all traces. I'll begin again from what remains. A promise is a promise, so I may have to borrow some power from my clan. I had promised to resolve this cleanly, and even said I'd use my clan's strength if it came to that. Since I made that promise, I needed to show at least some sincerity. Wait. Just then, Chinura raised her head and shouted, "There's a way." A way? What kind of way? The problem is, we don't have time to mobilize experts like the Guardian Lions or anyone else, right? Well, that's true. Then I'll go to them myself. What? Before I could even digest her words, she placed her hand over her chest and declared, young cult leader Chinura, will make an official visit to Red Root Village, which was once under the Chin clan's banner. Was she out of her mind? She looked serious. If I make it a formal, public visit, they won't be able to pull anything openly. It made a certain amount of sense on the surface, but young cult leader. No matter how you look at it, that's far too dangerous. Just as Saw Beon said, this was no different than sticking your neck out and asking to be killed. I sighed and added in agreement. She's right. There's no way we can risk your life on something like this. Risk? You're calling this something like this? Yes. Compared to the weight of your life, young cult leader, it is something like this. I am sure you know that better than anyone. Chapter 18. Clue in the Flower Garden, 3, One thing I knew for cert. Right now, Chinura was throwing a tantrum. You are not merely a direct descendant of the Chin clan, but the young cult leader. For someone like you, self-sacrifice may be a virtue, but survival is a duty. Beside me, Saw Beon nodded earnestly. You're neglecting that duty right now, though I didn't say it aloud. Someone like her would understand the implication well enough. That's a faint wrinkle formed on her forehead. Eventually, she snapped at me, but her eyes had clearly lost their earlier force. Aren't you also the first young master of the demonic heavens Jin clan, risking danger yourself? It wasn't to the point of gambling my life. More importantly, while I may be the first young master, I am not the young clan head. You know this, don't you? Her head dropped low, and her expression turned somber. She looked like a sulky catcute, almost, but no, I couldn't let that distract me. In any case, if we compared this to a game of chess, Chinura was the king. If she were captured, the game would end instantly. We couldn't afford to risk the king just to capture a pawn. That would only expose her to the threat lurking behind cannons. knights, and other powerful pieces waiting in ambush. After hesitating for a while, her lips moving silently, she suddenly spoke. I want to make up for my mistake. Mistake? Jin Yeomyung, your plan was disrupted because of me. I want to clean up the mess myself. It was true. The assailant had come because she had recklessly revealed that existence. Thanks to that, my plan meant to unfold slowly in the shadow had gone awry from the very start. And Chinura was aware of that. Our gazes locked. Normally, her face was hard to read, but now her emotions were plainly visible. Guilt, perhaps. No hat stood out more was pride. The pride of someone who had acknowledged Shed caused trouble and wanted to fix it with her own hands. Not the arrogance of vanity, but a pride close to responsibility. With those emotions filling her eyes, she pleaded with me earnestly. I know I am being unreasonable, but still, give me a chance. HMPH. I crossed my arms and sank into thought. Everyone around me held their breath as they watched. Amid their silent gazes, I chuckled inwardly. Not bad. She could have tried to handle it forcibly without asking for my permission. In fact, I had expected her to deny any fault or even be unaware of her own mistakes. She was still in her stormy, impulsive years. In my mind, I had long considered the Chinura of 20 years later to be a different person altogether. The heartless demonic empress I knew had become a complete individual after enduring 20 years of hardship, polished and crushed by responsibilities. The one standing before me now hadn't even experienced sitting in the cult leader's seat. Her thoughts, value as everything, was different. And yet, the way she was acting now overlapped with the image of her I saw in my final moments. No wonder I fell for her. At last, I made my decision. Back in the day, Yeo-myung, the former chief of the Red Root Village, had been a legendary figure in the assassin world. An assassin's fate usually fell into one of three categories: dying in the middle of a mission, climbing to a high rank, overcoming their lowly origins, or, failing that, retiring because their body could no longer endure the strain. Yeo-myung belonged to the third type, which made up barely 2 or 3%. He had only lost an eye, not even a limb bend, yet he managed to retire. That alone earned him the title of legend in the field. When he first established the Red Root Village, many who had known him came to offer congratulations. Unsurprisingly, most of those many were assassins or former assassins. Still, public interest in the Red Root Village barely lasted half a year, which was understandable. A retired assassin couldn't be expected to have some grand martial art. And there were hundreds, even thousands, of places with similar manpower as the Red Root Village. However, the place had been large enough to earn the title of hall. Its outer wall alone was over a jang in length, and its inner compound could easily accommodate several hundred people. Even so, the hall had faded from public attention because of its location 9 Streams City, a backwater area even within the vast 10,000 mountains. Plenty of land, but little population, a rural nowhere. That was how 9 Streams City was viewed, and the Red Root Village was no different. And so, it was completely forgotten by the world. Even as ownership passed from Yeo-myung to his grandson Yoon Cheol-jung, and the place began to transform from the inside out. Boom, a loud crash echoed as something shattered with explosive force, and through the dust and wreckage emerged a young woman, not yet rid of her youthful air. Yeo-myung cult leader. Yoon Cheol-jung, the current head of the Red Root Village, flinched in shock at the identity of the sudden intruder. Chinura had stormed through the front gate, practically smashing it to pieces. Sensing the chaotic atmosphere, she let out a faint smile. Looks like you're busy. Planning to move, perhaps? All around, one could sense movement servants, retainers, and more rushing about frantically. Welcome, young cult leader. Yoon Cheol-jung bowed his head first. Whatever her intentions, he had no idea, so for now, he could only pretend ignorance and treat her with the utmost courtesy. What brings you to our hall? Nothing special. Chinura stepped confidently into the courtyard, heading straight for Yoon Cheol-jung. As the distance closed, the hands of Yoon Cheol-jung and his retainers slowly inched toward their waists. Chinura ignored it and smiled brightly. I recently realized that I've been far too indifferent to those who've served the Chin clan with such devotion. Devotion, you say? A strange twist appeared on Yoon Cheol-jung's face. I heard the former head of your household was from the demonic emperor's ghost-slaying unit. Flinch. Even after decades of service to the Chin clan, I hear the best reward he received was barely enough to build a single estate. Is that so? Just looking around was enough to know how enormous that barely built estate actually was. but Chinura ignored that fact entirely. Are you not even going to offer your guest a cup of tea? Ah, my apologies. Finally snapping back to his senses, Yoon Cheol-jung respectfully gestured toward the interior. In all of 10,000 Mountain, the young cult leader can never be considered a guest. Please, come inside, I shall escort you. Haha, very well. Without a trace of suspicion, Chinura followed Yoon Cheol-jung's lead. His eyes turned cold as he walked ahead. What is she planning? They had lost contact with the agents dispatched to Yunru Valley. According to organizational policy, those dispatched were required to check in every 2 shichen without fail. The last message they sent stated they were going to capture Chinura, who had appeared in Yunru Valley. No further reports came after that, and Yoon Cheol-jung had immediately begun wiping out traces of the Red Root village. But before they could finish the cleanup, the very target of the kidnapping had shown up here, completely unharmed. She came here deliberately. That must mean she encountered the kill order unit. He didn't understand why she was talking about tea, but it worked out better this way. Regardless of her intent, there could be no witnesses left behind. Yoon Cheol-jung guided Chinura to the innermost pavilion of the estate. While it's been altered quite a bit, the upkeep is impressive. Looks like a place that gets plenty of visitors, doesn't it? Ha 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 ha, her blatant sarcasm made his fists clench. Still, he had to play along until she was completely inside. Kill Master, what are your orders? A subordinate's voice reached him via sound transmission. Proceed with the Golden Cicada shedding plan. Yoon Cheol-jung gave a swift order. Activate the formation the moment he arrives. We've been given another chance, so this time we must capture her without fail. Understood. The subordinate's presence vanished, and shortly after, Yoon Cheol-jung and Chinura entered the pavilion. And the moment he felt confident that she could no longer escape, Yoon Cheol-jung revealed his true colors. Well then, young cult leader. Address me properly, you insolent wretch. Chinura's brow twisted instantly. But having come this far, Yoon Cheol-jung felt there was no more need to maintain formalities. In an instant, a dozen masked individuals appeared behind him. KKK, we both knew what this was from the start. What's the point of pretending? If you submit quietly, I won't treat you too harshly. Ha. Chinura let out a soft chuckle. I expected you to exchange at least a few words before showing your fangs. This was unexpected for Chinura, who had intended to buy time. Sring, she drew her sword. In response, the masked figures surrounded her in an instant. With just a quick glance, she assessed their level. I see now, your level of skill. What did you say? You're so pitifully weak, it makes me want to die of boredom. Yoon Cheol-jung and the warriors immediately grimaced. You must think yourself untouchable just because you defeated the kill order unit. Naturally, you lot look no different from those who ambushed me before, and even your numbers are only half as many. Don't think this is all we've got. ZZZZZT. Suddenly, the entire space around Chinura began to distort. The spacious interior began twisting into a maze-like structure, and eerie mechanical devices emerged as if defying space itself. Mechanized formation? It's called the Labyrinth Pursuit and Execution Formation. You think I brought you here without a plan? Formations were classified as either energy-based or mechanism-based. Many thought a mechanized formation could be made by just tossing a few rocks and wooden blocks in the right place. But a proper mechanized formation required enormous amounts of manpower and money. This alone was proof that the Red Root village had not been established solely on the abilities of a retired assassin. There's much I'd like to ask you. You think I'll answer so easily? Of course not. At least, not until you're in my grasp. Chinura, staring at the so-called Labyrinth Pursuit and Execution Formation, looked at Yoon Cheol-jung with completely calmed eyes and spoke. Let me ask just one thing before we fight. Are you still part of the Chin clan? For a brief moment, Yoon Cheol-jung's eyes flickered. Or have you turned traitor and joined hands with an outside force? Kill her. With that single command, the directive changed from capture to kill. The masked men lunged at Chinura without hesitation. So that's your answer. A sharp sword chi gathered at the tip of Chinura's blade. There was no need to go as far as using chi projection. Even for a genius like her, that was still a burdensome technique. KKK sword chi? Impressive, I'll admit, but we expected as much. The masked attackers unleashed their own sword chi all at once. They were all skilled enough to manifest sword kia level that would earn them elite status even in Salmak, the foremost assassination group in the Central Plains. However, as they rushed in, Chinura's sword danced sharply through the air. She wielded 6 threads of sword chi at will. Thighs was the 6th-form mastery of the heaven-slaying demonic sword art. Cheon Yura's movements, like a sword-wielding dancer, swept through the space in a deadly performance. Chapter 19. Clue in the Flower Garden. 4. This can't be. What Yoon Cheoljung felt now was not much different from what the leader who had just fallen to Cheon Yura experienced. She took down experts who can wield sword chi this easily. All the ones who had just been defeated were experts capable of emitting sword chi. And yet, they had been helplessly taken down. In truth, Yoon Cheoljung had believed the failure of the young cult leader capture operation was due to the interference of the Law Enforcement Division. The 6 demonic dragons known as the greatest late-stage talents in the cult heaven, the twins of the Pa clan, said to be the strongest among them, had only barely reached master level. My expectations were completely off. She's not just someone who barely reached master level. Among the 4 stages of master level, she was at least at the ascending stage. Perhaps she had even reached the expanding stage. Tap. Cheon Yura flicked the blood off her sword. Still far to go. To get blood on myself dealing with trash like this. A monster. Her smiling face exuded both seductive charm and a trace of eerie energy. Unconsciously, Yoon Cheoljung took a step back. Cheon Yura's expression slightly darkened at his display of cowardice. To think I had to be scolded so much by him just to catch someone like you. All it does is make me feel worthless. Him, who are you talking about? HMPH, just a passing complaint. It's nothing someone like you needs to know. A faint aura gathered at the tip of Cheon Yura's sword. Sword chi point strikey, a top-level technique that even skilled experts couldn't imitate. If you can't become a dog of the Cheon clan, then at least show your loyalty with your words. Don't talk nonsense. Do you even know who it was that massacred the ghost-slaying unit, who had sworn loyalty to the Cheon clan, and turned them into the Ghost Saint Legion? Realizing that she intended to capture him alive, Yoon Cheoljung immediately tried to escape. But just then, his eyes flicked to something behind Cheon Yura and a sudden gleam of hope lit up in his face. The guard sent a warning at the same moment. Thwack, Gwaya's successor, be careful. Even Cheon Yura's senses were Fulid Somyeon had intervened. By the time she turned her head, one of her guards had already lost an arm, and the others were disabled, spurting blood. A top expert. Even if they weren't fully matured, breaking through the law enforcers meant the intruder was no ordinary master. Instinctively, Cheon Yura swung her sword at the charging assailant. A sharp line of sword chi sliced through the air. But the masked intruder smoothly deflected the strike and brushed past Cheon Yura. What? She was briefly thrown off by the unexpected move, but it at least bought her time to gather the guards. Oh ho, you've arrived, sir. Yoon Cheoljung spread his arms wide to welcome the masked figure. It's her, the young cult leader herself. Just moments ago, he had looked ready to run away. Now, bloodshot eyes gleamed as he welcomed the masked man with joy. That was how much faith he placed in the masked man's skill. However, we can't miss this chance, now that she's caught in the killing formation arc. Yoon Cheoljung couldn't finish his sentence. After all, how could someone whose head was no longer attached to their body speak? Thud! The sound of Yoon Cheoljung's severed head hitting the ground echoed loudly in the enclosed space. For a brief moment, silence reigned. Then Cheon Yura, having regained her composure, glared at the masked intruder. You left me here and took care of the evidence first. You must have been in a real hurry. It's only right to discard a dog that failed the hunt. Calling it a failure seems premature. But sure, I agree dogs that bite their master should be abandoned. Cheon Yura exhaled softly and assumed a chi circulation stance. Oh, a flicker of intrigue passed through the masked figure's eyes. You're not planning to run? Why should I run from a righteous sect dog? Our righteous sect. The guards who had been tending to their internal injuries were stunned by her thunderous declaration. There was another flicker of surprise in the masked man's eyes. Interesting. Why do you think I am from a righteous sect? The technique you used to deflect my sword chi, that wasn't from our cult's sword style. Haha. What if I just brushed it aside because your skill was that lacking? Even the masked man's mocking laughter couldn't shake Cheon Yura. Her voice rang out clearly. That solid yet flowing style. And a place capable of producing a master of your caliber is rare. King Cheng, Zhongnan, or maybe Wudang, which is it? The masked man fell silent, seemingly struck by the accuracy of her guess. Cheon Yura pressed on without pause. So the noble and upright old sects are spreading poison in our cult, huh? I'm very curious know which sect are you from? If you reveal it now, I'll even use my private funds to announce your identity across the Central Plains. I could hire the beggar's sect for it. Hearing that, the guards blinked, momentarily forgetting their injuries. Yeah, right. Like he'd reveal anything after that. Or so the guards were thinking when crack. My affiliation? Ask King Yama in hell. A murderous aura exploded from the enraged masked man. The pressure alone was enough to overwhelm everyone present. Young cult leader, it's dangerous. That man is, I know. Chinura cut off her guards. He's definitely someone who's reached the Sword Force realm. Sword Force realm. A stage where one could use chi force independently of sword forms or internal cultivation techniques. Often called the peak of master level, even its earliest stage was enough to rank within the top 500 of the cult's hierarchy, and such experts were rare enough to become famous across an entire province. I am curious. A crooked smile curled on Chinura's lips, to see how close I've come to reaching the level of a Sword Force realm master. Heh heh. The masked man staring at Chinura was past being dumbfounded, felt almost hollow. Even if she were the best late-stage prodigy in the world, comparing her to himself was absurd. Let alone someone who didn't even look to have reached her twenticet was laughable, even pitiful. The information that the young cult leader of the demonic cult is flaunting her guts will fetch a high price. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. That's exactly what arrogance is, you naive little brat. Unable to restrain himself, the masked man charged at Chinura first. A surge of blue sword chi erupted from his sword, violently sweeping toward her. Young cult leader, stand down, all of you. Her guards were already severely injured from the masked man's first strike. It was a miracle they had survived at all. They were now a burden, not a help. Chinura's sword met the oncoming blade of the masked man. Boom. At the result, the masked man couldn't hide his shock. Huh, she held out. Though both used sword chi, the difference in their level was obvious. In terms of output and cutting power, her sword shouldn't have been able to match his. Even if she somehow overcame all that, with her thin arms and slight frame, she should have been sent flying from the difference in raw strength. And yet, she stood firm, like an immovable mountain. Surprised. Chinura responded calmly, as if Shed anticipated his reaction. The heavenly demon cult's divine art doesn't lose in power to any other chi cultivation under heaven, not even when there's a gap in level. It seems so. I'll admit him slightly surprised. SHHHK, but don't mistake that for winning. The masked man's sword curved like a serpent and aimed straight for Chinura's heart. This opponent was a seasoned veteran. A moment of emotional disturbance was swiftly suppressed as he struck to exploit her opening. A sudden blow, ignoring all sense of cautious engagement. She hastily swung her sword to deflect it, but couldn't avoid having her shoulder slightly grazed. Talent aside, inexperience leads to this result. The masked man relentlessly pursued the opening in her staggered form. Chinura countered with fierce strikes from the heaven-slaying demonic sword art, but at each clash of swords, she kept losing ground. There was only one reason why. As expected, without overturning the fundamentals, you've no way to beat me. Power, speed, technique, control of distance, everything. Just as the masked man said, Chinura couldn't match him in the foundational aspects of martial arts. The longer the fight dragged on, the more sweat gathered on Chinura's brow. 30 seconds passed. Clang, crack. Finally, she couldn't withstand the shockwave from his sword, and her body was flung far back. Huff huff, she knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her sword. Seeing her like that, the masked man's gaze grew sharper with wariness. So, the heavenly demon cult has been nurturing a little demon after all. For him, this was the highest form of praise. Among the core disciples of our main sect who've reached their 30s, none have ever lasted 30 seconds against me. But you, barely out of your teens, lasted that long. Of course, he had held back a little. Capturing the young cult leader would be an achievement far beyond anything else. But even with that level of restraint, most experts would have already been subdued. He gave me the order to bring you in alive, but judging by your skill, if I don't kill you now, you'll return as a calamity. The law enforcement guards surrounded Chinura, but the fight was already decided. He said Chinura's eyes narrowed as she caught her breath. That meant someone higher up than this man was infiltrating the cult. In 10 years, there might not be more than 10 masters in all of Murim who can handle you. In 20, unless someone feeds you a deadly poison, there'll be no stopping you. Ha, at least your eyes work properly. It's because they work properly that you must die today. The masked man began walking slowly toward her to finish the job. I'll praise you for having the courage to face me without fleeing, not that you could have run in the first place. I knew. What? His steps faltered slightly at her words, spoken through ragged breath. I knew there'd be an expert I couldn't handle and that a trap formation had likely been set here. I expected it all. Yura lying. His voice turned fierce. You knew all that and still walked into the jaws of death. Are you trying to prove you're an idiot? If you want to say I was wrong, then maybe it's just a difference in opinion with him. Him? Isn't that right, Jin Yeomyung? Twitch. The masked man's head jerked backward. And at that moment, a young man appeared at the grand entrance of the hall, pushing the doors open. Yura late. At Chinura's reproach, I answered with a gentle smile. I told you, didn't I? They're not wary of you because Yura the young cult leader. It's because of your worth as a person. I am still not dead. If it'd been even a little later, you definitely would've been. Well, I am alive, so that means I win. At her stubborn logic, my lips twitched slightly. When someone was stronger and outranked you, there was no arguing with that kind of brute reasoning. I let out a soft sigh, and the masked man turned to glance at me, then spoke. Who are you? I gave a simple answer. Death. Chapter 20, HWA Gyokan 1, I absolutely cannot die. That was what Chinura told us before the operation began. I looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. Come on, a prideful clown like you should know your limits. Beon, go ahead and gut that bastard. As you command, young cult leader. Sa Beon really did pull out her dagger and started approaching me. Can't I even joke around? For a joke, your eyes were awfully sincere. If I couldn't talk Chinura down right now, Sa Beon's dagger would really end up stabbing into my stomach. I am always sincere with the young cult leader. That's the truth. Up to now, whenever it'd come at her directly, Chinura had unexpectedly shown signs of weakness. But this time, her reaction was different. With a sulky expression, she said, You say you're always sincere, yet you can't even keep your own words, can you? The words I said? While I hesitated and stumbled, unable to answer, Chinura's expression turned even more sullen. HMPH, you can't even remember. Fine then, try to grasp the meaning of what I just said. This much I could answer confidently. You mean that your value as a hostage is too high, so you can't die even if you want to? Yes, that answer comes out so easily. I seem to have guessed right, but for some reason, she looked even angrier. Why? I am the only direct descendant of the Chen clan. It's far more beneficial to capture me alive than to kill me. I shook my head and countered. If someone aiming for the position of cult leader is behind all this, then Yura finished. HMPH, that's impossible. Are you just probing me even though you know better? Chinura was far wiser than I had expected. There's definitely someone within the Chen clan colluding with an outside force. But no matter how distant the branch, the Chen clan is the dominant family in these 10,000 mountains. There's no way someone of the lower ranks would directly handle something like this. She was right. At the end of this incident lies the bottom of the bottom, just a tail that can be severed at any time. But if some outside power is involved in this, there's actually a chance we'll meet a real heavyweight. And from that force's perspective, if they found Chinura, capturing her would be a top priority. Judging by what they're doing, it's clear that their long-term goal is to weaken the cult's power. If they want to weaken the cult's power, then all the more reason it's bad if you die. The moment you die, the Chen clan will fall into a civil war among the branch families. As long as the cult leader is healthy, that won't happen, Chinura said firmly. The cult leader will, even if it takes more time, quietly and surely prepare someone to replace me. Unless something unusual happens, he's someone who can remain vigorous for decades to come. That was true. The current cult leader wasn't on the brink of death or anything. He could easily hold onto his position for another 20 years. In my past life, too, he hadn't died of old age, simply handed over the position to Chinura and then vanished without a trace. More than anything, the current cult leader bore the name of the Heavenly Demon and was considered one of the 3 supreme beings of the Central Plains. Anyone with a shred of sense would know it's far more profitable to keep you alive and captured rather than kill you. But there's just one thing you've overlooked. Chinura's expression twisted. What is it? After all I've said, can't you at least agree with me? I understand that I can't stop you anymore, but I still want to say this. I took a deep breath and continued. You're underestimating your own inherent worth, young cult leader. Inherent worth? Talent. Overwhelming talent at that. What if they fear the consequences of your talent more than they value you as a hostage? What if they think your future threat outweighs your present usefulness? What will you do then? Due to her being a female cult leader and her tendency to focus on internal affairs, Chinura was often underestimated in terms of martial strength, both inside and outside the cult. But I knew her true nature. Despite being poisoned by numerous deadly toxins that left her unable to exert even a quarter of her full strength, she had faced off directly against the Murim Alliance leader, the Sword Supreme, and the elite forces under his command, the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad. Though she ended up gravely wounded, she had killed dozens of members of the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad, and in the end, the Murim Alliance leader had to retreat without taking her head. I was certain. In 20 years, her martial strength would be on par with the current cult leader. If an enemy, currently incapable of dealing with that potential, were to realize it now, Cheon Yura would truly be a dead woman. Ahem. But for some reason, instead of replying, she began coughing loudly and awkwardly, avoiding my gaze. Beon gave me an admiring look. Lord Jin, you're quite good at flattery too, I see. Flattery? I was being sincere. Stop talking. Cheon Yura waved her hand, trying to shut me up. She looked genuinely embarrassed, her fingers fidgeting constantly. What was what I said really that embarrassing? As I thought that anyway, I've heard your insightful opinion well. But as you said, if the enemy decides to kill me out of fear of my potential, that would only be after quite some time has passed. Well, that's true. To discern the danger posed by the young cult leader, the enemy would have to be at least on the level of a Justice faction leader. And you usually had to exchange a few blows to really gauge someone's talent. The problem was, her talent would inevitably be exposed before the law enforcement division arrived. Even knowing that, Cheon Yura looked at me with trusting eyes. You won't let me die, will you? When she put it that way, I had nothing left to say. I laughed bitterly to myself. If she asked like that, how could I not give in to her stubbornness? Just give me a bit of time to come up with a plan. And now, the present, how was he, now that you've faced him? Cheon Yura asked while catching her breath. He's certainly tricky. No wonder the 9 great sects are called prestigious. You're certain he's from one of the 9 great sects. All the Heavenly Demon cult sword techniques stored in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion's martial arts repository, I've mastered them. But his swordplay contains a logic that is the exact opposite of those. The cult sword techniques mostly pursued tyrannical force and extreme destructive power. But the swordsmanship of the orthodox sects adhered to the fundamentals, incorporating the profound principles of flow, speed, adaptability, and strength. A swordsman who had cultivated those fundamentals to the pinnacle of mastery. He was, in a sense, her natural enemy. Well, now that I am here, you don't have to worry. Not worry. The masked man gave me a sideways glare. You call yourself a harbinger of death? How naive. Is that how I seem? I admit I misjudged the young cult leader's capability. But Yao, you are different. At best, you're just a late-stage post-realm, not even at the master level. As expected, I couldn't fool someone of supreme-level cultivation. Tell me your name, brat. I'll at least acknowledge the confidence it takes to call yourself a harbinger. I am Jin Yeomyung of the Demonic Heavens Jin clan. Jin Yeomyung Jin, the Demonic Heavens Jin clan? The masked man's eyes lit up like a fisherman who had landed a giant catch. I could see the grin forming even under his mask. That's how delighted he was. This is quite the unexpected gain. I'll have no choice but to kill the young cult leader, but your situation is different. In short, he intended to take me hostage. If you stay quiet, I won't inflict any unnecessary pain. His overwhelming presence started to weigh on my throat. At that moment, a smug snort sounded from the side. HMPH? It came from Chinura. She wore an expression that practically said, you and I are simply on different levels. To be flaunting that even in this situation, it really twisted my gut. This is kind of irritating. It can't be helped. It's the difference in class we were born into. I'll admit I'm a bit lacking in martial talent, but still, it's annoying. So, you came alone, which means you must have had a plan, yes. Of course. Now that is intriguing. What method do you have in mind to deal with me? Just as the masked man took a step forward, the sound echoed like a trigger pulling. The sharp twang of a bowstring coming from the wall. What? With superhuman reflexes, the masked man barely avoided the hidden weapon aimed at his temple. But even so, the sudden ambush made his hair stand on end. No way, there was only one thing this situation could mean. The maze-killing array, was it? That's mine now. I can do whatever I want with it. Why do you think I came alone? I smirked with satisfaction. Obviously, because all our other forces were invested elsewhere. The moment I saw the large pavilion within the estate, I was certain that there had to be a mechanical formation installed inside. Id wondered whether I could disable or seize control of that formation and, thanks to the help of the Black Guards, I ultimately succeeded. For this kind of mechanism-based formation, I figured the control room would be either in the underground level or the top floor. Fortunately, it wasn't on the top floor, it was underground. Then Beon must be there. Yes, with Lady Sass eyes, shall be more than enough to assist. Everyone who had originally managed the mechanism was slaughtered by Sa Beon. Thus, the killing formation meant to trap Jin Yura was now turned into a sharp spear aimed at the masked man. If there's one unfortunate thing, I said, drawing my sword. Neither we nor you have the luxury of dragging this out. What do you mean by that? Jin Yura narrowed her eyes. Right now, their objective was to hold out until reinforcements from the Law Enforcement Division arrived. So why couldn't we stall? They're almost done severing the tail. Maybe you haven't noticed since we're inside the formation, but the outside is a sea of fire. Damn it. If we delay any longer, we'll all burn to death together. The Black Guards were darting about collecting evidence, but the enemy's preparations were more thorough than expected. The masked man let out a hollow laugh as he looked at us bracing ourselves for battle. You're not planning to run, I take it? If we retreat now, we gain nothing. As I said, if we let this bastard in front of us slip away, we'd be left with no results whatsoever. Very well. If you want to die that badly, then I suppose I don't need to hide my identity anymore. The masked man tore off his mask roughly. Beneath it was the refined face of a middle-aged man with neatly trimmed facial hair. If he were in Taoist robes, you could easily mistake him for a dignified priest. But there was only one reason he'd reveal his face now. He fully intends to kill Chinura. He extended his sword and placed 2 fingers from his other hand on the back edge of the blade. There were countless sword arts in the martial world, but only one famous technique began with such a distinctive posture. Chinura let out a soft sigh. Azure Cloud Crimson Slash Sword, one of the signature sword arts of the Azure Star sect, among the 9 great sects. I am Jeokun of Azure Star sect. The name Jeok denoted the Crimson generation, which means was an elder of Azure Star sect. Chapter 21, HWA Jeokun, 2 Jeokun, The identity of the opponent who revealed himself was quite astonishing. An elder of the Azure Star sect. Given the fully matured skills that had reached the pinnacle, this elder surely ranked among the strongest of his peers. They call this place Hidden Trace Manor, such an annoyingly fitting name. Hidden Trace Manor, and here indeed was someone named Jeokun, literally, Hidden Cloud. Chinura quietly sighed. So the Azure Star sect was behind all of this. Hoo-hoo, I won't bother answering that. Though he didn't confirm it directly, Jeokun had effectively laid all his cards on the table. But I knew there was another side hidden within the truth. I gave a twisted smile as I stared at Jeokun. You sure laid your pieces out well, considering the possibility of us surviving. What did you say? If the young cult leader and I make it out of here alive, we'll have no choice but to point our swords at Azure Star sect. This is practically a full-on righteous vs demonic war. Chinura frowned. What are you talking about, Jin Yeomyung? That guy might be pretending to be an upright man from an orthodox sect, bravely revealing his identity and seeking a life-or-death duel, but that's nothing more than a disguise. A disguise? His swordsmanship is of the orthodox style. What exactly is he faking? Obviously, he's faking being part of the Azure Star sect. Jeokun scowled, as if he couldn't bear to listen anymore. Are you trying to insult me? I am an elder proudly listed in the Azure Star sect Elders Registry. I nodded in agreement. Of course. I am sure you have ties to Azure Star sect. But just because someone has a foothold in Azure Star sect doesn't mean their core allegiance lies there. But what if Yura deceiving even Azure Star sect? To be honest, I wasn't completely certain when I said that. But even if I was wrong, if I could just gauge his reaction, it would still be worth it. A group whose true identity not even cult leader Chinura fully grasped, only knew by name. Are you the ones who seek to defy the heaven-defying society? Jeokun's eyes widened to the point of tearing apart. And at the very same moment, his sword, Azure Cloud Crimson Sunset Sword, came flying at my neck. Shit! The killing intent surging from Jeokun's sword clearly showed that this was no attack meant to subdue. It was unmistakably a killing strike aimed to sever life. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, traps all around sprang into action as countless hidden weapons rained down on Jeokun. But Jeokun ignored every single attack and charged straight at me. He brushed aside the minor threats with defensive chi and evaded the fatal ones by avoiding vital points, doing whatever he could to drive his sword into my heart. I figured he'd react somehow, but I didn't expect this much. The formation, notorious enough to be called a killing array, was still insufficient to stop a peak master-level expert. Just before Jiokun's sword pierced my heart, Chinura grabbed the back of my collar and hurled me backward. Gah! And then, she took the full brunt of Jiokun's strike. Boom. With a thunderous crash that rattled my eardrums, Chinura was flung backward toward where I was. Barely steadying her staggering form, she spoke. That was close. Are you all right? HMPH, this is nothing. Nothing, she said, but blood was trickling from the corner of her lips. Clear evidence of internal injuries. This might actually be dangerous. I hadn't unleashed the full force of the maze-killing array, but if I poured everything out in a sealed space like this, we wouldn't make it out unscathed either. Sharpening my senses, I drew my sword. I obviously couldn't match him in a one-on-one, but I could at least support Chinura. By the way, what did you say just now that made him change like that? I replied casually. Who knows? Survival seems to be the priority right now, doesn't it? HMPH, true. Survival comes first. Chinura seemed to have more she wanted to ask, but she let my feeble dodge slide. Can you match my rhythm? Ill-managed somehow. Good. The 10 heavenly record demonic sword I had learned shared some resonance with Chinura's heaven-slaying demonic sword. Not a perfect match, but I could at least keep pace behind her. Stay sharp. He doesn't seem interested in playing games anymore. Jiokun was no longer sneering or taunting us. With his azure cloud crimson sunset sword raised once more in its chi-infused stance, he honed his momentum like a single blade. He's coming. Jiokun's sword, infused with decades of martial experience, descended upon us. Power, speed, and adaptability Azure Cloud Crimson Sunset Sword overwhelmed us in all aspects. But when it came to strength and adaptability, our combined effort could balance the scale. Right. Even before Chinura finished speaking, I leapt out to intercept the strike that was protruding from the right. My sword, wrapped in dark sword chi, met the curved blue trajectory of his blade and deflected some of its force. I didn't need to block it head-on. I couldn't anyway. Just moving appropriately at the right moment drastically reduced the pressure on Chinura. You bastard. Even as Jiokun glared at me, he didn't lower his guard against Chinura. It was clear that I was his top kill priority, but he knew that he couldn't get to me without going through her. Hoop, haya, even blocking a fraction of his assault sent a numb ache through my hand. But it was all right. I wasn't the only one supporting this fight. Papapapet. Just as Jiokun shook me off and lunged his sword at Chinura, sharp fragments of metal flew at him from all directions. How annoying. Earlier, he had ignored everything to deliver a single decisive blow, but because of that, Jiokun had ended up with several minor injuries. Damn that Yun bastard. How could he have managed things so sloppily? Jiokun muttered a low curse as he quickly pulled back. At that bitter complaint, I inwardly scoffed. He wasn't exactly the right person to be saying that, considering he was the one who had killed Yun Xiaojung. Jiokun kept pressing us with attacks. But with Sa Bion and me providing proper support, and especially with her rapidly adapting to Jiokun's swordplay, the situation gradually began to settle. Huff Chinura, now breathing evenly again, glanced at me sideways and smirked. Not bad at all, Jin Yeomyung. I didn't think we'd be able to sink this well. I, already feeling the strain of my limits, answered weakly. That's a relief. Everything's going as planned. Despite the long battle, Jiokun hadn't been able to break through us. If it had been a one-on-one, I wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds. Even Chinura likely wouldn't have survived 100 seconds. But this particular environment had kept us alive up until now. The sword style you use, it somehow feels similar to the heaven-slaying demonic sword. I'll have to check it out if the exchange sessions open up again. Are exchange sessions some kind of martial arts tournament to you? I shook my head in disbelief. And besides, it's not over yet. Focus, please. Just as I said, Jiokun was still standing solidly in front of us. However, his expression was distinctly different from before. You crazy monstrous bitch, I unintentionally agreed with Jiokun's insult. Despite taking the brunt of his assault, Chinura had avoided any fatal injuries and only allowed minor damage to her clothing. Even that damage had lessened noticeably over time. I can see it now. His sword. Chinura's talent had caught the flow of Azure Star sect's secret sword technique. Once you could read the flow, no matter how fast the technique was, you could respond somehow. Jiokun, realizing this, let out a subtle sigh. Seems I'll have to put my life on the line if I want to kill you too. If speed and technique didn't work, only one option remained. Crack. A radiant light, completely different from before, began gathering on Jiokun's sword. Our expressions hardened. Sword aura, Chinura had once unleashed strong chi against me before. But back then, due to her lack of control, the energy had scattered in tendrils and branches in incomplete sword aura. What Jiokun was showing now was a perfect, linear sword aura with no wasted energy. Its power and precision were on a completely different level. I tried to avoid using major techniques because of the trap formation, but there's no helping it. I'll have to overexert myself and kill you both. Chinura spoke with a tense expression. This is truly dangerous, Jin Yeomyung. Indeed it is. Support or not, this one was coming straight at us with raw power. There was no way around it. If we even tried to redirect it, our bodies would be sliced in two. Knowing this, Chinura stepped forward and said, "Run. There's nothing you can do anymore. Better to retreat. We've stalled long enough, surely. The law enforcement hall should have arrived by now." What a shame. It was true. From the moment Chinura charged in recklessly until now, we had bought at least an entire 2-hour period. Under normal circumstances, the law enforcement hall thugs who received the message should have stormed in long ago. I am giving up on capturing him. I'll stall him a bit more and run. You should go ahead. That's not happening. What? You didn't intend to run in the first place, did you? I knew Chinura too well. With her immense pride, she'd never abandon her duty. She wasn't the kind of person who could retreat when the enemy was right in front of her. Don't go throwing your life away for nothing. If we live together. Chinura looked at me like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Did she never expect I'd say something like this? After a moment of stunned silence, she seemed to steel herself and turned her gaze to Jiokun. We're using harmonizing energy. Sync up with me, no matter what. Understood. Harmonizing energy was a technique where two people who could wield sword chi fused their energies into one and released a type of joint chi attack. Strictly speaking, harmonizing energy wasn't actually a formation. Formations, by definition, had to create a plane or surface to qualify as such. But harmonizing energy only fused energies into a single line, making it a simple convergence rather than a formal formation. Because of its simplicity, it was ideal when a direct clash of force was needed. But that same simplicity also meant it posed tremendous danger if the energies were incompatible. As Chinura extended her sword forward, I also raised mine in sync. At the sight of us, Jiokun couldn't suppress a mocking sneer. Harmonizing energy? What are you two, husband and wife? Twitch. For a moment, I nearly let out a dry laugh. It was common belief that only twins trained in the same internal energy, or couples who had practiced together for years, could properly execute harmonizing energy. Jin Yeomyung, don't fall for his provocation. Of course, although was that even meant to be provocation? As Jiokun's azure sword aura surged forth, our black harmonizing energy burst out to meet it. Kwang. The two attacks of sword aura-level power collided, and the shockwave triggered the surrounding maze-killing array mechanisms to begin exploding outward. Chapter 22, HWA Jiokun 3, Kyug. Chinura's knees hit the floor. Though she had succeeded in synchronizing perfectly with my flow of chi, the cost of facing off against the sword aura of a peak master-level opponent was steep. Haha. Jiokun's figure was drenched in blood. He had taken a direct hit from the attack that exploded out from the mechanism formation just before it was destroyed by the shockwave. The wound he received looked nearly fatal. And yet, what a shame. Despite suffering what appeared to be a fatal injury, Jiokun was still alive. And he still had enough energy left to finish us off. As if in one last desperate struggle, the remaining mechanism formation activated and targeted Jiokun. But most of it had already been destroyed and couldn't stop him. Jiokun swatted away the incoming hidden weapons as he walked toward us. Looks like you can't move anymore. Chinura hung her head, utterly exhausted, looking like she was dead. I held her protectively and glared at Jiokun. Is this the end? I had poured everything into our joint chi fusion, so my condition wasn't much better than hers. You two have truly surprised me. If we were to fight again next time, the outcome might be completely different. Jiokun smiled darkly as he aimed his sword at my throat. To think that my life could serve the greater cause? How moving. With eyes wide open, Jiokun swung his sword down at me and Chinura. Die. Or rather, he tried to. Kwang. You insolent fool, how dare you lay a hand on them? A thunderous voice erupted from behind Jiokun, and the entrance to the hall shattered in an instant. A massive middle-aged man leapt in from outside and struck Jiokun on the head. a lightning-fast ambush. Under normal circumstances, Jeokun's skills would have allowed him to defend himself, but with his energy nearly depleted and his body injured, he had no chance. And even if he had managed to block it, the result would have been the same. Young cult leader, are you all right? The one who sent Jeokun flying in a single blow was a tall, middle-aged man, nearly 8 feet in height. SHHK. At the same time, the true elites of the Guardian Corps appeared like shadows and surrounded us. Perhaps finally coming to her senses, Chinura murmured weakly, "You Habup." "Yes, your faithful servant, I Grand Protector, have arrived." Grand Protector, the red-faced demon fighter Wang Qinjiao, a supreme top-tier expert of the heavenly demon cult, often said to resemble Guan Yu from Romance of the Three Kingdoms if only he grew his beard longer. "You're late? My deepest apologies. I only received the call when I briefly stepped away from my post." Thud, thud, thud. Grand Protector threw himself to the ground and slammed his head down in apology, looking genuinely remorseful. I shot a suspicious glance his way. "You left your post?" Grand Protector did. The sole purpose of the Guardian Corps was to protect the cult leader and his family. Failing to respond to a summon in a situation like this was serious enough to warrant being stripped of his position. "It's fine. I was the one who initially refused your protection anyway." Chinura sighed and shook her head. She pointed at Jeokun, who had been flung far across the hall. "That one's an elder of the Azure Star sect. He said it himself, so there's no mistake. Make sure he stays alive and spills everything." "Why yes, young cult leader. But the thing is what?" That man, I believe, sweat streamed down Grand Protector's face. For someone of his power, nearly a grandmaster, to lose control of his body like that, there could be only one reason. Seeing his reaction, Chinura immediately understood. Damn it. The blow he had struck while shattering the door, that very blow had killed Jeokun on the spot. My apologies. My deepest apologies. Thud, 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 thud. Grand Protector continued to bang his head on the floor. I stared at him in disbelief. Did he do that on purpose? In 20 years, the Guardian Corps would end up betraying us, but by then, Grand Protector would no longer be around. He had already retired and was living leisurely as an elder by that time. When I was the inner administrator, the evaluations about him were all the same. The most loyal of the loyal, willing to do anything for the Chen clan. There was no way he would be a traitor now, given the timing and circumstances. Chinura let out a sigh and slumped her shoulders. All that effort for nothing. Why, young cult leader, we're going back. Before long, Sabion and the Black Guards who had been underground rejoined us. As Chinura stared at the burning manor, she turned her head toward me. Her expression made me flinch slightly. "Jin Yeomyung, I will definitely repay the debt I owe you today. And next time, I will definitely." She looked like she was on the verge of tears. This mission had been nothing more than her way to redeem her pride, launched with sheer stubbornness. But in the end, they had gained nothing, and instead committed the grave error of stirring the grass and scaring the snake. I have no excuse. Her eyes were filled with frustration, resentment, and self-loathing. Beside her, Sabion fidgeted nervously, trying to say something, but in the end, she stayed silent. She probably realized that any clumsy words of comfort would only wound Chinura's pride even more. In the end, Chinura returned to the Lesser Demon Hall under the pretext of receiving treatment. Sabion, who stayed behind to handle the aftermath, let out a heavy sigh. This wasn't the ending we wanted. There was no helping it. Things don't always go the way we want them to in life. She gave me a surprised look upon hearing that. "You're more composed than I expected, Master Jin. I am not the type to linger on things that have already passed. In truth, what I just said was a lie. If I truly held no regrets over what had already happened, I wouldn't have done something like reincarnation. What do you think will happen next? We probably won't be able to make any moves for a while." Neither side. Just the revelation that the Azure Star sect had a spy within the cult would stir up a storm for some time. The enemy would become even more cautious, and our cult would turn its attention to the orthodox sects, which meant it would become harder to catch their tail. Especially, the young cult leader shall be under something close to house arrest for a while. It was really dangerous this time. I suppose so. If there were anyone from the Chen clan involved in this incident, even the cult leader himself would move to restrict the young cult leader's actions. Still, once the cult leader learns the full truth of what happened, at the very least, black-spotted blood won't be allowed to spread within the cult anymore. The surface-level goal I had agreed on with Sabion in the first place was to resolve the matter of black-spotted blood. Now that it would be dealt with, she no longer had any justification to get involved. And yet, Byeon didn't look convinced. Master Jin, did you perhaps anticipate this outcome? I shrugged. Of course not. But the way you're speaking now, it's as if you knew things would turn out like this. It's just the logical conclusion, based on the facts. Are you saying I orchestrated this whole situation? Of course not. Now that I had taken it this far, Byeon couldn't press the issue any further. In the end, she achieved her stated objective, but left without any real gains. There would soon be a large-scale investigation into the cult's underworld operations concerning black-spotted blood. How she responded to that would determine her standing within the Sa clan. In other words, Byeon wouldn't be able to act freely for some time either. Hugh, if all of you keep clinging to me like this, I am the one who's going to get tired. Though I denied it when Byeon asked, I had predicted that the situation might develop like this to some extent. Gu Chil. Yes, young master. Almost as if he emerged from the shadows, Gu Chil appeared behind me in a kneeling posture. There was a reason my bodyguard hadn't shown up until now. Did you find anything? Gu Chil and the guards from the demonic Heaven's Jin clan who accompanied me had been searching for evidence inside the hidden trace manor, separate from the black guards. Most of the documents had already been burned, so there wasn't much. But we did find this in the dead manor lord's belongings. The hidden trace manor lord, Yun Cheol-jung, had his head taken off by Jeokun in the very first exchange. The Guardian Corps had taken his corpse, but Gu Chil had apparently managed to retrieve something beforehand. I took the note from Gu Chil's hand and let out a quiet chuckle. So in the end, Grand Protector's blunder ended up helping me. Excuse me, a blun what? Ah, just talking to myself, don't worry about it. I waved a hand at the confused Gu Chil and turned my eyes to the note. 1000-day pass, sang, certain kill, smoke, deliver immediately. What is this? The fact that it was found on Yun Cheol-jung's body meant it must be important. The 1000-day pass referred to none other than one of the heavenly demon cult's two major educational institutions. I didn't know what sang or smoke meant, but one thing was clear. It's an order to assassinate someone inside the 1000-day pass. Considering the hidden trace manor secretly operated the killing squad, it wasn't strange that Yun Cheol-jung would receive an assassination order. What does it say? It seems they're trying to help me. Sorry, what? 1000-day pass. A smile formed on my lips without me even realizing it. This works out nicely. It's the perfect place to replace the pavilion. As I muttered to myself, Gu Chil pouted and grumbled. Young master, could you maybe explain things in a way I can understand? Well, if it's Gu Chil, he deserves to know my plan. So, flashing my brightest smile, I said, looks like we'll be parting ways for a while. What? Just as I expected, the heavenly demon cult was thrown into turmoil upon discovering that black-spotted blood was circulating in its lower ranks, and that a member of the Azure Star sect was involved. Those orthodox bastards dared to pull a trick like this on our cult, the kind of thing only lowly factions would attempt. Heavenly demon, you must annihilate the Azure Star sect this instant. Some of the war-hungry elders and members of the 6 great demonic clans were already calling for an all-out war with the orthodox faction. But the cult leader, Jin Yeomyung, was wise. We must be certain whether they truly are from the orthodox sect or if someone else is impersonating them. Heavenly demon, if we swing our blades wildly at the wrong target, we'll only bring disaster upon ourselves. The wrath of the cult must be thorough but directed precisely. The cult leader forcibly quelled all complaints. He formally sent letters of protest to the Murim Alliance and the Azure Star sect, demanding the truth behind the incident be revealed. In truth, Jin Yeomyung had wanted to declare war immediately and wipe out all those involved. But the one thing that stopped him was the report from his daughter, the one who caused this incident, the young cult leader, Chinura. She reported the possibility that a traitor within the Chin clan and an unknown third party were involved, and urged him to proceed with caution. And in addition to that, for the first time in her life, she came to him with personal concerns, just like a teenager going through adolescence, but that's a private matter, so let's skip over it. Azure Star sect, Azure Star sect. Among the 9 great Orthodox sects, it was known for its bold and masculine style. It actively fought to eradicate the demonic path alongside Shaolin. Still, thanks to its status as a prestigious sect of Taoist lineage, its methods were usually quite gentlemanly. Yura said that man Jeokun didn't seem like someone from the orthodox side at all. Even if the 9 great sects secretly looked after their own interests, they were fundamentally obsessed with honor and reputation. Would people like that pull something like this against our cult? Left Guardian. Yes, cult leader. At Chen Tijung's call, the Left Guardian 1000 kills a day, Mujeong appeared. He lightly tapped the armrest of the grand chair, gathered his thoughts, then spoke. There's something I want you to investigate. I accept your command. The Left Guardian's answers were always short and firm. Chapter 23. 1000-Day Pass 1. The person credited with uncovering the recent incident was none other than the young cult leader, Chinura. As a member of the Chen clan and the young cult leader, she had taken the lead and was praised by many of the cult's followers for her initiative. And I, Jin Yeomyung, also gained recognition as the one who supported her efforts. What did you just say? Jin Gunak, the patriarch of the demonic heavens Jin clan, who should have been the happiest about this, was now glaring at me with a fearsome expression. I said I want to join the 1000-Day Pass. You crazy bastard. Bang, Jin Gunak slammed the desk in front of him so hard it shattered. Are you seriously out of your mind? Do you even know what the 1000-Day Pass is? Despite his fury, I answered with confidence. Isn't it the cult's training institution? A place where one can devote themselves entirely to training and education for 3 years to become a warrior of the cult. You should be entering the Demon Dragon Hall. This was exactly why Jin Gunak was enraged. Why would the eldest son of the Jin clan go to a place where only lowly people end up? The 1000-Day Pass. As the name implied, it was a training institute where one received education for 1,000 days, meant to nurture the cult's talents. But in contrast to its recognition as one of the cult's 2 main training institutions, its actual reputation was far from stellar. Compared to the Demon Dragon Hall, the perception of the 1000-Day Pass was much like how Jin Gunak had just described it. The merit you achieved this time is enormous. That alone could elevate the 6 demonic dragons into the 7. Being the head of the demonic heavens Jin clan, Jin Gunak had a fair understanding of what had happened at Hidden Trace Manor. Namely, that I assisted Chinura and confronted a peak-level master, if only briefly. I figured the elders of the other 6 clans probably knew this as well. If you enter the Demon Dragon Hall, Yao'll immediately become the center of attention. Depending on your actions, many will naturally follow you. That was Jin Gunak's real motive. The Demon Dragon Hall was the true elite institution where the children of the cult's upper echelons gathered. In other words, it trained the next generation of leaders for the cult. If I could build relationships with those people and draw them into our faction, it would be of immense benefit in the future. On the other hand, the 1000-Day Pass was a place that trained field personnel and practical workers, those who would eventually support the talents graduating from the Demon Dragon Hall. In essence, it was a place that raised the grunts and gophers, to put it crudely. From both a practical and a prideful standpoint, Jin Gunak couldn't accept my decision. But I had made up my mind about the 1000-Day Pass long ago. Patriarch, communicating with the elites of the Demon Dragon Hall is something Yeo-myung is more than capable of. There's no need for me to step in. My younger brother, Jin Yeomyung, had already entered the Demon Dragon Hall. He earned a place among the 6 demonic dragons by proving himself as the unrivaled top student of his current cohort. With that level of influence, there was no need for me to get involved in recruiting talent. That alone doesn't justify your choice to go to the 1000-Day Pass. Jin Gunak scoffed. Besides, you're currently undergoing an engagement process with the young cult leader. The 1000-Day Pass is notoriously hard to leave once you enter. The Chen clan may take issue with that. This wasn't going to be easy. I had a feeling convincing Jin Gunak would be harder than expected. That wouldn't be an issue as long as you lend me a little support, Patriarch. HMPH, and why should I? Because with your support, I'll be able to extract the talents from the 1000-Day Pass far more easily. You're seriously going there just to snatch up those nobodies. They're not nobodies. No matter how dense he may act, he was still the head of one of the 6 great demonic clans. There was no way he was saying this out of ignorance. With the Jin clan standing, we could probably bring in above-average talent from the 1000-Day Pass. But if we want the truly exceptional ones, even a major clan like ours needs to get involved directly. Jin Gunak didn't refute that. Because it was true, I pressed forward with a persuasive tone. I'll scoop up every one of them before they can fall into the hands of the Ma clan or the Pa clan. Please trust me. For Jin Gunak, the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan and the Pa clan were not just sore spots, but also highly effective pressure points. If the Jin clan wants to become the foremost among the 6 great demonic clans, then strengthening our internal manpower is the most crucial step. Let's be honest, those top students in the Demon Dragon Hall aren't likely to come to us, are they? Kahum? Well, that's true. Everyone entering the Demon Dragon Hall had their own clans. Even if they didn't, the best of the best almost always ended up going to the Chinclanot, the Jin clan. As I said, Yowun alone is enough to build connections in the Demon Dragon Hall. It'll bring in the one's hall carry the next generation of the Jin clan from the 1000-day pass. Are you confident? Jin Gunak's expression slowly began to ease. I heard Ma Cholu from the Ma clan graduated from the 1000-day pass just last year. He may be of a different mold, but surely his goal was the same. Ma Cholu was the second son of the Ma clan, but he was seriously aiming for dominance within the clan. Yet blocked by the eldest son's interference, he found it difficult to expand his power internally, so he turned his gaze outward to the 1000-day pass for external talent recruitment. And by all accounts, it had been a relative success. You don't seriously think it'd fall short compared to Ma Cholu, do you? Kiwahaha, of course not. At last, Jin Gunak laughed heartily and nodded. But are you really sure? The Demon Dragon Hall isn't just a place for networking. The quality of education is definitely higher. I gave a small inward laugh. This was his way of saying, I tried to stop you until the end, but you insisted on going. Despite his appearance, Jin Gunak was an extremely political man, even if it was between father and son. I don't believe the Demon Dragon Hall teaches better martial arts than our clan. Of course not. In the end, it all comes down to actual combat. Since the 1000-day pass includes real-life missions, I believe its environment is even better suited for improving practical skills. Of course, there was also a higher chance of dying or getting crippled during those missions, but it wasn't like Jin Gunak would be genuinely worried about that. Fine. If you're that determined, I won't object any further. I thank you for your gracious approval, Patriarch. Regardless of his true feelings, I offered a respectful thanks. As soon as Jin Gunak gave his approval, I submitted my application to the 1000-day pass. The 1000-day pass typically operated on a quarterly enrollment system, with a maximum of around 100 trainees per batch. It had been a couple of months since they accepted the first quarter cohort, so the announcement for the second quarter trainees would be posted soon. Naturally, the news that I was entering the 1000-day pass shocked a lot of people. The 1000-day pass? Are you out of your mind, brother? You too? What do you mean, you too? I replied with a tired expression. More than 10 people asked me today if I've gone insane or said something to that effect. Well, of course. A direct descendant of the 6 great demonic clans going there? Even branch families get labeled as fallen if they enter that place. From the senior members of the Jin clan to my peers from other clans, I had some acquaintance with even those connected to our clans sent people to confirm the rumor. Most people think you've been exiled. Honestly, if the Patriarch hadn't told me himself, I'd have thought the same. Jin Yeomyung glared at me, arms crossed, clearly displeased. Frankly, I don't mind if you're stepping away from the heir position. That's a win for me. But the 1000-day pass? That's just too lowly, even for that. His frustration was valid. From the viewpoint of someone who was practically the next patriarch of the Jin clan, seeing someone like Mehai's only real competition appear to be falling from grace must have been a bit unsettling. But there was one thing Jin Yeomyung misunderstood. Little brother, listen closely. The 1000-day pass wasn't always a place to be looked down upon like this. You know that its founder was the first heavenly demon, don't you? Yeah, I do. In terms of history, the 1000-day pass predates the Demon Dragon Hall by at least a few hundred years. In fact, the Demon Dragon Hall was established as an alternative after the harsh real-world training at the 1000-day pass resulted in mass deaths among upper-class descendants. And after that incident, the 1000-day pass began to reduce the intensity of its training. In exchange, it added practical education beyond martial arts, cultivating individuals who could contribute in a wider range of fields. What I am aiming for is the 1000-day pass of the past. Of the past, the one that produced battle-hardened warriors obsessed with martial arts. If I can survive that kind of curriculum, my martial prowess will advance considerably. At the very least, it'll be better than wasting time awkwardly in the Demon Dragon Hall. Honestly, there were just too many complications in the Demon Dragon Hall. With so many high-ranking family members attending, countless factions formed both directly and indirectly. The moment I stepped into that place, it'd be entangled in that web willingly or not. Jin Yeomyung looked at me with suspicion. Why are you so obsessed with martial arts? It's not like you're aiming to become the patriarch, right? It's for my goal. What kind of goal? At the very least, it's not to become the head of the Jin clan. Tap. I lightly tapped Jin Yeomyung on the shoulder. Little brother, why are you looking at me with those creepy eyes? He looked as if he couldn't breathe. I need to get stronger. Well, obviously, there's a massive storm coming. Don't ignore what I've taught you, make sure you put it into practice. Jin Yeomyung had already achieved impressive results befitting his talent, but that didn't mean he had no weaknesses. One of the biggest problems was his reduced flexibility due to neglecting the demonic body techniques. In the short time I had, I taught him several things he needed to fix. Surprisingly, he accepted my teachings more readily than expected. Perhaps he held me in higher regard than I thought. At least when it came to theory, I was confident I could hold my own even in a debate with a peak-level master. And perhaps something I said resonated with him because he asked, "Brother, what are you aiming for?" There's no need for you to know that yet, but if you keep improving, eventually you'll understand what I meant. I did plan to stop what was coming if I could, but no matter how much of the future I knew, could I really control the world? Endless butterfly effects and variables would eventually come back to bite me. All I could do was prepare to block those variables when the time came. 1,000-day pass, 100 refinement peak. Hag. Beek Sanga, the first trainee of the 1,000-day pass 1,080th cohort and the first cohort of the year was going through hell right now. You're too slow, you damn slugs. From far below, a one-eyed instructor wearing an eye patch bellowed at the trainees climbing the cliff. Don't let your thighs or waist go slack. Either you conquer this peak or fall to your deaths. Those are your only two futures. Every trainee in the cohort cursed the instructor below. In truth, for a first-rate martial artist, something like climbing a cliff wasn't impossible, just required some stamina. The real problem was that one slip meant death. At the base of the cliff, right where the trainees had started, countless iron spikes and blades were densely embedded in the ground. If it were just solid ground, one might protect themselves with internal energy and escape with only shattered bones, but this meant certain death. She let out a very faint scream. You crazy, demonic cult bastards. Chapter 24. 1,000-day pass 2, to be honest, uttering the word demonic cult in the heart of the heavenly demon cult was no different from asking to be killed. Fortunately, however, no one heard Beek Sanga's small outcry. Everyone was too busy trying to survive. Ag! Huff, huff! The other members of the same cohort, who clung to the cliff like cicadas, weren't in any state to pay attention to anyone else right now. Seriously, I am going to curse you, Grandpa. How could you throw me into a place like this? In truth, when Beek Sanga first came here, she didn't think much of it. She was the precious child of a prestigious family and had never been involved in politics or anything of the sort. So she accepted her grandfather's words that it would be a little tough without giving it too much thought. The problem was that her definition of a little and her grandfather's were vastly different. "I'll make sure to survive and get back at you for this, Grandpa." It was right as she was about to reach the summit of the 100 refinement peak. Tap! The final thing she grabbed was a conveniently protruding rock. The moment she gripped the stone without hesitation, it came loose as if it were a lie. Ah! Her right arm, still clutching the rock, slashed through the air helplessly. Her legs soon lost their footing as well. As her entire balance collapsed, her body started falling away from the cliff's edge. At that moment, she thought, "I'm going to die now." Right before reaching the peak, her life nearly ended in vain. Thud. A thick hand suddenly reached out from ahead and caught Beek Sanga's arm just before she fell. That hand easily pulled her back to solid ground. "Are you all right, lady?" A deep, booming voice struck her ears, as thick as the hand that had grabbed her. Huff, huff, but Beek Sanga couldn't respond immediately. The sudden terror of death had paralyzed her mind and reason. She only came to her senses much later. Thank you. She bowed her head to the large man who had saved her. The giant waved a hand with a chuckle. "No worries, we have to help each other to survive." A resonant voice that clearly didn't belong to someone of the same age. A physique that stood out even among this cohort. Beek Sanga smiled faintly and said to him, "You're quite an unusual fellow, Master San." The giant, referred to as Master San, flinched and waved his hand again in surprise. "I am no master. I am not someone worthy of being called that." She tilted her head. "Why not? If someone who acts with chivalry isn't a hero, what should we call them?" I appreciate your kind words, lady, but around here, the title of master isn't exactly Now that she thought about it, this was the demonic cult. In fact, the very fact that someone had reached out to help her was nothing short of a miracle. This place was cold and ruthless. The death of a person was treated as nothing more than the loss of a competitor. Be careful. There were a few guys watching you as you were trying to climb up. Really? Of course, outright murder was forbidden, but pushing someone off in secret. That kind of thing happened here all the time. Thank you, Master. I owe you one. She bowed her head deeply. The giant waved it off as if it were nothing, but Beek Sanga clearly saw the corners of his lips twitch. That Master San tried to act modest, but it was obvious he secretly liked being called a hero. If the rumors were true, he used to be a mountain bandit or something. Whatever the case, seriously, can I really survive 1,000 days in this place? Well, technically it had already been about 2 months, so 940 days were left. But 1,000 days, 940, who cares? That's like telling a soldier who got drafted, you've made it 60 days, keep it up for the rest. Yeah, right. You'd be lucky not to get stabbed in your sleep. She suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over her. Maybe noticing the mood shift, the giant tried to comfort her. These kinds of physical drills will ease up soon. How do you know that? A senior I served told me. Once the next cohort comes in, we'll switch over to theory classes. Those words brought her to the verge of tears. This damn training that risked her life had made her sick to her bones, so what the giant said sounded like salvation itself. And that senior, he spoke off, wasn't he the one currently leading the largest faction in the 1,000-day pass, and already slated to be promoted to a high-level martial artist? His word held near absolute credibility. Still, on a separate note, things might get a little troublesome from now on. What do you mean? Well, I heard that an incredible figure is coming in with the next cohort. An incredible figure? Yes, from the 6 great demonic clans. Apparently, someone named Jin Yeomyung from the direct line of the demonic heavens Jin clan. For a moment, Beek Sanga's eyes sparkled sharply. The 6 great demonic clans. Alongside the Chin clan, they were the true rulers of the current heavenly demon cult. A direct descendant from there would essentially be treated as a god in a place like this. But why would that be troublesome? The giant scratched his head, looking dumbfounded. In truth, he had simply repeated what that senior of his had said. His own brain wasn't sharp enough to grasp what that meant. But Beek Sanga, with her keen mind, roughly understood the implication. A powerful figure capable of instantly toppling that senior's influence. Even if not that, they'd hardly be in a good mood being sent to a place like this. That guy named Jin Yeomyung was probably feeling like he'd been exiled. She knew, because she was feeling the exact same way. Beek Sanga made up her mind. Yeah, it'd better make sure not to run into him. Who knew what kind of disaster might happen if I did? Getting accepted into the 1,000-day pass went smoothly. No, to be honest, it was an incredibly turbulent process. Despite Ma Cholu having set a precedent, the uproar this time was all because I was the one currently in the middle of a formal engagement process with the young cult leader. Sabion had even come all the way to the Jin clan personally to confirm the truth of the matter. The young cult leader asked me to deliver a message to young Master Jin. What did she say? She said, and I quote, "Are you out of your damn mind?" That blunt remark left me momentarily speechless. Sabion was a highly political figure. She usually spoke in roundabout ways, requiring interpretation rather than direct understanding. So for someone like her to say something so outright, she must be really pissed off. Well, I could understand. It was like the groom running off to the army in the middle of a wedding meeting. Of course she'd be mad. She also told me not to return without a clear explanation of what you were thinking when you pulled this stunt. If you try to weasel out with vague excuses, she said the Chin clan may officially send a letter of protest. The word officially sent a chill down my spine. If the Chin clan really did send a formal protest, it would be the same as publicly declaring a rift between the Chin and Jin clans. Naturally, clan leader Jin Gunak would fly into a rage. He might even cancel everything related to this matter altogether. Even if I enter the 1,000-day pass, the engagement won't be called off. The rules there may be strict, but they don't apply to someone from the 6 great demonic clans. Is that the only reason? There's also this because I was forced to confront just how powerless I really am. Flinch. Sabion, of all people, would know exactly what I meant by that. Clenching my fists, I spoke in the most solemn tone I could muster. Even if I was at the entry-level stage of master level, if I had reached that realm, I wouldn't have been defeated so easily back then. Though, it's not like you were really defeated. That was a defeat, no matter how you look at it. I cut Sibling off before she could try to sugarcoat it. Once someone reaches master level, they can manifest chi projection even if poorly. Even if I couldn't fully manifest it like Jeokun had, if I could have brought out even a weaker version and combined it with Chinura's, we might have turned that fight around. Facing the speechless Sibling, I delivered the finishing blow. In this cult, no matter what position one holds, power is what ultimately proves your worth. If I want to stand at the young cult leader's side, I need to prove I am qualified. Whether or not my resolve reached her, Sibling looked genuinely impressed. Of course, what followed was the expected question. Why had I chosen the 1000-day pass over Demon Dragon Hall? I managed to brush that off using a similar excuse as I had with Jin Gunak. Actually, the young cult leader already has some idea of your intentions. What? She blamed herself, thinking you chose to enter the 1000-day pass because of her. Chinura really thought that. Given her pride and strong sense of responsibility, it wasn't strange she'd believe it was her burden to bear. Nope for that. Then what about that, are you crazy? Remark. Sibling smiled serenely. Oh, she did say that. She was furious at first, but retracted it not long after. Wouldn't it have been better for both of us if Shed just started with the retraction? I wanted to show Sibling that it's possible to curse someone with just your eyes. But alas, my silent protest didn't reach her. You and the young cult leader seem to share certain similarities. Excuse me, what kind of nonsense was that? She too blamed herself for her shortcomings. She said she'll be entering closed cultivation for a while. As a result of this incident, she wouldn't be leaving the Lesser Demon Hall anytime soon. Regardless of the merit she earned, the fact was she came close to death. Well, if she's going to be out of commission for a while because of this incident, that honestly works in my favor, and when she comes out of closed cultivation, she said the two of you should compare your achievements. Gulp. I instinctively swallowed hard. Compare achievements? Is she trying to kill me? She's already capable of handling chi projection despite not even reaching adulthood. If she goes into secluded training after gaining something from this experience, how much more of a monster will she become? At that point, she might even be able to beat someone like Jeokun, Elder of the Azure Star Sectonon. I too felt a great sense of helplessness from this incident. I won't lose to you either, young Master Jin. Let's both work hard. At that point, I couldn't hear a single word Sibling was saying anymore. All I could do was curse my own fate for becoming someone with a ticking clock on his life. Chapter 25. 1000-Day Pass, 3, Jo Jin-sang, also known as the Mist Prison Wolf, was a veteran martial artist who had stepped down from the front lines and held the position of Pavilion Master of the 1000-Day Pass for the past 10 years. He was a man who prioritized rules and principles above all else and never allowed exceptions in his handling of matters. That personality had reflected itself in his martial arts as well, earning him the nickname Iron-Blooded Demon General in the Central Plains due to his ruthless skill. However, even for someone like him, this matter couldn't be taken lightly. Few the Pavilion Master of the 1000-Day Pass let out a deep sigh, arms crossed. Before him stood a crowd of instructors who had already gathered, all quietly gauging his reaction. Pavilion Master, how do you intend to handle this matter? The Vice Pavilion Master mustered up the courage to ask, but the Pavilion Master gave no reply. Instead, he tapped the blank document in front of him with his finger and trailed off in a murmur. A special privilege, huh? The reason for the Pavilion Master's displeased expression was clear. It was due to a certain giant figure who had been sitting in front of him just earlier. Damn that Asura King bastard. Flinch. That one line caused the shoulders of every instructor present to twitch. Even though he's in exile, is it because it's his son? That he dares offer me such a position? Pavilion Master, and if I refuse, he surely won't let me off easy. Over the past 10 years, the Pavilion Master had received countless requests and bribes. Among them were even high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Demon Cult who couldn't easily be ignored. But those requests were almost never granted. There was only one reason for that. Because they weren't talents I cherished enough to risk turning into enemies. If they had truly been precious talents, he would have sent them to the Demon Dragon Hall instead of the 1000-Day Passer kept them by his side and taught them personally. But this time was different. This was someone from the direct line of the 6 great demonic clans, so much so that even the Asura King himself had come to personally ask for a favor. The Pavilion Master of the 1000-Day Pass couldn't simply ignore such a request. Even more so when the position of Pavilion Master of the Demon Dragon Hall loomed right in front of him. How long do you plan to rot away in the 1,000-day pass? Shouldn't you get a taste of the real waters before retiring? Real waters. The Demon Dragon Pavilion Master is retiring the year after next. I am ready to submit your name to the Elder Council for that seat. Unlike the virtually dead-end position of the 1,000-day Pavilion Master, the seat of the Demon Dragon Pavilion Master was a prime position of the most powerful posts. It was a position in charge of the future leadership of the cult. Its influence went without saying. Above all, the title of Pavilion Master of the Demon Dragon Hall was one of the fastest tracks to join the Elder Council. Elder Council, huh? Even someone like the Pavilion Master of the 1,000-day pass, who had lived his life without greed, couldn't help but be tempted by the sheer weight of that title. Elder Council, the effective pinnacle of power in the heavenly demon cult. Though it was said the 6 great demonic clans held the true power, even their authority ultimately came from the Elder Council's decisions. While the high-numbered elder seats were occupied by the heads of the 6 great clans, the lower-numbered seats were essentially the final destination for any layperson, along with the guardians. To think that simply granting a bit of convenience to the son of such a man could open a path to that seat. It was essentially the opportunity of a lifetime that would never come again. Someone like the Asura king wouldn't come to deceive me. Then why would he send his son here of all places? That alone was something the Pavilion Master couldn't wrap his head around, no matter how hard he thought. After mulling it over for a while, he made his decision. There will be no exceptions. Treat him exactly the same as we did with the second son of the Ma clan. Pavilion Master, are you serious? The instructors cried out in disbelief, but the Pavilion Master was resolute. What good would chasing power do me at my age? I've already passed 70. The Asura king won't take this lightly. This is different from when we handled Ma Cholu. The blood dragon demonic clan didn't raise a fuss back then. Silence. Bang. When the Pavilion Master slammed the table, the room immediately fell silent. I'll take full responsibility. It's not your concern. Still, the Pavilion Master's gaze turned ice cold. You all fear the Asura king, but not me. The instructor's expressions changed in an instant. And no, sir. The Pavilion Master was a supreme-level martial artist acknowledged by the cult Yeo-myung who had earned the title of Lord. Even if the Asura king wielded tremendous influence, the Pavilion Master of the 1,000-day pass was no political amateur either. Giving the instructors a look of disdain, he let out a sigh and waved his hand. Only the Vice Pavilion Master stays. The rest of you return to your duties and continue preparations for receiving the next cohort without delay. Why yes, Pavilion Master. As the instructors filed out en masse, what do you think? Asked the Pavilion Master. The Vice Pavilion Master shook his head. What's certain is that this isn't the Asura King's own will. The Asura King's ambition to surpass both the Ma clan and the Pa clan was something well known within the cult. He wouldn't be so foolish as to bury his best Cardhi's eldest Sonher in the 1,000-day pass. It must be one of 2 things. The Pavilion Master let out a breath. Either it's the will of the cult leader or that greenhorn Jin Yeomyung. If the Asura King cares this much, we can't rule out the former. Indeed, their recent interaction with the young cult leader was widely talked about. Despite being the firstborn son, he had fallen behind early and lost his position as heir to his younger brother a failure. And yet, during the recent event with the young cult leader, he had survived alongside the 4th son of the Ma clan. That alone was unexpected. Could it be due to the incident they caused together? Wasn't the young cult leader disciplined for that? If it's collective punishment, that would make sense. The problem is we send him to the 1,000-day pass instead of the Demon Dragon Hall. The Pavilion Master shook his head. No matter how I look at it, this isn't a punishment. The Asura King's request feels completely different from any of the other favors I've received. Different, sir. It wasn't about exempting him from training, or inflating his scores, or keeping him away from danger. Rather, it was more like making minor arrangements so he could focus purely on cultivating martial arts without other distractions. At the very least, it seems he's serious about learning at that moment. A possibility flashed across the Pavilion Master's mind. Could it be he's aiming for the main flow? The main flow system, different from the current modified curriculum, was created to foster powerful demonic warriors. Although barely anyone remembered it now, and the rule had long rusted and nearly weathered into oblivion, the 1,000-day pass still retained a clause stating that the curriculum should be offered if requested. It was outdated, yes, but a direct descendant of the 6 great demonic clans could easily acquire that information. I'll have to meet him personally and figure out his true intentions, regardless of any deal with the Asura king. If this newcomer had entered with a half-hearted mindset, it was better to drive him out immediately to avoid future trouble. Whether he was a rare lunatic truly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts or a stray mutt crawling into his territory with some other motive, he'd find out soon enough. The deep hours before dawn, somewhere inside the 1,000-day pass, in a place like this where curfew was strictly enforced, it was virtually impossible for an ordinary trainee to leave the dormitory unnoticed. Only 2 types of people could manage such a feat: someone who had built an overwhelming presence among the trainees, or someone backed by one of the instructors. The figure who had just slipped out of the dormitory fit both categories. The trainee spoke toward the darkness beyond. "I really wish you wouldn't summon me like this. Even I get a little wary sometimes, you know." Despite his words sounding like a complaint, his tone was light and cheerful. From within the darkness, a black silhouette lowered their head. "Forgive me, second order." This was a top priority directive from above. Top priority, huh? So important that it's worth disrupting a mission I've been working on for years. The black figure swallowed hard at the trainee's cold shift in demeanor. He didn't stand a chance against him in martial arts. And this second order was a favored candidate for promotion, personally favored by one of the highest-ranking executives in the organization. There was nothing to be gained by offending him. The figure's tone grew even more cautious. "My apologies. Originally, the kill order had been passed to the Hidden Trace Manor's Soul Reapers, but after they were all wiped out in a run-in with the young cult leader, the order was redirected to the person closest to the target you." "Ah, those idiots. I heard about that." The trainee called second order immediately reverted to his usual confident demeanor. "So, who's this assassination target that they're bothering someone as busy as me with?" It's the black-clad figure transmitted the target's identity via sound transmission. Ha, the moment he heard it, ha 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 ha, second order burst into wild, uncontrollable laughter. Second order. The strange figure fidgeted, glancing around nervously, afraid that someone might overhear their clandestine conversation. But the laughter didn't stop anytime soon. How ridiculous. Forget why that person's even here in the first place. Second order's eyes curled into a delighted sneer. Wasn't he supposed to be under the jurisdiction of first order? How the hell did this end up in my hands? That part is currently under investigation. However, the upper echelon has determined that appeasement is no longer an option. Fine by me. Nothing better than cleaning up first order's mess. Second order genuinely seemed to be enjoying the situation. If he could resolve this incident cleanly, then perhaps the positions of first and second order could be reversed. As his ambition burned brightly, the dark figure hastily warned him. "Just be careful. As you know, there are rumors spreading that the eldest son of the demonic heavens Jin clan is entering the 1,000-day pass. If you drag this out, unforeseen variables could appear." "Yeah, I know." Second order waved his hand dismissively. "But actually, that's great news for me. Everyone's attention will be focused on that guy. It'll make moving in the shadows even easier." "Well, yes, technically. As long as that Jin Yeomyung guy isn't sleeping in the same bed as our target, I don't see any complications. Different cohort, different status." As far as second order knew, the assassination target had no real connections within the heavenly demon cult, which was probably why he'd ended up buried in a place like the 1,000-day pass in the first place. "Don't worry. As you instructors know, this place is perfect for burying someone without ever getting your hands dirty. The 1,000-day pass was a closed-off society, completely detached from the main sect's typical environment. Tell the higher-ups this. I'll handle it cleanly, without a trace." "Understood." Then the black figure vanished without a sound. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful opportunity. Second order could barely contain his excitement. First order don't think I'll stay in your shadow forever. First order and second order had both been taken in by the organization from a young age, raised with a singular purpose. They had learned the same martial arts, produced the same results, and yet first order had always stood ahead. The reason was simple. The one who had adopted first order held a higher rank than the one who had adopted him, and that fact was something second order could never accept. Chapter 26, 1,000-day pass, 4. It had been about a month since I applied for admission to the 1,000-day pass. There had been a few minor hiccups, but the application had gone through smoothly, and it was finally decided that I would enter the 1,000-day pass as part of this year's second cohort. Yeo-myung, young master, must you really go? How long has it been since the decision was made, and you're still whining? Well, that's because you and I are like one body. Cut the creepy nonsense. Just do what I told you. We'll still have plenty of chances to see each other inside. But still, I smacked Gu-chil on the head as he clung to me in tears, throwing a tantrum about not wanting to part, and stepped through the entrance of the 1,000-day pass with the other new recruits. It hurt, but this really is a damn remote place. Strictly speaking, the 1,000-day pass wasn't even within the domain of the 10,000 mountains. It was located in a chunk of land cleverly hidden among massive peaks, and even that was concealed by a formation. You couldn't enter the 1,000-day pass by ordinary means. I looked around at the other recruits who were passing through the entrance one by one. I don't know about their skill levels, but none of their eyes look bad. Even if it was considered a step down from the Demon Dragon Hall, the 1,000-day pass was still an official training institution of the cult. Without at least a letter of recommendation, an ordinary believer wouldn't even be allowed to step foot in here. Each of them must have entered carrying someone's expectations, someone's envy, or a sense of duty on their shoulders. It'd be nice if one or two of them stood out. I wandered forward toward the place where the entrance ceremony was to be held. Welcome to the 1,000-day pass, all of you. Over 100 new recruits and just as many instructors were gathered. At the seat of highest honor in the assembly stood the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass, wearing a mask, gazing down at us with authority. Mist Prison Wolf, Zhou Jinsang, one of the less than 20 supreme masters in the cult. Back when I served as inner administrator, he'd already been long retired and supposedly buried in the ground from old age. Your eyes all look sharp. Very good. Facing over 100 people, the pavilion master let out a sinister chuckle. What the hell? A manner far too casual for someone said to be a top-level expert representing the cult. Most of the new recruits were thinking the same thing. Listen up, you brats. F-whack. In an instant, the atmosphere flipped 180 degrees. ZZT, ZZT. A terrifying bloodlust and fighting spirit radiated from the pavilion master, instantly gripping all the recruits. That's some overwhelming killing intent. If I were just a little weaker, I would frozen up like a wooden doll, completely paralyzed. All of you must have entered the 1,000-day pass with some kind of ambition in mind. Naturally. Otherwise, no one would willingly step into a place with such a low graduation rate. But understand this: while the 1,000-day pass is a training ground, it is also a place where the cult's iron law of the strong devouring the weak is applied more brutally than anywhere else. Clack. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of individuals in black uniforms lined up below the pavilion master in neat formation. You're seniors. Some are just one cohort ahead of you, others up to 4. There were about 50 of them. The pavilion master asked in a slightly amused tone. They only joined at most a year before you. Do you notice any differences? Differences? My sharpened senses swept over the seniors. And without realizing it, I murmured the answer aloud. Scars, and one more, their eyes. Oh. The pavilion master's eyes gleamed with interest as he turned toward me, having caught my quiet remark. Correct. I don't know where you're from, but you've got quite the sharp eye. Apparently, he didn't know I was Jin Yeomyung, and he nodded with approval. Indeed. It's only been half a year to a year, but these ones have already faced life-and-death combat more than twice. Those battles hadn't taken place within the 1,000-day pass, but out in the wider world of Murim. And they survived, achieving great progress. As if to say thighs is your future. Based on their accomplishments, some of them are already guaranteed to enter the 17 halls. The 17 halls referred to the core organizations of the cult that handled both internal and external affairs. In other words, if the ones in front of us survived to the end, they could aim even higher. Survive. If you manage to survive to the end, no matter what, you will obtain what you desire. With that, the pavilion master turned and disappeared. The entrance ceremony had ended simply with just a few words. I looked at the senior cohort trailing after the pavilion master. They do seem like people who've shed their skin by walking through the jaws of death. But even that wasn't nearly enough to cross the threshold of the 6 great demonic clans. Isn't there anyone who gives off a more impressive vibe? As I scanned the seniors one by one, among them was one especially huge figure, towering over the rest. And that face looked oddly familiar. That guy, no way. In a group where the average age hovered around the early 20s, there was one with clearly older features, possibly even in his 30s. And that beard looked just like a mountain bandit, like something out of a story. He seemed a bit younger than I remembered, but the overall impression was unmistakable. Captain Sandojian? Why is he here? One of the 4 demon squads stationed in the cult's outer regions. Commander of the Wind Demon Unit Bloodless Thunderstorm, the Slaughter Blade, Sandojian. So Sandojian was at the 1,000-day pass during this period. I had known that Sandojian had trained here, but I hadn't known exactly when. This is huge. There was no doubt about Sandojian's talent. He wasn't from the Demon Dragon Hall, but from the 1,000-day pass, and still shattered its limits to rise all the way to command one of the cult's elite units, Wind Demon Unit. Even though the 1,000-day pass provided faster real combat experience, it couldn't match the innate advantages of Demon Dragon Hall disciples. But Sandojian was one of the rare few who broke through that ceiling and became a unit commander. In other words, he was like a guaranteed winning lottery ticket. My eyes burned intensely as I stared at Sandojian. Forget the Ristyu, at the very least, I am taking you back with me. Shiver. Unaware that one of the new recruits was gazing at him with such greedy eyes, Sandojian suddenly shuddered at the cold chill that crept over him. Is it a sudden cold? And so, the entrance ceremony for the 1,000-day pass ended. While the others were being assigned dormitories, I was naturally summoned to stand before the pavilion master. Oh, so you're Jin Yeomyung? I greet the pavilion master. The pavilion master looked somewhat surprised to realize that the kid he praised earlier was me. I figured you had a decent eye, but I never imagined you were that Jin Yeomyung. He gave an awkward smile, muttering something like, well, I suppose the Jin clan always did have big frames, so what do you think of the 1,000-day pass so far? It's majestic, like a fortress built within a natural stronghold. The 1,000-day pass was situated far from the core region of the heavenly demon cult over several hundred li away from the 8 great demonic peaks, considered the very heart of the cult. Geographically, it lay at the northernmost edge of Gansu province, hidden deep near the borders of Xinjiang and Outer Mongolia. That's right. This place is meant to raise the core talent of the cult, so its security rivals that of the 5 great strongholds. The pavilion master's gaze sharpened. Because of that, there are no exceptions here. Once admitted, every disciple faces one of 3 outcomes. Either you complete all 1,000 days or you're expelled as a dropout. He paused briefly, then smirked. Or you leave in a coffin. I fully understood what the pavilion master was saying. I have no intention of asking for any special treatment in training. Really? Your father will be quite disappointed. He was fairly angry, yes. I shrugged. Even I hadn't expected Jin Gunak to go as far as offering me a seat in the Demon Dragon Hall to get me special privileges. I'd thought, at most, he'd write a letter or 2 on my behalf. And even more unexpected was that the pavilion master here had flatly rejected that offer. You don't need to worry too much about my father. As long as I stay quiet, he won't have a valid excuse to make a move. Are you serious? Yes, pavilion master. I'll make sure I don't bring you any trouble. The pavilion master narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised by my response. You're more polite than I expected. That second son of the Ma clan was downright arrogant. I don't have the guts to disrespect the great iron-blooded demonic warlord. Though his official title was Mist Prison Wolf, the pavilion master preferred the nickname Iron-Blooded Demonic Warlord, which had been coined by the Orthodox sects. That single line of flattery made the corner of his mouth twitch. You're an amusing one. I like your way with words. Then came a question that caught me off guard. Is there anything you want? Obviously, you can't leave the 1,000-day pass without permission. But within that boundary, I can grant you certain privileges. I grinned. I wasn't foolish enough to turn down an offer like that. If you're offering, I won't refuse. However, there's one exception I'd like you to allow, regarding the exchange ceremony. That event is directly related to the Chen clan. The pavilion master let out a low grunt. Even he couldn't interfere with events tied to the Chen clan. Doing so would amount to treason. That can't be helped. So, aside from that, there could only be one reason he kept probing like this. The true purpose behind my coming here. I decided to lay it out clearly. Please grant me access to the main flow. I want to experience firsthand the greatness of the main flow created by the first heavenly demon himself to train his closest retainers. The pavilion master's eyes grew cold. You're bold. Do you even understand how dangerous that is? Of course. He held up a finger in front of my face. Right now, the graduation rate at the 1,000-day pass is about 20%. The death rate is also around 20. The remaining 60% are expelled for not meeting the standards. But up until about 120 years ago, back when the main flow curriculum was in place, the graduation rate was a mere 5%. Do you know the death rate? I nodded without hesitation. Yes, I do. The remaining 95%, all of them. My family's intelligence network confirmed it. Back then, expulsion didn't even exist in the 1,000-day pass. You either survived to the end and graduated or left as a corpse. And knowing that, you still want to challenge it? Yes, I must grow stronger. The main flow is just one of the means to achieve that. Is your goal to become patriarch of the Jin clan? It was a blunt question, but I shook my head. Now was not the time to be vague and invite misunderstanding. No, it's not that. I simply have a personal objective. The pavilion master stared at me for a long moment before letting out a soft laugh. Whatever it is, you seem quite desperate. I gave a bitter smile in return. Well, my life is on the line after all. If I wanted to survive the upcoming exchange ceremony with the young cult leader, I had no choice but to get stronger. Sounds like a joke? It's not. At least when it came to martial arts, Chinura's young cult leader was not someone who believed in mercy or compromise. If she feels even slightly annoyed, she might just start hurling chi projections. There's no way she's going to go easy on me. If I didn't want to drop dead, I had to get as strong as possible. Though honestly, that's only part of the reason. I had caught the scent of the heaven-defying society much earlier than expected. And to think, even just catching their tail had already drawn out an absolute master. In a situation where anything could happen, Id realized all too well I desperately needed more power. The pavilion master slowly nodded. Fine, if you insist on challenging it, I won't stop you. Thank you, but. He cut me off sharply. You're not doing it alone. Chapter 27. 1,000-day pass, 5, I couldn't do it alone. The main flow was originally designed for groups, said the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass as he extended the fingers of his right hand. 5, to be exact, including you, gather 6 people. 6 people, huh? I understood what that meant. Training in the main flow is fundamentally done in units of 6. I don't need to explain why 6, do I? I nodded. The 6 great demonic clans. Exactly. The 1,000-day pass was originally created by the first heavenly demon himself to train his close aideth founders of the 6 great demonic clans, the 6 demonic deities. That tradition has continued in the main flow of the 1,000-day pass. However, unfortunately, the original formation techniques and training methods used to train those 6 demonic deities hadn't been passed down to the present day. The so-called main flow was merely a shallow imitation of that ancient system. Yet, even then, the pass rate was said to be less than 1%, meaning it was extremely dangerous and grueling. The time limit is half a year. Gather 5 others within 6 months. Well, since it's in multiples of 6, it doesn't matter if it's more than that. More than that. The meaning behind those words was clear. If I gather more than that, does that mean you wouldn't mind if I took the talents of the 1,000-day pass for myself? The pavilion master's lips twitched ever so slightly. Wasn't that part of your purpose in the first place? I didn't expect you to allow it so openly. There's already a precedent Ma Cholu, the second son of the Ma clan. Nothing says it can't happen again. So Ma Cholu must have taken a large number of talents with him after graduating from this place. Besides, if it's the 6 great demonic clans, I don't particularly care. That's practically an open path to advancement. That was true. Being affiliated with the 6 great demonic clans right from the start even as a mere gatekeeper meant skipping several levels compared to other competitors. However, all of that is contingent on you passing the test of the 1,000-day pass. The pavilion master's eyes looked at me as if he were watching an amusing toy. The training in the 1,000-day pass is harsh. Even that child of the Ma clan spent the first year here looking practically dead. I let out a dry chuckle inside. Saying all that and only giving me half a year it was practically a taunt. You needn't worry about that. My eyes met the pavilion master's. You've given me the authority to scout talent. I'll make sure you regret it. By then, people throughout the cult would be wailing at the pavilion master, asking where all the people had gone. Kiwahaha. I am looking forward to it. The pavilion master laughed heartily. By the time I was assigned a dormitory, all the other placements had already been decided. As I followed the instructor through the dormitory buildings, the scenery around me caught my eye. There really are a lot of female martial artists. Given the heavenly demon cult's nature of valuing strength over gender, it wasn't surprising that there was a high proportion of strong women. In fact, among the top-tier families rivaling the 6 clans, there were even some that were entirely matriarchal. I suddenly chuckled, recalling a memory from the past. There were so many idiots who flirted with female experts only to lose a limb. During my time as inner administrator, these types of incidents popped up constantly in reports whenever things got boring. There was even one instance where a male warrior took a chi strike to the groin, which not only destroyed his seeds, but also shattered the dantian in his lower abdomen. I heard he later regained his martial arts by cultivating the virgin cultivation technique, or so the story goes. Well, I guess even those are memories, huh? After I lost actual authority to the Heavenly Thunder Corps, these kinds of trivial matters were all I handled. Maybe I should look around and see if any of them have potential. This cohort had a total of 98 people. Of those, 66 were male recruits and 32 were female. I am not aiming for talent like the Pa Clan twins or Sabion. If I can secure just a few truly promising ones, that's a success. Still, among the 1,000-day pass recruits, quite a few were from clans other than the Jin clan, even if they had the 6 clans' support. Even with the Jin clan's influence, realistically, there wouldn't be too many worth recruiting. Clack! The moment I opened the door to my assigned dormitory, one eye felt several gazes turn to me all at once. Then, the sounds of conversation abruptly died down. Jin Yeomyung. The demonic heavens Jin clan, only a few who recognized me whispered among themselves, while the rest were clearly watching me with caution. The moment I reached my designated spot, those nearby instinctively stepped away, widening the space around me. Well, I guess this'll be convenient. But it didn't feel good like being an animal on display in a zoo. At that moment, Jin Yeomyung of the demonic heavens Jin clan. A shadow fell over my eyes as I sat on the bedding. Oh, someone was standing in front of me, radiating hostility. But despite the animosity, the presence wasn't very intimidating. Who is this kid? He looked about 15, still clearly in the middle of growing. If he was showing such overt hostility, then he either had a grudge against the 6 clans or was affiliated with them. My name is Ma Jinseong, Blood Dragon Demonic Clan. He wasn't wearing the traditional long robe of the Ma clan but ordinary martial garments, so I was slow to recognize him. That's right, the one you cowardly injured with tricks Ma Cholu's my 6th cousin. Oh, I examined the boy who introduced himself as Ma Jinseong carefully. Being a 6th cousin to the direct line Ma Cholu would mean he had at least some standing in the clan. And yet he had come to the 1,000-day pass. Either there's something wrong with him, or like me, he volunteered to come here. Maybe both. So, what business do you have with me? Nothing in particular. I just wanted to make sure you recognized my presence. Ma Jinseong thumped his chest with his fist and made a bold declaration. If someone like Jin Yeomyung big and burly had done that, it might have been intimidating, but coming from such a small guy, it was just cute. Well, I'll look forward to it. What? That's all you have to say, that's it. Disheartened by my anticlimactic response, the kid had nothing more to say and slinked away. He was still just a child full of youthful recklessness, lacking the skill to sustain a long conversation. Maybe I can use that kid to get some insight into the current state of the Ma clan? Heavenly Demon Pavilion, Lesser Demon Hall. One of the cult's subordinate halls, the Lesser Demon Hall, was already engulfed in a violent black storm from early morning. A rough and savage force that was hard to believe had been unleashed by a single sword. The one who had unleashed that power, the young cult leader Chinura, ended her final sword move and slowly returned to her stance. Phew! Chinura exhaled after finishing her sword dance. The floor of the training ground had long since been reduced to tatters. That this much destruction had been caused by residual force alone was clear proof that Chinura's skills had matured to the master level. And watching her closely from the side, the cult leader, Chin Tijung, murmured coldly. Still far from enough. His evaluation was merciless. Not only is the transition between movements unrefined, but even the internal circulation of your chi is lacking, especially in the segment where it flows from the middle heavenly point to the sacred convergence pointier control falters. Sabion, who was watching nearby, couldn't help but be impressed. A true expert could certainly pick out flaws in movement, but to observe the internal flow of chi and diagnose it precisely, that wasn't something any human should be capable of. Chin Tijung's words to the silently standing Chinura continued. It's only natural that your body, which hasn't fully matured, cannot yet absorb the domineering energy of the heavenly demonic divine art. However, had you at least fully wielded the heaven-slaying chi, you wouldn't have been overpowered by a mere elder of the Azure Star sect. That's because you're still afraid of falling into demonic nature. You think you might kill Beon or that child from the Jin clan with your own hands. Jin Yura's shoulders flinched slightly. Ordinarily, falling into demonic nature would refer to chi deviation, but for practitioners of the heavenly demonic divine art, it carried a slightly different meaning. Yura, yes, cult leader. It's been 1,000 years since the first heavenly demon founded our cult. With his hands behind his back, Chen Tijang continued. The 6 demonic deities who served him established the 6 great demonic clans. 1,000 years later, they now wield influence over the entire cult. And do you know why that was possible? Chinura answered immediately. Because of the strength of the countless bloodlines they've produced over the past 1,000 years. Exactly. You see clearly? Chen Tijang nodded. In the current era, each of the 6 clans has at least 100 individuals considered direct lineage. Inheritance rights aside, that's the scale of their core bloodlines. Most of them held important positions within or outside the clan, forming the backbone of the cult. But in the Qin clan, only you and I are considered direct lineage even, though our numbers are not inferior to the other 6 clans. Do you know why that is? Chinura lowered her head, cautiously gauging his reaction. Because she already understood where he was going with this. Because only you and I are compatible with the heavenly demonic divine art. Precisely. Being born into the Qin clan didn't automatically mean one could cultivate the heavenly demonic divine art. Only a rare few, acknowledged for their compatibility, could learn it. And mastering that art meant Yura, you possess the qualities to become a heavenly demon. Heavenly demon. A title not granted once per generation, but perhaps once in several generations. Since the founding of the cult, only 3 people excluding the first heavenly demon had ever reached that status. But now, in this generation for the first time in cult history, a heavenly demon might be born in succession from the same bloodline. So do not doubt your potential. Chinura lowered her head in shame. Though his tone was gentle, she knew all too well that it was, in essence, a rebuke. I am sorry, cult leader. Being swayed by demonic nature is for the ordinary. Those like us must instead learn to master our demonic nature, even if it means losing something precious in the process. This was the burden borne by all cultivators of the heavenly demonic divine art, whether they became heavenly demons or not. I will remember your words. Good, you must never forget them. Having finished his rebuke, Chen Tijang changed the subject to lighten the mood. By the way, Beon, that young son of the Jin clan really did enter the 1,000-day pass, didn't he? Yes, cult leader. Though phrased as a question, it was really just a confirmation. There were hardly any secrets within the 10,000 mountains that the cult leader wasn't aware of. Tusk. I can more or less guess what's going through his head. He's probably trying to avoid you. Chinura's face immediately contorted. Just moments ago, she had seemed downcast, but now a hint of killing intent flickered across her expression. Seeing that, Beon was taken aback. The young cult leader reacting so sensitively to someone else's affairs. She had always been someone who focused solely on martial arts, advancing with singular focus. Even the exchange ceremony had only happened because the cult leader urged her into it. It had been surprising that the Jin and Ma clans had survived, but she assumed Chinura would soon lose interest. It was just a joke. Chen Tijang, perhaps sensing this, stroked his beard and added with a smirk. Jin Yeomyung, was it? Do you like him that much? Not particularly, but your words and actions suggest otherwise. Chen Tijang's expression, as he looked at the speechless Chinura, had turned icy cold. Of course, one day y'all have to marry and continue the Chen clan's lineage. But at least for now, don't let your attention stray. Focus solely on achieving mastery. That expressionate was more alien than any either Chinura or Beon had ever seen on him before. The day you master the heavenly demonic divine art, no one will be able to stand against you. Why yes, cult leader. Both Chinura and Beon instinctively lowered their gazes. What? Didn't the cult leader seem fond of Jin Yeomyung? Beon was confused by the contradiction in Chen Tijang's attitude. No more than that, it felt more like he valued Chinura's martial completion above any personal attachment or sentiment. What is the cult leader really thinking? As both Beon and Chinura wrestled with their confusion, they are not to be taken lightly. Chen Tijang dropped a bombshell over their heads. Chapter 28, 1,000-day pass 6. The first day dawned after entering the 1,000-day pass. Everyone take one of these. A bald middle-aged man appeared on the training grounds, introducing himself as Jang Duksu, a senior instructor of the 1,000-day pass. Through him, all 98 trainees, including myself, received a book without exception. The title on the cover read, Smoldering Demon Art. What is this? Everyone tilted their heads in confusion. Jang Duksu grinned as he added, it's a basic demonic art from the Yang strength lineage. Every single one of you must learn it. We're supposed to learn this? Naturally, objections burst forth immediately. Instructor, all the trainees here have already been learning their own martial arts from their respective clans or sects. Oh, really? Then you don't have to learn it. What? A sneer formed on Jang Duksu's face. If you want to freeze to death in a few months, I don't care whether you learn it or not. Go ahead, it's your choice. The trainee who had raised the objection quickly shut his mouth. Jang Duksu glared at the other trainees who had rebellious looks in their eyes. The weather might still be warm enough to endure for now. But have you forgotten where you are, you little brats? The murmuring atmosphere around us instantly fell silent at those words. The 1,000-day pass is a world ruled by the law of the jungle. The only uniform y'all be issued is the martial robe you're wearing now. When winter comes, y'all have to take care of all your clothing needs by yourselves. Many of the trainees widened their eyes in shock. 10,000 Mountain was one of the most yin-rich lands in the Central Plains. It was filled with snowy peaks that hadn't melted even now. In other words, while many were still opening and closing their mouths, I raised my hand. You're saying it's fine for us to walk around in fur clothes during the winter. Of course, if you have the ability. Jang Duksu nodded. But that ability does not include your family's help, Jin Yeomyung. He issued a warning. Even just outside the 1,000-day pass, there are wild beasts that even seasoned first-rate martial artists struggle with. A few years ago, a spirit beast even appeared. A SB spirit beast? Though spirit beasts were considered a delicacy among martial artists, unless it was a newborn, even groups of skilled fighters would struggle to hunt one. It wasn't just their physical prowess. Spirit beasts dominated their territory like their own backyard and commanded nearby animals as their subordinates. They were adept at both escaping and pack hunting. Ah, I heard about that one. Was it a giant silver tiger? The demon-soaking unit tried to capture it, but over 10 of them died, and they failed, right? The incident had such a ripple effect that the head of the demon-soaking unit had been replaced due to that failure. Was that around here? Needless to say, if it's discovered that you used your clan's power for anything training-related, y'all be expelled immediately. Understood? Of course. Understood. I met Jang Duksu's gaze and smiled back. Good. In the afternoon, the training room will be open. Those who want to use it must apply directly to me after the daily schedule. So, learning this demonic art isn't part of today's schedule. At a trainee's question, Jang Duksu frowned. Of course not. That's the most basic of basics. Did you think WED set aside time to help you learn a mere foundational technique, not even an advanced demonic art? As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen instructors appeared around us. On their backs were massive round boulders stacked like mountains. Gulp. Some of the trainees, realizing what those rocks were for, swallowed hard. This cohort seems full of weaklings. Thud, thud, the instructors carefully stacked the boulders on the training grounds. Then they handed ropes to the trainees and said, all right, pick one each. What? Just as the trainees tried to mentally escape from reality for the next 2 months, your sole focus will be basic physical training. And the tools for that basic physical training were right before our eyes. Welcome to the 1,000-day pass, you little brats. The trainees' faces turned pale yellow. Jigraya, please, I am dying, you won't die from that. Don't be a baby. The physical training that began on the first day of the 1,000-day pass didn't end until noon. Though the training only lasted around 4 hours, not a single trainee remained standing afterward. Cluck, cluck. Some of the instructors clicked their tongues disapprovingly, but no one dared to protest. We had been hauling boulders the size of adult torsos for nearly half a day. If anyone had energy left after that, that would be strange. Damn, I am gonna die. I too felt my consciousness fading as I gasped for air. Though Id started working on my stamina after coming to this life, just a few months of training was nowhere near enough. If it were that muscle pig Yeo-myung, he'd probably be laughing as he carried even more. If it were Jin Yeomyung, that muscle freak, he would probably laughed while asking the instructors if they had heavier rocks. Just imagining it made my eyes crinkle in irritation. Damn it, I am the older brother, I can't be outdone by my little brother in anything. Still, perhaps thanks to being from the Jin clan, my stamina was recovering quickly. No doubt about it, this is a blessed body. In about 3 more minutes, it'd have the strength to lift the rock again. Listen while you rest. At that moment, Jang Duke-soo addressed the exhausted trainees. Some of you might already know, but the 1,000-day pass training program is divided into 5 stages. He raised one finger. The first is the physical training and basic demonic art practice you're doing now. This was an essential component to endure the harsh environment of the 1,000-day pass and its surrounding area. After about 2 months, you'll be grouped into teams of 11 to learn the basics of team combat. In the Heavenly Demon cult, being a martial artist meant you were always part of a group. All battles in the cult were assumed to be group battles, and learning this was the most fundamental of basics. And before moving on to the 3rd stage, you'll be given a choice. That choice was a career pathon that would determine the course of your entire life. Will you take the mid-level martial officer exam for the cult, or will you give up martial arts and head down the path of an administrative role? Mid-level martial officer. To me, it wasn't anything significant, but passing that exam granted you a basic salary from the cult, and more importantly, it gave you eligibility to apply for the 34 demon squads, official combat divisions of the cult. In the Heavenly Demon cult, this eligibility itself was essentially what separated the haves and the have-nots. Heirs from lesser clans or sects would go all out trying to pass that mid-level officer exam to gain status. Of course, merely passing the exam wasn't nearly enough to get accepted into the 34 demon squads, but still, Jang Duke-soo looked at the trainees with a flicker of envy in his eyes. You lot are lucky, especially those aiming for administrative roles. Why's that, sir? You all know that the 4 great halls were recently reorganized into the 5 great halls, right? Many nodded, not knowing that would be the same as openly admitting you were a spy. The Heavenly Thunder Corps has been actively recruiting administrative staff. As part of that, the 1,000-day pass has been allowed to recommend up to 3 candidates from each cohort until next year. In other words, 3 of you here could enter the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Oh, cheers erupted from many of the trainees. The Heavenly Thunder Corps was one of the 5 great halls that sat atop the Heavenly Demon cult's organizational hierarchy, alongside the 9 demon halls and 17 parties. Though it had been founded relatively recently and hadn't yet amassed the prestige of the older divisions, it was nonetheless one of the 5 great halls and a direct path to power and success. Even someone like me, who started from a very different position than the others, felt intrigued. Tempting. Though, the kind of intrigue I felt was of a very different nature from the others. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance to infiltrate the Heavenly Thunder Corps without raising suspicion? The Heavenly Thunder Corps had been one of the main culprits in ruining the cult after the current cult leader's death. They hadn't been directly tied to the traitors, but from what I'd seen, the only thing missing was proof. Even if they hadn't betrayed the cult, the Heavenly Thunder Corps is a cancer that needs to be excised. Near the end of Chinura's reign, the power of the Heavenly Thunder Corps had even eclipsed the Elder Council. Even the 6 great demonic clans had to tread carefully around them. Need I say more? Balance had collapsed. The cult began to rot from the inside, and ultimately, it was demonic faction Lord Han Mubik who struck the final blow, toppling the cult. Well, that's something to think about later. I had just entered the 1,000-day pass far too early to decide on a path. What I needed to focus on now were 2 things. First, increasing my own combat ability. And second, identifying the culprit behind the upcoming assassination incident that would occur within the 1,000-day pass. The characters Sang and Yeon, they must be the clue. If there was any possible inference from those characters, the most likely was a person's name. I had to find someone within the 1,000-day pass with Sang or Yeon in their name. After your paths are decided, things get simpler. From the 3rd stage onward, it's endless real combat and practical assignments. From this point on, you must prove your worth. Jang Duke-soo continued. Except for the special case of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, all of you will eventually take the Senior Martial Officer exam and the Outer Hall admission test. That's the final stage. Only those who pass can be considered true graduates of the 1,000-day pass. After all that filtering, only about 1/10 of trainees would go on to become the true core of the cult. Well, the reason you lot are lucky isn't just because of the Heavenly Thunder Corps. SHHK, there's an even greater opportunity standing right in front of you. Wouldn't you agree? Before anyone could react, Jang Duxu's finger was suddenly pointing straight at me. Countless gazes followed, landing squarely on me. This bastard. I let out a quiet sigh of disbelief. I had no idea what gave him the gall, but it was obvious he was picking a fight. I casually shrugged my shoulders. You're not wrong. I locked eyes with Jang Duxu. If you want, instructor, I could even save you a spot at the front gate as a doorman. What? Jang Duxu's face twisted in an instant. A wave of killing intent burst from him, crashing down on my entire body. But it already withstood the killing intent of the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass. There was no way it'd be intimidated by someone like Jang Duxu. Still, he's no slouch. I'd say he's right on the verge of reaching the master level, just short of breaking through. The unfolding, or sealing, stages of master level. He had every right to be called a senior instructor here. Of course, that didn't mean he had the right to start throwing shade at someone from the direct line of the Jin clan. You little punk, what did you just say? Jang Duxu stormed up to me, eyes blazing. But I simply laughed in his face. You think being a gatekeeper for the demonic heavens Jin clan is something to scoff at? That position pays at least 3 times your salary, you know? Flinch. The moment I said 3 times your salary, not only Jang Duxu, but all the other instructors opened their eyes wide. Do you even know how much we make? A regular instructor gets 15 nyang of silver. Senior instructors get 20, right? How do you? How else? There's no way there aren't instructors here with ties to the Jin clan. Gulp. A few instructors standing around Jang Duxu swallowed nervously. Opportunities aren't just for the trainees, you know? You instructors have doors open to you as well. I gave my widest grin as I mocked him. Chapter 29. Provocation. I saw Jang Duxu's hand trembling slightly. Why, you bastard. For a place like the 1,000-day pass to function properly, strict adherence to hierarchy and obedience to orders was essential. No matter if the instructor had provoked me first, a mere trainee ramming into him like that should have been met with harsh punishment. But his reaction defied my expectations. At a distance close enough for our faces to almost touch, Jang Duxu whispered softly. Were you serious? I blinked for a moment, then replied with a question of my own. Weren't you trying to provoke me? Well, I was, but it was too much money to just ignore. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Right. Pride or whatever money was king. 60 silver nyang was an amount equivalent not to a monthly, but to an annual salary for most mid-level martial officers. Even someone like Jang Duxu, a high-ranking instructor, couldn't help but be tempted. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, we can talk more about that after I leave the 1,000-day pass. KH Chem? Yes, let's do that. The surrounding instructors and trainees gave Jang Duxu sour looks. But Jang Duxu simply scowled back as if to say, What? What are you looking at? I clicked my tongue inwardly at the sight. I have no interest in pointless power struggles. What I was curious about now was how the pavilion master, who must have triggered this situation from behind the scenes, would respond. A little while after the incident in the training ground, what was his reaction? He's a bold one. I didn't expect him to counter with a proposal of his own on the spot. The pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass gave a bitter smile after hearing Jang Duxu's report. So in the end, can we assume his goal is the same as the Jin clan's second son? Recruiting talent to shift the power dynamics within a household. But Jang Duxu shook his head. I don't think that's it. It's not. He figured out my intentions. Yet, despite knowing that, he responded in such a way that would only spark backlash from those around him. He wouldn't have done that unless he had a different agenda. If he really wanted to recruit talent, he'd have taken the time to gauge the situation more carefully. If it were just about gathering nobodies to follow him around, that'd be one thing, but if he truly wanted the real deal, that sort of reckless behavior wouldn't help. Still, aside from that, the kid's the real deal. Now I understand why the 6 great demonic clans sit atop the heavenly demonic cult. Jang Duxu had guided countless individuals up to this point, and by his judgment, Jin Yeomyung possessed one of the rarest talents he had ever seen. There's definitely another purpose behind his actions. If it were just self-aggrandizement, he would have tried to stand out during training. Then in the end, there's only one thing we can be sure of. The pavilion master's eyes gleamed sharply. That something is unfolding behind the scene is something we don't yet understand. Pardon? A sea conspiracy? Who knows? But one thing is clear: thighs involves both the cult leader and the Asura king. Jang Duxu was taken aback. From his perspective, the pavilion master was making a huge leap in logic. Is there really a need to blow this out of proportion over one brat's reaction? But the pavilion master's expression was dead serious, and he didn't seem the least bit uncertain. Just recently, it was confirmed that the personnel records of the 1,000-day pass were leaked to the Jin clan of the demonic heaven. The personnel records, to be exact, records of all current instructors and enrolled trainees. Interestingly, graduates were not included. There wasn't a place within the heavenly demonic cult untouched by the influence of the 6 great demonic clans. Given that some of the instructors were already connected to the Jin clan, it wouldn't have been too difficult for them to acquire the personnel records if they truly wanted them. However, why bother? The problem was, what use would the Jin clan have for such records in the first place? That's something we'll have to figure out over time. Assuming this incident would resolve without causing harm to the 1,000-day pass was wishful thinking at best. The pavilion master stared out the window and spoke. Instructor Jang? Yes, pavilion master. You see, don't believe in the word coincidence. The reason Jin Yeomyung had entered the 1,000-day pass mentioning the main flow. The reason the personnel records had been leaked to the Jin clan. The pavilion master was convinced that somewhere beyond his grasp, all of these threads were connected. From this moment on, increase surveillance on all trainees and instructors. I authorized the deployment of the gatekeeping unit. You understood. There's a chance the Shadow Division is already in motion. If they've hidden it even from me, it means they're taking it seriously. Be thorough. I'll contact the commander of the gatekeeping unit immediately. Leave it to me. Jang Duke-soo formed a fist and bowed with determination. Though there were some errors in the pavilion master's deductions, his instincts were getting dangerously close to the truth. I am counting on you, Instructor Jang. The pavilion master nodded with satisfaction, just as Jang Duke-soo turned to leave the office. Oh, by the way. Yes. The pavilion master, resting his chin on his hand, asked with a pout. So, are you going to switch over to the Jin clan? And no, that's I heard the Jin clan's gatekeepers make 3 times what a senior instructor earns in a month. You seemed pretty tempted when you heard that. Am I wrong? All Jang Duke-soo could do was break out in a cold sweat. Once my day was over, I rented out a separate training room and settled in. On the surface, it was to learn the smoldering demon art provided by the 1,000-day pass, but in truth, I needed time to train in martial arts unrelated to the daily curriculum. There's no real need for me to learn smoldering demon art. The smoldering demon art recommended by the 1,000-day pass could easily be substituted with the heaven-flying boundless divine art. According to Master, once the heaven-flying boundless divine art reaches a certain level, it produces a similar effect to the concept of fire cannot wet water. In my previous life, I had been at such a pitifully low level that I couldn't experience that effect, but I certainly didn't intend for that to happen again in this life. Besides, even if I didn't use the heaven-flying boundless divine art, the martial arts of the demonic heavens Jin clan were all supreme-level demonic techniques based on strength and yang energy. There was no need for me to cling to the smoldering demon art. The training program at the 1,000-day pass has no major flaws. It'll sufficiently fill the gaps in my current abilities. But that didn't mean I had to follow only that path. An ordinary person would struggle just to keep up with this curriculum, but as someone of the demonic heavens Jin clan bloodline, I still had much to fill in. SHHK. I drew my sword and unfolded the sword technique. 10 Heavenly Record Demonic Sword. A sword art centered on transformation, illusion, and speed. To be honest, it felt far too foreign to be considered a traditional demonic sword technique. Most demonic sword arts focus heavily on speed and power. The bloodstream demonic spirit sword art of the Jin clan at least emphasizes transformation, but even that shifts toward raw power at higher levels. The true secret technique of the Jin clan, the blood dragon heaven-slaying sword art, was a textbook example of a power-based sword style. If I look only at the characteristics of the sword forms, this sword art is more like those from the orthodox factions, perhaps even similar to ones from Mount Hua or the Shaolin. Then suddenly, something struck me. No, wait, there was something even more similar than orthodox sword arts. I had only encountered it a few times, but not long ago, I had even coordinated strikes with it. Heaven-slaying demonic sword art. Ultimate strength. Ultimate speed. Ultimate transformation. Aside from its immense internal energy consumption, it was an overwhelmingly perfect sword techniquion of the strongest of the heavenly demonic cult. At its peak, it was said to allow free control of 12 strands of sword chi. No matter how I looked at it, it had clear connections with the 10 heavenly record demonic sword. What is this feeling? The more I unfolded the forms, the more a strange sense of dissonance surged through my body. Come to think of it, we had no trouble syncing or coordinating our attacks. In joint attacks, using sword arts with differing natures usually does more harm than good. If the flow doesn't match, the power collapses entirely. Yet Chinura and I had launched a seamless assault, as if wielding the same sword art. That was the only reason we had survived an encounter with Jeokun, a master of the highest level. Let me take a closer look. I knew the flow of the heaven-slaying demonic sword art well. In my previous life, cult leader Cheon Yura had often performed the sword forms during ceremonial rites as the high priestess. Even outside those rituals, I had observed the flow closely while coordinating strikes with her. As I swung my sword like a madman for a while, I finally realized something. The 10 heavenly record demonic sword shares the same origin as the heaven-slaying demonic sword art. But how? The heaven-slaying demonic sword art was a secret technique passed down alongside the heavenly demonic divine art, an inherited sword form from the first heavenly demon of the Cheon clan. Even if someone could mimic the flow of the forms, without knowing the mantras of the sword, they would never be able to reproduce the hidden essence. Yet, the 10 heavenly record demonic sword aligned even in its inner secrets with the heaven-slaying demonic sword art. And that raised a new question. Master, just who are you? There's no way Master didn't know this. He introduced himself as a retired elder from a past generation, but he never once told me what faction he had served or what his nickname had been, not even his real name. He just said to call him Old Han. But how could he know the true nature of this sword art? Nope, for that, how did this sword art even end up inside the martial arts repository of the demonic heavens Jin clan? In my previous life, when I didn't value life all that much, I had brushed it aside without care. But right now, I could feel clearly that the karma tied to this sword art was no small matter. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. I slashed the sword downward while taking a deep breath to drive out all distractions. Whatever the case, I need to see this sword art through to the end. The reason I had learned martial arts from Master in the first place was because the martial arts of the Jin clan didn't suit me. On the other hand, this 10 heavenly record demonic sword fit my hand so perfectly, just as Master had confidently said. Incomplete mantras, incomplete forms, a flimsy resolve, that was me back then. But now everything is complete. The sword dance began, complete mantras, complete forms, a resolve that longs for the highest peaks. These elements resonated with me, Jin Yeomyung, the bloodline of the Jin clan, and sparked a synergy. And on top of that, the sense awakened by dragging forth the realm of my past life now supported that synergy and began to ruthlessly break through the walls ahead. This sense extended far beyond ordinary human perception, blending a martial artist's sixth sense with the realm of synesthesia. Her senses overlap. Before I knew it, a phantom of Cheon Yura appeared before me. The sword forms she had unleashed violently during the exchange ceremony. Those forms reappeared now as illusions, pressing down on me once again. This time I can withstand it. Unlike before, when I barely parried and got wounded, this time was different. Though it was only a phantom, my sword path lightly began to deflect Cheon Yura's heaven-slaying demonic sword art. I'm breaking through, not my defense. The flow of chi throughout my body was unlocking me. Meridians, once blocked, were now opening one after another. And over time, energy surged from my dantian. Crackle, this growing power meant my sword strikes carried increasing weight. I won't be pushed back anymore. Normally, I would have been overwhelmed by Cheon Yura's powerful sword, but now, my sword held power equal to, if not greater than, what she wielded at that time. Whoosh. Was it because her strikes kept getting blocked? The illusion of Cheon Yura began to unleash her full power, as if in frustration. The six spirit demonic path, 6 strands of sword chi that had once cornered me. Back then, I had barely survived by flailing without form, but now, my sword, at its peak flow, softly redirected that sword chi with ease. It's coming. Then a chain strike from Cheon Yura that I couldn't even respond to before. A powerful burst of chi shot toward my throat. I can see it. I captured the strike with my eyes and focused all of my internal energy into my sword. With desperate precision, I activated a single sword form to counter it. 10 heavenly record demonic sword. 6th record, boundless realm demon, beyond thrusts, beyond sword chi. I entered the realm of sword threads. If only for a moment I glimpsed the path that lay beyond the wall. Crack, Uog. What happened? A storm of chi erupted from my sword, and a portion of the training chamber collapsed under the pressure. Chapter 30, like a cow stepping backward, clang, 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 clang. An emergency bell rang out across the entire 1000-day pass in the middle of the night. What the hell? Is it an attack? It's from the new recruits' chi training room. Hurry! Not only the instructors on night duty, but even the secret units tasked with guarding the 1000-day pass rushed toward the chi training hall. Just moments ago, an explosion had rocked the entire facility. An explosion of that magnitude was nearly unheard of within the 1000-day pass. Not long after, the pavilion master of the 1000-day pass himself appeared, flanked by instructors as his escort, having awakened from sleep. Greetings to the pavilion master. Baek Jae, the commander of the gatekeeping unit, who was investigating the scene, bowed deeply and respectfully to the pavilion master. Spare me the chatter, just the report. Startled by the irritation and killing intent in his superior's demeanor, Baek Jae quickly answered. We believe someone destroyed half of the chi training room and then escaped. Injuries. Other than 2 trainees who were lightly injured while training, there were no major casualties. That's a relief, at least. However, the identities of the injured trainees are quite significant, so we are investigating whether this might have been an assassination attempt. An assassination attempt? The pavilion master's expression stiffened. Who are they? Trainees Jin Yeomyung of the demonic Heavens Jin clan and Ma Jinseong of the Blood Dragon demonic clan. Twitch. Not just the pavilion master, but even the expression of senior instructor Jang Duksu, who accompanied him, twisted upon hearing those names. Where are they now? I sent them to a physician dispatched from the medicine hall, just in case. Good. If it were just Ma Jinseong, a branch family member, it wouldn't matter as much, but if Jin Yeomyung had suffered serious injuries, he didn't even want to imagine what might come next. The pavilion master knew well that, despite appearances, the Asura king Jin Gunak deeply cherished his eldest son. Should something truly happen to him, it wasn't hard to envision the Asura king storming in with the Jin clan elites in tow like a vengeful demon. Take me to the scene. Yes, sir. Though the training room for new recruits wasn't particularly large, it boasted impressive durability. Whoa, the wall made of Azure steel stone is shattered like tofu. It's a blessing that there were so few trainees using the hall at the time. Only 3 new trainees had been using the hall, and even then, they had been training far apart from one another, which helped keep the damage to a minimum. So Jin Yeomyung was training near here? Yes. According to him, the wall suddenly collapsed and a powerful burst of chi struck him. Something felt off about that to the pavilion master. An assassin made such a flashy entrance. And despite all that, the targets only ended up with minor injuries. It sounds more plausible that he wrecked it himself while training. No, that still doesn't add up. Azure steel stone was tough enough that even most sword chi couldn't leave a scratch, let alone slice through it. To cause this level of destruction, the attacker would have to at least be capable of manifesting chi projection, which meant is he already at master level at that age. And that was being conservative. If it were the Jin clan's peak-level demonic arts, then maybe such power could be achieved at master level, but generally, you'd need to be beyond master level to pull off something like this. That can't be right. The pavilion master chuckled and dismissed the wild thought. If someone had reached master level at that age, they'd already surpassed the 6 demonic dragons and be hailed as the top young martial artist in all of Murim. In all his 70 years, the pavilion master had only ever seen 2 people reach master level at such a young age. The current cult leader, Jin Taejung, who had earned the title of Heavenly Demon, and his daughter, the young cult leader, Chinura. Just those 2. It was more reasonable to assume that a master-level assassin had to flee for some unknown reason after attempting an assassination. What about tracking? We've deployed our forces along the suspected entry paths and are performing a reverse sweep. We did manage to find one trace, however the pavilion master clicked his tongue at the look on Baek Jae's face. Not going well, is it? My apologies, he must be an extraordinary individual. If he came in from the outside, that could explain it. This is partially my mistake. Lately, the pavilion master had allocated more personnel to monitor every trainee and instructor within the pass, which had left them more vulnerable to outside infiltration. Still, do your best. There's a chance a spy has infiltrated the cult. Understood? I swear on my honor, I'll uncover them. Baek Jae's eyes blazed with determination. There's no internal damage, and the wounds should be fine as long as you apply some golden wound ointment properly. Thank you, physician. No need to thank me. If you folks didn't get injured, I wouldn't have any work. Ha ha ha. The elderly man before me was a physician dispatched from the medicine hall, one of the 17 parties. If I send you back right away, it'll make me look bad to the pavilion master. Rest up and return tomorrow. Thank you for the consideration. With the physician gone, I was left alone in the spacious patient ward. He didn't notice, did he? Wrecking the training hall during a mock battle with the illusion was clearly my mistake. It's best that no one finds out I can wield sword aura yet. Normally, I would have been exposed right away, no matter how suspicious things looked, but thankfully, I'd prepared a little insurance. Young master, that insurance had just finished its job and came looking for me. As I lifted my upper body off the bed, a bald young man with a now familiar face was kneeling before me. So, Gu Chil. I grinned and asked him, did you leave any traces? If I'd just thrown a fit and that was the end of it, nothing could be done. But if there were signs left outside, we could pin it on an assassination attempt. That's why, before everyone arrived, I ordered Gu Chil to leave subtle but detectable traces leading toward the outside of the 1,000-day pass. But about that, Gu Chil scratched the back of his head, his expression awkward. What is it? Something wrong? I did as you ordered and left some traces leading outside the 1,000-day pass, but he had carried out the mission successfully, so why did he look like that? And, well, I think there might be someone else. What? Gu Chil's words hit me like a club to the back of the head. I really think an outsider has infiltrated. According to him, he had gone to several exterior routes he had secretly scouted in advance to leave some signs of activity. And at one of those places, there were already traces faint but clear off someone passing through there regularly. Any chance it's not a spy? Highly unlikely. That path goes through a gap in the formation net surrounding the area. Who else would bother going through all that unless they were a spy? Given that Gu Chil was once a top-class assassin, true, first-rate martial artist's words carried weight. I let out a hollow laugh. Ha, like a cow stepping backward and catching a rat. Not just any rat, you just caught the king rat. Can you track them? Gu Chil grinned. Do you even need to ask? He was once Byok Chanun, commander of the Ghost Command Unit under the direct control of the Chinclang codename Doom-wielding Ghost Commander, 9 Hidden Ghost. That was Gu Chil's former identity. At the same time, somewhere within the 1,000-day pass. Second order, it's been a month since the directive was issued. Those above want this resolved quickly. Why haven't you taken action yet? The shadow in black was clearly displeased with the Second Order's recent inactivity. Just months ago, he had acted so confidently, claiming he'd handle everything perfectly, yet no news since then. But the Second Order had his reasons. I am under surveillance. Surveillance? The shadow visibly wavered at the reply. It's not just me. Ever since the directive was issued, at least dozens of people have been monitoring movements day and night. From what I've found, it's not just mates, the entire trainee force. Did we get exposed somehow? Of course not. The Second Order snapped, his voice rough and angry. I haven't even done anything yet, and there hasn't been any sign that anything's been discovered. If someone had been exposed, there'd be no reason to cast the net over the entire group. He clenched his teeth in frustration. You should be cautious, too. The surveillance isn't just on the trainees. Well, I am an internal staff member after all. The Shadow held a position as an instructor, though not one that involved directly teaching trainees. And if anyone got exposed, shouldn't it be your side, not mine? The only reason the two of them were even able to have this conversation despite the surveillance was thanks to the recent strange incident at the 1,000-day pass. With the guards dispatched to investigate that incident, the usual monitoring had temporarily loosened, giving them a rare opportunity to talk. Rumors are spreading among the trainees that an assassin infiltrated the 1,000-day pass. Isn't that more likely to have come from your side? The Shadow trembled visibly at those words. I thought it might be related, so I ran some checks internally and no one acted on their own. I am sure of it. Absolutely sure. I swear on the name of the Dark King squad I lead. Only when he invoked the name of his unit did the Second Order's expression soften slightly. Then who the hell is it? We're looking into that as well. Looks like some reckless brat popped up from another line. The organization was strictly compartmentalized into a cell structure. It had to be, because the surveillance net cast by the heavenly demonic cult was far too wide and meticulous for any centralized body to operate freely. That was why even when someone acted rashly, it was hard to trace. Still, second order, if you continue to stall despite the situation, expect repercussions. I know. I've been working to draw him into my faction. Even if I fail, the second order's eyes turned cold. I can just kill him outside. The field training is coming up. The shadow nodded. Field training for the 1,000-day pass didn't take place inside, but outside the institution. It was the perfect time to make a move. The Eighth Lord places great importance on this matter. Do not fail and ruin the grand design. At the mention of the Eighth Lord, the Second Order's expression hardened immediately. The Eighth Lord was a high-ranking executive, even within the organization, a man who had proven himself and earned recognition for achieving tangible results under the nose of the vigilant heavenly demon cult. But what made him most fearsome wasn't his ability, it was his temperament. He didn't interfere much with his subordinates, but he was infamous for discarding failures without hesitation. I'll handle it as quickly as possible. Very well. I shouldn't be away from my post too long either, so I'll take my leave. Not long after, the shadow opposite the Second Order disappeared. Damn it, the Second Order cursed quietly as he noticed sweat dripping from his clenched palms. The assassination should have been done long ago, but this unexpected commotion in the 1,000-day pass had completely derailed the plan. Where the hell is that mountain bandit? If he wanted to take care of it quietly, he needed to keep the target close. But the mountain bandit he sent to win over the target had, a few months ago, not only saved the assassination target, now stuck to him like glue as if they were best friends. The Second Order's headache only deepened. Chapter 31, Fire Formation Assignment Time, passed at the 1,000-day pass. Phew, the internal energy that had spread throughout my entire body's meridians was safely collected back into my dantian. Stable. At this level, I can say I've crossed the threshold. Since breaking through to the master level 2 months ago, I had been tormented by an impatient thirst for a higher realm. Normally, a master would soothe a disciple and help quell that longing, but I had no master now. It was a dangerous situation, to the point that a chi deviation could have taken root. However, by sheer luck, I was able to avoid it. That was thanks to the unexpected accident in the training room, which ended up reducing my training time and forcibly calming my impatience. Only after the threat of a chi deviation had passed did I realize I had narrowly escaped danger, and I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Well, a blessing is a blessing, I guess. If this could be called a fated opportunity, then so be it. With that thought in mind, just as I returned to the dormitory, young master, I've prepared your blanket. Please take a seat here, thanks. The moment I entered the dormitory, 2 figures stationed in the corner rushed to greet me. They were Jin, Sang, and Biku, the 2 subordinates I had taken under my wing at the 1,000-day pass. Young master. Tomorrow, we'll finally be done with this hellish physical training. Jin sang Yeomyung, who, if he grew a mustache, would perfectly look like a scheming court official. I am not too confident when it comes to brain work, and Biku, a hulking figure, who reminded me of Jin Yeomyung in sheer build. These 2 were the first to pledge loyalty to me, faster than anyone else at the 1,000-day pass. In truth, I hadn't accepted them based on talent or personality. I accepted them simply because they were the quickest to pick up on things. Out of the way, you bastards. The young master needs his rest. Most of the trainees acknowledged my position and followed those words without much complaint. Even so, quite a few still looked at me with eyes full of desire, but I made a point to ignore those looks. After accepting Jin, Sang, and Biku, I had sent away every person who came to pledge loyalty. And I left the trainees with one message: if you wish to stand beside me, you must prove your worth. Not a rejection, but a deferment. If anyone truly wished to seize the opportunity that was Jin Yeomyung, they would have to show something worthy of it. I only accepted these 2 to act as my attendants because I didn't want to be distracted by anything beyond martial arts training. They were sharp enough to manage some matters, but if they didn't meet my standard within the half-year deadline given by the pavilion master, I was ready to cut them loose at any moment. The neighborhood boss has arrived. Only one person in this dorm dared to mock me to my face. Ma Jinseong, a collateral of the Blood Dragon demonic clan who had shown hostility from day one. If you want, I could make you the boss of the neighborhood. Ha, you think it'd ever serve under you? Still bearing the traces of youth, Ma Jinseong stuck out his tongue at me, taunting. How rude, a collateral like him dares. Enough. When I raised my hand to stop them, both of my attendants immediately closed their mouths. You're always welcome, Ma Jinseong. Do you mean joining that main flow or whatever? That's right. In truth, this cohort of the 1,000-day pass was all but under my complete control. I heard that upper-level cohorts were a mess of factional strife and infighting, but in this one, I stood as the absolute powerhouse. Factions couldn't even form, so I declared openly a survival rate of 5%. If there was anyone willing to step into that hell with me, let them come. Of course, no one had joined me in that suicidal venture rate. That one's got the qualifications, though. Despite the grueling physical training, he never missed a single day of cultivation, locking himself in the training chamber from the very first day. After closely observing him for the past 2 months, I could tell wasn't without talent. I didn't particularly like the idea of doing the Blood Dragon demonic clan a favor, but if I had to pick one noteworthy person in this cohort, it was Ma Cholu. Hard to believe, honestly. And doesn't choosing this main flow thing mean completely deviating from the normal 1,000-day pass education? That's right. But if you undergo main flow training, you can grow twice as strong. A serpent-like voice tickled Ma Jinseong's ear. You could even surpass Ma Cholu, the one you admire so much. Really? Ma Jinseong's eyes trembled. The reason he came to the 1,000-day pass was likely because he admired Ma Cholu. To surpass someone you looked up to was an ecstasy close to divine. With a deliberately arrogant expression, I said, I've fought Ma Cholu before, so I know. His blood flow demonic spirit sword art has reached a decent level, but if you keep going like this, you can surpass him before you even graduate. Gulp, Ma Cholu was at the level of a first-rate martial artist who could emit sword aura. Ma Jinseong, meanwhile, was barely able to perform a proper thrust or slash a mere second-rate martial artist. Sure, I was sugarcoating things a bit, but depending on how he performed, it wasn't necessarily a lie. Think it over. There's still time. With Ma Jinseong falling silent, I turned to Jin Sang. Jin Sang, yes, young master. What about the task I assigned you? I investigated it thoroughly. Jin Sang handed me a folder. The report on the faction structure and current status of the upper-level cohorts you requested. Impressive. Hee, it's all thanks to your support, young master. Jin Sang was as sociable as he was perceptive. With just a bit of money and alcohol from me, this newbie trainee had managed to gather this intel in only 2 weeks. Though I used the Jin clan's resources to obtain the roster, it wasn't enough to identify the assassin. Gu Chil had managed to grab a faint tail, but because the pavilion master had been moving around so much, that trail never reconnected with the 1,000-day pass. It's clear there are fewer people the higher you go. There were currently about 480 surviving trainees at the 1,000-day pass. Among them, more than 30 had names that included Sang or Yeon. Some had names that were outright Sang-yeon or Yeon-sang. I scanned the list one by one. It won't be the highest-ranking cohort. He's not from one of the 6 clans or an elite household either. In the case of the topmost cohort, which was practically the graduating class, there were only 18 survivors. Those individuals were talents who had already drawn the attention of the main sect. The 17 parties and 9 demon halls were likely burning with desire to recruit them. Come to think of it, San Dojian, the squad leader, San Dojian was in the cohort right above mine. That blunt martial artist with no connections or cunning didn't seem like someone who would belong to any faction, and yet he did. Han Mayan? I frowned at the strangely familiar name. He's currently one of the most talked-about talents in the 1,000-day pass. Jin Sang, who had been watching me warily, spoke up in response. Explain in detail. As stated in the report, he's 3 cohorts above us. He's not from any prestigious family, but his talent is so outstanding that various top households and institutions within the cult are eager to recruit him. How outstanding are we talking? It said he can use Fist Chi. Fist Chi? To be able to manifest Fist Chi at that age was a level of talent highly regarded even in the heavenly demon cult. The 6 demonic dragons, the greatest prodigies of the cult, were around that level. A talent worthy of the demon dragon hall, yes. Even in the top cohort, many can't emit sword chi, so it's only natural that the pavilion master holds him in special regard. Suspicious. It wasn't impossible for a dragon to rise from a stream, but the timing felt off. Most of all, the name stood out. A sense of incongruity that only I, someone living his second life, could perceive. Han Mubik, Han Mayan, the demonic faction Lord Han Mubik had also come from humble beginnings and turned his life around. Jin Sang. Yes, young master. Can you find out more about this Han Mayan? Of course. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, young master. He likely buttered up to an instructor to get this information. If that was true, it wouldn't be too hard to dig a bit deeper. Focus on what martial arts he uses, especially if he's trained in demonic arts. Find out exactly what he's learned. Leave it to me. Truthfully, Han Mayan didn't fit the image of an assassin. He was far too prominent and in the spotlight to make a move like that. But my instincts, sharpened through my previous life, warned me. There was something about him. From now on, the 11 of you will be grouped into one squad. After the physical training phase, which served as the initiation period at the 1,000-day pass, was over 8 people had dropped out during that time. The remaining 90 would now begin learning the basics of group combat, the next stage. Jang Duksu, the senior instructor assigned to our cohort, bellowed out. However, the squad leaders won't be chosen from among you. They'll be assigned from the upper cohorts. Upper cohorts. They're individuals who have already passed the group combat exam with excellent scores and are now receiving squad leader training. It was said that if one placed within the top 10 in this round's evaluation, they would be eligible to receive squad leader training in the next cohort. And that training came with a hefty bonus. I'll now call out the members of Squad A. Jin Yeomyung, Ma Jinseong, Bu Yeojun Myungho, Sim Bae. I was assigned to the same squad as Ma Jinseong. And soon after, we were introduced to the senior cohort member who had been appointed as our squad leader. Ah, hello everyone. The moment she appeared, everyone was a bit stunned. A girl? No, more than that, an incredible beauty. She gave off a slightly dazed impression. No, more like a girl than a woman. Her hair was braided into twin plaits and tied behind her head, making her look even younger. Our squad leader bowed her head politely toward us. My name is Beek Sanga. Beek Sanga. To the other squad members, her presence felt completely out of place. What's this? Trembling eyes, shaky arms and legs. She didn't look the part of a squad leader at all. Those who had initially been entranced by her beauty gradually began casting suspicious glances her way. How did she survive? Trainees who entered the 1,000-day pass with half-hearted resolve didn't even make it past the first round of physical training. Though some lacked talent, all the remaining trainees had unshakable will and ruthless determination. But this girl standing before them had none of that ferocity. I've been assigned as your squad leader. I'll do my best. That girl made it into the top 10 of her cohort. Lacking spirit, full of timid-eyed doubts among the trainees deepened. At the 1,000-day pass, group combat wasn't just about practicing formations. After learning the basics, it became full-on live combat. And being selected as a squad leader meant not only surviving that ordeal but doing so with a top-tier score. Something's not right. Something's definitely off. While the squad members were consumed by suspicion, there was a reason behind her behavior. I am screwed. Totally screwed. Among the assigned squad members was one boy in particular, someone who gave off a uniquely sharp presence. Of all people, why did I end up in the same squad as him? The eldest son of the demonic heavens Jin clan. To Haramir, outsider Jin Yeomyung was basically the high-ranking elite of the cult, someone she absolutely had to avoid. But she couldn't stay in her days forever. Steeling herself, Beek Sanga avoided looking at Jin Yeomyung and continued. As you all know, Yao'll be learning the doctrines of group combat, and then Yao'll be deployed into live missions. She calmly recited the information she'd been taught. The 1,000-day pass doesn't confine live combat exercises within its walls. If not within, then where? One trainee asked. Beek Sanga nodded as if she had been waiting for the question. In conflict zones beyond the borders of the cult's territory. Chapter 32. Mount Hua-san Dojian and Beek Sanga, 1. The heavenly demon cult was forming its sphere of influence in the northwestern part of the Central Plains, centered around Gansu Province. To be exact, only the northern part of Gansu Province and the adjacent areas of Qinghai, Shanxi, and a portion of Xinjiang could truly be considered the domain of the heavenly demon cult. But in reality, the only region where the cult's influence was absolute was the northern area of Gansu Province, where the 10,000 mountains were located. Even now, in the southern part of Gansu, the orthodox sect Gongdong sect, one of the 9 great sects, and the Northern Heaven clan, one of the twin heavenly clans of the Central Plains, held sway. Below that, in Sichuan, there were Imei, Azure Star sect, and the Tang clan jointly supporting the orthodox faction. And that wasn't all. To the east in Shanxi stood Mount Hua and Zhongnan, unwavering in their positions. To the west in Qinghai, evil overlords of heaven, the largest unorthodox alliance, was in constant conflict with the cult's demonic sects. In truth, With the exception of the largely ungoverned Inner Mongolia and the vast but desolate Xinjiang, the cult was surrounded on all sides. Although things had been relatively peaceful lately, the areas where the orthodox and unorthodox factions clashed still frequently resulted in deaths, making them dangerous and fierce battlefields. The disputed areas outside, where exactly are we going? Let me explain that. At that moment, Jang Duksu appeared before us without anyone noticing. Greetings, instructor. I tilted my head. It was nice of him to explain, but why had he come all the way here himself? As you all know, our cult isn't the only one walking the path of the demonic way. Just as he said, while the power and recognition of the heavenly demon cult were overwhelming, there were several historic demonic sects in the Western Central Plains that had existed since the Warring States era. The main ones would be the Evil Refining Sect, Blood Demon Alliance, and the 9 Moons Blade Hall. The Evil Refining Sect had taken root in the Qinghai Desert, while the Blood Demon Alliance had survived in the treacherous southern regions of Sichuan. The 9 Moons Blade Hall had branched off from Sun and Moon Sect, the predecessor of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Most of the surviving demonic lineages now practiced secret or solo transmissions, but groups like these still maintained open spheres of influence. Jang Duksu glanced around at the team members and said, "You will be dispatched to an area near Qinghai." Qinghai, you say, as you know, that's the territory of evil overlords of heaven, one of the greatest unorthodox powers. Alongside Castle of the Demonic Way, which had its sphere near the south of the Yangtze, evil overlords of heaven was one of the twin giants of the unorthodox faction within the Central Plains. Unlike the reclusive Kunlun sect, evil overlords of heaven ruled like a king over the regions of Sichuan and Qinghai. Of course, you won't be going up against the true elites of evil overlords of heaven. You'll be dealing with minor sect trash that only holds nominal affiliation. Even so, no matter how much they were called trash, they were formidable opponents for trainees with little experience. Still better than facing those prissy orthodox folks. Qkuk. It was true that Qinghai was much closer than Sichuan or Shanxi in terms of distance. No matter how much we mocked the orthodox factions as prudes or softies, the cult's greatest enemy had always been the orthodox sect, not the unorthodox ones. All your seniors went through this too. If this makes you nervous, you might as well renounce your place in the demonic way, don't you think? Just as he said, only 1 or 2 people among the team looked nervous. The rest smirked instead, their fighting spirit ignited. In any case, what you need to focus on right now is mastering the pass formation. If you can't even do that, you know what will happen before you're ever deployed, right? Of course I knew. This group battle had 2 phases. First, each of the 9 teams had to master the designated pass formation within a set period. Then, they would conduct mock battles against other teams. Second, 3 teams would join forces to form a secondary pass formation. In that formation, 33 members would fight as one, and the 3 allied teams would take turns fighting in 2 more rounds of mock battles. Finally, the 3 teams with the lowest scores out of the 9 would be eliminated on the spot. It would suck to be eliminated after just 3 fights, but no one in the Heavenly Demon cult ever complained that it was unfair. In this place, luck was considered a part of one's skill. I can't afford to let my guard down either. Even if I performed well alone, it wouldn't mean a thing. This was, after all, a team battle. Even if I took down enemies solo, if the rest of the team didn't manage a single swing of the blade, they'd score the lowest, which meant the entire team would be eliminated together. In other words, the most important factor in this test isn't the team members, it's the team leader's capabilities. My eyes turned toward Beek Sanga. Hua, she flailed about in confusion, not knowing what to do, and my gaze cooled. Can I really trust her? In that moment, I seriously began to consider what would happen if we got eliminated. So, evil overlords of heaven, huh? With this deployment looming, I found myself deep in thought. It'd been meaning to investigate evil overlords of heaven at some point anyway. Evil Overlords of Heaven was founded some 30 years ago by Yeo-myung, the so-called prodigy of the unorthodox path, and known as the King of 10,000 Evils. Despite its short history, Evil Overlords of Heaven was considered one of the twin pillars of the unorthodox faction alongside Castle of the Demonic Way, which had been around for over a century. There were 2 reasons for this. First was the sheer number of its followers. Second was the presence of Yeo-myung, one of the 5 kings of the Central Plains. that Gu Yeomyung is destined to die of illness 10 years from now. He had been 50 when he founded Evil Overlords of Heaven, which meant he was now over 80 years old. No matter how much of a supreme master he was, unless he underwent a full rejuvenation, he would have to consider retirement. After Gu Yeomyung dies, Evil Overlords of Heaven falls into an internal conflict between his disciples. Gu Yeomyung had 4 disciples. Strangely, he never named a successor before his death. As a result, Evil Overlords of Heaven plunged into civil war as soon as he passed. Eventually, the youngest, disciplined 28-year-old Jin Yeomyung, the dark cloud sword emerged victorious and became the new leader of Evil Overlords of Heaven. Most had expected the eldest disciple, Gwai Hwangun Jeoksin, who commanded the largest faction, to win, so Jin Yeomyung's rise came as a massive shock. Up to that point, it had just seemed like typical unpredictable Murim drama. But the real problem came afterward. The real issue was how quickly relations between the Orthodox sect and Evil Overlords of Heaven warmed. After the Civil War ended, Evil Overlords of Heaven quickly signed a non-aggression pact with the Orthodox faction. The justification sounded reasonable enough. They needed to recover from the losses suffered during the Civil War, and the young new leader needed time to cultivate his martial arts. So, to avoid unnecessary clashes, they should maintain friendly relations with the Orthodox. More than a justification, it was the logical thing to do. 5 years later, Evil Overlords of Heaven would join forces with the Murim Alliance to establish the Orthodoxy-Unorthodox United Murim League. On the surface, it seemed like a natural progression, but if you looked closer, there were all kinds of suspicious details. I had a strong feeling about this. That the heaven-defying society and the demonic faction Lord Han Mubik had a significant hand in the founding of that alliance, whether directly or indirectly. Still, that's something to investigate only after getting outside. Right now, I needed to focus on mastering the pass formation somehow under that unreliable team leader. The first gathering of the team leader and the members. Beek-sanga still hadn't found her composure. Then, I'll explain the details. Beek-sanga raised her hand and spoke. For the next month, Yao'll be learning the small Black Star Sword formation. The Black Star Sword formation was one of the cult's most basic formation techniques, where 11 people formed one unit to execute 9 different formation structures. And after 1 month, 3 teams will merge and train for another month in the Great Black Star formation. I have a question, team leader. Then, a cold voice called out from the side as someone raised their hand. And that someone was a person I knew well. Ma Jinseong? Ah, yes, go ahead. Ma Jinseong stood up, his expression oozing hostility as he spoke to Beek-sanga. Can we replace the team leader? I let out a laugh inwardly. Didn't expect someone to openly challenge her from the start. Even if he didn't outrank me, Ma Jinseong was still a blood relative of the Ma clan. If someone like that started causing trouble from the get-go, it would make team control extremely difficult. Perhaps understanding that, Beek-sanga bit her lip slightly before replying. Sorry, but no. The team leaders were assigned by the instructors. We can't change them arbitrarily, even if the leader isn't reliable. I focused on the next words that would come from Beek-sanga's mouth. If she simply says, yes, this team is done for. Accept it just because it was assigned from above. That might fly in the Orthodox sect, but in the rebellious heavenly demon cult, that wouldn't cut it. Responding that way would tear the team apart and completely destroy any hope of cooperation. I could step in and mediate, but instead, I wanted to see how this team leader would respond. And then, got a problem with that. She responded with a boldness that completely defied my expectations. What? SHRRK. Beek-sanga yanked her sword belt off her waist with a rough motion. She drew her blade and pointed it straight at Ma Jinseong. My grandfather always said, if a man won't listen, beat him every 3 days. That way, he'll behave properly. Everyone, including me, blinked in stunned silence. Her grandfather taught her that. Just what kind of old man was he? Seems like you want me to prove my qualifications. Fine, come at me. If you win if I win, I'll voluntarily withdraw from the 1,000-day pass and recommend you as team leader, proving one's worth through martial strength. It was the simplest and clearest form of self-verification in the heavenly demon cult. Even if martial strength wasn't the most important quality in this context, it still counted. Wait, is this really the same girl who was bumbling just a moment ago? It wasn't just a shift, it was like a total personality switch. Or maybe was that previous stammering all just an act to bait this situation? But that didn't add up. When Shed looked at me earlier, her expression had been truly filled with fear. Woo! Anyway, the other team members, now getting to see a free fight, focused their eager eyes on Ma Jinseong. And it wasn't just our team others nearby quickly picked up on the commotion and turned their attention our way. Why you bitch? With Beek Sang-ah stepping forward like this, Ma Jinseong had no way out. If he backed off now, it would not only disgrace the Ma clan's name, but also force him to live like a ghost in the 1,000-day pass from here on out. You'd better not regret this, wench. You look younger than me. Maybe try using prettier words? Hayap. Ma Jinseong's sword drew a graceful red arc. It was the same blood flow demonic spirit sword art that Ma Chialsu had used previously. Though it wasn't quite at Ma Chialsu's level, it was undoubtedly one of the best among the later stage trainees in the 1,000-day pass. Oh, that's the sword technique of the Blood Dragon demonic clan. The watching trainees gasped in awe. Among the 6 great demonic clans, the Blood Dragon demonic clan was unmatched in swordsmanship. So witnessing even a single form of their technique was a rare opportunity for many here. Ma Jinseong called out the name of one of the sword forms from the Blood Flow demonic spirit sword art. Flying blood bombing stance, he aimed a strike at her shoulder. HMPH? Beek Sang-ah calmly took a stance. Then she struck at the flat side of his approaching blade with a fierce swing. Kong! Oh, his precision thrust was dismantled in a single blow, exposing Ma Jinseong's chest completely, and Beek Sang-ah didn't miss that opening. Hayap! Pow! Gwaog! Struck hard in the chest, Ma Jinseong's body went flying, flung across the ground in a humiliating fashion. Chapter 33, Mount Hua's San Dojian and Beek Sang-ah, 2. Perhaps no one had expected Ma Jinseong to be subdued in just a second. Not only those around, but even I widened my eyes in surprise. Why, you damn wench, but the shock didn't seem too deep. Ma Jinseong twisted his body and managed to land using a breakfall technique. I'll kill you, Yeo-myung. Humiliated, Ma Jinseong's sword began to resonate with Qi. Qi-infused sword, the bare minimum standard required to be called a master in the world. Ma Jinseong had surpassed that threshold. He must be really pissed off. Qi-infused sword was the stage before stagnant Qi, the stage of materializing one's Qi. A swing at this stage could cleave through stone. Among all the trainees, aside from me, none had reached the level of a Qi-infused sword. However, I'm warning you. Beek Sang-ah stood her ground in front of that sword, without even a hint of flinching. You'd better put that sword away, unless you want to get seriously hurt. You little runt, dare to look down on me. Just as the furious Ma Jinseong was about to strike at Beek Sang-ah, that's enough. Several instructors appeared out of nowhere and stepped in front of Ma Jinseong. You're getting carried away, Ma Jinseong. We let that little skirmish slide, but if you go further, you'll be crossing the line. KH Tesk. Even Ma Jinseong, one of the most notorious figures in the cult, couldn't brazenly defy the instructors within the 1,000-day pass. No matter how much our cult worships strength, we are still a society ruled by law. That should be clear enough, don't you think? The instructors' voices were stern. After all, one of the founders of those very laws was the progenitor of the Ma clan Ma Jinseong's own ancestor. They were essentially asking, are you planning to disgrace your forefather's name right now? Understood. Ma Jinseong trembled all over but finally restrained his fury and sheathed his sword. Just like that, Beek Sang-ah, who had subdued Ma Jinseong in just 1 second, made her presence clearly known among the trainees. However, there was a bit of an issue. Are you all right where you got hit? I couldn't tell whether she was mocking him or genuinely worried. Not more importantly, that stance just now, I feel like I've seen it before. The stance she took to deflect Ma Jinseong's thrust, you might think it's absurd to recognize something from just a stance, but martial arts weren't all the same. I shook my head slightly. No, it can't be. That technique requires a second sword. If by some absurd chance my guess was right, then something that could overturn the entire cult was about to unfold. Deploy the diagonal line formation. Yes, Mom. And next, ghost scattering formation. In full formation, those stationed at the end of the diagonal line formation slowly began to shift into a valley-like formation. Their movements were relatively orderly. There was little to criticize in the trainees' execution. However, A and F finally, the doom-wielding formation. The squad leader, who should be giving commands swiftly, was still stammering and fumbling through it. It had been 2 weeks since the trainees began learning the Black Star sword formation in earnest. While learning the basic form hadn't caused much trouble, issues began cropping up as they moved into the application phase. GRRGH? Though dissatisfaction was clear on the trainees' faces, they still followed Baek Sang-a's orders without protest. After all, they had seen what happened to Ma Jin-seong when he tried to defy her on the first day. Lastly, the battering ram formation. The battering ram formation was virtually the core assault pattern in the Black Star sword formation. 3 carefully selected trainees formed a tri-talent formation and charged the enemy. As I charged at an imaginary enemy, 2 others wielding a spear and an axe followed behind me. Stab? Yes, young master. The 3 of us thrust our weapons at the straw dummies arranged in front. Despite being called a sword formation, not everyone in the unit had to wield a sword. This wasn't a high-level combined formation that required ultra-precise coordination down to every single step. Good work. That's all for today. As our Black Star sword formation training wrapped up, Baek Sang-ah sighed in relief and declared the end of the session. I opened my canteen and took a sip, thinking to myself, her judgment itself isn't wrong, but the timing of her commands is consistently 1 beat late. Was it a matter of talent? No, I didn't think so. I tilted my head in thought, and soon I found the answer. She doesn't seem fully accustomed to it yet. Tactical formations were about concealing your own weaknesses and exploiting your opponents. There was nothing wrong with the deployment itself. But when it came to striking at the opponent's weak points, Baek Sang-ah's decisions were consistently delayed, almost as if she's hesitating on purpose. If her clumsiness was genuine, fine, but hesitating even in a situation where the path was obvious, that seemed intentional. I scratched my cheek lightly. I think I get what she's trying to do. Distrust was growing. For now, we were just sparring against straw dummies, but if that distrust continued to build, it might cause unexpected problems during a real battle. In other words, elimination. It was at that moment. Hey, Ma Jin-seong? Until now, Ma Jin-seong had remained quiet, but now, he approached me. What are you going to do? The intent behind the question was blatant, but I deliberately answered with feigned ignorance, concealing my thoughts. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what? Are we just going to get dragged around by that idiot and get eliminated together? It seemed he had held it in well for the past 2 weeks, but now he couldn't take it anymore. You mean the guy who got knocked out in 1 strike by that idiot? At my mocking tone, bloodshot veins rose in Ma Jin-seong's eyes like a ghost's. That's not the issue here. You know what I'm talking about. Her pathetic commanding. If even this brat was acting like this, then it was a clear sign our entire squad was in danger. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Only then did Ma Jin-seong's expression turn more serious, as if he now thought we could have a proper conversation. When we go into actual combat, you give the orders. If we follow that woman's lead, we'll be humiliated for sure. Whoa, that's pretty direct. But more than Thaddeus, a member of the Ma clan, are willing to follow my orders. Really? To be honest, following your orders would be humiliating. But in terms of rank, there's no one more suited than you. The others think the same. If it's you giving the commands, they'll all follow. Of course they would if I took the lead, they'd fall in line. Still, I didn't expect Ma Jin-seong, who brimmed with pride in his Ma clan heritage, to bow his head first. But my response was already decided. Number W, why not? First of all, the instructors aren't blind. In this test, squad members are required to obey the squad leader unconditionally. You can't replace the squad leader either. Ma Jin-seong clenched his teeth and countered. There's also the position of vice squad leader. The vice leader is merely someone entrusted with limited authority by the squad leader. Whether the vice leader was simply fulfilling their duties or turning the squad leader into a mere puppet would be obvious to the instructors at a glance. And the moment they saw through it, the instructors would no doubt say, "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of disorganized fools," and then eliminate the entire squad. Ma Jin-seong, here's a bit of advice. This situation where you're losing your mind right now, that is the real test of the 1,000-day pass. What are you talking about? Isn't it strange? They created a system where we can't replace the squad leader, yet that same squad leader suffers no consequences. In this group examination, where the bottom 3 squads are automatically eliminated, it's only the 30-member squad members who get disqualified. Squad leaders receive no penalties and simply return to their original cohorts. Ma Jin-seong wasn't dumb enough not to understand what that meant. Don't tell me that's right there intentionally provoking mutiny. It was a kind of variable. No matter how fairly the squads were divided, there would inevitably be differences in the capabilities of squad leaders and members. And those differences would turn into insurmountable gaps. But what if you added a non-skill-based variable to the mix? Depending on how they handle it, the skill gap could be overcome. Like Ma Jinseong here, if he acted out like a mad dog and rebelled, he'd be eliminated. But if someone endured and trusted the squad leader to the end, or persuaded them to change for the better, then there was a chance of passing. Ma Jinseong was about to say something when shut the hell up. Clang, a loud crash rang out as something metallic hit the floor, followed by a shout. Judging by the direction, it wasn't from our squad. It seemed to have come from another group training nearby. Ma Jinseong and I exchanged glances. Without a word, we silently agreed through our eyes and headed toward the source of the commotion. I can't trust your judgment at all. There, a trainee was shouting at his squad leader while pointing a finger at him. Why did you use the battering ram formation instead of the heat dispersal formation? Were you trying to send your squad into a death trap? Apparently, the trainee's complaint had some merit. Several other squad members nodded in agreement. I told you, the squad leader's orders are absolute. The squad leader, a towering man, responded coldly. If you'd followed my command precisely, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. My eyes widened when I recognized who the squad leader was. That's San Dojian? I hadn't had the chance to see him since the entrance ceremony, and now I was seeing him again like this. Unfortunately, San Dojian's current situation didn't seem favorable. You can just return to your cohort without a care, but not us. We have to survive and climb higher. That's right. Even if you're our senior, we doubt you have any strategic sense. If you have any conscience, Yao'll step down as squad leader. San Dojian's expression didn't change, but that was only on the surface. He must be hurting inside. I looked at him with a trace of pity. Father of the Wind Demon Unit. That was another name for bloodless thunderstorm, San Dojian. Even though the Wind Demon Unit was officially part of the 34 demon squads, their mission was to patrol and guard the outer territories of the cult. Naturally, they were the most looked down upon among the demon squads. But San Dojian carried himself with unmatched dignity as their commander, and his pride became the backbone that restored the unit's self-worth. Even on the day I died in my past life, the Wind Demon Unit threw away their lives without hesitation under San Dojian's command. At this point in time, San Dojian probably hasn't fully developed his tactical judgment as a commander yet. No, if my guess is right, he made that misjudgment on purpose. And if that was true, then his response would be predictable. I won't say it twice. San Dojian stood in front of them, exuding killing intent. Follow orders, or else ha. Or else what? I'll subdue you by force for disobeying orders. Subdue? Go ahead and try. The trainee grabbed the sword he had thrown on the ground and shouted fiercely. I found myself quietly impressed by his attitude. Wow, even after seeing that massive body, he's not backing down. He had guts. Though whether that came from actual skill or just a puppy's bravado remained to be seen. Well, judging by my instincts, it was overwhelmingly the latter. The Black Star Sword formation is a basic tactical formation used by small groups. As long as there are at least 7 members, the rest don't matter much. In other words, even if the squad leader kicked out 4 people, it wouldn't be an issue. Now then, how will San Dojian handle this? Chapter 34. San Dojian and Beak Sanga. 3. Though San Dojian was considered a symbol of benevolence within the Wind Demon Unit, he was undeniably a former mountain bandit with a naturally rough disposition. A martial artist who strictly upholds the chain of command and never tolerates insubordination. San Dojian's strength was already well honed, so it was clear how that reckless brat's fate would turn out. Still, it seemed there were some in that squad who hadn't lost their minds just yet. Hey, stop it. Do you want to be expelled before you even take the exam? No matter how dissatisfied you are, this isn't the way. As several people immediately voiced opposition, the expression on the trainee who had defied San Dojian twisted in frustration. Damn it, I smirked at the sight. He probably thought that if he took the lead, the others would naturally follow. But that was a miscalculation. Desperation could drive someone to resist, but desperation could also make someone endure. That guy belonged to the former, while the ones who stopped him belonged to the latter. I am sorry. Perhaps realizing he had no chance, the trainee lowered his head and apologized to San Dojian. San Dojian also didn't seem intent on escalating the matter further and simply declared the end of training. Thus, the attempted insubordination against San Dojian was quietly swept under the rug. Maybe you're right after all. Ma Jinseong, who had watched the entire situation unfold, muttered blankly, as if in shock. Things are probably similar in other squads too. Then what do? Just stand by and watch? We need to bring balance. And how exactly do we do that? I'll have to step in. Isn't that why you came to find me in the first place? In the end, the simplest way to resolve this situation was for me to get involved. Only, I had to approach it in a different way than the blatant insubordination Ma Jinseong had initially suggested. I'll talk to the squad leader first. We'll decide the next move after that. Sigh. All I inhaled were worries and all I exhaled were sighs. Ugh, my gaze wouldn't lift from the ground. What's troubling you so much? Beek Sangah's constant gloom was interrupted by a heavy voice echoing in her ears. Ah, venerable warrior San Dojian. Seems like things aren't going well for you either. Same goes for you, venerable warrior. San Dojian quietly took a seat a short distance from Beek Sangah. And then, he did exactly what she had just done. Hugh, how are things? Are your squad members still not listening? No, they do follow along, though they occasionally say unpleasant things. It's just. San Dojian covered his face with his thick hand, perhaps recalling a moment of shame. They managed to endure things so well, yet some old guy like me couldn't even hold back and ended up causing a mess. Ah, a faint smile crept onto Beek Sangah's lips. Come to think of it, you nearly got expelled back then, didn't you? If it weren't for Senior Hand's intervention, I really would have been kicked out. Truthfully, San Dojian had been lucky. Despite beating up his squad leader, he not only avoided expulsion, but even ranked within the top 10. No amount of thanks would ever be enough for what he did. Yeah, he definitely seems to be someone with a lot of virtue. Beek Sangah nodded. One of the top-ranked in their cohort, and currently the most prominent man in the 1000-day Pashan Mayan. But to Beek Sangah, he was a man whose thoughts were unreadable and who seemed to harbor a strange sense of inferiority. San Dojian cautiously opened his mouth, watching her reaction. The thing is another recruitment offer. I am sorry. Senior really wants to recruit you. There's nothing to apologize for. It's natural for a lord to desire talent. Despite her words, Beek Sangah shook her head. But as I've said many times, due to personal circumstances, I can't affiliate myself with any group. Please pass on my apologies to Senior Han. She had already turned him down several times. Despite that, he kept persistently pursuing her. But Beek Sangah was beginning to run out of patience. San Dojian, well aware of that, bowed his head apologetically as though he were guilty of something. There's nothing for you to be sorry about, miss. If Senior brings it up again, I'll try to dissuade him myself. Hee, thank you, even if it's just words. With that, a short silence fell between them. Normally, this would have been the time to wrap things up and return to the dormitory. But San Dojian had a strong feeling that if he left now, his connection with Beek Sangah would be severed for good. So, he deliberately tried to change the subject and strike up conversation. Miss Yes. In truth, they were merely peers. But to San Dojian, Beek Sangah gave off a daughter-like vibe. For some reason, he wanted to look after her and care for her, like a father would. Considering the age difference, she really could be like a daughter anyway. Come to think of it, I heard there's a big shot in your squad. Why, yes. The moment she heard the word big shot, Beek Sangah's expression turned to one of utter despair. This is seriously a disaster. Grandpa told me again and again to never get involved with that guy, and now fate's gone and done this to me. Miss? The always composed and polite Beek Sangah suddenly began to unravel, even spewing crude language. He listens well enough, and his eyes aren't too rebellious or anything. But if he ever decided to go after me, it'd be done for. Normally, he just goes around grinning like some carefree loafer, but you never know when that face might suddenly cause a disaster, and that's what makes it terrifying. Miss, please calm yourself. San Dojian gently tried to soothe the suddenly rampaging Beek Sangah. A cold sweat began to trickle down his back. At that moment, a third voice interrupted the two of them. She's right, miss. Even if he's involved, talking behind his back like this, San Dojian and Beek Sangah tilted their heads in unison, exchanging glances. They were standing in a garden slightly removed from the dormitories. Though called a garden, it was a place rarely visited due to the persistent cold. Who's there? San Dojian suddenly shot up and shouted, "Reveal yourself." He bared his hostility more than usual and growled. How could I miss someone's presence? That same thought crossed both San Dojian's and Beek Sangah's minds simultaneously. She, too, slowly reached for the sword hanging at her waist. Then, from beyond the darkness the two of them were staring into, a young man's voice rang out. Long time no see, no. It's our first time meeting, venerable warrior San Dojian no, senior. A man appeared, muttering under his breath, I just can't break that habit. Jin Yeomyung. Beek Sangah gasped when she recognized the man's identity. Beak Sangha shot me a sharp glare, putting on an indignant expression. Young Master Jin Yeomyung, this is not where your cohort resides. I nodded nonchalantly. I am aware. You came despite knowing that. Do you take the rules of the 1,000-day pass so lightly? And you say that while knowing who I am. Just as a flicker of disdain was about to flash in Beak Sangha's eyes, I entered with the Pavilion Master's permission. Isn't that obvious? Huh. Is that so? He said he had the Pavilion Master's approval, so what could she even say? A flush of red instantly spread across Beak Sangha's cheeks. Leaving the flustered Beak Sangha behind, San Dojian stepped forward. Seems like you've got business with the young lady. What brings you here at this late hour, Junior? Well, I paused for a moment and studied San Dojian's face. He looked much younger than I remembered, but overall, his impression hadn't changed. No, maybe the truth was that his original face was already so weathered that even 20 years later, there hadn't been much change. This is perfect, actually. I have business with both of you. What? Me too. San Dojian's eyes widened. Without hesitation, I extended my hand toward him. Senior San Dojian, would you join me? He clearly hadn't expected a recruitment offer the moment we met, and his eyes widened even more. You? Do you even know who I am? Of course. Better than anyone here in the 1,000-day pass. Yura, the former leader of Mighty Hero Fortress Slaughter Blade San Dojian, aren't you? Slaughter Blade? Beak Sangha was so shocked she was about to faint. Never had she imagined that the peer she'd been close to was a renowned mountain bandit, and one with a nickname that included the word slaughter at that. Really? San Dojian didn't respond to Beak Sangha's timid question. His silence was affirmation. The way he stared at me, cold and intense, was all the confirmation needed. Amazing. That someone who knows my past turns out to be a member of the 6 great demonic clans. I've taken an interest in you, Senior. I don't recall doing anything to draw the attention of a junior like you. Well, it was rather memorable when the 7th Elder dragged you out of the 10,000 mountains along with your entire stronghold. It was exactly as I said. San Dojian hadn't originally belonged to the Green Forest, but he was daring enough to engage in banditry within the territory of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Because it was a remote part of the 10,000 mountains, the cult didn't pay much attention to it until the current 7th Elder, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, decided to go on a whim of a subjugation trip. The Elder had been impressed by San Dojian's talents upon their first meeting and decided to absorb Mighty Hero Fortress into the cult to recruit him. It had been a well-known story among the higher ranks at the time. Still, isn't it bold to make a recruitment offer to someone you just met? I have complete confidence in your potential, Senior. In his past life, San Dojian only rose to become the Wind Demon Unit Commander, but with the proper support, he could go even further. Senior San Dojian, I know exactly what your weakness is. Flinch, weakness, you say? A twitch appeared in San Dojian's eyes. Yes, it's internal energy and advancement-level martial arts. The tension in his eyes slowly faded. So, you're saying you can provide me with those? Of course. You're the one who reached first-rate by learning second-rate martial arts late in life, aren't you? Not just first-rate, he was practically at master level. I can guarantee, under the name of Jin Yeomyung and the Demonic Heavens Jin clan, that you will receive the full support you need. Based on what? I promise I can make you a peak master-level expert in 10 years. Peak master level? Beak Sangha, standing beside him, let out an audible gasp. Peak master level, an absolute powerhouse, of which only a few dozen existed across the entire Central Plains. I was confident San Dojian would accept. In the future, Wed even shared drinks together. During those times, he often grumbled about wanting advanced martial arts and spiritual medicine. He reached peak master level without any support over 20 years. But if he had the full backing of the Demonic Heavens Jin clan, he could smash that 10-year mark with ease. He might even become one of the few in the 6 great demonic clans to reach the extreme demonic realm. Come on, take the offer. I waited for San Dojian's answer with confidence. Sorry, I was sure you'd say yes. Wait, what? Did I hear that right? I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. Wait, what the hell? Chapter 35, San Dojian and Beak Sangha 4. He turned this down. I stared at San Dojian in a daze. Advanced martial arts, spiritual pills, and the guidance of a master. Even if I had made such an offer not to someone from the 1,000-day pass, but to someone from the Demon Dragon Hall, they would have jumped at it without hesitation, 100 out of 100 times. I am really grateful for the offer, but San Dojian clenched his eyes shut and tilted his head back. No, what's with that face overflowing with regret, and yet you still say no? I really am grateful. But you should just accept it, Beek Sang-ah, who had been watching from the side, chimed in softly. San Dojian's expression was so serious that even she had to speak up. Still, I can't betray the one I serve. The one you serve, is that the seventh elder? Yes. San Dojian's loyalty to the seventh elder is this strong. Granted, if he was the one who opened his path, that was understandable. But as far as I knew, the relationship between San Dojian and the seventh elder wasn't particularly close. He was sent to the 1,000-day pass in the first place. If he was truly going to be made a close aide, they would have sent him to the Demon Dragon Hall instead. If it was a matter of San Dojian blindly offering his loyalty, that would make things a bit complicated. No, it can't be that. If that were the case, he wouldn't look so full of regret. There was some other connection, some relationship I was missing. For now, I continued trying to persuade him. If it's the seventh elder, I am sure he'd understand. A subordinate brought in from the outside has a chance to spread his wings in a bigger pond, wouldn't refuse that, would he? In other words, I was indirectly telling him, you're not even the elder's close confidant, so why cling to this so stubbornly? But it seemed San Dojian had already made up his mind. I can't. I was ordered by the elder to serve the senior. Senior? When you say senior, who are you referring to? Senior Han Mayan. What? Did he just say Han Mayan? You said Han Mayan. I had known that San Dojian belonged to Han Mayan's faction, but I never imagined they were this close. San Dojian nodded. Yes, he is the true heir to the seventh elder. I entered the 1,000-day pass with the mission of protecting him. The second reason why the older San Dojian had joined the 1,000-day pass. Realizing that, I was momentarily taken aback. What's going on? This wasn't mentioned in my past life. In my previous life, the one who succeeded the seventh elder was a man named Yeo-myung, wielder of the thunder-splitting demonic sword. And naturally, the name Han Mayan never once appeared among the high ranks of the cult. Or maybe, even after 20 years, he still hadn't grown enough to be offered the position. If not that, maybe he was already expelled, or he changed his name. If my suspicion about who Han Mayan really was turned out to be correct, then any of those scenarios could be plausible. I am sorry, I can't go with you. Well, that's the end of that. If San Dojian was this firm, there was no way to convince him, at least not right now, unless something huge happened to shatter his loyalty entirely. No, there's still a possibility, just not today. More importantly, discovering that the person he currently served Han Mayan had a connection to the seventh elder was an unexpected windfall. The seventh elder. I recalled how the seventh elder would visit the Jin clan every new year to pay his respects to Jin Gunak. A lower-ranking elder, yes, but still the top-ranked among that group. And this person had chosen to back the one I suspected most? I understand. But please remember that the offer I gave you remains valid. Suppressing my emotions, I bowed my head to San Dojian. Thanks even just for the words. He gave a bitter nod. Seems the young lady has something to discuss with you as well. I'll leave you too. With a tusk, San Dojian left the scene with a face full of lingering regret. And just like that, only I left standing in rejection, and Beek Sang-ah, who had been watching with a surprised expression, remained. That was quite the scene. A groan of shame slipped out. What a pathetic sight I've shown you. And no, it's not like that. Being rejected after making such an offer, that's what's strange. Well, that's true. Still got rejected though, so I had to move on and do what I needed to do. So, it seems you have something to discuss with me as well. Beek Sang-ah looked at me with a slightly hopeful expression and said, by chance, were you going to make the same offer to me? Keep dreaming. Her face deflated in an instant like a frog caught in the rain. Then what is it about? Isn't it obvious? It's about the squad. Perhaps because the conversation with San Dojian had been so intense, she hadn't even considered that. Don't you think it's about time you start taking things seriously? Flinch. I've been suppressing the dissatisfaction of the other squad members, so I'd appreciate it if you stopped making judgment errors on purpose. You noticed. Took me a while. You mixed in quite a few actual misjudgments. Beek Sang-ah's face twisted in agony. What, did she think I wouldn't notice just because she tried hiding it here and there? Normally, I might sugarcoated it a little, but being rejected left me a bit salty. Beek Sang-ah bit her lip slightly. I still can't do that. Is it because of the 1,000-day pass policies? You even know that? Yes, that's right. The instructors ordered me to stir up discontent among the squad members until the mock battle begins. But is it really necessary? now that the squad members have caught on. That's Beak Sanga trailed off, seeming to think my point was valid. You're right. In some ways, young Master Jin, you were the first to grasp the purpose behind this training. Then, yes, starting tomorrow's training, I won't be giving incorrect orders on purpose anymore. But she averted her gaze and mumbled under her breath. Please go easy on actual mistakes. She still hadn't realized that lacking the decisiveness to ruthlessly exploit an enemy's weakness at a crucial moment would only lead to harm among her own. She's exactly like a noble lady who grew up without a single hardship. Surely Shed learned something while participating in previous mock battles as a squad member. Or maybe this was her first time ever leading others. Don't worry. I'll make up for the squad leader's mistakes as much as needed. What do you mean by that? I'll become the vice leader. That way, no one will dare challenge the authority of the squad leader, because they'd have to go through me first. Thank you, young master. Beak Sanga bowed her head. It's nothing, just don't hesitate when it comes time to make decisions. Like you did when you blew Ma Jinseong away. Whoosh. Perhaps embarrassed, she kept her head down and didn't raise it again. That was just me trying to get into the spirit of my grandfather's teachings. Let's be thankful all you did was get into the spirit. I casually voiced something I had only suspected before. If you'd had one more sword, it might have been a fatal blow. What? Am I wrong? From what I saw, it was the perfect sword form for striking down instead of using palm techniques. At that moment, the shy flush on Beak Sanga's face froze instantly, like a ghost had possessed her. Who are you? What do you mean? How do you know that? The way she glared at me now, there was actual hostility in her eyes. And in that moment, I was sure of one thing. Beak Sanga wasn't someone from the cult. If she were some spy or agent, she wouldn't show such blatant hostility over a single pointed observation. Though of course even that could be deception. Still, I decided to trust my gut. I cleared my throat lightly. Do you take me for some fool who doesn't even know the basics of twin swordsmanship? I put on an offended face and glared at her. There's a limit to treating someone like an idiot, don't you think? And no, it's not that strange for a female martial artist to learn twin sword techniques. And when a dual sword user switches to using only one, the opening created is something any seasoned martial artist could catch. That's true. But still are you saying, young master, that you're one of those seasoned martial artists? There it is, I knew Shed say that. Of course, can you prove that? Her tone had returned to formal speech, but the suspicion in her eyes had only grown deeper. If you'd like, I can prove it by subduing you right here. Interesting. You're going to subdue me, young master? Why not? I casually broke a branch off a tree in the courtyard and held it in my hand. From the branch, a dark black light began to rise. Sword chi, with a branch. Beak Sanga was visibly shocked. Naturally. Drawing sword chi through a tree branch was just as difficult as producing sword force among martial artists. A single misstep in chi infusion, and the branch would explode. It required an incredible level of focus and control. So how about it? Care for a match? Gulp. Beak Sanga swallowed a little. Her level wasn't far below mine, so she could probably put up a fight. But after seeing something like that, she wouldn't see a way to win. She slumped her shoulders and sighed. You must be one of the 6 demonic dragons, one of the most powerful of the demonic factions, rising stars. So the rumors weren't false after all. I don't know why someone like you is here, but a noble lady who didn't even know who was in the 6 demonic dragons? The more she spoke, the more convinced I became that she was just a clueless noblewoman. No, that's my younger brother. Excuse me? The one in the 6 demonic dragon's fist overlord dragon, Jin Yeomyung, that's my younger brother. I am not one of them. What? You're not with that level of skill. Then just how strong are the 6 demonic dragons? Before she could get the wrong idea, I corrected her. They're all below me. I raised a finger to my lips. Please keep this a secret. Even within the cult, only a few people know this. You don't want people to know you use twin swords either, right? Since we've each got a secret now, how about we call it a draw? Smirk. I gave her a gentle smile and made the offer. Let's both keep our mouths shut. She stared at me blankly for a moment, as if taken aback by the unexpected suggestion. Let's do that for some reason. Blushing deeply, Beak Sanga couldn't meet my eyes and fled back to the dormitory. Then I'll be going now. As I watched her retreating back, I thought to myself, well, with a name like mine, she probably won't break the promise. No, more than the promise itself, Gu Chil. Yes, young master. At some point, Gu Chil had appeared right in front of me. Keep a close eye on Beak Sanga for a while, until I head out for an external mission. Think you can do that? Gu Chil looked up at me in surprise, as if the command was unexpected. If Yura suspicious, want me to just kill her, I can do it without leaving a trace. What kind of crazy talk is that? Why would we kill her? I frowned and smacked him on the head. Ow, we need to keep her alive. Alive, why? Because someone might try to kill her. No, the chance of that happening is actually very high. If my prediction was correct, she was fated to die soon. Chapter 36. Simulated Battle of the Flame. 1. Gu Chil's expression hardened. You're certain, young master? The usual drawl in Gu Chil's voice shifted into a calm and composed tone. No, this was probably closer to his true nature. I'd prefer to think I'm just speculating, but I have a bad feeling about this. More than anything, hadn't that bastard Han Mayin tried several times to recruit Baek Sangha into his faction? If his motives weren't solely about strengthening his forces, I'm counting on you. Gu Chil gave me a broad grin. Of course, I am your loyal servant, aren't I, young master? That's right. Just don't go getting yourself beat up somewhere while I'm gone. Stop talking nonsense and go. Yes, sir. With that, Gu Chil vanished. Unless someone on the level of the pavilion master of the 1000-day pass was nearby, Gu Chil wouldn't get caught. A dual sword formation unique to one defense, one counterattack. Not from the cult, but an outsider, yet capable of raising at least a first-rate martial artist. And yet, the family didn't send her as a spy, but seemingly as a hostagiar possibly seeking refuge in the heavenly demon cult. There are quite a few prestigious families known for their twin sword techniques. From what I remembered, there were at least 10 of them. But only 2 of those don't have particularly bad relations with the cult. One of those 2, the Peerless Sword Sect, was famed for its one-hit-kill sword style that entirely disregarded defense. But Baek Sangha's techniques were structured around counterattacks, which left only one possibility through process of elimination. One of the greatest sword sects in the Central Plains. Alongside Wudang and the Namgung clan, it was one of the 3 sword titans referred to as one of the 3 greats. The Namshan Baek clan, often paired with the Northern Heavenjin clan as the southern and northern twin clans of the Central Plains. The twin sword style they prided themselves on Heavenly Wolf twin, Saint sword art was precisely what Baek Sangha had demonstrated. And the one most famed for wielding that sword art is the current leader of the Justice faction and one of the 5 kings of the Central Plains, the Southern Heavenly Sword King Baek Dajiang. 20 years from now, the leader of the Justice Murim Alliance would be the Sword Supreme Sage of Wudang, Guan Haiyan. But for now, the Southern Heavenly Sword King reigned as the leader of the Orthodox faction. I don't know why he would send someone who's practically his granddaughter to the heavenly demon cult, but there must have been a tangled web of reasons behind it. My thoughts spiraled deeper and deeper. Then does that mean the cult leader knows about that little girl's identity? Couldn't he at least have whispered a word or 2 to me? I mean, I am his prospective son-in-law, after all. Sigh, anyway. The Southern Heavens Baek clan boasted a vast sphere of influence across the southeastern provinces of Jiangxi, Fujian, and Guangdong. And the heavenly demon cult is located in the exact opposite direction in the northwest of the Central Plains. I swallowed hard. If I start digging, I feel like something massive is going to come out of this, something that would make the Hidden Trace Manor and Jiokan look like child's play. No, this isn't the time for that. I shook my head, restraining my greed. If I poke my nose into things I can't reach, even what's possible might fall apart. What's important right now is keeping Baek Sangha alive. There was only one reason why I went as far as sending Gu Chil to protect her. Because in the future, I know, Baek Sangha never existed. There was literally no mention of her in any of the heavenly demon cult's records. To assume she returned safely from all this would be naive. Rather than having returned quietly, it was far more likely she had quietly disappeared here. And more than anything, the direct cause behind the creation of the Orthodox Demonic Alliance, Murim Union the Namchen Calamity, where the Namshan Baek clan and Namgung clan were annihilated together. Roughly 14 or 15 years from now, an incident would occur where the Orthodox forces based in Namcheng would be completely slaughtered. According to the intel I had obtained back then from the Heavenly Thunder Corps, the main clans of Namgung and Namshan had engaged in a full-blown war and ended up mutually annihilated. As a result of that incident, the Sword Supreme Sage replaced the Southern Heavenly Sword King as the new alliance leader and declared that our cult had been the mastermind behind the incident. Not long after, with the active support of the Orthodox faction, the Justice Demonic Alliance Murim Union was born. The justification sounded perfect. Damn it, Now I am pissed again just thinking about it. The reason for my anger wasn't anything trivial. It was because that incident occurred right after I was appointed as inner administrator. I recalled the past with a bittersweet feeling. God, I really worked my ass off back then. Even if I didn't have real power, I was still technically part of the cult's leadership. Because of that incident, I had to help the outer administrator, pulling constant all-nighters for 2 months straight. Sure, I learned a bit more than others as a result, but I wasn't close enough to the truth. Damn. In the end, cult leader Cheon Yura had chosen silence regarding the incident. The idea that the cult orchestrated it is utter nonsense. It's true that the two clans destroyed each other, but that wasn't the whole story. There was something more to it. Back then, I had no clue what that something was and just buried the case out of frustration. But once the puzzle piece called Heaven-Defying Society fell into place, the larger picture that someone had once drawn finally began to emerge. Baek Sangha was originally supposed to be assassinated here, and the Sword Supreme likely used that assassination and connected it to the Namcheng calamity for political gain. That might explain why the cult leader never defended us too strongly. Even the sudden downfall of the Southern Heavenly Sword King could be related to all this. Damn, come to think of it, isn't this the very first point of that whole butterfly effect? Id somewhat anticipated this, having traveled back a whole 20 years, but I hadn't expected to face one of the origin points so directly. All right, whatever your plan is, it'll completely ruin it. Grip, especially Han Mayan and the Seventh Elder. Figuring out their connection was the biggest success it had in recent days. And so, time passed, and the month-long training in Black Star Sword formation came to an end. My team was scheduled to face Team 4 in a simulated battle. Watching their situation from a distance, I frowned slightly. This won't be easy. As expected, most of the teams were a mess, practically falling apart on their own, but 1 or 2 of them had managed to pull together quite solidly. Unfortunately, the team we'd be facing Team 4 belonged to the latter. Form ranks. Members of both our team and Team 4 lined up in formation, facing each other. And in that moment, what's this? I felt the intense stares of 3 people directed squarely at me. Is it those guys, the core that held Team 4 together? One of them had a sly look, kind of like Jin Sang. Another was somewhat decent-looking. The last had a solid, dependable air about him. They didn't look like they came from the same mother, but for some reason, they shared a similar vibe. Sworn brothers, maybe? Take 50 steps back. Prepare for the simulation match. Following the instructor's command, we each retreated 50 paces to get into our initial formation. Baek Sangha, our team leader, and Ju Guxian, the leader of Team 4, raised their voices at the same time. Diagonal formation, deploy. Diagonal formation, deploy. When both sides used the same formation, the protruding points at the front would collide head-on. In other words, a head-to-head clash right from the start. This is going to be fun. The observing instructors gasped in amusement. Who do you think is going to win? To that question from one of the instructors, Jang Duke-soo, who had remained silent until now, responded. If it's a straight fight with no variables, I'd say Team 2. Another senior instructor immediately objected. Don't underestimate Team 4. Those 3 over their insane coordination. Oh, those 3. Right, they were the first to realize the hidden intent behind this simulation match, weren't they? Yeah. I noticed they'd try to carry out any command their leader gave, no matter how unreasonable. Looked to me like they were just sucking up to their leader. The Jew family's no joke, after all. If we're going by that logic, it's the same for Team 2. Who's going to challenge the young master of the Jin clan? True. Once he stepped up in the 3rd week, Team 2 hit its stride. So the conclusion is you never know till it starts, huh? This little betting ritual between instructors was a quietly accepted tradition. It had begun. Clang. With a crisp metallic sound, a thick silver ingot flew into the sky. The instructor who caught it announced loudly, 1 silver tael on Team 4's victory. Oh, Instructor Jeon's coming in hot, huh? We need balance. I'll bet a silver tael on Team 2. That was the signal. The surrounding instructors began placing bets left and right. Once about 6 or 7 had placed their wagers, the still silent Jang Duke-soo finally opened his mouth. 10 silver taels on Team 2. What? You're betting half your monthly salary? It was the largest wager so far. Jang Duke-soo grinned and teased his fellow instructors. If you're scared, feel free to die. That bold line only ignited the others even more. Looks like Team 2 just became the favored bet. Can't resist a long shot, can we? With those beast-hearted or beast-brained instructors finishing up the betting, the match was set. Now all that was left was to see the result. Charge, crush them, Yuo. Team 2 and Team 4 roared as they charged toward each other. Beak Sanga didn't alter her formation, even when Team 4 mirrored our diagonal formation. Of course, I had already told her I wouldn't be using my full strength, but still, she hadn't wavered in her choice. To be fair, even in terms of coordination alone, our team wasn't inferior to any other. Just before the vanguard of Team 2 and Team 4 clashed nice to meet you. Huh. The trio from Team 4's vanguard suddenly shouted greetings at me. They were clearly still teenagers, but their voices were so loud and spirited, even grown adults couldn't match them. My name's Beeksa, Hyuksa, and I am Jioksa. What the hell? The one who introduced himself as Beeksa charged at me, yelling, "We call ourselves the Three Demonic Serpents. It's an honor, young master Jin Yeomyung." With that thunderous self-introduction, the three of them rushed at me in unison. Seriously, the other frontliners on my side were immediately blocked by Hyuksa and Jioksa. Their antics aside, the so-called Three Serpents neutralized our triangle formation with ridiculous ease. Oh, they're not particularly strong individually, but their coordination is top-notch. Please remember us. Beeksa used that moment to aim a dagger at my shoulder. It was an incredibly precise coordination way they could have pulled this off with just a day or two of practice. Ridiculous little punks. If it had been anyone other than me, that surprise attack would have landed clean. 7th record form. Heaven's Net ensnaring, all a defensive technique from the 10 heavenly record demonic sword focused on evasion. Beeksa's dagger was sharp, but nowhere near fast enough to land a hit on me. Thud, I deflected the stab with ease and kicked Beeksa squarely in the gut. His expression twisted in pain as his sneak attack failed. "Big bro, you okay?" Pity, that was a pretty solid combo. I turned to the regrouped trio and said, "The Three Demonic Serpents, huh? Why not call yourselves the Three Demonic Dragons, or hell, even the Three Demonic Pythons? Three little snakes." Bit underwhelming for self-proclaimed titles. Beeksa gave a bitter smile. "We're not worthy of that yet." "Yeah, but under your guidance, young master, we believe we might one day earn the title of Three Dragons." "Well, maybe. So will you accept us?" Guts, courage, and humble self-awareness. With those traits, they should have caught my eye sooner, but this was my first time seeing them. Ah, right. No wonder their faces weren't familiar. They must be from a different dorm. Even within the same cohort, there were so many students that the dorms were split across 3 buildings. I grinned and pointed my sword at the Three Serpents. "Ill-considerate, depending on how you perform." "Thank you. Maybe today I just found some talents worth bringing into my fold." Chapter 37, Simulated Battle of the Flame 2, this might actually be useful. It felt like I had found an amusing toy. To be honest, the Three Serpents' skills were practically trash. In terms of pure martial ability, they were even weaker than the other 2 main members in our team. They're the type that fights using their innate killing intent and viciousness. If they survived for another 10 or 20 years like this, yes, they might just become a textbook example of an unorthodox faction expert. Their instincts are quite good. They still have potential. It didn't seem like they had learned any proper cultivation techniques. However, they compensated for their lacking martial skills with impeccable coordination and animalistic instincts. Guys like that grow rapidly once you fill in their missing pieces. All right, time to see what these guys are really capable of. I will absolutely catch his eye. The eyes of Beeksa, Hyuksa, and Jioksa burned with determination. The demonic Three Serpents. In truth, they came from the backstreets of Miyok Fortress. By background alone, they were part of the absolute lowest social class, so much so that it would have been impossible for them to enter Thousand Day Pass. Though they gave themselves the grandiose title of Demonic Three Serpents, before joining the Thousand Day Pass, those around them used to call them Three Worms, just 3 measly worms. The only reason they had come this far was entirely thanks to the power of their godmother, the Lord of the Demonic Heaven Tower. She hadn't shown it openly, but the Tower Lord cherished these 3 quite dearly. To these ones who yearned for martial arts, she had passed down techniques used by her Tower Guard 7 if they were third-rate. She had even gone so far as to lie with high-ranking members of the cult who visited the tower, all to get the 3 admitted into the Thousand-Day Pass. I must succeed, no, I will succeed. The Three Serpents wanted to repay their godmother for opening the path for them. The quickest way to repay that debt was to achieve great results in the Thousand-Day Pass and become successful. And they had luck on their side. The kind of opportunity that some never got in their lifetime had just shown up right before their eyes. The eldest, Beeksa, grinned darkly while holding his sword. I fell for you at first sight, young master. Hearing something like that from someone with your face gives me the creeps. The expression and tone were exactly like some knife-wielding thug from the underworld. That's not what I meant. Beeksa frantically waved his hands in denial. I saw you suppress Ma Cholu, the young master of the Blood Dragon demonic clan. What? You saw that? That entire floor had been reserved, and both the Ma clan and Jin clan had their guards there. How? Gyeoksa spoke up shyly. We were from the demonic heaven tower where that happened. There are plenty of ways for us to witness such things. Ah, is that so? The Three Serpents swallowed hard. I could see it in their expressions. If I rejected them because of their low-born background, that would be the end of them. But fortunately for them, I wasn't the type to care much about birth. Watching you that day, we thought if we were ever to serve a lord, we'd want it to be someone like you, young master. Well, give our utmost loyalty. We know we still have a long way to go enough. I raised my hand to stop them. I understand your enthusiasm, but we're still in the middle of the mock battle, you know. Just like I said, I could feel the eyes from all around wondering what the hell these guys were doing, not even caring about friend or foe. But the Three Serpents didn't care in the slightest. They had been through too much hell to feel embarrassed now, and I liked their boldness. All right, I get it. Let's continue for now. I'll evaluate everything after the battle ends. Yes, young master. Determination blazed in the eyes of the Three Serpents. The team that had won the first power struggle began gaining momentum. Temporary retreat. Team 4's leader, Ju Guxian, barked the order with a scowling face. Switch to the defense formation. The defensive pattern of the Black Star Sword formation, the defense formation, was used when the formation was being pushed back. Using it this early on was already a negative point in itself. Damn it. Ju Guxian cursed toward the front lines. Those damned bastards. What the hell are they doing? They should have been doing everything they could to take down the enemy, and instead they were messing around like this. Those lowborn mutts had obeyed orders without complaint until now, and now they're pulling this kind of stunt during a real match. Those damn commoners, I'll never let them off later. Right now, without the Three Serpents, she couldn't win this fight. Ju Guxian's gaze shifted to Beek Sanga, who was waving her flag from afar. At this rate, I'm going to lose to her. She harbored a deep inferiority complex toward Beek Sanga. That tiny girl from who knows where had dared to outperform her, a direct daughter of the prestigious Ju clan within the cult. And with her youthful looks and naive behavior, she easily drew the attention of all the men so irritating it couldn't even be put into words. I'll definitely flatten your nose one day. Though not widely known among the team members, in truth, the team leaders could receive significant bonus points depending on the mock battle results. Since they had to focus on different responsibilities for 2 more months than their peers, this kind of special treatment was expected. The Jin clan's young master is better than I thought. That damned girl, how did she get someone like that as a teammate? He'd suit me so much better. Moreover, this team also had Ma Jinseong, a branch member of the Ma clan. In terms of sheer power, they were probably the strongest of all the teams. Still, it's not like I don't have any options. Ju Guxian grabbed her flag. Switched to the Ascension formation. At those words, the Three Serpents clicked their tongues softly and retreated from the enemy. Absolute obedience at that was the Three Serpents' greatest strength. The moment the order to switch to the Ascension formation was given, the tangled formation began to slowly realign. But due to the earlier clash, the team members' stamina had already been heavily depleted. It doesn't matter. This exam is about capturing the enemy commander. Even if they suffered total defeat, as long as they captured the enemy leader first, they'd win the match. Hyuksa moved to the end of the Ascension formation. Yes, team leader. At Ju Guxian's command, the two immediately moved away from Jin Yeomyung without hesitation. Then Beeksa, you're the key. Wait for the signal, and when I give it, make sure you break that girl's flag. I'll keep that in mind. You'd better. If we lose this mock battle, I'll crush the demonic heaven tower using the Ju clan's power. Beeksa's expression stiffened instantly. Ju Guxian's clan, the Heavenly Justice Ju clan, was a top-tier family with over 1,000 members. No matter how prestigious the demonic heaven tower was as the cult's foremost pleasure house, it stood no chance against the Ju clan. Your answer? Why, yes, understood. The demonic heaven tower was the home the Three Serpents would return to. To protect that home, they had to win no matter what. Watching Team 4's maneuvering, Beak Sanga quietly came to a conclusion. They're aiming for me. The Ascension formation was designed to disrupt enemy lines with a single-point breakthrough. It was usually employed to open a gap in the enemy's formation before deploying the battering ram formation. But they won't come straight in. Beak Sanga knew her peer, Ju Guxion's, personality very well. She was obsessively fixated on Victoria so much so it bordered on pathological, and she had a tendency to mercilessly bite down on any weakness she sensed. And sure enough, just before the clash, while charging in with the Ascension formation, Ju Guxion gave an irregular command. Initial roar formation. It's the initial roar formation. Move. Even though the command came right before impact, the members of Team 4 tried to execute it as best they could. However, because they hadn't completely mastered it, their formation was inevitably sloppy. And that gap Beak Sanga saw it. An opening. In that moment, a perfect counter to Ju Guxion's strategy formed in Beak Sanga's mind, but it would come at the cost of her allies. Her mind raced at lightning speed. No hesitation. Even a brief moment of doubt would cost them the entire match. And right then, don't worry, I can cover for any mistakes you make as team leader. A voice reached her ears, and Beak Sanga made her decision. Rapid flow formation. Right flank. At the same moment, a response came from the front line as if perfectly coordinated. Rapid flow formation, right side. Pull them in. WHO. Team 4's members panicked at the seamless maneuver of the opposing team. Beak Sanga's team had begun pulling Team 4 inward like a spiral. This wasn't just breaking through, it was creating a space for them to be drawn into. A brawl. Ju Guxion was flustered. It was a tactic that dragged the fight into an all-out melee, regardless of injuries. She never imagined the side with the upper hand would initiate a rapid flow formation first. Krog, my arm, my arm. As the melee broke out in full, injuries erupted across the battlefield. But Ju Guxion didn't notice any of those sacrifices. Only one thought consumed her mind now. She read my intent. Now she couldn't use Beaksa. If she tried to reorganize the formation clumsily, they would lose momentum and be crushed. Nicely done. I was the one who shouted rapid flow formation and rallied our team. From the start, we held the upper hand in terms of power. At this rate, victory was all but certain. Oh, still not giving up, huh? At that moment, Beaksa and the rest of the Three Serpents were desperately trying to push through the chaos to get to Beak Sanga. They might actually break through. If so, then it'd better make sure we land the final blow. I quietly raised my hand toward Beak Sanga. It was one of the pre-planned signals in case we ever encountered this kind of opponent. Seeing my hand, she nodded slightly. Battering ram formation. Open, it's the battering ram formation. Disengage the melee. The team members began retreating in perfect unison. Normally, withdrawing from such a chaotic melee would be no easy feat, but Team 4 was already on the verge of collapse. They were even thankful for the retreat initiated by our team. Stop them, I said, stop them. Ju Guxion screamed. In their current state, Team 4 couldn't stop the charge from our team aiming for a breakthrough. Block them somehow, you idiots. But the team was too sluggish to execute any new orders. The only ones still able to move were the Three Serpents, hardened by their vicious intent. They stepped forward to block my path. So the situation is reversed this time. We won't let you pass. You seem exhausted. If we let you break through here, we're not qualified to call ourselves your subordinates. They stood their ground with desperate resolve. But the world doesn't run on resolve alone. Well, you don't have to let me through. What? Because I am not the main attacker. And no way. Beaksa snapped his head back. What the hell? His eyes widened in horror. While all the attention and strength had been focused on me, Ma Jinseong, who had gone largely unbothered the entire time, had sprung toward Ju Guxion. He got through. Stop him. By default, a team leader only commands with the flag and doesn't engage in combat. So when the formation is broken or a gap is revealed, they're completely defenseless. Damn it! Beaksa cursed and tried to retreat. Where do you think you're going? If you really want to be my subordinate, shouldn't you stay focused on me to the end? I blocked Beaksa's path with a smug grin. To think you'd resort to something so cheap. Yeah, it's a cheap trick that normally wouldn't work. But you, coming from the back alleys, should know better than anyone. Beaksa's eyes trembled. That once you fall for a cheap trick like this, you lose everything. Even if Ju Guxion was a senior cohort, without a weapon, there was nothing she could do against Ma Jinseong. Crack. And so, the flag in Ju Guxion's hand snapped in two under Ma Jinseong's assault. The mock battle ended in our victory. Chapter 38, The Scheme won Yua, We won, we really won. The members of Team 2 hugged each other tightly, practically leaping for joy. It was only natural. They had faithfully fulfilled their roles and secured victory. At this rate, we've basically survived. Exactly. Though the team battle still remained, they had effectively crossed the critical threshold to survive this team competition. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Team 4 was like that of a funeral. Damn it? Beeksa pounded the ground in anguish. They had boldly declared their names to make an impression, but ended up losing without achieving anything noteworthy. More than the shame, they were now on the verge of being expelled from the 1,000-day pass. And that wasn't even the worst part. Ju Guxion's threat to demolish demonic heaven Tower now felt like a very real possibility. Why the long face? Why young master? Beeksa blinked wide in surprise. Did someone piss you off? No, it's just his expression said he never expected the grand heir of the demonic heavens Jin clan to use such crude language. You feeling bitter cause you didn't perform well? Or maybe someone threatened you? That is Beeksa couldn't bring himself to speak, like a dumb mute who had eaten honey. Seeing his clouded expression, I clicked my tongue. Tusk. I can already guess what's going on. Every desperate face and fierce gaze has a root cause behind it. The moment I heard Beeksa was from the demonic heaven tower, I figured out how things had gone down in Team 4. Those three didn't support their team leader out of loyalty. Rather, their team leader had coerced them, using threats to rally the team under her control. What? Did she say he deflattened demonic heaven tower if you lost or something? How did you? Beeksa's face twisted in utter shock. What do you mean how? Obvious is obvious. Maybe I'd been living too mildly for my status, but people from one of the 6 great demonic clans could be utterly vile. Even my little brother Jin Yeomyung wouldn't hesitate to kill someone if they annoyed him. In the rigid hierarchy of the cult, it was standard practice for higher-ranking families to exploit lower ones. That kind of power abuse was practically tradition. With my hands behind my back, I said, "I'll stop that from happening." Really? Not just Beeksa, but Gyeoksa and Hyuksa also looked at me with disbelief in their eyes. No matter how powerful the demonic heavens Jin clan, Waisvin capable of easily overpowering the heavenly justice, Juklanthi never imagined someone would lift a finger for bottom dwellers like them, especially since they weren't even under my command yet. I raised one corner of my lips and said, I hate seeing my favorite tavern go out of business. Who dare call demonic heaven tower of Myeok Fortress just a tavern? Well, I could if anyone could, I could. Thank you, young master. We will never forget this grace. Thud, thud. The three repeatedly slammed their foreheads to the ground in gratitude. Enough with the thanks. I crouched in front of the kneeling trio and said, You all said you wanted to become my subordinates, right? Why, yes. If y'all accept us, we'll give you our absolute loyalty. Despite their desperate tone, I tilted my head with a skeptical expression. I don't care for loyalty, that's all talk. If your ears work, you should know what I've announced by now. At that, Gyeoksa cautiously spoke up. We heard that you're recruiting for something called the main flow, a special kind of test. Yeah, that's right. And you heard the pass rate for the main flow too, didn't you? 5%. That's right. Not 5 out of 10, but 5 out of 100. This wasn't just a trial, it was hell on earth, where only 5 out of 100 made it out alive. If you want to be my subordinates, then you'd better have the guts to follow me into hell. Even Jin Sang and Biku, who acted as my hands and feet, broke into a cold sweat and dodged the question when I asked them to enter the main flow with me. So what about these three? If we merely attempt it, will you accept us as your subordinates? Nope, you have to survive. Can't take corpses as subordinates, can I? If we do survive, then I'll guarantee your future success. You can count on that, but only if you really make it through to the end. The three of them stared at one another in silence. The pause didn't last long. Thud, I'd follow you into somewhere worse than hell. Please, grant us the honor of serving you, young master. Oh. Hearing their bold declaration, I let out a whistle. Didn't expect them to decide so quickly and without hesitation. Good. From today on, you three are my subordinates number 2, number 3, and number 4. Who's number 1? There's someone else. Y'all meet him later. It might sounded cold, but honestly, I didn't have high hopes for these three. They had guts and grit, sure, but they'd missed the optimal window for mastering higher-level martial arts. And more importantly, they weren't especially talented. But if they survived the main flow, and if that test yielded the results I was hoping for, then and only then would I truly accept them as my subordinates. In this team trial, those who were appointed team leaders were given recognition and granted their own rooms in the dormitories. And from one of those rooms, the sound of something breaking could be heard repeatedly. Damn it, damn bastards. Crash. Crack, chairs and tables flew through the air and lost their original forms. At the 1,000-day pass, any damaged items had to be replaced using one's own resources, but the person venting her fury wasn't thinking about that at all. Damn lowlifes. How dare they use young Master Jin to threaten me? The one raging in the room was none other than Ju Guxian, the team leader of Team 4. She was the youngest daughter of the main family's patriarch's younger brother, and within the heavenly Justice Ju clan, she had received a fair amount of affection as a direct blood relative. I'll never let them off. Not just those 3 damn worms, but also that wretched bitch who screwed me over. The reason for her fury was none other than the warning she had received from Jin Yeomyung after their loss in the mock battle. Demonic Heaven Tower is a place I frequent, even if it makes people call me a slacker. If that place were to disappear, I think it'd be very sad. He had spoken indirectly, but she wasn't so foolish as to miss the meaning behind it. In truth, Jin Yeomyung had only ever visited Demonic Heaven Tower once. And even that had ended in disaster, when his father Jin Gunak found out on the very first day of their past life. But Ju Guxian had no way of knowing that. All she saw was that those 3 bastards had betrayed her and run off to grovel before Jin Yeomyung. Even so, she hadn't been that angry just yet. The influence of the demonic heavens Jin clan was simply overwhelming, and Jin Yeomyung's radiant looks and outstanding martial prowess had instantly stolen her heart. Ah, how wonderful would it be if I could sit by his side. It was while indulging in such fantasies, having come out to see Jin Yeomyung off, that the real reason for her rage emerged. Ah, young Master Jin Yeomyung, Lady Beak. Of all people, shed run into that woman in the dormitory corridor. Ju Guxian saw it. The gentle expression that melted over Jin Yeomyung's face the moment he saw Beak Sanga. The team battle isn't over yet, so feel free to keep calling me Vice Leader, Team Leader. Hee, shall I? Vice Leader, your leadership was very impressive. Oh no, it would have been tough without your coordination on the front lines. They looked extremely, ridiculously close. In that instant, a fire blazed in Ju Guxian's chest, and her hatred Sergedto the fox who flirted with her man and the 3 traitors who'd betrayed her, while her dark heart was growing even darker. Oops, did I come at the wrong time? Who are you? A man appeared before Ju Guxian, not quite her man, but still decent-looking enough. Your hatred toward Beak Sanga seems intense. What business is that of yours? At this point, Ju Guxian still had some rationality, but his next words sent her reason flying. If that hatred is strong enough to make you want her dead, what then? Of course I want her dead. Of course that wasn't actually acceptable. Even in the demonic cult, murdering a fellow cultist outright was a grave offense. In that case, what if I could give you that opportunity? Opportunity? Yes. There's supposed to be a second mock battle in a month, correct? A simulation of the Black Star formation, where teams of 33 face off. And, do you not understand, or are you pretending not to? The man leaned in closer. In a battle involving that many people, it wouldn't be strange for someone to die. When fights get intense, accidents happen. In fact, there were real fatalities among previous cohorts. Ju Guxian's expression finally shifted into something intrigued. What are you saying? I'll use my influence to merge your team with hers. Meaning, y'all be in the same team. Now, she was starting to understand where he was going with this. And during the battle, someone from your side will recklessly charge toward her team. All I have to do is make sure my team moves in a way that keeps them safe, right? Ju Guxian's eyes curved into crescent moons. You're very easy to communicate with. So, what do you want in return? Nothing, the man waved a hand. Nothing? Then, young Master Hanwei, are you so eager to see that bitch dead, for the same reason as you? Wanting someone you dislike to disappear. Isn't that natural for anyone in the demonic path? Ha ha ha. That's true. Of course, it wasn't true at all. But to Ju Guxian, raised among the upper class of the demonic faction, this felt entirely reasonable. My subordinate is so useless, I have no choice but to move myself. He all brawn and no brains. Not sure what you mean, but I agree useless subordinates are the worst. Ha ha ha. And so, the 2 of them clasped hands while wishing for the death of one woman. After that, the other team mock battles proceeded without issue. Just yesterday, senior instructor Lee Han-myung-hoo had gambled away 2 nyang of silver glared at Jang Duke-soo, who was whistling. GRR, "Instructor Jang, you seem to be in a very good mood these days." "Of course. I just won a whole month's salary in one go. Damn it. I thought my instincts weren't too bad. Gambling's always a matter of fine margins." In truth, the reason Jang Duksu had bet on this team's victory was simple. That Jin Yeomyung brat? No matter how I look at it, he's hiding his true abilities. Naturally, Jang Duksu was someone who had personally witnessed Ma Cholu, top graduate of last year's cohort, at the 1,000-day pass. At the time of graduation, Ma Cholu had reached the level of a first-rate martial artist, capable of emitting sword chi with ease. With that level of achievement, he earned a spot in the 6 demonic dragons, despite not being from the Demon Dragon Hall. Moreover, those who survived the program didn't head off to the 9 demon halls or the 17 partis instead. They willingly followed Ma Cholu. Even if he was a direct descendant of the Blood Dragon demonic clan, word was the succession was already settled around his elder brother, the Grand Heir. He was truly a rare genius of recent years, possessing both martial prowess and charisma. And yet, the one who defeated that very Ma Cholu was Jin Yeomyung, the infamous slacker of the Jin clan. At first, he hadn't believed it. There was no clear evidence, and the rumor had seemed like mere gossip. Even when he first saw Jin Yeomyung, his doubts remained. But then something happened that changed his mind. Right after this cohort entered the institution, there was an incident. The underground training chamber for new recruits exploded. Chapter 39, the scheme too. Well, it was called underground, but in terms of depth, it was more like a semi-basement level training chamber. Still, the training chamber was completely surrounded by Azure steel stone, and it was sturdy enough to withstand even a considerable blast of sword chi. To be honest, I did find it a bit suspicious. Even now, knowing the circumstances, if it had been an assassin aiming for Jin Yeomyung's life, that would have made sense. But in the end, Jin Yeomyung came out without a scratch, and only the poor training chamber was blown to bits. Was it really the work of an assassin? Would an assassin who infiltrated past all that surveillance really create such a loud mess, blasting out chi projection like that? Sure, there was definite evidence of an external intrusion, and the investigation was still ongoing. But Jang Duksu couldn't shake the subtle feeling of unease. What if he's really reached a realm beyond imagination? And now he's hiding it. It made sense. The problem was that the likelihood was extremely low. To confirm that possibility, Jang Duksu had not taken his eyes off Jin Yeomyung since. Of course, Jin Yeomyung had never once revealed anything special. During training, he was always humble and never tried to stand out, simply fulfilling his role. A completely different attitude from the arrogance he had shown when they first met. But ironically, that behavior only fueled Jang Duksu's suspicion, because Jin Yeomyung had proclaimed to the officer's main flow, 1,000-day pass. Only the pavilion master, vice pavilion master, and the senior instructor of a similar age to the pavilion master knew what that truly meant. As far as Jang Duksu was aware, it was no different from throwing oneself off a cliff. It was almost like he was evaluating the ones who might accompany him. He was definitely hiding something. If Jin Yeomyung was hiding his true strength, if he had the ability to survive even a challenge to the main flow 1,000-day pass. Thinking that far, Jang Duksu let out a small chuckle and shook his head. Well, what can you do? Just sit back and enjoy the show. It would be like a genius emerging to overturn the structure of the 6 great demonic clans. 10, 20 years from now, the cult might be shaken by that guy, but so what? Someone like him, a mere commoner, only needed to pick up the crumbs that fell from the table. With a smirk, Jang Duksu boldly called out to his fellow instructors. 10 silver nyang on Unified Unit 1. Unified Unit 1 was the unit that included the team Jin Yeomyung belonged to. The atmosphere in our team was very warm and cheerful. It was a stark contrast to a few weeks ago, when everyone kept their mouths shut and let out complaints through body language. After our victory against Team 4 and witnessing the chaotic mess that other teams displayed, everyone had become convinced that our team leader, Baek-sanga, was nothing short of an angel. At this rate, we might even aim for the top in the mock unit battle. Right, we're counting on you, team leader. Oh, of course. Baek-sanga gave an awkward smile and nodded in response to the team members' intense gazes. Well, good vibes were always welcome. It's quieter than I expected, though. I glanced toward Team 4 in the distance. Ever since I had delivered a warning to Ju Guxian a few days ago, I had expected her to be scheming something behind the scenes, but surprisingly, she had been silent ever since. She hadn't even caused trouble for the members of Team 4. From what I had heard through Beak Sass reports, she had only been glaring and hadn't inflicted any serious consequences. Didn't seem like the type for that. Given her fierce impression, it wouldn't have been surprising if her grudges lasted longer than a serpent's body. Well, I guess peace is good. That line of thought was shattered just an hour later. Once the initial team-based mock battles were over, 3 teams were grouped into a single unit. And naturally, with the formation of a unit commander had to be selected. So, at the meeting where all the team leaders gathered, a defeated team leader can't very well be appointed as the unit commander, can they? I think it makes sense for the leader of Team 2 to take the position. Ah, what? Don't you agree? I doubt Team 5's leader would have any objections. Ahem. The leader of Team 5, Jong-ho, who was pointed out by Ju Guxian, awkwardly cleared his throat and averted his gaze. In truth, Team 5 was in the worst shape here. Team 4 had at least put up a good fight, but Team 5 had suffered a disgraceful defeat in actual combat due to the disobedience and rebellion of its members. And no objections here. It's decided then. With a clap of her hands, Ju Guxian casually finalized the matter. The conclusion wasn't particularly bad for our team, so Beak Sanga didn't object. Suspicious. As the assistant team leader attending the meeting, I frowned slightly at Ju Guxian's attitude. She definitely holds a grudge against Beak Sanga. I could clearly tell, recalling the murderous gaze she had given Beak Sanga in the dorms a few days ago. That venom, as if she would chew through her flesh if she could, was no lie. Smile. Noticing my gaze, Ju Guxian flashed a warm smile as if nothing had happened. But it was slightly different from the one she had given Beak Sanga. It left me with an uneasy feeling. Feels like she's plotting something. If she harbored such resentment and still held back, there was only one reason why. She was enduring it to deliver a bigger retaliation later. There's no way she's doing all this just to humiliate her. One possibility crossed my mind. Don't tell me Assassination. It wouldn't be strange if someone got seriously hurt during a team match. Even in the recent mock battles, there were no deaths, but around 20 people from the entire cohort had suffered varying degrees of injury. In a massive team match with over 60 people going wild, something worse could easily happen. But how? No matter how influential she was in the Ju clan, planting an actual assassin would be impossible. But making someone suffer a serious injury, that might be doable. Just like during the Little Black Star sword formation, the unit commander only held the flag and didn't move directly. If Ju Guxian was aiming for that, I absolutely won't forgive her. Tears of flame streamed from my eyes. If she intended to ignore my warning and go through with it, then not only Ju Guxian, but the entire Ju clan would have to pay the price. A month passed uneventfully. The Black Star Grand Formation, composed of 33 members uniting as one, was significantly more complex than the Little Black Star sword formation. Just trying to synchronize our breathing had already eaten up the whole month. How do you see the situation? To be honest, Beak Sanga made a complicated expression in response to my question. But she was honest. It's a complete mess. Right. Even though the number of members had only tripled, the difficulty of operating the formation had increased to another level entirely. At this rate, it'll be impossible to bring out the true essence of the formation. The Black Star Sword formation may have sword in its name, but it's not much different from a regular military formation, but the Black Star Grand Formation is a true formation in every sense. Combining strength to unleash even greater power, that was the core characteristic of formations in Murim. At this pace, we'll have to practice for a full year before we can draw out proper strength. Truthfully, even a year was an optimistic estimate. Formations involving dozens of people typically required at least 3 to 4 years of consistent synchronization to produce full power. Even the Shaolin's famous 108 Arhat formation was said to be forbidden from being deployed without at least 10 years of training. To the still worried Beak Sanga, I spoke firmly. We have no choice. If we don't have teeth, we use our gums. What do you mean? Uniformity. Let's focus on that one thing. Frankly speaking, if Unit 1, which had formed naturally around Beak Sanga, was already this unorganized, we could easily imagine what shape the other units were in. Didn't Units 2 and 3 even get into fights over who would take the position of commander? In the case of Unit 2, San Dojian had finally had enough and beat down all the commander candidates himself before claiming the role. That works out for us. If San Dojian was leading, then their organization would probably improve, but he was more suited to being a field captain who crushed enemies on the front line rather than a proper unit commander. So if he didn't join the actual fighting, all the better. The 1,000-day pass wouldn't expect such high-level coordination from new trainees anyway. More than anything, they probably just want us to avoid looking like a disorganized mob during group battles. Absolutely, Beek Sang-on nodded enthusiastically. In truth, only our team and Team 4 had shown particularly impressive performances. Looking at the chaos in the other teams, it was clear that they were the average. Let's not overcomplicate things. We'll just unify movement by team and reduce the number of subformations we use to around 5. That's a great suggestion. If we win, there's really no need to be flashy. Since Beek Sang-ah was quick-witted, she immediately understood the logic behind my suggestion. But in truth, I had another reason for making it. There's definitely going to be an incident. I had already ordered the 3 attendants to keep a discreet eye on Ju Guxion's movements. But since then, they reported that she hadn't done anything suspicious. On the contrary, she had even gathered the 3 attendants and apologized, saying she was sorry for everything until now, and vowed to appoint them as her main aides going forward. Why make the 3 attendants your aides? That meant if the 3 attendants became Ju Guxion's main force, they would naturally distance themselves from Beek Sang-ah. In turn, that meant Beek Sang-ah would have fewer guards around her. It was incredibly suspicious. That night, Dokjial, yes, second order, ask whatever you wish. The trainee known as Dokjial knelt before second order. You said you were the team leader of Unit 6, right? That's correct. Then that means Yao'll be facing Unit 1 in battle. That's correct. Dokjial answered calmly to each question. After a brief silence, second order gave the order. Kill Beek Sang-ah. Dokjial lifted his head. Have you informed Sandojian, team leader, separately? Though they were technically in different units, Sandojian served the same lord as he did. Forget about that incompetent fool. Second order's expression twisted slightly at the mention of Sandojian. And knowing his personality, he'd surely object. Though he expected a prompt agreement, Dokjial surprisingly hesitated for a moment. There is one concern I have. What is it? The 1,000-day pass search team is closing in. If I act recklessly now, my identity might be exposed. Second Order's face stiffened slightly at that statement as well. Dokjial was one of the top-class assassins assigned by 8 lords who had sent him here. His skills were considered on par with the demonic emperor's elite assassination squad, the doom-wielding ghost commanders, which damned bastard exposed traces during the previous training chamber explosion. One of the secret passages connecting the 1,000-day pass and their organization had been exposed, and the 1,000-day pass had seized on that clue and been relentlessly investigating ever since. No, actually, this might work in our favor. A plan flashed through Second Order's mind, an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If you kill Beek Sang-ah, the investigation will come to you no matter what. Dokjial's expression stiffened slightly. Second Order's meaning was clear. Yao'll have to take the fall. I'll arrange the escape route. Just put everything you have into killing Beek Sang-ah. An escape route? Would he really do that? For a brief moment, a hint of doubt flickered through Dokjial's heart, then disappeared. In the end, he was a tool. Even if his master discarded him, he was a tool that had to accept being thrown away without complaint. From birth until now, Dokjial's life had been one bound to the organization. Understood. Dokjial bowed his head. Chapter 40. The scheme 3 time passed, and the day of the mock battle dawned. Depending on the outcome of this mock battle, it will be decided whether you can move forward or not. A chilling atmosphere swept through the grounds. Regardless of whether they had won or lost previously, everyone was wary of each other, maintaining a palpable tension. Some instructors, upon seeing the condition of the trainees, let out faint sneers. HMPH, judging by the look of things, they've still got a long way to go. With winners and losers mixed together, there's no way proper cooperation will happen. The losing teams would have to put on an extraordinary performance in this team battle. The winning teams, on the other hand, had a slight advantage and room to breathe. This mismatch was the cog in the wheel that created the current icy mood. If there's any hope at all, it would be Team 1. At least they're somewhat passable. Almost all the instructors considered Team 1, which had rallied around Beek Sang-ah, as the most promising top contender. It's always good to be from a reputable family. You don't even have to say anything, they just follow orders perfectly. It's a dream for a captain. Honestly, this team had the highest chance of becoming a total mess. Who would have guessed? That Jin clan brat actually listened to his team leader without a fuss. In the end, Team 1 secured solid organization at least. Even if high-level tactics were out of reach, at least they wouldn't disobey orders. Given the current situation, even that would be a major advantage. On the flip side, Team 2 is hopeless. They picked the wrong captain. That statement wasn't a criticism of the captain himself. They made the vanguard the captain. That alone killed whatever slim chance they had. Come on, if it weren't for that big guy, Team 2 would've ended up like Team 3. Tusk, that's true enough. To their eyes, Team 3 was the worst of them all. Incredibly, Team 3 had failed to appoint a captain until the very end. So who held the captain's banner? They simply stuck a flag in the base camp, and 3 team leaders stood there weaponless, guarding it. At that sorry sight, a few instructors covered their faces in disbelief. That one's doomed. 2 of the team leaders, who are supposed to be the main combat force on the front line, are gone. Don't even need to watch to know how it'll go. There's a slim chance if massive casualties occur during the clash between Team 1 and Team 2, but with them looking like that, it's hopeless. Damn it, my money's on Team 3. At one instructor's lament, the expressions of other instructors varied from pity to schadenfreude. There were so many variables in this bet that the wagers had been locked in a full month before the actual mock battles even started. Those instructors who failed to predict the situation and place their bets accordingly could only put on long faces. All right, enough about money. The Pavilion Master is coming. As news of the arrival of the Pavilion Master of the 1000-day Pass spread, the instructors immediately straightened their postures. The Pavilion Master often attended events like these mock battles in person. The Pavilion Master of the 1000-day Pass, Jo Jin-sang, arrived accompanied by the chief instructor and others. Taking a seat on the high platform, the Pavilion Master raised his hand. Very well, let's begin. At that signal, Jang Duksu shouted loudly across the grounds. Team 1, Team 2, form ranks in triple column formation. Chak, chak. In accordance with the order, Team 1 and Team 2 faced each other in formation. The stares they exchanged were fierce. Who could it be, the sniper? Scanning the opposing side, I searched for any trace of an assassin who might be lying in wait. There's a chance they're in Team 3 Team 1, and Team 3 would have their match last. It would be the most exhausting moment with the highest number of injuries, so the timing was ideal for any scheme. However, consider all possibilities in case they flipped the script. That didn't mean I could afford to lose focus now. Back off 50 paces. At the instructor's command, the 2 teams slowly widened the gap between them. When they reached the designated distance, the captains of each team raised their flags and issued the first commands. Deploy rising current formation. Deploy anti-penetration formation. Team 1 set up an anti-penetration formation, stacking layers of defense. Team 2, from the start, clearly aimed to break through using the rising current formation. Oh, the Pavilion Master, observing the scene, showed a glint of interest in his eyes. Their intent is blatantly clear. Beside him, the masked chief instructor, Lee Jubo, responded. It's a clash between Team 1, relying on stable coordination and defense, and Team 2, aiming to end it quickly in a short-term battle. The captain of Team 2 is using his head. He must realized early on that fighting normally would leave them no chance. Lee Jubo frowned slightly as he examined the battlefield. Team 1's left flank seems a bit unsettled. From their vantage point, the left side referred to Team 4. The Pavilion Master also noticed and nodded. Yes, it seems like there's a lack of control, or maybe someone's acting on their own to gain merit. Team 4 lost to Team 2 in the last mock battle, and with their current defense-oriented strategy, they might be dissatisfied. Ho ho ho, I'm curious to see how this turns out. Despite having advantages, their weaknesses were equally evident. While watching the battlefield, the Pavilion Master spoke again. Come to think of it, what's the update on the investigation? We've almost caught the tail. We're sure it's among the new trainees. You're certain it's not someone from within our main sect families, but an outside force? Without a doubt. The trace left behind isn't something a sect member would've done. I hope we catch them soon. I'd like to know what their purpose is in coming all the way out here to the 1000-day Pass. The vice head of security is personally on their trail, so it won't be long. But the hopes of the Pavilion Master and the chief instructor would not be fulfilled. Because, right in front of their eyes, the very tail they had been pursuing would soon cause an incident. So, San Dojian wants to settle this right from the start. At the sight of the enemy deploying ascending tide formation right from the start, Beek Sangha bit her lower lip lightly. Contrary to his rugged, mountain bandit-like appearance, San Dojian had sharp tactical instincts, not just martial arts prowess. The first stage of his tactical insight was to assess the power difference between allies and enemies. Having quickly figured out the outcome, San Dojian had chosen to go for a swift, decisive battle. We could win if we block them, but it won't be easy. She couldn't use surging current formation like before. Their strength lay in solid organization, but surging current formation was a formation that inherently disrupted such coordination. It was practically self-sabotage. Charge? Yuo! Members of Team 2 charged toward the center of Team 1 with ghost-like ferocity. And at the center of Team 1 were the SAMSA members brought over specially from Team 4, holding the vanguard. Take down all those bastards. Let's show our lord what we can do. Though the challenge to join the main flow still remained, SAMSA's morale had been soaring ever since aligning with Jin Yeomyung. This deployment had also been their voluntary offer to prove their usefulness to him. Thus, SAMSA and the first outer layer of the blue rank formation clashed directly with Team 2's vanguard. Not bad. No matter how fierce the assault, it was difficult to break through if they held their position, especially since shields were allowed in this mock battle. SAMSA, holding shields as big as their own torsos, were desperately bracing against the enemy's charge. However, ascending tide formation was a formation where all members concentrated their power into one point to break through. Even SAMSA couldn't hold on indefinitely. Team 4, Team 5, focus on the center. We can't lose the power struggle. At Beek Sanga's shout, Team 5's leader obediently led his team to reinforce the central struggle. However, Team 4, what's the team leader doing? Team 4's leader, Ju Guxian, was inexplicably hesitating and not following the orders. While Team 4 showed no particular movement, San Dojian seized that gap immediately. Deploy surging current formation. It's surging current formation. Everyone circle and push through. It was the same surging current formation Beek Sanga had previously used to plunge the battlefield into chaos. Now San Dojian was turning that same formation against her. Beek Sanga watched as cracks began to spread through their formation, horrified. And no, at this rate, it would devolve into a melee. The victor would remain uncertain until the very end, and then the worst possible thing happened. What the hell are you doing? Team 4, who had been holding the left flank, wasn't even participating in the chaos. Instead, they were pulling away to the side. This could only mean one thing: betrayal. Beek Sanga's face turned pale. Ju Guxian, Team 4's leader who had stayed quiet until now, had ruined everything to spite Beek Sanga, even if it meant elimination. And no, and through the gap left by Team 4's retreat, members of Team 2 came flooding in like a tidal wave. Why, you damn traitors! What the hell are those Team 4 bastards doing? Except for SAMSA, the rest of Team 4 showed no reaction to their allies' curses. They had already been bought out by Ju Guxian beforehand and agreed to cooperate with his betrayal. Block them. If they break through, we're finished. Team 5's leader, Jong Ho, led the remaining members in a desperate attempt to fill the void left by Team 4. Thus, chaos erupted across the field, teams entangled everywhere, and Beek Sanga clenched her fists, realizing that further commands were now useless. With Team 4 gone, if things continued like this, they'd lose. Her eyes were locked onto the now chaotic battlefield, unable to look away. And because of that, her narrowed focus kept her from noticing that someone was approaching, hiding a murderous intent, aiming straight for her neck. Too easy. Dokjial, team leader of Team 6, activated the Vanishing Mark stealth technique right after ordering his team into the fray. Using Vanishing Mark stealth technique in broad daylight would normally make him visible from outside, but the important part was to deceive the eyes of those fighting right in front of him. I'm going in. Dokjial had only one goal: to slice Beek Sanga's neck. Here, no matter what stealth technique one used, it could all be excused under the name of strategy until the blade actually struck the neck. It's the worst possible timing for an assassination, but it can't be helped. I am a tool, after all. Thanks to Team 4's betrayal, a massive hole had been torn open in the enemy formation. But he didn't even need to force his way through that gap. In their effort to fill it, an even bigger one had opened elsewhere. Die. As Dokjial dashed toward Beek Sanga, he pulled out a dagger from within his robes. It was a hidden weapon laced with 7 treasures soul-chasing poison, one of the Sichuan Tang clan's proudest creations. Wait, what's that? Only then did the pavilion master notice something odd and leapt to his feet. His sharp eyes had caught the poison laced on the hidden blade. Too late, Dokjeol sneered. His body suddenly accelerated. Though just a trainee in rank, Dokjeol was originally a top-class assassin. Once he fully deployed his movement technique, not even an instructor could easily catch him. The moment Beek Sanga sensed Dokjeol barreling toward her at terrifying speed, she threw her flag aside without hesitation. She wasn't dull enough to mistake him for just another trainee. But even for someone like her, surviving unarmed against a top-class assassin was nearly impossible. So fast. She tried to run, using her own movement technique to the fullest, but it was futile. As Dokjeol's emotionless face drew within striking distance, Beek Sanga's vision turned a blinding white. Him going to die. Just as Dokjeol was about to thrust his poison dagger into her neck, I knew it. Thwack! A foot slammed powerfully into Dokjeol's side.